In the midst of the battlefield at Kikyo Mountain, Shinryu found himself in a dire situation, on the brink of death, when he activated a divine-level signing-in system. Beginning his legendary saga, as a weary company employee, Shinryu's consciousness was suddenly thrust into the world of Naruto, where he faced imminent demise. His initial act was to sign in at the Konoha Memorial Stone, earning him the rewards of the perfect sage body and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. With the power of Kemui in his left hand, distorting space, and Tsukuyami in his right, he embarked on his mythic journey. Amidst the chaos of the Ninetales rampage, he effortlessly subdued the beast with a mere hand, declaring, "Do not disturb Kushina's rest." When confronted by Black Zetsu regarding the Moon Eye plan, he found himself astonished that a millennium of scheming had culminated in merely serving as a graduation ceremony for his student. That Ōtsutsuki Kinshiki derided him as a lower creature. Shinryu felt the essence of a corporate worker's resentment transform into unparalleled power in this otherworldly realm. Chapter 1. Divine Level Signing In. The Sage Body and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The Prologue of a Legend. Shinryu's consciousness was awakened by excruciating pain. The pungent scent of rust and scorched earth filled his nostrils, invading his senses violently. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld a grim sight of stacked corpses and tattered banners. Beneath him lay the cold, muddy ground, steeped in the blood of an unknown source. A searing agony radiated from his left shoulder, nearly rendering him unconscious. A kunai, crafted by the rock ninja, had gruesomely pierced his shoulder blade, its icy blade mere inches from his throat. Waves of unfamiliar memories crashed into his mind, violently assaulting his nerves. This was the world of Naruto during the Third Shinobi World War at the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, where the Leaf Village's genin, Shinryu, faced near extinction. Have I transmigrated? He pondered, a tempest of emotions surging within him, as recollections of his past life as a corporate worker flickered like a fleeting dream. An instinctual desire to survive roared within him. The divine level signing-in system has been activated, distributing the beginner's gift package. The cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated like a heavenly melody in that moment. Perfect Sage Body, Beginner, has been loaded. An indescribable surge of life energy erupted from the depths of every cell in his body, enveloping him in warmth. The gaping wound on his shoulder visibly writhed and healed, the fractured bones softly clicking back into place. His limbs, once cold from blood loss, regained strength, surpassing their former limits. His chakra surged like a torrent breaking through a dam. The rock ninja who had ambushed him, witnessing his miraculous recovery, displayed a look of disbelief, soon morphing into intensified malice. "Kid, you've got quite the resilience." The rock ninja rasped, raising his bloodied kunai once more, aiming for Shinryu's head without mercy. At that moment, the system's alert chimed. First signing in location refreshed. Konoha Memorial Stone, temporarily constructed on the battlefield. Signing in grants divine-level ocular technique rewards. Shinryu's gaze locked onto the rudimentary wooden sign nearby, adorned with the names of fallen leaf ninjas, a somber sight amidst the smoke of battle. Empowered by the Sage Body's enhanced reflexes and explosive force, he launched himself like a cheetah, evading the deadly strike with a deft roll. Without a hint of hesitation, he sprinted toward the temporary memorial stone. Upon making contact with its cold, rough surface, he silently uttered, "Sign in." Signing in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Left eye with Kamui to distort space. Right eye with Tsukuyami for ultimate mental control. Two distinct yet equally potent streams of ocular power pierced into his eyes like scorching iron. After enduring unbearable pain, he experienced unprecedented clarity and insight. The world around him seemed to shed its disguises, everything slowing into sharp focus. The rock ninja, whose attack had missed, lunged again, every subtle movement of his muscles and each breath vividly etched in Shinryu's perception. Within his left eye, three tomo spun rapidly before merging into a bizarre and chilling pinwheel pattern. The power of Kamui was unleashed. An invisible force of spatial energy suddenly enveloped the advancing rock ninja, halting his momentum. The ferocity on his face froze, replaced by sheer terror and confusion. A sickening crack echoed as his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. Snuffing out his life in an instant, he could not utter a single cry before crashing to the ground, splattering mud around him. Another rock ninja, assigned to provide support, bore witness to this unfathomable sight, the color draining from his face. He could not comprehend how his comrade had perished without Shan-Yuei performing any hand seals. Overwhelmed by primal fear, he attempted to escape with Earth Release, only to be met by a pair of deep, sinister crimson eyes. The pattern of the eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, manifested in Shan-Yuei's right eye, and the world of Tsukuyami quietly descended upon the unfortunate rock ninja. Ah! He cried out in excruciating agony, collapsing to his knees, his body convulsing violently. In mere moments of eye contact, his mind endured 72 hours of relentless torment within the Tsukuyami realm. In the real world, only a second had passed. Blood began to trickle from the ninja's orifices. His gaze turned vacant, life extinguished as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Shan-Yuei exhaled softly, the acrid scent of smoke still pungent, yet the urgency in his heart had lessened. He glanced at his newly empowered hands, feeling the surge of strength within and the terrifying ocular techniques in his gaze. "This is power," he murmured, his voice tinged with a raspy awe and an undercurrent of coldness. The resentment of a corporate worker has seemingly transformed into combat prowess in this alternate world. A self-deprecating smile graced his lips, yet his eyes gleamed with an edge of determination. He understood that in this brutal shinobi realm, the only way to remain at ease was through absolute invincibility. Now, he possessed the foundational capital to embark upon that path. Chapter 2. The Lower Ninja? A single blow for a child, Jonin edition. Minato stunned. The surging power within Kamizuki swiftly subsided, becoming as deft as an extension of his own body. The insight granted by his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan elevated his mastery over chakra to an unprecedented pinnacle. He surveyed the battlefield, where severed limbs and anguished cries filled the air. His own Konoha squad had been utterly annihilated. A handful of Konoha ninjas, back to back, were on the brink of collapse under the relentless assault of the rock ninjas, the atmosphere thick with despair. The prerequisite for lying low was invincibility, and it seemed he was far from attaining that. Kamizuki murmured to himself. The mindset of his previous life as a corporate drone allowed him to instantly deduce that on this battlefield, only proactive engagement could forge a slender chance of survival. He seized his concealment. A few poisoned shuriken whistled through the air, sealing off all avenues of escape. Kamizuki's figure flickered slightly, his sage body imparting him with unparalleled speed, enabling him to glide effortlessly through the gaps between the shuriken. "What?" a rock ninja exclaimed, aghast that his proud throwing technique had been so easily countered. Before he could react, the windmill pattern in Kamizuki's left eye abruptly contracted. Kamui, the rock ninja, along with two companions attempting to encircle him, experienced a sudden distortion, compressing and then vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed. Space-time ninjutsu. A rock ninja, fortunate enough to remain unscathed, trembled with fear. Kamizuki paid no heed to the panic of these lesser foes. Like a tiger among sheep, he plunged into another group of rock ninjas. Against these scattered adversaries, he felt no need to utilize the full might of his Mangekyo. The distorting power of Kamui enveloped his fists and feet. A rock ninja lunged at him with a kunai, but Kamizuki did not flinch. He met the attack with a decisive punch. Crack! The moment his fist made contact with the adversary's chest, an invisible force erupted, crushing the rock ninja's sternum and internal organs in an instant, propelling him backward like a ragdoll, lifeless upon impact. Another rock ninja attempted a sneak attack from the side. Without turning his head, Kamizuki executed a swift kick. The distorting force once again took effect, bending the ninja's lower leg at an unnatural angle, the white bone piercing through flesh with a nauseating crunch. "Ah, my leg." The agonizing scream was abruptly silenced. Kamizuki stepped forward, delivering a chop that shattered the ninja's cervical vertebrae with a jolt of twisted power. Efficient and lethal. In mere moments, 7 or 8 rock ninjas had met their demise at his hands. Their fates varied, yet all marked by broken bones and ruptured organs. This extraordinary method of slaughter instilled a primal terror in all witnesses. "Is he truly a lower ninja of Konoha?" a surviving Konoha Chunin muttered, uncertainty and a hint of reverence lacing his voice. In his understanding, even the elite jonin of their village could not execute such a clean and enigmatic massacre. This was beyond the realm of ninjutsu. It resembled a form of bloodline limit, one that was terrifyingly unheard of. A monster. He is a monster. Run. Report to the captain. There's a monster from Konoha here. The remaining rock ninjas finally broke down, confronting what appeared to be not a human, but a killing machine clad in human skin. Those blood-red windmill eyes felt like death knells. Retreat. All personnel retreat. The leading rock jonin bellowed, his eyes wild with fear. He witnessed his most capable subordinate, a battle-hardened special jonin, torn apart by an unseen force under the boy's bizarre ocular technique, not even uttering a scream before dissolving into a mist of blood. This was not a battle of equal footing. Fear spread like a plague, and the rock ninjas scrambled to flee, their formation in disarray, wishing they had been born with 2 more legs. In a corner of the battlefield, the previously precarious Konoha ninjas felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, gazing in disbelief at the figure moving through the rock ninja ranks as though they were non-existent. Was that reinforcement? But why had they never heard of such a powerful youth from Konoha? Kamizuki, you did not pursue the fleeing soldiers. His target was the rock jonin who had issued the retreat order. Capture the leader to quell the rebellion. As the rock jonin turned to flee, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. He spun around, meeting the icy gaze of Kamizuki Yu's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This is bad. The rock jonin's heart raced as he hastily formed hand seals. Yet, it was too late. The left eye of Kamizuki Yu unleashed Kamui once more. The space surrounding the rock jonin began to warp violently, an irresistible force pulling him from all directions, as though he were to be crushed and dragged into an endless abyss. The final seal of his earth release had yet to be completed when his body was uncontrollably distorted. At that moment, a flash of golden light flickered at the edge of the battlefield. Minato Namikaze had arrived, having just dealt with an incident on another front. He sensed the intense fluctuations of chakra in this area, along with the panic-stricken retreat of the rock ninjas, and immediately utilized Flying Thunder God technique to arrive. As he appeared, he beheld a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. A boy clad in the standard attire of a Konoha lower ninja, his left eye shimmering with an eerie crimson glow, calmly observing ahead. Before the boy's gaze, the rock jonin's body twisted in a manner that defied the laws of physics, shrinking until it vanished completely from the air, leaving no trace of blood behind. Throughout the entire process, the boy did not perform a single hand seal. Minato's heart raced. What a terrifying space-time ninjutsu. Instantaneous, and powerful enough to directly erase a jonin. Who is this person? When did Konoha produce such an individual? Kamizuki Yu sensed an aura far surpassing that of ordinary individuals as Minato appeared. He slowly turned, his expression calm and devoid of emotion. Their gazes met in the air. From those blood-red, windmill-patterned eyes, Minato felt an indescribable strength and depth. Ding! Detected key character of the plot, Minato Namikaze. Check-in location refreshed. Konoha's frontline command tent at the Fire Country border. The system's notification echoed in Kamizuki Yu's mind. He regarded this legendary golden flash. The future 4th Hokage, with little emotional upheaval. Power, after all, is the fundamental cornerstone of existence in this world. And he had just proven this point. Chapter 3, the start with a Thunder God's face slap. The golden flash becomes his brother on the spot. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and blood, rendered even more oppressive by their confrontation. Minato's azure eyes were fixed on Kamizuki Yu, the crimson windmill-shaped Sharingan instilling a profound sense of pressure within him. A lower ninja, capable of instantaneously slaying a jonin, employing an unheard-of space-time ninjutsu. This was beyond his comprehension. Are you a ninja of Konoha? Minato broke the silence. Despite the attire and headband that clearly indicated the boy's identity, he felt the need for confirmation. Kamizuki Yu calmly regarded the future 4th Hokage. As you can see, his response was brief, bolstered by the power of his sage body and the confidence granted by his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The calm demeanor of Minato Namikaze betrayed no malice from the other party, only an unfathomable tranquility. Was that technique your bloodline limit? Shingetsu Yu remained noncommittal. On the battlefield, any technique that could slay an enemy was deemed valuable. This response was tantamount to saying nothing at all, yet Minato did not press further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. For the moment, the situation on the battlefield had stabilized. Come back to the command tent with me. Your presence must be reported to Senior Nara Shikaku and the others. Minato extended an invitation. He needed to ascertain the origins of this youth and the controllability of such formidable power. Shingetsu Yu nodded slightly. Very well. He too required a credible identity to blend into this world, and making contact with the higher-ups of Konoha was the first step. Moreover, the newly refreshed sign-in location was at the command tent. The two traversed the war-torn battlefield, with Minato's speed extraordinary yet deliberately slowed. Frequently casting glances at the youth by his side, Shingetsu walked steadily, as if the recent horrific slaughter had no bearing on him. Soon, a sizable temporary tent came into view, heavily guarded, with patrolling Konoha ninjas casting wary glances. The moment they stepped into the tent's perimeter, Shingetsu silently intoned, "System. Sign in." Ding. Successfully signed in at the Konoha Frontline Command tent on the border of the Land of Fire. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine reward. Flying Thunder God Technique. Perfect mastery with technique improvement concepts. A torrent of complex and intricate information surged into his mind, encompassing everything about the Flying Thunder God Technique, from its fundamental principles to various applications, along with several astonishing methods of technique enhancement. Shingetsu briefly paused before resuming his normal pace. In his mind, countless golden runes of technique whirled, analyzing and reconstructing, ultimately transforming into an instinct he could master flawlessly. If Minato's Flying Thunder God was a creation of genius, what he now possessed was the perfected version, optimized to its zenith by the system, standing on the shoulders of giants. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was tense. Before the map, Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow, his signature mustache twitching slightly. Beside him, Akimichi Chusa crossed his arms, his expression equally grim. "Minato, you're back. What is the situation?" Nara Shikaku glanced up and was slightly taken aback upon seeing Shingetsu behind Minato. "The Iwa squad on the west side has been eliminated. This is Shingetsu, a Konoha genin who made significant contributions in this battle," Minato stated steadily, pausing to organize his thoughts. He single-handedly killed an Iwa jounin and at least 10 Iwa, chunin, and genin using an unknown space ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, the tent fell into silence. Both Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Chusa wore expressions of astonishment. A genin? Alone slaying a jounin? Using space ninjutsu? That sounds like a fairy tale, they mused. "Minato, are you certain?" Akimichi Chusa asked, his voice deep and imposing. "I witnessed it with my own eyes," Minato affirmed. From a corner, a slender figure with shining white eyes emerged, Hyuga Takuma, an elite jounin from the Hyuga branch, renowned for his speed and Byakugan's insight. "Captain Minato, this is Shingetsu, correct? To be able to kill a jounin is indeed impressive. However, the battlefield is complex, and sometimes luck plays a crucial role," he remarked, his tone laced with skepticism. "I have heard of your remarkable abilities, Shingetsu. Would you be willing to share some insights? After all, the battlefield is perilous, and greater understanding offers greater security." Though framed as a request for guidance, it was an implicit test. Nara Shikaku did not intervene. He, too, wanted to gauge the capabilities of this genin. Shingetsu had long grown accustomed to such probing. In his previous life as a corporate worker, the office politics were far more direct than this. A faint smile curled at his lips. Certainly. At that moment, Shingetsu's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Hyuga Takuma activated his Byakugan, his vision encompassing a full 360 degrees, yet he could not even catch a glimpse of Shingetsu's afterimage. A chill suddenly crept up his neck. Every hair on his body stood on end, instinctively prompting him to retaliate. A hand gripping a kunai had already lightly pressed against his carotid artery. The icy sensation rendered him rigid. Meanwhile, on the command map within the tent, peculiar and refined golden runes silently emerged at the table's corners, on the tent's supports, and even at the edge of the teacup before Nara Shikaku. These runes flickered in and out of existence. "Is this the Flying Thunder God Technique?" Minato was the first to exclaim. He recognized the distinctive technique markings and the elusive movement that had made him renowned, the Flying Thunder God. Yet, there was a difference. The technique employed by Shingetsu was more concise and discreet, executed with almost no chakra fluctuation, as if seamlessly blending into the very fabric of space. Hyuga Takuma felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. He sensed that if the kunai in Shingetsu's hand advanced even a fraction more, he would meet his demise on the spot. Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Chusa's expressions shifted from doubt to sheer astonishment. The instantaneous execution, the perfection of it, even surpassing certain details of Minato's Flying Thunder God. Could this truly be a technique mastered by a mere genin? Shingetsu retracted the kunai and took a step back, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. "I concede," Hyuga Takuma's face turned various shades, his mouth opening and closing, yet no words emerged. The speed he prided himself on paled in comparison to Shingetsu's prowess. Shingetsu-kun, your flying thunder god. Minato stepped forward, his azure eyes alight with excitement and curiosity. Your technique seems different from mine, more refined. He saw in Shingetsu-yu's version the potential to enhance his own technique. Shingetsu-yu responded calmly. I had some insights on the battlefield. I developed it myself. Such an explanation would not be taken seriously, yet no one would delve deeper. Genius often possesses its own peculiarities. Minato, however, felt as if he had found a kindred spirit and eagerly engaged Shingetsu-yu in a fervent discussion about the intricacies and applications of the Flying Thunder God technique. Shingetsu-yu, too, relished the opportunity to converse with this future Hokage, his mastery of knowledge allowing him to navigate the conversation with ease, occasionally offering unique insights that left Minato invigorated and exhilarated. Nara Shikaku observed the scene unfolding before him, his thoughts racing. A youth possessing mastery over the perfect sage body, though they were unaware of the specifics, its regenerative capabilities were remarkable, wielding an enigmatic space-eye technique. And executing such a sophisticated flying thunder god, this was no ordinary genius. This was a trump card capable of altering the tide of battle. Clearing his throat, Nara Shikaku interrupted the animated discussion between the two users of space ninjutsu. Shingetsu-yu, what are your thoughts on the current situation at Kikyo Mountain? He directly inquired, eager to assess the strategic vision of this young talent. Shingetsu-yu glanced at the map. His understanding of the Naruto storyline from his previous life afforded him clarity on the trajectory of this battle. Although Iwa's offensive was fierce, their supply lines were overly extended, particularly the critical point of the Torisaka Passage in the northwest, characterized by treacherous terrain that was easy to defend but difficult to assault. He extended his finger, marking an inconspicuous location on the map. If a select elite team could be dispatched to launch a thunderous surprise attack here, severing their supply lines and munitions, the rock-hidden army would inevitably descend into chaos without a fight. Nara Shikaku's pupils abruptly contracted. He had previously deliberated this strategy with the command center, yet it bore immense risks, requiring exquisite timing and troop deployment. However, Kamizuki-yu was able to pinpoint the essence of the plan with remarkable clarity. This scheme is excellent, but how can we ensure that the raiding force can penetrate the defenses of Rock Hidden and retreat unscathed? Nara Shikaku pressed for further clarification. Kamizuki-yu turned his gaze toward Minato Namikaze. With Captain Namikaze present, along with my Flying Thunder God technique and a contingent of elite Umbu, we can accomplish the mission before Rock Hidden even realizes what has transpired. His tone was calm, yet imbued with formidable confidence. Minato Namikaze's eyes sparkled with understanding. I see. Nara Shikaku regarded the youth before him. This self-proclaimed genin, Kamizuki-yu, whose worth had transcended that of a mere combat unit. I shall give your operational plan serious consideration. He then turned to Kamizuki-yu, his demeanor markedly transformed. From this moment forth, you shall be temporarily assigned to Captain Namikaze's direct team and follow orders. Chapter 4. Solo Mission at Command Center. Earth Dragon. Open the door. Community brings warmth. Physically. Nara Shikaku lightly tapped the table, and the atmosphere within the tent became dense due to Kamizuki-yu's proposal. Prior to the surprise attack on Torisaka Pass, should we first eliminate the command center at the rock-hidden frontline? Minato Namikaze echoed, his azure eyes scrutinizing the notion. This undoubtedly elevated the level of risk. Nara Shikaku pondered. The frontline commander of Rock Hidden, Earth Dragon, is a seasoned elite jonin. The defenses of his command center are predictably formidable. Kamizuki-yu's lips curled into a slight smile. I have a keen interest in that place. Beep. Special mission environment detected. New checkpoint refreshed. Rock Hidden Frontline Command Center. Mission objective. Eliminate Rock Hidden Frontline Commander Earth Dragon. The system's notification chimed at the opportune moment, validating his conjecture. You will go alone? Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow. A larger group would merely hinder progress. Kamizuki-yu replied succinctly. Nara Shikaku fixed his gaze upon him, attempting to discern any sign of wavering on that youthful face, but only saw a calm undercurrent. Very well. Nara Shikaku ultimately decided, the mission is entrusted to you. Remember, your safety is paramount. Minato Namikaze hesitated, ultimately settling on a single admonition: exercise utmost caution. Kamizuki-yu nodded slightly, and with a flicker of movement, he vanished from sight. Kamizuki traversed swiftly through the forest. The Flying Thunder God technique, supported by the vast chakra of the sage body, allowing for nearly instantaneous transitions. Beep. Approaching the rock-hidden alert zone, please proceed with caution. He paused in the shadow of a massive tree, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan silently activating, the crimson light swirling in his eyes. Ahead, several concealed chakra sources became vividly apparent, rock-hidden sentinels. He vanished once more. One rock-hidden sentinel was wholly focused on the subtle rustlings in the darkness. Entirely unaware of the Reaper lurking behind, a chill crept down his neck, and consciousness slipped into darkness, with a gentle twist of his right hand. The faint spatial distortion of Kamizuki had already severed the target's neck. He did not linger, continuing to the next marker. Along the way, rock-hidden patrols, whether in groups of 3 or 5, were silently erased before they could issue any warning. Some were devoured by Kamizuki, without a trace left behind. Others met their end in a swift, precise, throat-cutting motion with shurikens. The terrifying endurance granted by the sage body enabled him to lavish chakra freely, utilizing the combination of Flying Thunder God and Kamizuki to its fullest extent. Quite convenient, he mused inwardly. Before long, the contours of the rock-hidden frontline command center emerged in his sights. The defenses here were several tiers more secure than those of the outer sentinels. An imperceptible sensory barrier enveloped the entire area, with explosive tags hidden beneath the ground and several well-equipped sensory teams patrolling in fixed routes. Commander Earth Dragon was evidently no ordinary foe. Such a defensive arrangement would exact a heavy toll, even upon an elite Jonin squad, and would undoubtedly alert the entire camp. Yet, under the gaze of Kamizuki's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, all configurations appeared as mere illusions. The energy flow of the sensory barrier, the weak points of the chakra nodes, the precise locations of each explosive tag, and the trajectories of the patrol teams were all vividly reflected in his mind. It was no more than that. He transformed into a nearly imperceptible golden streak, landing with precision in a small gap within the energy flow of the sensory barrier. In the next instant, he materialized in the space of less than half a foot between two explosive tags, touching down soundlessly. The patrolling sensory team only sensed a barely detectable disturbance in the air and failed to perceive anything amiss. The command tent was now in view. At the entrance of the tent stood 4 rock-hidden Jonin, their presence steady and composed, clearly the personal guards of Earth Dragon. Kamizuki, you did not hesitate. Flying Thunder God. He abruptly appeared behind one of the guards. The guard felt a chill race up his spine, and just as he was about to react, a hand pressed firmly against his back. Kamizuki distortion. Following the silent pulse, the guard's body collapsed inward, deforming, without a sound, as he was absorbed into another dimension. Vanishing entirely. Almost simultaneously, Kamizuki hurled 2 specially crafted shurikens, imbued with Flying Thunder God technique, targeting the other 2 guards. The shurikens sliced through the air. The remaining 2 guards reacted swiftly, immediately adopting defensive stances. However, Kamizuki appeared before the 4th guard before the shurikens could reach their targets. Pure taijutsu erupted, his speed reaching its zenith. The guard's pupils were filled with a rapidly enlarging fist. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The 4th guard's ribcage shattered, and he was sent hurtling like a rag doll, crashing against the tent's support pillar, sliding to the ground, motionless. At this moment, the 2 specially crafted shurikens were barely deflected by the other 2 guards, who were still in shock. They looked around in horror, only to discover that the assailant had already vanished. Is he looking for me? A cold voice echoed between the 2. Kamizuki's figure had inexplicably materialized in that space, both hands reaching out to press against the heads of the 2 guards. Kamizuki. Another pair of nearly imperceptible spatial distortions occurred, and 2 heads separated from their bodies, blood gushing forth. From the onset of action to its conclusion, mere moments had elapsed. The 4 Jonin guards were entirely annihilated. Kamizuki pushed aside the tent's curtain and stepped inside. The tent was brightly lit, with a massive sand table in the center. A burly rock-hidden ninja with a stern countenance was wholly engrossed in analyzing the troop deployments on the sand table. This was none other than Earth Dragon, the frontline commander of Rock Hidden's current offensive. He appeared troubled by a particular tactical node, his brow furrowed. Kamizuki's footsteps were exceedingly light, but Earth Dragon, being a seasoned elite Jonin, possessed keen perception. The moment Kamizuki entered the tent, Earth Dragon abruptly raised his head. An overwhelming sense of danger, emanating from the depths of his soul, instantly gripped his heart. He spotted Kimizuki-yu, a seemingly ordinary youth, even displaying a hint of nonchalance. Yet those eyes, Earth Dragon's pupils constricted sharply, crimson and otherworldly. 3 spinning Magatama emitted an eerie aura that sent shivers down the spine. The Sharingan, and not just any Sharingan, but the Mangekyo Sharingan. When had such a youthful wielder of the Mangekyo appeared in Konoha? The Earth Dragon had no time for contemplation. His instincts for battle drove him to retaliate. Yet, all he could see was the bizarre Mangekyo pattern in his opponent's left eye spinning with increasing speed. An irresistible force of distortion enveloped his head in an instant. The final thought that flickered through the Earth Dragon's consciousness was one of endless horror and despair. Kamui. A soft sound echoed as the Earth Dragon's head was severed from his body, rolling onto the sandy ground, warm blood swiftly staining the meticulously drawn rivers and mountains. The expression on his face was forever frozen in the moment before death. Shingetsu-yu observed this scene quietly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Ding! Successfully eliminated the frontline commander of a Wagakure, Earth Dragon. Mission completed. Calculating rewards for the mission. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward, the Wagakure's secret technique. Heavy Earth technique, upgradable. New sign-in location updated. Central supply line, Bird Slope Passage. Shingetsu-yu shifted his gaze from the severed head to the updated sign-in location on the system panel. Bird Slope Passage. He turned and walked out of the tent, the moonlight casting a long shadow of his figure. Chapter 5. One man annihilates an army. Bird Slope Passage renamed as Divine Grace Road. The death of the Earth Dragon stirred a tempest at the Wagakure frontline. The morale of Konoha surged, seizing this rare opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack. The battlefield erupted in flames, and battle cries echoed across the land. Shingetsu-yu paid little heed to this. His figure had silently vanished behind the advancing front of Konoha. On the system panel, the words Bird Slope Passage were clear, guiding him toward a new direction. Days later, at the outskirts of Bird Slope Passage. It was a perilous gorge, flanked by towering cliffs, with only a narrow pathway in between, an ideal location to guard the supply line. Lord Yu, we have cleared all hidden Wagakure sentries in the vicinity, reported a Konoha Jonin, bowing respectfully, awe evident in his tone. Behind him stood several elite Konoha shinobi, silent yet efficient as war machines, their gazes toward Shingetsu-yu's back, filled with an indescribable fervor. This lord was always so calm and unperturbed, yet capable of creating miracles beyond imagination. You will remain here on guard. Handle any anomalies as you see fit. Shingetsu-yu waved his hand dismissively. Lord, the defenses within the passage must be formidable. Should we not? The Jonin attempted to interject. No need, came the two-word reply, devoid of any emotion, compelling the Jonin to swallow his subsequent words. He lowered his head. Understood. Shingetsu-yu said no more, his figure flickering as he melded into the shadows of the gorge. The remaining Konoha ninjas exchanged glances, ultimately sharing a bitter smile as they strictly adhered to his orders. They understood well that this lord's style of operation required no explanation and tolerated no interference. Inside Bird Slope Passage, the defenses were indeed stringent. Guards were stationed every 3 steps, with hidden fortifications and traps abound. The Wagakure clearly recognized the significance of this location, deploying heavy troops to secure it. Unfortunately, these defenses were as fragile as paper before Shingetsu-yu. He traversed like a phantom, the markings of the Flying Thunder God technique, silently leaping through the shadows. Occasionally enhanced by Kami's intangibility, effortlessly bypassing all surveillance. The patrolling IWA ninjas remained blissfully unaware of the lethal danger that brushed past them. Soon, he reached the core area of the supply line, a vast cavernous warehouse. At the entrance, several squads of elite IWA ninjas stood poised, including formidable Jonin with powerful chakra fluctuations. Shingetsu-yu chose not to launch a direct assault. Instead, he circled to the side of the warehouse, gently placing his palm against the mountain wall. The power of earth release activated, rendering the once solid rock as malleable as tofu beneath his touch. Silently, a passage large enough for a single person began to form. He slipped inside. The interior of the warehouse was vast, with mountains of supplies stacked in an orderly fashion, food, weapons, medical supplies, and explosive tags in abundance. The air was thick with the unique scent of a mix of nitrate and metal. Shingetsu Yu's gaze swept over these provisions, sufficient to sustain a large-scale campaign. Yet his heart remained unfazed. His only objective was to sign in. Reaching the center of the warehouse, he halted. System, sign in here. Ding. Host has arrived at the sign-in location, central supply line of a Mangekyo, Bird Slope Passage. Signing in. Ding. Successfully signed in at the central supply line. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a bloodline limit elimination. Dust release, beginner. A stream of profound information surged into his mind. The ultimate fusion of earth, wind, and fire chakra natures transcended the bloodline limit, aiming for the pinnacle of bloodline elimination. Dust release, a formidable power capable of disintegrating all matter to an atomic state. Shingetsu Yu closed his eyes, deeply contemplating the newly awakened strength within him. The initial sage body operated autonomously, its abundant vitality and sage chakra resonating wondrously with this newly birthed dust release power. Even in its nascent form, its destructive capability exceeded all expectations. A commendable strength, he murmured. Just as Shingetsu Yu completed his sign-in, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Boom! The entrances of the warehouse were simultaneously sealed off by massive boulders. Countless holes suddenly opened in the surrounding cliffs, from which powerful auras erupted. Whoosh! A torrent of shuriken and kunai rained down upon the center of the warehouse, sealing off all avenues of escape. Immediately after, dozens of figures surged from those openings, surrounding Shingetsu Yu completely. At the forefront stood Isekai'd Mangekyo Jonin, his presence particularly striking among the throng. He fixed his gaze upon Shingetsu Yu, bearing a grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Ha! At last, we've hooked this big fish. The ghost of Konoha. The laughter of the scarred Iwa ninja echoed within the confined warehouse, tinged with a cruel delight. With the commander slain, we knew Konoha would dispatch their finest to execute such a decapitation mission. Lord Ōtsutsuki is wise. He anticipated you would target our most crucial supply line. He pointed a finger at Shingetsu Yu, his tone brimming with arrogant certainty. Bird Slope Passage shall be your grave. We have laid a trap here, with 300 Iwa ninjas and 5 special jonin. Let us see how you escape this time. The surrounding Iwa ninjas erupted into sinister laughter, their eyes regarding Shingetsu Yu as though he were a caged beast. They indeed had the confidence to back their claims. With such meticulous arrangements, such overwhelming numbers, coupled with the elite forces recalled from the front line after their commander's demise, they were more than capable of exterminating any foe beneath the level of a Kage. Shingetsu Yu surveyed his surroundings, his expression remaining unperturbed. 300 Iwa ninjas. 5 special jonin. Quite the impressive force indeed. What a pity. A trap? He softly echoed, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. You seem utterly oblivious to the essence of power. The scarred-faced rock ninja furrowed his brow, a vague unease stirring within him. The opponent before him exhibited an unsettling calmness, one that felt less like an act and more akin to apathy. Stop with the theatrics. Attack. Reduce him to mere pulp. The scarred-faced rock ninja barked, suppressing his growing anxiety. Dozens of rock ninjas echoed his command, their hands gathering the luminous energy of various jutsu. Earth, fire, and wind chakra surged forth in a dazzling display. Shingetsu slowly raised his hands, palms pressed together. The potency of his basic sage body was summoned to its zenith, vast natural energy flooding into him. Simultaneously, the nascent force of dust release, a fusion of earth, wind, and fire, began to stir. The pupils of the scarred-faced rock ninja constricted sharply as he sensed a terrifying wave emanating from Shingetsu, one that sent shivers through his very soul. This was not merely a display of powerful chakra, it was a force of a higher order, one of sheer annihilation. Shingetsu's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every rock ninja present. Technique of original world separation. With a hum, a colossal, transparent cubic barrier expanded outward from Shingetsu, its speed and extent far exceeding the expectations of all rock ninjas. In an instant, the majority of the warehouse, along with nearly 100 charging rock ninjas, was enveloped within this transparent cube. What is this? I can't move. They screamed in terror. Inside the cube, the rock ninjas were horrified to discover an irresistible force of decomposition acting upon them. Their bodies, their weapons, the very ground beneath them. Even the jutsu they had just unleashed were vanishing at a visible rate, dissolving into nothingness. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar, only a chilling silence of obliteration. The scarred-faced rock ninja, standing at the edge of the cube, felt only a fraction of his arm graze the barrier, and that arm instantaneously vanished into the void. Pain and sheer terror seized him. "Quick! Retreat!" he shrieked, his voice distorted by his fear. Yet it was all too late. Under Shin Yueyo's mental control, the force of decomposition intensified within the transparent cube. The trapped rock ninjas, along with their piled supplies, were reduced to their most primitive molecular state within mere moments. Nothing remained. Only a vast, eerie expanse of blankness, as if that area and everything within it had been forcibly erased from existence. The horrifying visual impact shattered the resolve of the surviving rock ninjas. Nearly 100 comrades, including elite Chunin and even a special Jonin, had simply vanished without a trace. What a terrifying jutsu! Could such power truly be wielded by a mere human? Inside the warehouse, a deathly silence prevailed. The remaining rock ninjas, including the armless, scarred-faced leader, gazed at Shin Yueyu with expressions akin to that of a demon's. The sinister grins that once adorned their faces had been replaced by profound fear and despair. "Flee! We must escape!" A piercing scream erupted from an unknown source, and the remaining rock ninjas, like startled birds, abandoned all notions of orders and encirclement, scrambling toward the partially obstructed exits and the holes just created by their comrades. Panic ensued. Shin Yueyu stood at the edge of that vast blank area, refraining from pursuit. He calmly observed the disarrayed rock ninjas as they fled. One man is equivalent to an army. After today, this phrase would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on the hearts of the rock village ninjas. He lowered his gaze to his unscathed hands. The might of the original world separation technique surpassed his expectations, especially when merged with Sage Chakra. If this was the power at a basic level, what would it become if perfected? Shin Yueyu collected his thoughts, turning to delve deeper into the warehouse for supplies yet untouched by the technique. While most would be of little use to him, there were certainly some items that could be brought back to Konoha, such as numerous blank scrolls and high-quality chakra metal. He walked slowly, his feet gliding over the flawlessly smooth ground transformed by the original world separation technique. Chapter 6. Ōtsutsuki. Where is my dust release? Did that brat upgrade it in reverse? The devastation of the Torasaka Passage and the astonishing information regarding dust release reached the third Ōtsutsuki, Inoki, at an alarming speed. The atmosphere within the command center of Iwagakure was as tense as iron. Damn it! Inoki's diminutive frame erupted with fury, his punch crashing onto the stone table, which splintered under the force. The commander had fallen, nearly 100 ninjas had silently dissolved, and the entire supply line lay crippled. What infuriated him further was that the technique employed was of the same origin as his own, dust release. It was a blatant provocation and desecration of his power, that of the second Ōtsutsuki, and the pinnacle of Iwagakure's might. How dare that Konoha brat? Inoki's teeth ground together, his aged cheeks twitching with rage. He could not, would not, tolerate this. Prepare for battle. I shall personally confront that little brat. Inoki's orders left no room for negotiation. He intended to make that insufferably arrogant youth understand who truly possesses the essence of dust release. Meanwhile, Shin Yueyu, having cleared the aftermath of the Torasaka Passage, did not immediately return to Konoha. He stood at the edge of the vast blank expanse created by the original world separation technique, seemingly awaiting something. In the air, a formidable wave of chakra was rapidly approaching from the distance, its nature similar to the power he had just unleashed, yet tinged with a sense of age and complexity. Oh, is the main character arriving? A faint smile graced Shin Yueyo's lips, devoid of surprise. Having obliterated such a crucial stronghold of Iwagakure, it would indeed be peculiar if they did not retaliate in kind. He lifted his gaze toward the source of the chakra. Rather than passively waiting, he would take the initiative. He was eager to ascertain the true caliber of the native dust release. Before long, a small yet imposing figure hovered in midair before Shin Yueyu. It was none other than the third Ōtsutsuki, Inoki. Behind him trailed several elite rock ninjas, their faces grim and exuding an aura of lethal intent. Inoki's characteristic red nose stood out starkly against the backdrop of the sky as he fixed his gaze upon the youthful Shin Yueyu, his anger and disdain intertwining at the sight of such youthfulness. "You, impudent brat, have stolen my dust release?" Inoki's voice carried the weight of authority, laced with an imperceptible tremor. He could distinctly sense the residual chakra in the area, unmistakably dust release, and alarmingly pure. Shin Yueyu leaped lightly, suspending himself in midair, facing Inoki from a distance. "Stolen?" He chuckled softly, and shook his head. Lord Ōtsutsuki, one cannot speak in such a manner. He raised his hand slowly, forming a hand seal that resembled that of Inoki, though with subtle distinctions. The same technique, yet mine is the more refreshing. His tone was unassuming, yet brimming with profound confidence, or perhaps an air of superiority. Inoki's pupils suddenly constricted. What an arrogant brat! Unaware of his own mortality, he ceased his idle chatter, bringing his hands together with fervor, an overwhelming chakra surging from within. Dust release, original world extraction technique. A colossal, semi-transparent cubic barrier rapidly materialized before Inoki, descending upon Shingetsu with alarming swiftness. The edges of the cube shimmered with a perilous glow, its core teeming with a terrifying power capable of disintegration. This was his signature technique, a source of pride after decades of mastery. He could not fathom that this youth, still reeking of immaturity, could create any significant disturbance against such an attack. Yet, as the cataclysmic assault approached, Shingetsu maintained his serene demeanor, showing no inclination to evade. Let me demonstrate then. With hands clasped, he too invoked the dust release, original world extraction technique. However, the cube that emerged from Shingetsu's grasp presented a dramatically different spectacle. Its reach was far wider. The cube formed almost instantaneously, enveloping Inoki along with his released dust release barrier. Its edges were more solidified. Shingetsu's cubic barrier appeared as though composed of solidified glass, exuding an utterly pure essence of annihilation, astonishingly stable. Its might was even more ferocious. There was no anticipated violent clash, no mutual cancellation of energy. The moment Shingetsu's dust release cube took shape, Inoki was horrified to discover that his once proud dust release, the very disintegration barrier he had unleashed, was trembling. No, not trembling, it was disintegrating. Shingetsu's dust release cube, akin to a colossal beast with a life of its own, began to compress, disintegrate, and devour Inoki's own dust release with an unmatched ferocity. With a sudden force, as his dust release shattered, a violent backlash struck him. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, a sweetness in his throat, and blood uncontrollably spewed forth. His aged body plummeted from the sky like a marionette with severed strings. Boom. The ground was cratered, dust billowing everywhere. Several Ōtsutsuki jonin gasped in shock, rushing forward to assist. Lord Ōtsutsuki, are you all right? Inoki, lifted to his feet, bore blood at the corners of his mouth, his face as pale as paper. Yet he disregarded the pain coursing through him. He fixed his gaze on Shingetsu, who was slowly descending from above, his murky old eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, he murmured, his voice hoarse with excitement. Why is your dust release stronger than mine? This was not merely a slight superiority. It was a qualitative obliteration, a power from an entirely different dimension. He had immersed himself in dust release for decades, convinced he had perfected it, yet before this young man, his once proud bloodline felt as fragile as a sheet of paper. Shingetsu approached the injured Inoki, looking down upon him with an unruffled demeanor. There is nothing impossible. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every Ōtsutsuki ninja. Perhaps you are simply too old, Lord Ōtsutsuki. This statement pierced Inoki's heart like the sharpest blade. Shingetsu paused, seemingly choosing his words with care, or perhaps merely stating a fact. Or perhaps, your proud bloodline, in my eyes. He tilted his head slightly, revealing a smile that sent chills through the Ōtsutsuki crowd. Is merely that, just that. Those 4 words inflicted more humiliation and despair upon Inoki than any vile curse could. The dust release he had dedicated his life to mastering, the honor of being Ōtsutsuki, was reduced to such a trivial assessment in the eyes of this youth. Inoki's heart trembled violently, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. He understood now. Konoha had birthed an utterly unreasonable, out-of-spec monster. This individual not only wielded dust release, but his power surpassed his own, even capable of suppressing and devouring Inoki's dust release. Continuing this battle could very well cost him his life. The situation at Kikyo Mountain, along with the threat posed by Konoha, faded from his mind. Nothing mattered more than the future of Ōtsutsuki and his own existence. Gasping for breath, he summoned every ounce of strength to issue a hoarse command. Retreat. All forces, retreat. Immediately ceased the standoff with Konoha at Kikyo Mountain. He needed to return, to re-evaluate the threat level posed by this suddenly ascendant Konoha monster. Ōtsutsuki had provoked a being that should never have been trifled with. Although several Ōtsutsuki jonin were reluctant, They dared not defy the Ōtsutsuki's battered form, nor Shingetsu's inscrutable power. They helped Inoki and prepared to withdraw in disarray. Shingetsu merely observed them quietly, making no effort to impede their departure, as Inoki was assisted by his subordinates. He cast a final, deep gaze at the young man. That youthful visage would haunt him for the rest of his days. He struggled to divert his gaze. Chapter 7. Just hit SSR at Hokage Rock. Minato invited me to be CEO, and Kumogakure came to deliver KPI? The smoke of battle at Kikyo Mountain dissipated prematurely due to the might of a single individual. Konoha village reveled in an almost surreal euphoria. As Shingetsu appeared alongside the victorious ninjas led by Minato at the village gates, they were met with thunderous applause akin to a tidal wave. Lord Shingetsu. It is Lord Shingetsu returning. Countless villagers flooded the streets, showering him with flowers and ribbons. The fervor of the crowd even momentarily overshadowed the golden glow of the sun. Their expressions towards Shingetsu were filled with reverence and fervor. This young man had single-handedly defeated the third Ōtsutsuki, compelling Iwagakure to retreat entirely, a monumental chapter in Konoha's history. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, personally led a cadre of high-ranking officials to welcome him at the Hokage building. Observing Shingetsu's approach, a genuine smile spread across his aged face. Shingetsu, you have rendered an extraordinary service to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice echoed through the plaza via a sound amplification technique. By unanimous decision of the higher-ups, you are awarded the title of Konoha's Guardian Star, along with a special merit award, a bounty of 10 million ryo, and the option to choose any 3 S-rank ninjutsu scrolls. The surrounding ninjas and villagers erupted into even more enthusiastic applause and cheers. Shingetsu felt no particular attachment to these titles and rewards. To him, they were but a matter of course. Thank you, Hokage-sama, he replied calmly. This tranquility only added to the aura of mystery surrounding him in the eyes of the crowd. The grand welcome ceremony continued for quite some time. Once the throng gradually dispersed, Shingetsu skillfully evaded the eager villagers and ninjas who wished to approach him, making his way alone beneath Hokage Rock. The colossal stone sculpture stands as a symbol of the will and heritage of Konoha. Beneath the visage of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, he silently recites, System, sign in. Ding. Successful sign in at Hokage Rock, beneath the first Hokage's face. Congratulations to the host for obtaining partial Ashura Chakra. An indescribable surge of pure power flows into his body. This chakra is vast and boundless, imbued with vibrant life force and a profound sense of love, seamlessly merging with his sage body. The quality of his sage body seems to have experienced a subtle elevation, and his affinity for would release has simultaneously surged. Quite splendid. Shingetsu feels the transformation within him. This continuous sensation of enhancement is undeniably gratifying. The voice of Minato Namikaze resonates from behind him. He approaches Shingetsu, and together they gaze up at the towering Hokage Rock. This time, it is truly thanks to you, Minato expresses sincerely. Had it not been for you, the battle at Kikyo Mountain would have cost us countless comrades. His blue eyes brim with gratitude. Shingetsu slightly tilts his head, casting a glance at him. It was merely a trifling effort. Minato chuckles at this, realizing that defeating the Ōtsutsuki, Inoki, and turning the tide of war is, in Yu's eyes, just a matter of triviality. This calmness and strength evoke both admiration and a slight pressure within him. Minato hesitates momentarily but ultimately speaks. I aspire to become the Hokage who protects this village. He gazes intently at the faces of the past Hokages carved into the rock, his tone imbued with hope and determination. If that day truly comes, I hope you will be my most vital support, standing alongside me to safeguard Konoha and forge a brighter future. Minato looks earnestly at Shingetsu, extending an invitation to become a partner of the Hokage. A pillar for the future Hokage? Shingetsu's heart remains unperturbed. He holds little interest in power, yet if Minato were to become Hokage, it might not be a misfortune for him. At the very least, Minato is a trustworthy individual. Moreover, he truly requires a stable home to sign in. Very well. He consents. These two simple words ease Minato's tension, and a radiant smile spreads across his face. Wonderful. At that moment, a masked Umbu ninja appears in an instant. Kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama. Minato-sama. The Umbu's tone is urgent. We have received emergency intelligence. Our reconnaissance team stationed at the border with the Cloud Village has reported signs of a large-scale gathering of ninjas, with unclear intentions. The previously relaxed atmosphere instantly stiffens. The shadow of war seems far from dissipated. Minato's smile fades, his brow furrowing. The Cloud Village? The figure of Hiruzen Sarutobi also appears nearby, evidently having received the same report. It appears some do not wish for our peace to continue, Hiruzen remarks solemnly. Shingetsu is not surprised by this. The peace in the ninja world has always been as fragile as paper. The end of one war often serves merely as the prelude to the next conflict. He nods slightly at the frowning Minato. Rest assured, I am here. His tone, though calm, carries an undeniable strength. Minato's unease diminishes slightly. Yes, with Shingetsu present. This man who has created miracles may indeed become Konoha's most steadfast support. Shingetsu begins to contemplate the implications of the Cloud Village's movements. This suggests that new sign-in locations may need to be refreshed. The Land of Lightning could indeed be a splendid choice. He wonders what marvelous rewards he might sign in for there. Perhaps he could venture to the Cloud and Thunder Gorge? Or directly challenge the future Fourth Raikage? A subtle smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. Hiruzen Sarutobi glances at Shingetsu and then at Minato. Minato, please accompany me to the Hokage office. We need to discuss this matter in detail. Yes, Sensei, Minato replies. He turns to Shingetsu once more. About the village matter, I understand, Shingetsu interrupts. Some things do not need to be stated explicitly. Minato nods and swiftly departs with Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Umbu ninja vanishes as well. Beneath Hokage Rock, Shingetsu is left alone once more. He gazes up at the immense statue. The residual essence of Ashura chakra still courses through him. What awaits him next? He turns and walks away slowly. Chapter 8. Sign in at the Vortex Clan's Ancestral Hall Max. Villain. Has this newcomer activated cheats? Reporting. The smoke of war has momentarily lifted, granting Konoha a rare respite. Yet, in Shingetsu's eyes, this illusory peace is but a fleeting calm before the impending storm. The disturbances from the Cloud Village and Minato's expectations urge him forward. Becoming stronger is the only veritable truth for survival in this world. His gaze drifts towards the depths of the Forest of Fire, to the long-forgotten ruins of the Vortex Clan. His familiarity with the plot, combined with the extraordinary perception granted by the Sage Body and Ashura Chakra, allows him to easily discern Konoha's patrol arrangements. His figure moves like the wind, silently weaving through the dense forest. The ninjas of Konoha, at this moment, seem inconsequential to him. It is not a display of skill, but a simple desire to avoid disturbances during such a crucial sign-in. Soon, a sight enveloped in unique chakra fluctuations appears at the edge of his vision. The ruins of the Vortex Clan have arrived. The air is thick with the scent of decay from ages past, and the crumbling stone pillars and collapsed eaves silently narrate tales of former glory and demise. Only the relatively intact shrine in the center continues to emit a faint yet resilient chakra pulse, as if the indomitable spirit of this once mighty clan stubbornly endures through time. Shingetsu steps into the shrine. The interior is vast and desolate, with only a stone platform at the center bearing a massive vortex symbol, indicating its core significance. He halts before the stone platform. System, sign in. A thought sends forth a silent command. Ding. Successful sign-in at the Vortex Clan's shrine. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. 1. Diamond Lock, perfect mastery. 2. Pure Vortex Bloodline, significantly enhances physique, chakra recovery speed max. The system's notification resonates in his mind. Here it comes. A torrent of profound knowledge on sealing techniques floods his consciousness, alongside countless intricate applications of Diamond Lock, instantly etching themselves into him as if they were innate. Concurrently, an incredibly pure bloodline power, infused with a potent life force, surges from within him, swiftly integrating into his limbs and bones. This strength begins to meticulously refine his body, each cell rejoicing in jubilation. The immense vitality and chakra bestowed by the Sage Body are already formidable. Now, when combined with the exquisitely pure Vortex Bloodline, the two harmoniously meld, enhancing each other. An indescribable sensation of fullness envelopes him. Life force feels truly infinite. The recovery speed of chakra has reached an astonishing level, almost replenishing with the mere thought. This sensation is truly exquisite. Shinryu slightly raised his hand, his fingers curling gently. Suddenly, several solid golden chakra chains appeared out of thin air, swirling and dancing around him, emitting faint sounds of slicing through the air. The surface of the chains flowed with profound runes, imbued with the formidable power to seal all things. Diamond Lock, perfectly mastered. There was no need for hand seals. With a mere thought, the chains manifested themselves. This was not merely a mastery of technique, but a profound awakening of instinct deep within his bloodline. A genuine smile finally graced his lips. This journey was not in vain. The purity of the whirlpool bloodline brought not only an enhancement in vitality and chakra recovery, but also a fundamental transformation. The strengthening of his physique elevated his affinity for and control over various energies to a new level. He could even sense that his communication with natural energy seemed to flow more smoothly. Perhaps the power of Sage Mode could also receive further amplification. As his thoughts flowed, Shinryu began to explore new possibilities. While Diamond Lock was formidable, using it in a routine manner would be a waste. Could the power of Kimui, originating from Uchiha Obito yet bearing its own uniqueness, be combined with this sealing technique? With a subtle shift of his mind, the tips of the swirling golden chains suddenly took on a somewhat ethereal quality, as if suspended between reality and illusion, possessing an elusive nature. Success. The partial ethereality rendered the trajectory of the chains more unpredictable, exponentially increasing the difficulty of defense. Moreover, with Kimui's understanding of space, he might be able to momentarily seal the space with these chains. This thought, once conceived, could not be restrained. Utilizing the characteristics of Diamond Lock, in conjunction with the spatial power of Kimui, to create a small-scale, short-duration absolute spatial confinement was not out of reach. If successful, it would become an extraordinarily terrifying trump card. Just as Shinryu was immersed in the joy brought by his newfound power and the subsequent development of ideas, a subtly concealed yet bone-chilling malicious gaze was cast upon him from a distant, unknown direction. This gaze pierced through his perception like an invisible poison needle, fleeting and almost making one doubt their senses. Yet, Shinryu's perception was remarkably keen, enhanced by the sage body, Azura chakra, and the pure whirlpool bloodline layered upon one another, allowing him to surpass ordinary people's understanding of the external world. It was no illusion. His movements froze in an instant, and the smile that had just begun to form vanished. His vast perception unfurled like a tidal wave, enveloping dozens of miles around him. Every rustle of the forest, every chirp of insects and birds, was within his grasp. However, the source of that malice vanished without a trace, like a mud cow sinking into the sea, leaving no evidence behind, as if it had never existed. Intriguing. Someone could achieve such a level of concealment and probing beneath his perception. This was not something an ordinary ninja could accomplish. Within Konoha? Unlikely. That malice bore a coldness and greed that was inhuman. Was it directed at the remnants of the Whirlpool clan, or at him? Or perhaps, had his recent actions finally drawn the attention of some lurking entity beneath the surface? For instance, that individual who had been devoted to collecting various bloodline limits and conducting inhumane experiments? Orochimaru? Or was there a deeper darkness that had begun to stir? Indeed, the days of tranquility were humorously brief. So be it. This world was never a place where one could rest easy. Since trouble always sought him out, let it come. All he needed to ensure was that when trouble arrived, he possessed the power to crush it effortlessly. Shinryu withdrew his outward perception, his chakra flowing steadily within. As if the previous shock had merely been a fleeting interlude. The newly acquired power required time for adaptation and development, particularly the combination of Diamond Lock and Kimui, which warranted his attention. He glanced once more at the shrine that bore the last glory and lament of the Whirlpool clan. Then, he turned and vanished into the depths of the dense forest with a few flickers, leaving no trace behind. Only the ancient stone platform remained, awaiting the next millennium in silence. Chapter 9. The Opening Gambit. Shinryu versus Obito, both wielding Kimui. What gives you the upper hand? The source of that malice must be uncovered. Rather than waiting passively, it is better to strike first. With a firm resolution, Shinryu quietly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. A faint, almost imperceptible spatial fluctuation was the only trace left by the intruder's probing. This served as his guide. His form transformed into a nearly untraceable flash of light, disappearing in an instant. At the border of the Land of Wind, in a desolate valley, several fierce rogue ninjas stood respectfully before a man in a black cloak wearing an orange whirlpool mask. The mask revealed only one right eye, deep and shadowy. "How goes the operation?" rasped a voice from beneath the mask, devoid of any emotion. "My lord, the resistance from the surrounding small villages has been virtually eradicated. They will soon voluntarily join us," the lead rogue ninja stated, but before he could finish, an overwhelming presence suddenly descended upon them. A wave of dread washed over everyone. The masked man abruptly looked up, a flicker of doubt crossing his single eye. The space around them twisted slightly, and a figure materialized not far from them. Shinjueyu stood with arms crossed, his expression indifferent, as if merely out for a stroll. Are you all having a delightful conversation? His gaze swept over the rogue ninjas and finally rested on the masked man. It is indeed you, Uchiha Obito. Or should I now call you Toby? Or masked man? The attire, the singular eye, and the faint remnants of space-time ninjutsu were unmistakable. Who are you? The voice beneath the mask took on a serious tone for the first time. Having sensed the unexpected arrival of this individual, this feeling was quite unsettling. Shinjueyu offered no response, merely lifting his left hand. Uninvited guests are typically unwelcome. The masked man snorted coldly. The pattern in his right eye Sharingan suddenly solidified. Kamui, the target, Shinjueyu. A powerful suction force emerged from nowhere, distorting the surrounding space violently, as if to engulf Shinjueyu entirely. The rogue ninjas, terrified, scrambled to escape the horrific center. Yet, Shinjueyu remained rooted in place, unmoved. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. You wish to showcase the same trick before me? In the next moment, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in Shinjueyu's left eye erupted with an even deeper and more potent power. Kamui, Buzz, two forces of spatial distortion, identical in nature yet vastly different in power and precision, clashed violently in midair. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the grating sound of space tearing apart. In a space of several dozen meters centered around two individuals, the surroundings resembled a shattered mirror, continuously generating cracks that were forcefully mended. Obito's lone eye narrowed in disbelief. How is this possible? His God's might was being forcibly disrupted by the opponent's God's might, and he sensed a subtle trend of being suppressed. The adversary not only possessed God's might, but wielded it with power far exceeding his own. What manner of monster had emerged from the shadows? Shimizu's God's might, optimized by the system, was not only more potent, but also consumed less energy and bore no side effects. Controlling it was effortless. Your God's might appears rather unstable, Shimizu remarked with an unyielding tone that brooked no argument. Obito let out a low grunt, forcibly channeling his ocular power to stabilize the distorted space around him. Yet, Shimizu's God's might gnawed at and dismantled his strength like a parasite. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity when Obito's God's might faltered and his focus wavered, Shimizu moved with the swiftness of teleportation. The terrifying power granted by the sage body fused seamlessly with the unmatched speed bestowed by Ashura's chakra. There were no elaborate ninjutsu, just a straightforward, unadorned punch aimed directly at the masked head of Obito. A sense of alarm surged within Obito. Danger. With no time for contemplation, the phasing ability of God's might instinctively activated. He was confident that no one in this world could harm him while phasing. However, Shimizu's fist bore not only the overwhelming force of Sage Chakra, but also a nearly imperceptible distortion of God's might. Just as the fist was about to pierce through Obito's mask, his phasing experienced an unexpected moment of stagnation. Although it lasted only a fraction of a second, it was more than sufficient for a powerhouse like Shimizu. Bang! The gale from the punch grazed past Obito's head. Though he barely managed to complete the phasing in time to evade a lethal blow, the peculiar power of God's might still left its mark. A clear crack appeared along the edge of his orange vortex mask with a distinct sound. Beneath the mask, Obito's body trembled violently. His phasing was disrupted? How could this be? His God's might phasing was his greatest reliance, his trump card in the ninja world. That someone could interfere with or nearly unravel his phasing was unfathomable. Who on earth was this person? Obito retreated rapidly, distancing himself from Shimizu. His singular eye now filled with suspicion and trepidation. For the first time, he felt a palpable threat. The seemingly youthful figure before him harbored unfathomable strength and inscrutable methods. The few rogue ninjas had already been rendered motionless by the residual shockwaves of their clashing God's might, now too terrified to breathe. They had never imagined that their once invincible master would suffer such a significant setback right from the outset. Shimizu retracted his fist and shook his hand. Quick reflexes, but alas, the quality of your mask leaves much to be desired. This remark deepened the shadow on Obito's face hidden beneath the mask. Who are you really? Obito's voice, once gravelly, now carried a barely perceptible hint of fury. A concerned citizen passing by, Shinmizu replied whimsically. I wanted to give you a surprise. A surprise? This is a damn fright. Obito's mind was in turmoil. When did Konoha produce such a formidable figure? He prided himself on knowing the strong within Konoha intimately, Minato, the Sannin. Even those reclusive old-timers. Yet, none matched up to the person before him. Moreover, this individual possessed God's might, one that surpassed his own. Could he be a hidden trump card of the Uchiha clan? No. If the Uchiha had such a figure, Madara's plans would likely have long since succeeded. He dared not ponder further. What is your objective? Obito forced himself to regain composure. Nothing much, Shinmizu shrugged. Just thought some mice shouldn't scurry about in the dark and disturb others' slumber. This statement was undeniably directed at him. Obito's murderous intent nearly overflowed. Yet he recognized that now was not the time for rash actions. The opponent's strength was at least at the pinnacle of the Hokage level, possibly even beyond. Especially with the ability to interfere with phasing, which filled him with dread. Continuing the fight would yield no benefits for him and could expose him further. We shall meet again. Obito cast a deep glance at Shinmizu, as if etching his visage into his very soul. As he spoke, the tomo in his right eye began to spin once more. God's might activated. This time, it was not for an attack, but for retreat. His body began to distort, preparing to merge into another space. Shinmizu made no attempt to stop him. Patience would yield greater rewards. Today was merely an appetizer, a reminder for the future mastermind. He wanted him to know that this world was not one he could manipulate at will. I shall be at your service, Shinmizu smiled faintly. Obito's figure vanished completely into the distorted space, as if he had never been there. The rogue ninjas exchanged fearful glances, trembling in terror. Your master has fled. Shinmizu remarked with a sidelong glance at them. Now, it is your turn. His tone remained calm. But the rogue ninjas felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. After a brief moment, the valley returned to silence. With only several cold corpses remaining to testify to the fleeting yet perilous encounter that had transpired, Shinmizu stood in place, lost in thought. Obito's God's might was indeed peculiar. Had it not been for his system-optimized God's might, backed by the sage body and Ashura's chakra, subduing him so easily today would have been a formidable challenge. Moreover, this individual could indeed disrupt phasing. Though it lasted merely an instant, it was enough to be fatal. It seemed prudent to remain vigilant when confronting Obito in the future. However, today's display should keep him in check for a while, instilling an unprecedented sense of caution and wariness. This way, he would refrain from engaging in his usual clandestine schemes. The mask is cracked, Shinmizu recalled the earlier scene. I wonder if he will don a new one next time we meet. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. Once again, he expanded his perception, confirming the absence of any other onlookers before his figure flickered and vanished from the scene. Trouble indeed tends to seek one out more interestingly. At least it allows for the upper hand. Shinmizu's figure melded once more with the winds. Chapter 10. Is Izanagi so easily activated? Obito, your facade is truly insufficient. The brief skirmish with the masked man had sounded an alarm within Shinmizu. Obito's God's might was indeed troublesome. Had it not been for his system-optimized God's might, along with the sage body and Ashura's chakra as a foundation, the outcome would have been uncertain. The future's endless web of conspiracies, the Nine Tails turmoil, the Uchiha clan's annihilation, all these events would require even deeper reserves to confront. His current strength was still insufficient for him to rest easy. His gaze fell upon a heavily guarded area within the Hidden Leaf Village, the forbidden grounds of the Uchiha clan. The South He Shrine. There lay concealed the most profound secrets and powers of the Uchiha lineage. The ink-black night perfectly cloaked his movements. With a few deft leaps across the rooftops of Konoha, Kamizuki-yu approached the perimeter of the South He Shrine. The patrolling ninjas of the Uchiha security force, with their keen eyes, vigilantly scanned their surroundings. In the shadows, figures of the Leaf's Umbu lurked. For ordinary ninjas, this place was akin to a den of dragons and tigers. However, Kamizuki-yu possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. He had already inscribed countless Flying Thunder God seals throughout Konoha, and the vicinity of the South He Shrine was no exception. With a slight stir of his mental energy, the space rippled. In the next instant, he had crossed all defenses and silently appeared within the shadows of the main structure of the shrine. The interior of the shrine was profound, the air thick with ancient atmosphere. Drawing on his memory of the original narrative, he effortlessly located the entrance to the underground chamber. Descending the spiraled stone steps, a chilling dampness met him. At the end of the chamber, a massive stone tablet stood silently. The tablet was inscribed with intricate ancient characters, emanating an unsettling chakra fluctuation. This was the secret stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths. Standing before the tablet, Kamizuki Yu adjusted his breath. System. Check in here, he silently intoned. Ding. Successfully checked in at the South He Shrine's secret stone tablet. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Uchiha Forbidden Technique, Izanagi and Izanami. No side effects version, limited daily uses. The system's notification chimed sweetly. In an instant, a torrent of immense information surged into Kamizuki Yu's mind, revealing all the mysteries of Izanagi and Izanami. Izanagi, at the cost of the Sharingan, could restore the user's state to any moment in time, even converting adverse factors into mere dreams while manifesting favorable conditions into reality. Izanami, also sacrificing the Sharingan, was a forbidden technique that dictated fate. Once ensnared, one would be trapped in an infinite loop of similar scenarios until they conceded to their destiny. The version provided by the system completely eliminated the side effect of blindness after use. The cost was a limitation on daily usage. Izanagi could be used once per day, and Izanami could also be used once per day. Such restrictions left Kamizuki Yu more satisfied. Preventing abuse and ensuring these two forbidden techniques became true trump cards for critical moments. With the completion of the check-in, Kamizuki Yu found that the content of the tablet, which he had previously been unable to fully decipher due to limitations of his ocular powers, now appeared strikingly clear. It was as if invisible hands had parted the mists before him. The origins of the Uchiha and Senju, the fateful entanglement of Indra and Ashura, and even the initial form of the infinite Tsukuyomi, countless ancient secrets unfolded before his eyes. This information deepened his understanding of the world. As he meticulously read the contents of the tablet, an exceedingly faint yet exceptionally peculiar chakra fluctuation emanated from deeper within the stone. This chakra belonged neither to the Uchiha nor the Senju. It was older, more ethereal, imbued with an indescribable sense of detachment, as if it hailed from beyond the stars. Could it be the Ōtsutsuki? A thought flickered in Kamizuki Yu's mind. It seemed that beneath this tablet lay even deeper secrets. He refrained from probing further. The time was not yet ripe. With the acquisition of the no-side effect Izanagi and Izanami, Kamizuki Yu felt bolstered, as if he had become the scribe of fate, possessing more means to rewrite tragedy. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan's annihilation could not be permitted to repeat. The fates of Minato and Kushina must also be rewritten. Silently exiting the underground chamber of the South He Shrine, he stirred not a soul. The night breeze brushed coolly against his hair. Kamizuki Yu gazed toward the direction of Hokage Rock. Kushina's due date drew ever closer. That fellow Obito should be preparing for it as well. The Nine-Tails incident. This time, he would not succeed. He needed to devise a meticulous plan to ensure absolute safety. With a flicker of his form, Kamizuki Yu melded once more into the night, vanishing from sight. Chapter 11. Countdown to the Nine-Tails incident. Obito, the advantage is mine. Kamizuki Yu, say that again. The impending birth of Uzumaki Kushina loomed over the higher-ups of Konoha like a massive boulder. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, personally oversaw preparations, mobilizing forces to ensure everything proceeded without a hitch. Minato Namikaze remained steadfastly by his wife's side, his brow furrowed with concern and tension. The location of the delivery room was intensely secretive, situated on the outskirts of the village, heavily guarded by layers of barriers, preventing ordinary ninjas from approaching. Elite Umbu members stood vigilant, 3 paces apart, watching for any signs of disturbance. The air was thick with the tension of an impending storm. Kamizuki Yu's figure flitted like a specter through the surrounding dense forest. The barriers set by Konoha appeared to him as mere illusions. He had already discerned the conspiracy of the masked man, Uchiha Obito, seizing the moment of Kushina's delivery, when the seal of the Nine-Tails would be at its weakest. To capture the beast was a plot that suited his style. With a light touch of his fingertip, he subtly wove more intricate and obscure composite barrier runes into the night, covering an area broader than Konoha's official defense perimeter. These barriers not only possessed formidable defensive and isolating capabilities, but also had the ability to trace back any chakra attempting to breach them. How delightful, Obito! He mused to himself, a hint of amusement in his voice. The Flying Thunder God technique seals were discreetly arranged at various critical nodes, like pieces placed on a chessboard, awaiting the player's command. Should any situation arise, he could arrive in an instant. Having completed these arrangements, Kamizuki, you did not pause. The overwhelming perception of the sage body was unleashed in full, perfectly integrating with Ashura's chakra and his keen insight into natural energy. An invisible web of perception unfurled from him, extending in all directions. Soon, at a distant hollow far from the delivery location, a distorted vortex silently manifested, and a figure clad in an orange, single-eyed mask emerged. Found you. A smile curved at the corners of Kamizuki-Yu's lips. Obito believed himself to be perfectly concealed, unaware that every move he made, including his unique spatio-temporal fluctuations, had long been locked onto by Kamizuki-Yu's mind's eye. That fellow was still cautiously observing Konoha's defenses, likely reveling in the meticulousness of his plan. How pitiful and laughable. Kamizuki, you could even see a swirling shadow of black and white material beside Obito. That was Zetsu. Both had come. How fortuitous. It spared him the effort of seeking them out. Kamizuki, you had long been prepared for Obito's proud Kimui. The specially crafted space confinement scroll was sufficient to temporarily render his space-time ninjutsu ineffective. Additionally, there was the clear heart-bright mirror powder, specifically designed to counter advanced jinjutsu of the Sharingan. Although he likely wouldn't make use of it himself, preparing a portion for Minato was a prudent choice. These were all meticulously selected gifts he had prepared for the welcoming ceremony. He did not alert anyone, including Minato, who was merely a stone's throw away. Firstly, he wished to present Obito with an unforgettable surprise. Secondly, at such a pivotal moment in history, the rewards for system sign-ins would undoubtedly be substantial. He did not want to risk a deviation in the narrative by giving an early warning and thereby missing a golden opportunity. Within the birthing barrier, Kushina's agonizing moans echoed intermittently, each sound tugging at the heartstrings of the guardian. The fluctuations of chakra in the air grew increasingly chaotic, and the ominous aura of the Nine Tails became restless. The seal was weakening. Ōtsutsuki could distinctly sense that Minato's chakra was also somewhat unstable, evidently due to his agitated state. Do not worry, Teacher Minato, I have everything under control, he mused silently. He needed the perfect moment, the instant when Obito believed he had succeeded. Filled with pride and satisfaction, then he would ruthlessly pull him down from his lofty heights. Such an expression would undoubtedly be exquisite. The night air grew cooler, and the rustling leaves masked many subtle sounds. Ōtsutsuki adjusted his stance, settling more comfortably into the shadows. He was waiting for that foolish avenger to willingly leap into the web he had so carefully woven. Time ticked away, second by second. Kushina's cries grew more frequent and increasingly feeble. The tension within the barrier was almost palpable. Finally, in the distant valley, the chakra that belonged to Obito stirred. It carried a sense of impatience intertwined with a cruel resolve. He was coming. A cold smile slowly crept across Ōtsutsuki's lips. It is time for me to write the script. Chapter 12. The Perfect Nine Tails Chakra. Ōtsutsuki, I hear you're quite large. Are 9 tails enough? Inside the barrier, the wail of an infant shattered the tension. Uzumaki Kushina, drenched in sweat, radiated a weak yet blissful smile. Naruto, our child. Minato held her hand tightly, his eyes moistening. However, this tender moment was abruptly torn asunder by an unforeseen calamity. Outside the birthing barrier, several Umbu guardians simultaneously fell silent, as if their lives had been snuffed out by an invisible hand. A figure pierced through the still-repairing weak point of the barrier, appearing like a specter. The orange single-eye mask obscured a gaze of cold indifference. Who is it? The midwife and medical ninjas gasped, attempting to intervene. Obito's movements did not falter. With a swift strike, several figures collapsed limply. His sole target was the newly born Jinchuriki, whose seal was at its weakest. The Sharingan activated. Within Kushina, the recently unstable chakra of the 9 tails was forcibly drawn forth. A piercing scream replaced the joy of new motherhood. Kushina. Minato's eyes widened in fury. Obito's hand shot towards the newly born Naruto with such speed that it left only an afterimage. The fourth Hokage's voice, laced with mockery and cruelty, warned, "Stay away from the Jinchuriki, or this child will perish within a minute of birth." Naruto cried out as he was grasped in Obito's hand. Minato's body stiffened, his golden hair framing a face twisted in rage and anxiety. To protect his wife or his child, the weight of that momentary choice felt insurmountable. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Minato's voice came out hoarse from the strain. "I am here to end it all," Obito replied nonchalantly. "Hand over the 9 tails, or watch your son die." The kunai in his hand pressed gently against Naruto's delicate neck. Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, Minato vanished. The next moment, he was cradling Naruto, having reappeared at the opposite end of the room. Yet this was precisely the opening Obito had been waiting for. I've caught you. Jinchuriki. His hand clamped down like a vice on the frail Kushina. Kimui, activated, and the distorted space swallowed Kushina whole. Kushina. Minato roared, and Naruto, sensing his father's despair, cried even louder. The tranquility of the Hidden Leaf village was shattered in that moment. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted from the village's core. Flames soaring into the sky. The massive and fearsome figure of the Nine-Tails emerged within the Hidden Leaf, its crimson eyes filled with the desire for destruction and chaos. Each sweep of its tail brought down buildings and the anguished cries of countless civilians. The Nine-Tails' roar reverberated throughout the village. Obito had brought Kushina to a secluded glade outside the village, where a certain ritual had already been prepared. The resilience of the Uzumaki clan was remarkable. He thought as he gazed upon the bound and gasping Kushina. But this was the end. He formed hand seals. Come forth, Nine-Tails. Kushina's body convulsed violently. The sealing runes on her abdomen shattering inch by inch, and more agonizing screams erupted from her throat. The colossal red chakra was forcibly extracted from her being. It was the epitome of pain as life was drawn away. A Jinchuriki without their tailed beast faced only death. Kushina's red hair lost its luster. Her life force rapidly dissipating. Obito coldly observed the scene, then carelessly discarded her, as one would toss aside a useless piece of trash. His gaze turned toward the rampaging Nine-Tails in the Hidden Leaf. Go, wreak havoc, burn everything to the ground. Under the control of the Sharingan, the Nine-Tails attacked everything in sight with even greater ferocity. Fire, smoke, screams, and despair enveloped the entire village. Minato entrusted Naruto to the surviving Anbu, who had been knocked out but survived, and used Flying Thunder God to transfer Kushina to a relatively safe barrier. Watching his wife's face, pale as paper, his heart felt as though it were being torn apart. Yet he could not pause. He was the Hokage, donning the ceremonial robe embroidered with the fourth Hokage insignia. Minato resolutely charged toward the Nine-Tails. Kushina reached out her hand, longing to grasp something, but it fell helplessly. Obito stood above, surveying the inferno consuming the Hidden Leaf. A twisted smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. The ninjas of the Hidden Leaf were as insignificant as ants before the Nine-Tails. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had also arrived on the battlefield, organizing a defense. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. The destruction wrought by the Nine-Tails drew the full might of the Hidden Leaf. Next, he could leisurely execute his next move, completely obliterating the village he once loved and now loathed, or fully control the Nine-Tails to become his most formidable weapon. Everything was within his grasp. Just as Obito reveled in the ecstasy of revenge, Ōtsutsuki's figure silently appeared in the glade where Kushina had been abandoned. This was the temporary altar where Minato and Kushina had sealed the Nine-Tails using corpse demon technique in the original story. At this moment, Kushina lay there, her life force on the verge of extinguishing. What a pitiful sight, Senior Kushina. Shingetsu crouched down, his fingertips lightly brushing against her cold cheek, struggling for breath. Kushina managed to open her eyes, her vision blurred. Who are you? Just a passerby, here to collect some interest. A formidable sage's chakra, intertwined with the pure essence of Azura's chakra, flowed into Kushina's body like a warm stream. Her rapidly fading vitality was forcibly stabilized. A faint hue returned to her pale face. This power allowed Kushina to feel the resurgence of life within her, and though she remained frail, the shadow of death receded temporarily. Shingetsu said little. He stood up, calmly gazing toward the direction of Konoha village, where flames still raged. In his heart, he silently invoked the system. System, check-in. Ding. Successfully checked in at the temporary sealing altar of the Nine-Tails Chaos. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the perfect Nine-Tails chakra mode. No host required. Can be activated at any time. The moment the system's notification resounded, an explosive force erupted from Shingetsu, far more ferocious, purer, and more heart-stopping than the original Nine-Tails. The golden chakra blazed like flames, swiftly coalescing on his body into a tangible chakra cloak. Intricate black magatama patterns adorned it, exuding an ancient and noble aura. Behind him, 9 enormous tails, composed entirely of pure golden chakra, suddenly whipped out, stirring the atmosphere and producing a deep, resonant howl. This overwhelming aura was so commanding that it seemed as if even heaven and earth would bow before it. The Nine Tails, wreaking havoc in the center of Konoha village, suddenly paused. Confusion and an indescribable dread flickered for the first time in its fierce eyes, as if it sensed the presence of a higher existence. Shingetsuyu slowly raised his hand, feeling the power surging within him. This force fused perfectly with his sage body and Azura chakra, showing no sign of rejection. Its might was unparalleled, far beyond that of an ordinary host's Ninetales mode. It also granted him the Ninetales' formidable malice perception and astonishing self-healing abilities. Obito, your script is riddled with flaws, he murmured. The golden Ninetales chakra cloak rustled. Now it is my turn. Chapter 13. A single punch to shatter the masked man. Ninetales, I truly bow to this brother. Konoha? The golden light dazzled as Shingetsu's Ninetales chakra cloak burned like a fierce flame. With 9 colossal golden tails thrashing wildly behind him, stirring the night sky, he retracted the sage chakra he had infused into Kushina. That warm stream having temporarily pulled her back from death's brink. At this moment, he directed his attention toward the distant enormous fox, wantonly destroying the center of Konoha village. How noisy! In a flicker, Shingetsuyu left behind a faint golden afterimage. In the next instant, he appeared in midair above Konoha village, facing the rampaging Ninetales. The Ninetales' destruction abruptly ceased, its enormous, beastly eyes fixating on the tiny figure suspended in the air. The chakra emanating from that figure sent shivers through its very soul. Of the same origin, yet more pure, more magnificent, and more noble. It was as if a king had encountered an emperor. Roar? The Ninetales let out a low growl, filled with confusion and instinctive fear. It could not comprehend why this human radiated a purer power of the Ninetales than itself. Shingetsuyu, expressionless, calmly extended his hand. Quiet down, great fox. The Azura chakra within him melded seamlessly with the sage chakra, igniting the ancient secret technique of the Uzumaki clan. Vajra lock. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of golden chakra chains, shimmering with brilliance, shot out from behind him and the void surrounding him. These chains were more solid and resilient than those Kushina wielded. Adorned with the unique patterns of the Ninetales chakra, they slithered like living serpents, entwining the Ninetales' colossal form at an incomprehensible speed. Howl! The Ninetales attempted to struggle, swiping its massive claws at the chains. However, these chains were indestructible, easily piercing through its chakra defenses and sinking deep into its flesh. The excruciating pain and a sense of suppression from its very bloodline stripped the Ninetales of its will to resist. Its immense body was bound tightly by the golden chains, resembling a gigantic zongzi, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. The once ferocious Ninetales now appeared like a subdued large cat, whimpering, devoid of its prior brutality. Within Konoha village, all the ninjas engaged in fierce battle gazed in astonishment at this sudden turn of events. That golden figure, that instantaneous subjugation of the Ninetales, was deeply etched into their minds. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, halted his hand signs, mouth agape, nearly losing grip on his staff. Who was that? After quelling the Ninetales' rampage, Shingetsuyu turned his gaze toward a hidden corner at the edge of the village. There, a figure was attempting to slip away unnoticed. Trying to escape? A cold smirk crept across Shingetsu's lips. Flying Thunder God technique. His figure vanished once more. Obito was in shock. The turn of events exceeded all his expectations. The Ninetales had been so easily subdued. Who was that golden figure? He sensed the terrifying chakra emanating from the other, one that shared the same origin as the Ninetales but was distinctly different. No, the plan must be adjusted. I need to leave here first. Just as he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye, attempting to use Kimui to phase himself into the space-time dimension, a violent spatial fluctuation erupted before him. Shingetsu's figure appeared as if teleporting, blocking his path. Obito's pupils constricted, a tidal wave of dread surging within him. This person could also perform space ninjutsu, and at such speed. Nice to meet you, or rather, it has been a long time, Uchiha Obito. Shingetsu's voice was flat, yet carried an air of omniscience. Obito's body stiffened, blood draining from his face beneath the mask. How does he know my name? Who are you? Obito's voice was hoarse with shock. Someone here to correct your erroneous script. The eternal Mangekyo pattern in Shingetsu's left eye began to rotate slowly. An overwhelming spatial power surging forth, deeper and more tyrannical than Obito's. Before my Kimui, Your Mangekyo is but a defective product. Before his words could finish, Obito felt his prized Kimyui space being violently torn and disrupted by an invisible hand. His phasing process abruptly faltered, his body flickering between reality and illusion, revealing a fatal opening. How is that possible? His Kimyui was being suppressed. Obito was filled with incredulous horror. Kimyui was his greatest reliance, the source of his audacity to instigate the Nine-Tails chaos. It is over. Shingetsu Yu's voice rang out like a death sentence. His fist, enveloped in the golden nine-tailed chakra and overwhelming sage power, bore no embellishments yet exuded a cataclysmic aura as it struck heavily towards the exposed right side of Obito. It was too swift. Obito had no time to execute any effective evasion or defense. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed. Obito's right arm, along with a portion of his shoulder, was utterly shattered by this blow. Dark crimson blood, mingled with flesh and shattered bones, splattered forth. Ag! A heart-wrenching wail erupted from Obito's lips, and the spiral mask on his face shattered with a resounding bang under the impact, revealing a young visage marred by scars, both familiar and alien. One half of his face was grotesquely scarred, while the other still faintly held traces of his former self. His right eye, the famed Sharingan, was now suffused with blood vessels and excruciating pain. The agony nearly rendered him unconscious. He could hardly fathom that his meticulously crafted plan would be interrupted in such a brutal manner. Even more unfathomable was the existence of a power greater than his own, a force so terrifying. What are you? Obito gritted his teeth, his left eye's ordinary Sharingan spinning wildly in an attempt to activate Kimui and escape once more. However, Kamuyu's attacks were relentless, offering him no respite. The golden figure moved like a specter, each motion accompanied by a piercing whistle that tore through the air. Each strike, a fusion of fists and feet, precisely anticipated Obito's actions, thwarting any resistance he attempted to muster. Obito felt as if he were a solitary leaf tossed in a tempest, completely overwhelmed by his opponent's onslaught. His taijutsu appeared laughably juvenile before the might of this adversary. His Kamui was riddled with flaws in comparison. Boom! Another powerful punch landed squarely on Obito's chest. He felt several ribs snap, his insides seeming to shift, and a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. His body flew back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a boulder, shattering it to pieces. Cough, cough, cough. Obito collapsed amidst the rubble, racked with excruciating pain and in utter disarray. He had lost an arm, suffered multiple fractures, and his chakra was severely depleted from the exertion of Kimui and the injuries sustained. This man is a monster. No, a deity. Fear, unprecedented fear, inundated Obito like a tidal wave. He never imagined he would be defeated so completely, so utterly powerless to retaliate. This individual seemed as if he existed solely to counter him. Why? Why is this happening? Obito murmured, despair and reluctance filling his eyes. His revenge. His Eye of the Moon plan. Kamuyu stepped forward, looking down upon him from a position of dominance. Your script is riddled with flaws. Now, it is time for you to exit the stage. Obito suddenly lifted his head, summoning the last vestiges of his strength as the Sharingan in his left eye coalesced with spatial power once more. He could not perish here. Kamui. His form began to distort, on the verge of being drawn into the realm of time and space. Kamuyu merely watched silently, choosing not to intervene again. For one who had been thoroughly incapacitated, with fear now sown within his heart, he had temporarily lost interest. Obito's figure vanished amidst the distortion, leaving behind only a pool of blood and shattered mask fragments. He fled, bearing indelible wounds and profound psychological scars. Kamuyu retracted his golden chakra, the nine tails gradually dissipating. He turned to gaze in the direction of the Hidden Leaf Village. At this moment, the flames still raged, yet the howls of the nine-tailed fox had subsided. Only the enormous beast, firmly bound by the diamond prison, remained immobile. He raised his hand, summoning the figures of Kushina and Minato to his side. Next, it was time to deal with this great fox. Minato observed the scene before him and then glanced at the enigmatic young man beside him. Feeling an overwhelming sense of awe, Kushina tightly gripped her husband's hand, her eyes filled with trepidation and gratitude. Chapter 14. One person subdues the nine tails. The masked man is nothing. Kamuyu reshapes the landscape of the Hidden Leaf. Amidst the ruins, the golden chains of the diamond prison still firmly ensnared the nine tails. The massive beast lay prostrate, its once ferocious red eyes now displaying signs of fatigue, even a hint of resignation. Minato supported Kushina as they stood not far behind Kamui. Minato gazed at the beast that had once plunged the entire hidden leaf into despair, now appearing as docile as a toothless tiger. Then looked back at the young man's calm demeanor, his heart tumultuous and restless. "Kamui, how are you feeling?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of gratitude and relief. "Thanks to you, Kamui," Kushina replied, her voice laced with the exhaustion of childbirth, yet more so with the relief of survival as tears flowed uncontrollably. Minato spoke solemnly. "Kamui, we cannot express how we might repay this debt of gratitude." He understood that, were it not for Kamui, this night would have spelled doom for the hidden leaf. For him, for Kushina, and for their newborn child. Kamui waved his hand dismissively, signaling that they need not feel such obligation. It was merely a trivial matter. After all, I am also a part of the hidden leaf. I could not stand by and watch as a rampaging fox laid waste to the village. His tone was light, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. This nonchalance only deepened the mystery surrounding him for Minato and Kushina. As for the massive fox, Kamuyu's gaze shifted back to the Ninetales. The beast seemed to sense something, its enormous head lifting slightly, nostrils flaring as it exhaled 2 heavy breaths. Minato's heart raced. "Kamui, how do you intend to deal with it? Will you reseal it within Kushina?" This was the most conventional approach. Yet Kushina had just endured the agony of childbirth and the violent extraction of the tailed beast, her physical condition precarious. "No," Kamui firmly rejected. "Kushina's body cannot bear the full power of the Ninetales again. Moreover, it is not wise to burden one person with such a heavy load." He paused before continuing. "I also do not intend to become the new Jinchuriki." This revelation left both Minato and Kushina in stunned silence. If he did not reseal it within Kushina and did not wish to become the Jinchuriki himself, then what would become of the Ninetales? Would it be left free? That was inconceivable. A hint of confusion flickered in the massive eyes of the Ninetales. "What does this human intend to do?" "I will extract a portion of the purest yang chakra and integrate it into Naruto's body," Kamui proclaimed, shocking everyone. "What?" Kushina exclaimed. Minato's expression changed drastically. "Kamui, this is too dangerous. Naruto has only just been born. Directly merging tailed beast chakra into an infant's body was unprecedented. Do not worry. This will not make him a traditional Jinchuriki," Kamui explained. "It is merely a form of protection and blessing. This portion of chakra will ensure that Naruto possesses immense potential and vitality in the future, but he will not be regarded as a Jinchuriki by the village, thus sparing him from unnecessary discrimination and troubles." His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. "I have faith in my self-control." This confidence stems from his unparalleled strength and understanding, which far exceeds that of anyone in this era. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, recognizing the hesitation and struggle in each other's eyes. Shingetsu Yu's proposal was audacious, yet they could not deny that it might be the optimal solution. Naruto would not become a Jinchuriki, yet he could still benefit from the power of the Ninetales. But what of the remnants of the Ninetales? Kushina inquired cautiously. The Ninetales perked up its ears. Shingetsu Yu smiled faintly. As for its main consciousness and most of its power, he extended his hand, revealing intricate golden sealing patterns in his palm, subtly pulsating with spatial fluctuations. "I shall employ a modified sealing technique to kindly contain it within an independent space of my creation. The environment there is pleasant, far more comfortable than being trapped in the dark confines of a Jinchuriki. When the time is right, I shall consider granting it true freedom." Upon hearing this, not only did the Minato couple appear astounded, but even the Ninetales, bound by the diamond lock, was visibly taken aback. Freedom? That word was too luxurious and distant for a tailed beast. The Ninetales' enormous pupils fixed upon Shingetsu Yu, searching for signs of jest upon his visage. Yet, Shingetsu Yu's expression remained serene. "Well then, Kurama, contemplate wisely. Will you continue to be sealed as a weapon, or would you prefer a more comfortable abode?" With the prospect of future freedom, the Ninetales fell silent. It could sense that this human before it was not lying. That unfathomable power was sufficient to allow him to accomplish anything he desired. "What makes you think I would believe you?" The Ninetales' deep voice was laced with a hint of hoarseness and skepticism. "Because I possess the strength to subdue you with a single blow, rendering you forever mute." Shingetsu Yu's tone remained unchanged, though the content sent a shiver through the fox. "Furthermore, I do not require your complete trust, Mere cooperation will suffice. A blatant display of intent. The Ninetales fell silent once more, and after a moment, it grumbled, "Very well, I shall observe your actions." Does this imply tacit approval? Minato and Kushina could hardly believe their ears. The Ninetales, the most formidable and fearsome of tailed beasts, had capitulated so easily. Shingitsu nodded in satisfaction, a wise choice. He turned to Kushina. "Senior, I may require some of your blood as a medium to assist me in chakra extraction and transformation." Then he looked at Minato. "Minato-senpai, I entrust Naruto to your care." Kushina immediately nodded. "No problem, as long as it ensures Naruto's safety." Her Uzumaki bloodline possesses an innate affinity for sealing techniques and chakra control. Shingitsu approached Kushina, his palm emanating a gentle green glow, infused with pure Senjutsu chakra. "This Senjutsu chakra will expedite your recovery." The warm energy flowed into her body, visibly restoring the pallor of her complexion and alleviating her immense fatigue. As she felt the changes within her, her gratitude towards Shingitsu deepened. This young man was not only extraordinarily powerful, but also remarkably skilled in medical ninjutsu, albeit of the Senjutsu variety. Once all preparations were complete, Shingitsu commenced his operation. The process proved far smoother than anticipated. Perhaps the Ninetales was genuinely intimidated, or perhaps it harbored a sliver of hope for future freedom. Its cooperation was unexpectedly high. A small, gentle, and pure mass of Yang-type Ninetales chakra was successfully extracted and, under Shingitsu's precise control, gradually integrated into the small body of the swaddled Naruto. Naruto merely smacked his lips, seemingly sensing something warm, and drifted into a deeper slumber. As Kushina held Naruto, tears streamed down her cheeks once again. Her child had not become a Jinchuriki, yet he had received the blessing of the Ninetales. His fate had been irrevocably altered from the moment of his birth, thanks to the man before her. Minato stepped forward, standing alongside Kushina. The couple exchanged a glance, then simultaneously bowed deeply to Shingitsu, performing the most profound gesture of respect among ninjas. This kindness and sentiment shall forever be remembered by me, Namake's Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina. From this day forth, you shall be our lifelong ally, the benefactor of Naruto's lifetime, the protector of Konoha." Minato's voice was resolute, imbued with genuine emotion. Shingitsu graciously accepted this gesture of gratitude. He had saved them and rewritten Naruto's destiny, thus was worthy of such respect. The title of protector was an exaggeration. He helped them to their feet. "I merely did what I believed to be right." He glanced at the sleeping Naruto. "This child has a promising future." Subsequently, Shingitsu formed hand seals, and the chains of the diamond lock began to morph, resonating with the spatial technique in his palm. The immense form of the Ninetales gradually became ethereal, enveloped in golden light, and after a slight spatial distortion, it vanished from sight. It was contained within the independent space he had modified and created based on the divine might space. This new realm boasted mountains and rivers, simulated sun and moon, far superior to the pitch-black confines of a Jinchuriki. Upon entering its new home, the Ninetales astonishingly refrained from roaring, quietly surveying its surroundings instead. Perhaps a change in lifestyle is not so bad. At the very least, there would be no more fear of being controlled by some Uchiha's eyes. The crisis had been thoroughly averted. Though Konoha had suffered significant damage, its core strength remained intact. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with pillars like Namake's Minato, were still present. Reconstruction was merely a matter of time. Standing atop Hokage Rock, Hiruzen gazed at the devastation in the village's center, and at the figure of Shingitsu standing alongside the Minato couple in the distance. This young man's silhouette shone brightly in the soft light of dawn. "Shingitsu," the third Hokage murmured. He had witnessed Shingitsu's defeat of the masked man and subjugation of the Ninetales firsthand. Such power transcended his understanding of ninjas. The village owed him a great deal. How to reward this remarkable young man, whose achievements were unparalleled in history, had become Hiruzen's most pressing and significant dilemma. Ordinary rewards would hardly suffice to match his contributions. Meanwhile, after processing the chakra of the Ninetales, Shingitsu's comprehension of the essence of tailed beast chakra quietly ascended a level. His perfect Ninetales chakra mode, which did not require a Jinchuriki, seemed to have become even more refined. The golden chakra coursed through his body, becoming more concentrated and responsive. A pleasant surprise," he murmured softly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The villagers emerged from their shelters, gazing at their ravaged homeland, feeling sorrowful, yet overwhelmingly grateful towards the hero who had saved their village. It is Lord Shingetsuyu, the golden barrier of Konoha, a deity among men. Various accolades spontaneously erupted, converging into a tidal wave of praise. Shingetsuyu remained noncommittal, merely lifting his gaze towards the rising sun. A new day had begun. Minato approached him, patting his shoulder. "You, what are your plans next?" Kushina, cradling Naruto, also cast a concerned inquiry. Chapter 15, Astonishing. He has become Konoha's supreme emperor? Minato, you have my back. Shin Yueyu withdrew his gaze from the rising sun. Speaking in an unremarkable tone, nothing particularly significant for now, we'll take it one step at a time. Indeed, he harbored no grand ambitions. Becoming stronger was merely incidental, while a laid-back existence remained his ultimate pursuit. First, he needed to address the village's matters. Minato gently nodded, affirming, "Your achievements warrant a corresponding accolade." Kushina vigorously agreed, "Absolutely. It must be of the highest caliber." Within the temporary conference room of the Hokage building, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the main seat, his countenance appearing more aged than usual. The night's fierce battle, combined with the village's severe losses, had left him fatigued. Beside him, Minato maintained a resolute expression. Below them were several high-ranking advisors of Konoha, including Tsunade and Mito. Addressing the rewards for Shun Yueyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first, his voice slightly hoarse. "I believe he should be bestowed a title above that of a hero, along with the highest level of offerings for the village." Minato directly presented his thoughts. Tsunade furrowed her brow, remarking, "Minato, above a hero? That seems excessive. In Konoha's history, there has never been such a precedent." Mito concurred. Indeed, while his contributions are immense, breaking the rules could invite unnecessary scrutiny. Their concerns were not unfounded. An individual's prestige surpassing that of the Hokage could disrupt the village's power structure. Rules? Minato's tone was calm, yet authoritative. Had it not been for Yueyu last night, Konoha's principles would likely have been trampled underfoot by the Nine-Tails and that masked man. He surveyed the two advisors. "You both witnessed firsthand that Yueyu's power transcends the conventional ninja system. He is a savior, and any reward would not be excessive." Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly tapped the table with his fingers. "Minato makes a valid point. Yueyu's presence is indeed a blessing for Konoha. We cannot treat him according to ordinary standards." He turned to Minato. "What specifically do you have in mind?" "I propose establishing a new position for Shun Yueyu as the chief honorary advisor of Konoha." Minato articulated clearly and powerfully. "Chief honorary advisor?" Tsunade and Mito exchanged astonished glances. Minato continued to elucidate. "This position would rank just below the Hokage, possessing the right to advise on significant village decisions. In specific circumstances, such as with the Hokage's authorization or in crises involving the village's survival. This role would hold a veto power." A brief silence enveloped the conference room. A veto power was nearly equivalent to that of the Hokage, even if just symbolically. "That power is too great," Mito hesitated. "Symbolically greater than practically," Minato emphasized. "This is to reflect the village's utmost respect for Yueyu, as well as my personal absolute trust in him. Furthermore, the chief advisor enjoys considerable autonomy, free from the constraints of regular missions." Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly nodded. "I agree with Minato's proposal. Shin Yueyu deserves this honor." He understood that rather than letting such a formidable individual remain outside the village's framework, it was better to grant him a transcendent status, binding him more deeply to Konoha's interests. "Since both the Hokage and Minato have decided, we have no objections," Tsunade stated. Mito also nodded in agreement. The resolution was thus passed. "Then, I shall communicate this to him," Minato declared as he stood. Shin Yueyu's temporary residence was a tranquil estate arranged by Minato. When Minato conveyed the purpose of his visit and detailed the position and its corresponding powers, Shin Yueyu's reaction remained as composed as ever. "Chief honorary advisor?" He stroked his chin, pondering. "Sounds quite agreeable. Is it leisurely?" Minato paused, then chuckled. "Essentially, very leisurely. Unless a major event occurs, you won't be disturbed." "That works for me," Shin Yueyu replied decisively. He held little interest in power itself, but the conveniences this position afforded, such as unrestricted access to various village facilities, the ability to consult documents, and resource mobilization, would greatly aid his subsequent endeavors. As for the veto power, he was even less concerned about that. as long as it didn't entail frequent meetings. He had yet to recover from his previous experiences with meetings. Days later, the inauguration ceremony for the fourth Hokage proceeded as scheduled. Having endured the chaos of the Nine Tails, Konoha was now enveloped in a sense of calm and hope. Dressed in a brand new Hokage ceremonial robe, Minato stood on the elevated platform beneath Hokage Rock. Sunlight illuminated his golden hair, casting a warm glow around him. Beside him stood a tall young man, Shinjueyu. He wore simple attire instead of elaborate formal wear. Yet none dared to underestimate him. When Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly announced Minato's appointment as the fourth Hokage and simultaneously declared the establishment of the position of Chief Honorary Advisor, to be held by Shinjueyu, the crowd fell silent for a moment, only to erupt in thunderous cheers. Lord Minato, fourth Hokage, Lord Shinjueyu, guardian deity of Konoha. The two names, intertwined, symbolized the most radiant brilliance of Konoha at that moment. Shinjueyu paid no heed to the surrounding commotion. His gaze was fixed on Minato. This young Hokage was indeed qualified to lead Konoha into a new future. He simply needed to provide support when necessary and sign in occasionally. After the ceremony, Minato invited Shinjueyu to the Hokage's office. This will also be your office from now on, Yueyu. Minato smiled as he opened the door, symbolizing the core of Konoha's power. The office was simply furnished yet exuded a sense of solemnity. Generations of Hokage had addressed countless village matters here, shaping Konoha's destiny. Shinjueyu surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering on the Hokage's chair for a moment. Ding! Successfully signed in at the Hokage's office. Congratulations to the host for obtaining multi-shadow clone technique, greatly reduced chakra consumption version. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Multi-shadow clone technique, and a version with greatly reduced chakra consumption? Shinjueyu felt a surge of excitement. This technique, already a boon for someone with his sage body and immense chakra, was now enhanced. The modified version not only reduced chakra expenditure, but allowed each shadow clone to inherit a greater proportion of the original strength, while also relaying combat experience and information more comprehensively upon dispersal. This meant he could simultaneously cultivate, research, and even sign in with multiple versions of himself. It was akin to indulging in leisure, or rather, a divine technique for efficient training. Excellent. A subtle smile graced Shinjueyu's lips. Minato noticed his expression. What is it, Yueyu? Have you discovered something? Nothing much. Just thinking the feng shui here is quite good, Shinjueyu casually replied. Minato, suspecting nothing amiss, began to introduce the daily operations of the Hokage's office and the locations for storing confidential documents. Shinjueyu, nominally the chief honorary advisor, was entrusted by Minato almost as a deputy. He had become Konoha's de facto king without a crown, wielding significant power, yet refraining from interfering in the village's specific affairs. His mere existence served as the strongest card for stabilizing internal morale and deterring foreign adversaries. Most villagers and ninjas felt a sense of security and pride in having such a powerful figure in Konoha. However, not everyone welcomed this development. In a discreet corner of the village, deep within the root's base, Shimura Danzo sat in the shadows, his right eye obscured by bandages, concealing his true emotions. A root ninja knelt before him, reporting on the proceedings of the appointment ceremony. Kamizuki Yu, the chief honorary advisor, possessed special decision-making authority. Humph. Danzo let out a cold snort, his exposed left eye glinting with a sinister light. Sarutobi and Minato, how naive they are. Elevating such uncontrollable power to a position of authority is akin to nurturing a tiger at one's doorstep. A young man, with unknown origins, suddenly wielding power rivaling that of the tailed beasts, even surpassing the Hokage, is inherently an unstable factor. A means must be devised to either limit or control him. Danzo's voice was low and raspy, akin to a serpent hissing. Beneath the calm surface of the lake, dark currents began to surge. Kamizuki Yu stepped out of the Hokage building, the sunlight piercing and bright. He stretched, feeling the more refined and unrestricted golden chakra coursing within him. Where to sign in next? He strolled down streets that were beginning to take shape from the reconstruction efforts. Chapter 16. The Spy Within the Leaf. Kamizuki Yu strikes back against the root and enlightens Minato. As Kamizuki Yu ambled through the streets, he felt the pricking sensation of hidden gazes upon him. A slight smirk graced his lips. A dog cannot change its nature. Several figures silently trailed behind him, attempting to blend into the bustling crowd. The lead root ninja gestured for them to disperse, and surround him. They were the finest trackers and perceptive experts under Danzo's command, each seasoned by countless battles. Yet, just as they believed they had locked onto their target and were preparing to observe further, the scene before them twisted without warning. A root ninja stumbled. The world around him began to spin, dissolve, and eventually succumb to a chaotic darkness. He barely had time to sound any alarm. The remaining members experienced a similar fate almost simultaneously. Their consciousness felt as though it were being dragged into an unfathomable mire by an invisible hand. Moments later, several root ninjas stood bewildered, their eyes vacant. What are we doing? Where's the captain? It seems we have lost track of someone. They exchanged confused glances. Their faces etched with bewilderment, fragments of memories concerning Kamizuki-yu erased as if by an eraser, leaving behind only vague commands and the shock of failure. Ultimately, they could only retreat in disarray, burdened by the conclusion of their mission's failure. Kamizuki-yu appeared to have eyes on the back of his head as he casually turned into a newly opened dango shop. Owner, 3-color dango, and another pot of hot tea. The steaming dango and tea were swiftly served. This silent erasure of memory and the creation of false failures were overkill for these minor players. Tsukuyami seemed excessive. The recent illusion he cast, combined with a touch of Kamui distortion, was sufficient to sow doubt in their minds. He had no interest in truly taking a life. That would be too easy and would spoil much of the fun. Danzo, that old dog, proved to be more patient than anticipated. It seems I shall need to find an opportunity to surprise him. At the root base, the atmosphere in the dimly lit room was suffocating. Incompetent fools. Shimura Danzo hurled the report to the ground, his exposed left eye flashing with fury. A number of elite shinobi had failed to even graze their opponent's clothing and could not even recall what had transpired. The root ninja kneeling before him trembled slightly. I deeply apologize, Lord Danzo. We encountered an incomprehensible situation. Our memories have gaps. Incomprehensible? Danzo's voice was hoarse. This Kamizuki-yu is indeed problematic. His fingers tightened into a fist, knuckles cracking ominously. The more mysterious he was, the more unsettling it became, igniting Danzo's desire to control everything. Continue monitoring. Utilize every means at your disposal. I must know his every move and the limits of his abilities. Understood. The ninja obeyed, retreating as shadows enveloped Danzo once again. Sarutobi and Minato, you will come to regret this. The stability of the leaf cannot rest upon one individual, especially one of unknown origins. He must find a way to limit Kamizuki-yu or discover a pawn to replace him. In the Hokage's office, Minato put down the documents he had been reviewing. A hint of fatigue etched upon his brow. You've arrived. He offered a warm smile. Kamizuki-yu leaned back on the sofa, pouring himself a cup of tea. Is the reconstruction going smoothly? Overall, yes. Thanks to your suggestions, many aspects have become far more efficient. Minato spoke sincerely, especially the reform plan for the ninja education system. I find it quite visionary. He paused, his tone growing solemn. However, there are always differing voices within the village. Kamizuki, you took a sip of his tea. Are you referring to Elder Danzo or the other 2 advisory elders? Minato did not deny it, letting out a soft sigh. Elder Danzo harbors significant mistrust towards you. Elders Enka and Koha also feel uneasy about the extent of your influence. The chief honorary advisor's power was nearly equivalent to that of a deputy, yet free from any regulatory constraints. Their concerns were understandable. Kamizuki-yu's tone remained calm. Minato, I absolutely trust you. I know, Kamizuki-yu smiled slightly. However, some persistent flies can indeed be quite bothersome. Minato furrowed his brow. What do you intend to do? Rest assured, I am quite measured in my actions. Kamizuki-yu set down his teacup. By the way, what are your plans regarding the Uchiha clan? The abrupt change of topic caught Minato off guard. The Uchiha? Currently, they remain in the police force. Although there have been some rumors following the Ninetales incident, I believe clan head Fugaku can manage his people. Minato's tone wavered slightly. Kamizuki-yu understood. Minato still held too much faith in a peaceful resolution, lacking enough vigilance towards the Uchiha. Rumors can be more ferocious than a tiger. The concentration of power within the police force, existing outside the direct jurisdiction of the Hokage, is not sustainable in the long run. What do you mean? Minato's gaze sharpened. Power must be balanced and guided. Kamizuki-yu spoke slowly. Blocking is not as effective as guiding. Grant them a higher status and a broader stage, yet simultaneously retain control of the knife's handle. For instance, absorb outstanding Uchiha ninjas into the Umbu, or even directly into the Hokage's forces. Divide some, recruit others, and marginalize a few. Minato fell into contemplation. Kamizuki-Yu's proposal was undoubtedly bold and impactful. I will give it careful consideration, Minato nodded solemnly. Kamizuki-Yu rose from his seat. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave and head to the training grounds. Very well. As Kamizuki-Yu exited the Hokage building, he stretched his limbs. Danzo's little maneuvers, the concerns of the two advisory elders, and the hidden crisis of the Uchiha made the waters of the Leaf murkier than anticipated. However, this only added to the intrigue. His gaze shifted towards a certain area in the southeastern part of the village, Uchiha territory, where many valuable insights awaited to be uncovered. Furthermore, it was time to meet a certain future defector of genius. Perhaps he could provide a script for his life, adding a hint of unexpected twists. Kamizuki-Yu's figure flickered and vanished at the end of the street. Chapter 17. Sign in with the Heavenly God. Shinazuki-Yu walked quietly through the streets of the Uchiha clan's territory in the southeastern part of the village, where the atmosphere was noticeably more somber than in other regions. The members of the patrolling police force exhibited less of their usual pride, replaced instead by an air of vigilance and apprehension. As he strolled, he could sense the palpable tension in the air, remnants of the chaos wrought by the Nine-Tails incident, which had yet to dissipate, particularly for the Uchiha. His purpose for this visit was clear: Uchiha Fugaku. As the clan leader, Fugaku's disposition was of utmost importance. Upon reaching the entrance of the Uchiha residence, two guards halted his progress. Who goes there? They inquired. Upon revealing his identity, one guard exchanged glances with the other and went inside to notify Fugaku. Shortly thereafter, the guard returned, his demeanor markedly more respectful. Lord Yu, the clan leader requests your presence. With a slight nod, Yu stepped inside. The interior courtyard of the residence was expansive, yet it exuded an air of solemnity. In the living room, Uchiha Fugaku awaited him, dressed in dark clan attire. His features bearing signs of weariness that you did not remember from their last encounter, his brow etched with deep concern. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Advisor Yu. Fugaku said as he rose, his tone polite. There is no need for such formalities, clan leader, Yu replied, dismissing the gesture with a wave of his hand. I have come today to discuss a few matters with you. He seated himself casually in the guest chair. Fugaku resumed his seat and personally poured a cup of tea for you, asking, what guidance do you wish to impart? You took the cup, but did not drink. Instead stating, it concerns some unsettling murmurs that have arisen in the village since the Nine-Tails incident. I wonder if you have heard anything about them? Fugaku's hand hesitated slightly as he poured the tea, ripples forming in the cup. What matters are you referring to, Advisor Yu? Rumors regarding the Uchiha, Yu replied, placing the cup down and fixing his gaze on Fugaku. Some say that the Nine-Tails eyes bear a striking resemblance to the Uchiha's Sharingan. The air in the living room thickened at his words. Fugaku's expression darkened. Absurd. The Uchiha have been loyal to Konoha for generations. We would never harm the village. His voice, though not raised, was laced with suppressed fury. I trust in the Uchiha's loyalty, Yu stated calmly. But there are those in the village who do not share that belief. He paused before continuing. During the Nine-Tails incident, the police force was tasked with maintaining order on the outskirts of the village and did not engage in the core battles. This absence has, in the eyes of some, become a point of contention. Fugaku's gaze sharpened as he suddenly looked up. What exactly are you implying, Advisor Yu? He felt the pressure mounting. This young man, though bearing the honorary title of advisor, had demonstrated considerable strength during the Nine-Tails incident, garnering the trust of the Hokage, making it impossible for Fugaku to dismiss him lightly. I wish to convey that certain misunderstandings must be clarified proactively, and some pressures need to be alleviated. You leaned slightly forward. Simply enduring and defending will yield little effect. Fugaku fell silent. He understood these truths all too well. But how could he clarify? How could he alleviate the tension? The suspicions from higher-ups were like invisible shackles, tightening with each passing day. Has the power of the police force been somewhat restricted recently? You posed another question. Fugaku's fists clenched imperceptibly within his sleeves. It's merely some normal personnel adjustments, he responded stiffly. This was, without a doubt, an acknowledgement. You understood the implications. Danzo and those two elder advisors had indeed begun to act. Normal personnel adjustments that would remove experienced clan members from critical positions in favor of less seasoned newcomers? Fugaku's breathing quickened. Are you here today to question me? No, you shook his head. I am here to offer a perspective. Fugaku furrowed his brows, urging him to continue. The Uchiha's strength should not be confined solely to the police force. There are numerous areas within the village that require the Uchiha's prowess, such as, Fugaku inquired, the Umbu, the Hokage's direct bodyguard unit, and even some pivotal research departments. Yu elaborated slowly. Let the distinguished Uchiha members occupy more central and critical positions within the village. Fugaku's pupils dilated in shock at this audacious suggestion. Dispersing clan members across various departments contradicted the Uchiha's long-standing strategy of unity. Moreover, would the higher-ups even consent to such a proposal? It seemed unlikely. The elders' apprehension stems from ignorance and fear, Yu interjected. Once they realize that the Uchiha's strength can be harnessed for their own ends, while remaining under their control, that apprehension will naturally diminish. More importantly, this would demonstrate to everyone that the Uchiha are an indispensable part of Konoha, rather than a special entity existing outside the system. Fugaku fell into deep contemplation. Yu's words had pried open a crack in his tightly shut heart. He had always focused on maintaining the Uchiha's independence and the power of the police force, yet had never considered the potential of actively integrating and even diversifying the clan's strength. The clan members might not easily accept this. Fugaku spoke hesitantly. He understood better than anyone the radical sentiments of the younger generation, who yearned for higher status and greater power, not dilution. Thus, clan leader Fugaku, your foresight and resolve are required. You lifted his teacup, taking a small sip this time, offering them a visible future, a stage to showcase their talents, rather than confining them within the police force and allowing resentment to fester. He paused, emphasizing his next words. Otherwise, when that resentment reaches its zenith, clan leader Fugaku should be more acutely aware of the consequences than I. Fugaku's body trembled slightly at those words. The notion of annihilation loomed over him like a nightmare, haunting his thoughts. He could not allow the Uchiha to reach that point. I will give your proposal careful consideration. Fugaku's voice came out hoarsely. I trust in your wisdom. Clan leader, you stood, adding, additionally, you must remain vigilant regarding Elder Danzo. Some of the rumors are undoubtedly originating from him. A flash of determination crossed Fugaku's eyes. Danzo, I have long suspected as much. Thank you for the warning, advisor Yu. With that, Yu departed, leaving Fugaku watching his retreating figure in silence. Yu's words stirred tumultuous waves within Fugaku's heart. Upon exiting the Uchiha residence, Yu glanced back. Fugaku was a competent clan leader, yet his vision and resolve were ultimately limited. To truly resolve the Uchiha's plight, relying solely on Fugaku would not suffice. His gaze shifted toward a certain direction deep within the clan territory, where Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui likely resided. These two prodigies held the key to altering the Uchiha's fate, especially Uchiha Itachi, the youth burdened with so much. Perhaps he could introduce a touch of unexpected brilliance into his life-esque narrative. As he pondered, a faint ripple of chakra flickered past the street corner. A slight smile graced Yu's lips. The roots of the matter were quite perceptive. It seemed Danzo was not only spreading rumors, but was also closely monitoring the Uchiha's every move. Moreover, he serves as the chief honorary advisor. Intriguing. He paid no heed to the small insect, his form flickering several times before vanishing from sight. Since he had arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory, a registration was imperative. Ding. Successful registration at the Uchiha clan territory. Congratulations, host, for acquiring mastery over the Uchiha flow swordsmanship. Ding. Successful registration at the Uchiha main house. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the fire release, great fire annihilation. Ding. Special chakra residue detected. Would you like to perform a special registration at the Uchiha Shirsui's training ground? Shirsui's training ground? Shingetsu paused in his tracks. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Very well. Ding. Successful registration at the Uchiha Shirsui's training ground. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a one-time experience card for the Kodoame Tsukumi. A Kodoame Tsukumi experience card? Though it was a one-time use, it brought enough surprise. This item could prove extraordinarily effective at a critical moment. It seemed necessary to make contact with those two prodigious youths soon. Shingetsu's figure once again melded into the shadows of the Uchiha clan territory. He did not rush to find Itachi and Shisui. One must savor food bite by bite and approach matters step by step. He first meandered through the clan grounds, absorbing the atmosphere. The deeper he ventured, the more palpable the oppressive and discontented emotions became. Numerous young Uchiha members congregated in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. Their gazes towards outsiders, such as the occasional passing villagers not of Uchiha descent, laced with unmistakable aloofness and arrogance. Occasionally, their murmurs included grievances against the village's higher-ups. Why do we Uchiha receive no recognition for our contributions during the Nine-Tails incident? Indeed, they even isolate us, treating us like thieves. Patriarch Fugaku is far too weak. He should be more assertive. These voices reached Shingetsu-U's ears with clarity. The situation was more precarious than anticipated. Fugaku's attempts to suppress these radical sentiments seemed futile. Shingetsu-U strolled to a relatively secluded training ground. A few young boys were practicing shuriken throwing. Among them, a black-haired youth executed each throw with precision, his gaze unwavering, consistently hitting the target center. It was Uchiha Itachi. Even from a mere silhouette, Shingetsu-U could recognize him. The extraordinary composure and focus that transcended his age set him apart. Beside him stood a slightly older black-haired boy, his demeanor gentle, offering guidance. Uchiha Shursui. Indeed, they were both present. Shingetsu-U chose not to intrude. He merely cast a distant glance before turning to leave. There was no rush. He had more pressing matters to verify first, the extent of Danzo's patience. Chapter 18. Registration for Wood Release. Shingetsu-U. Peace is too naive. Strength is the ultimate truth. Danzo's patience would soon become clear. The subtle maneuvers from the route were merely an appetizer. Presently, there were far more significant matters to address. The Uchiha clan was a ticking time bomb, poised to detonate the entirety of Konoha at any moment. Furthermore, future adversaries would inevitably grow stronger and less reasonable. In this world, power remains the ultimate currency, transcending all other rules. The Valley of the End, the legacy left by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju? A slight smile graced his lips. Visiting there could prove worthwhile. In a flash of golden light, Shingetsu-U's form withdrew from the clamor of Konoha, instantaneously appearing in an entirely different realm, the Valley of the End. A colossal waterfall cascaded like the Milky Way, the roar of water deafening. Enveloped in mist that refracted faint rainbows. On either side of the cliffs stood enormous statues of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara, gazing across the tumultuous currents. Though weathered by time, they retained a haunting aura of power, as if the wills of these two unparalleled warriors still clashed within this space. The air was thick with the majestic vitality of the first Hokage intertwined with Madara's ultimate destructive intent, creating a unique force field. Shingetsu-U, light as a feather, landed at the feet of the towering statue of the first Hokage, feeling as small as an ant. He gazed upward, despite the ravages of time. The statue's features remained resolute, exuding a sense of vastness and an almost naive tenacity. "O God of the shinobi," he murmured. To sacrifice oneself for an elusive peace is truly, he shook his head in understanding yet disapproval. The system prompted him to register beneath the statue of the first Hokage. Ding. Successful registration at the statue of the first Hokage in the Valley of the End. Congratulations, host, for obtaining basic control over wood release, based on Ashura's chakra and sage body, with immense potential. Congratulations, host, for achieving perfect adaptability to Hashirama's cells. Once again, it was basic control. However, the initial level of wood release held a different significance. The moment the system's notification resounded, an indescribable torrent of information and life energy surged into Shingetsu-U's mind and limbs from the void. This was the essence of wood release, the power of all things. The ultimate mystery of life's evolution. The sage body cells within him rejoiced, each cell akin to a drought-stricken seedling eagerly absorbing this newfound power. Ashura's chakra harmonized perfectly, transforming into the purest source of wood release chakra. The perfect adaptability to Hashirama cells allowed him to bypass all risks of fusion, instinctively bonding with this power. There was no hesitation or conflict. It was as if he was destined to wield such strength. The wood release chakra coursed through his body, gentle yet overwhelming, embodying the duality of creation and destruction. This sensation, Shingetsu-U closed his eyes, savoring it. It was unlike any power he had encountered before. It resonated more closely with the essence of the world. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing within. He raised his right hand, fingers splayed, directing it towards the empty space before him. Wood release, birth of the forest, without a deliberate effort, merely guiding the chakra according to the technique that surfaced in his mind. Boom, boom. The earth trembled violently beneath him, the rocky ground cracking inch by inch. As dozens of stout, Deep brown giants erupted from the soil at an observable speed, growing wildly and intertwining. In an instant, a small forest sprang forth before him, lush and vibrant, blocking out the sky with its primordial and formidable life force. Each tree stood resilient, far beyond the reach of ordinary ninjutsu's destruction. This was merely a casual manifestation under basic control, without infusing excessive chakra. If he unleashed his full strength, complemented by sage chakra, truly. The first Hokage's famed technique was not without merit. He could sense his meticulous control over these trees. With a thought, a branch from one of the massive trees extended like a serpent, deftly grasping a distant stone before gently setting it down. A seamless blend of offense and defense, control and range. The potential was immense. Just as Shingetsuyu reveled in the power and intricacy of wood release, an inexplicable sensation stirred within his heart. It was as if he heard a distant yet gentle voice, imbued with a hearty laughter, whispering in his ear. Peace is indeed a hard-won treasure that must be diligently safeguarded. The voice that echoes this sentiment is steeped in an infinite yearning for tranquility, a profound disdain for war, and an underlying solitude. Is this perhaps the lingering will of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, imprinted upon the world? Shingetsuyu stands still, keenly aware of the immense power embedded within that will and the purity of its ideals. To protect peace? A faint, enigmatic smile tugs at the corners of his lips. What a charmingly naive idealist he is. Yet, I have indeed received your strength. As for my own definition of peace, I shall determine that myself. The whisper of that will gradually fades, as if it had never existed. However, Shingetsuyu understands that this is no mere illusion. It is the resonance of this land and the strength of this formidable figure that has connected with him in a wondrous manner. Sage body, Ashura chakra, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, flying thunder god technique, adamantine ceiling, perfect nine-tails chakra mode, and now, the wood release. The pinnacle of bloodline limits and secret techniques from the Senju and Uchiha clans converge within him. How do I measure up against the peak Hashirama or Madara Uchiha? A fleeting thought crosses his mind, but he quickly suppresses it. Now is not the time for such considerations. The acquisition of wood release has significantly enhanced his overall strength and diversified his methods. He feels more emboldened in dealing with the radical elements within the Uchiha clan, as well as the lurking threat of Danzo. Even the potential emergence of the Akatsuki organization or the legendary Ōtsutsuki clan does not intimidate him. A cold smile curves his lips. Anyone who dares to extend their claws shall have them severed. This is his guiding principle, simple, brutal, and effective. With strength at the ready, it is time to address the troublesome matters at hand. Uchiha Fugaku. What thoughts occupy the mind of this clan leader? Often quietly criticized by many clansmen for his perceived weakness? Is he complacent, allowing the higher-ups of the village to gradually encroach upon the Uchiha's existence? Or is he biding his time, waiting for an opportunity that could irrevocably alter the fate of the Uchiha? Shingetsuyu finds this intriguing. He waves his hand, and the dense forest before him transforms into countless green specks, dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. The Valley of the End returns to its original state, with only the roar of the waterfall remaining. Shingetsuyu casts one last glance at the two towering statues, lingering for a moment on the likeness of Madara Uchiha. The fate of the Uchiha is not for you relics to decide. With that declaration, his figure vanishes. The next destination is the Uchiha clan compound, the residence of the clan leader. Chapter 19. A midnight conversation with Fugaku, unveiling the crisis. The shock and dilemma of the Uchiha clan leader. The night envelopes the Uchiha clan grounds. Shingetsu's silhouette appears before the gates, leaving no trace of concealment. I am the chief advisor, Shingetsuyu, here to see Uchiha Fugaku. The announcement is made swiftly. Uchiha Fugaku paces in his study, his brow furrowed. What could prompt this young chief advisor to visit at such a late hour? He has heard numerous rumors about this individual, whose strength is unfathomable and whose actions are elusive. Let him in, Fugaku instructs the guards outside. Moments later, Shingetsuyu steps into the study. The room is simply yet solemnly decorated, embodying the traditional Uchiha style. Fugaku dismisses all attendants, including his trusted aides. Chief advisor, what brings you here at such an hour? Fugaku speaks first, attempting to maintain a steady tone. Shingetsuyu observes the Uchiha leader, who appears more composed than he had anticipated, though the worry etched upon his brow is unmistakable. Fugaku Uchiha, let us speak plainly, Shinkitsuyu says as he casually takes a seat. You are surely aware of the Uchiha clan's current predicament within Konoha. Fugaku's pupils narrow slightly. He did not expect such directness. As Shinkitsuyu immediately exposes this most sensitive issue. What do you mean by that, Chief Advisor? The Uchiha clan has always been loyal to Konoha, and our police force diligently upholds their duties. Where is this notion of hardship coming from? Fugaku's voice deepens, carrying the weight of his authority as clan leader. An instinctive resistance compels him to argue. Shinkitsuyu's expression remains impassive. Loyalty? Such words may suffice for the third Hokage, but to someone like Danzo, they are mere nonsense. Fugaku's words falter. Has he truly been oblivious to the subtle maneuvers directed at the Uchiha? Does he remain unaware, or has he simply chosen to feign ignorance? Each of Shinkitsuyu's statements strikes Fugaku like a hammer upon his heart. His complexion darkens. Chief Advisor, these are baseless conjectures. Elder Danzo's actions are determined by Lord Hokage. He attempts to steer the conversation towards higher authorities. Shinkitsuyu chuckles lightly. Conjectures? I slowly raise my gaze, a flash of crimson flickering in the depths of my eyes. The oppressive aura of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan fills the study. Fugaku jolts, feeling a power that far exceeds his understanding of the Sharingan. In that brief moment of connection, he experiences a heart-stopping sensation, as if his very soul is being scrutinized. Cold sweat beads on his brow, soaking the fabric of his back. Who exactly? Is this Chief Advisor? The words he intended to counter with become lodged in his throat. He realizes that Shinkitsuyu's claims are likely not without merit. The Uchiha situation may be even more dire than he had imagined. Fugaku Uchiha, do you still consider this mere conjecture? Shinkitsuyu's tone remains unchanged. Fugaku falls silent. The atmosphere in the study becomes stifling, making it difficult to breathe. After a long pause, he finally manages to ask, what exactly do you wish to convey, Chief Advisor? Shinkitsuyu leans slightly forward. What I wish to convey is that the Uchiha are distrusted not only due to the residual effects of the Ninetales incident, but also because of Danzo's ulterior motives. There exists a deeper reason, a catalyst capable of plunging the Uchiha into an irreversible abyss. Fugaku's gaze sharpens. What reason? A man clad in a mask. Shinkitsuyu utters slowly. The masked man. Fugaku furrows his brow, desperately sifting through his memories for any relevant information, yet finds none. He possesses space-time dojutsu, and likewise, wields the Sharingan. Shinkitsuyu continues. The Ninetales incident was orchestrated by him. What? Fugaku gasps. This revelation strikes him like a bolt from the blue. The true culprit behind the Ninetales incident is an Uchiha with a Sharingan? How is that even possible? He manipulated the Uchiha Sharingan for nefarious purposes, stirring chaos. Shinkitsuyu observes Fugaku's astonished expression. Fugaku Uchiha, when this truth is laid bare before the higher-ups of Konoha, how do you think they will perceive the entire Uchiha clan? Fugaku's face drains of color in an instant. There is no need for further contemplation. If all of this is true, the Uchiha will undoubtedly be branded as accomplices to the true masterminds, traitors to Konoha. The specter of clan annihilation looms over him like a nightmare, echoing the worst fears he has harbored. This is impossible. I have never heard of such a person within our clan. Fugaku's voice trembled. He must have been hiding deeply. Perhaps he is no longer even in the clan. Shingetsu's tone was calm, but that was inconsequential. What mattered was that his existence had bound the entire Uchiha clan to a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment, leading to their utter obliteration. Fugaku fell into a profound silence, a tumult of pain, resentment, anger, and fear swirling within him. As clan leader, he bore the weight of the clan's honor and disgrace. Shingetsu's words cut through all his self-deceptions like the sharpest blade. The Uchiha had truly reached the precipice of destruction. Advisor, Fugaku's voice was hoarse. You tell me this in order to offer both yourself and the Uchiha a chance. Shingetsu interrupted him. Fugaku suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. The radical faction within the Uchiha must be eradicated, Shingetsu stated, extending a finger. Demonstrate your sincerity and loyalty to the fourth Hokage, rather than resistance and complaint, he added with a second finger. I will vouch for the Uchiha as the chief advisor. A third finger followed. In exchange, I require the Uchiha's genuine cooperation to assist me in uncovering that masked man and stabilizing the situation in Konoha. Shingetsu gazed at Fugaku. What say you? Are you satisfied with this arrangement, clan leader Fugaku? Fugaku fixed his gaze on Shingetsu. Each condition struck at the heart of the matter. Eradicating the radicals would mean turmoil within the clan. Demonstrating loyalty to the Hokage required relinquishing the Uchiha's pride. Yet, Shingetsu's guarantee shone like a beacon of hope. This young man, whose strength was unfathomable and status exalted, had discerned all the crises facing the Uchiha and extended a helping hand. This might be the Uchiha clan's only path to survival. His clenched fists turned pale from the effort, sweat trickling down his cheeks. This decision weighed heavily, determining the fate of the entire Uchiha clan. Shingetsu did not rush him, but waited quietly. He had presented the choice. And whether the Uchiha would embrace renewal or stubbornly march toward destruction rested upon Fugaku's resolve. In the study, only the faint sound of their breathing could be heard. Fugaku slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with bloodshot urgency. I agree. The two words seemed to drain all strength from his body, causing him to hunch slightly. Shingetsu's expression remained calm, as if this outcome had been anticipated. The clan leader would surely come to appreciate today's decision. He stood up, foregoing any further pleasantries. I will contact you regarding the specific details. Fugaku immediately understood whom Shingetsu referred to. I shall arrange it. His voice was hoarse yet resolute. The following day, in a secluded training ground behind the Nana shrine, seldom visited by others, the morning mist had yet to dissipate, and the air was cool. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui stood side by side, their expressions contrasting. Itachi, though younger, exuded an extraordinary composure, his dark eyes deep and quietly observing his surroundings. Shisui appeared more vivacious, youthful vigor and enthusiasm in his brow, yet now also bore a hint of gravity. They had heard their father, the clan leader, speak of this suddenly ascendant chief advisor, along with his inscrutable power and elusive methods. What do you think this advisor seeks from us? Itachi inquired softly. Shisui rubbed his chin, uncertain. Father only mentioned it concerns the future of the Uchiha and that we must treat it with utmost seriousness. His heart was similarly filled with doubt. The future of the Uchiha? Had their family's situation deteriorated to the point of requiring guidance from outsiders? A figure approached silently through the morning dew, drawing near. It was Shingetsu, dressed in simple attire, his demeanor gentle, reminiscent of a friendly older brother. Devoid of the oppressive aura expected of a renowned strongman. Were it not for prior knowledge of his identity, one might struggle to associate him with the enigmatic powerhouse who had shown during the Nine-Tails incident, even standing alongside the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui. Shingetsu's gaze swept over their faces, his tone unremarkable. Consider this an introduction. Itachi bowed slightly. Shisui, however, was more direct. Advisor Shingetsu, there's no need for formalities. Shingetsu raised a hand, interrupting him. Time is precious. Let us get straight to the point. He took a few steps forward, turning his back to the rising sun. The Uchiha clan faces an existential crisis. His flat tone belied the earth-shattering implications of his words. Itachi's pupils subtly constricted, yet his aura remained tranquil. Shisui's expression changed dramatically, almost exclaiming, "How can this be? Advisor, are you suggesting?" He wanted to claim that it was alarmist, but upon meeting Shingetsu's seemingly calm yet piercing gaze, he swallowed the rest of his words. Impossible? Shingetsu chuckled lightly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Is it due to the reputation of the Uchiha police force? Or because you believe you have toiled tirelessly for the village? Itachi remained silent, rapidly analyzing the implications of Shingetsu's words. Shisui furrowed his brow. We Uchiha have been unwaveringly loyal to Konoha. How can there be talk of annihilation? Loyalty? A hint of amusement tinged Shingetsu's voice. Is it the entirety of the Uchiha that is loyal, or merely a faction? Or perhaps, does the higher echelon of Konoha believe in your loyalty? He paused, then dropped another bombshell. A masked man utilizing the Sharingan, with nefarious intentions, has the power to plunge the entire Uchiha into an abyss. The higher-ups need only an excuse, a pretext to eradicate the Uchiha completely. A fleeting thought flashed through Itachi's mind, but he could not grasp it. Shisui's complexion darkened significantly. Shingetsu shot him a glance. Shisui, you should know better than Itachi the methods of the higher-ups. Have you not experienced their probing friendliness? Shisui felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, since his name spread across the ninja world. Particularly after certain individuals in the higher-ups became aware of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Even though they were unaware of the specifics of his abilities, there had been unending, scrutinizing encounters from the shadows. Danzo, the leader of Root, had frequently hinted at his covetousness and wariness concerning Uchiha power. These matters had never been disclosed to anyone, including the clan leader, as he wished to avoid exacerbating tensions between the clan and the village. But now, with Shingetsu's revelation, he felt a shiver of dread. The crisis had long since lurked in the shadows. Danzo has always viewed the Uchiha as a thorn in his side. Shirsue's voice was hoarse. Not just him, Shingetsu replied, devoid of emotion. Within the higher echelons of Konoha, many harbor suspicion and hostility towards the Uchiha. Clan leader Fugaka's attempts to assert a hardline stance to protect clan interests have only deepened the rift. He turned to Itachi. You are astute. You must have recognized the folly of those radical factions within the clan. Their so-called resistance only hastens the Uchiha's descent into oblivion. Itachi pressed his lips together tightly. He indeed perceived it. Those clamorously demanding to seize power and showcase the prowess of the Uchiha clan to Konohagakure appeared to him no different than harbingers of their own demise. Yet, his father seemed ensnared by them, or perhaps was merely hesitating. Thus, the esteemed advisor conveyed this information today, hoping Itachi would finally speak, his voice steady. I present you with a choice. Kamizuki, you extended a finger, lightly gesturing in the air, or rather, offering the Uchiha a choice. A choice? Shisui inquired further. To tread the path of suspicion and confrontation leading to annihilation, or to undergo a painful yet transformative rebirth. Kamizuki Yu's aura abruptly shifted. Beneath his gentle facade, an indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted like a tsunami. Itachi and Shisui felt their breath stutter, as if an invisible hand had tightened around their throats. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamizuki Yu's eyes had transformed into a resplendent and otherworldly pattern, intricate lines slowly rotating, emanating a disquieting power. This strength surpassed any Uchiha they had ever known, even exceeding their most fearsome imaginings of the Mangekyo. Shisui struggled to articulate, his own Mangekyo dwarfed by the brilliance of those eyes. Akin to a firefly before the full moon. Itachi's body tensed, for the first time experiencing such pure and overwhelming ocular pressure. The corners of Kamizuki Yu's mouth lifted in a subtle arc, not out of boastfulness, but rather as a statement of fact. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he announced calmly. But that was not the end. With a single hand, he struck the ground. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. Numerous sturdy trees erupted from the earth, intertwining like colossal serpents, instantly forming a miniature forest nearby, radiating overwhelming life force and destructive power. The purity of his wood-release chakra was undeniable. The power of Senju Hashirama. Itachi and Shisui were utterly entranced by the spectacle before them. The legendary powers of the Sharingan and wood-release had manifested simultaneously within a single individual. Moreover, this individual was remarkably youthful. Kamizuki Yu retracted the wood-release, and the Mangekyo in his eyes reverted to their normal state. The training ground returned to tranquility, yet the inner turmoil within Itachi and Shisui surged like a tempest. It turned out that the esteemed advisor's words were not mere hyperbole. He possessed power capable of overturning everything. Do you still consider my words exaggerated? Kamizuki Yu's tone was casual, as if he had merely performed a couple of simple tricks. Internally, he mused, indeed, to deal with these future powerhouses, one must first display strength. Otherwise, words carry no weight, lest they think I am here to engage in some sort of pyramid scheme. Shisui swallowed hard. The shock in his eyes still fresh, now tinged with a hint of fervor. He saw a starkly different possibility in Kamizuki Yu. Itachi's breath quickened slightly, but soon steadied. He gazed at Kamizuki Yu, beginning to ponder the significance of each word spoken. This individual possessed such strength, yet chose to communicate with them rather than take immediate action. What do you wish us to do, esteemed advisor? Itachi's voice bore a subtle gravity. Kamizuki Yu regarded him with appreciation. Truly, you are the future Itachi. Your composure is not something ordinary individuals can match. I do not require you to undertake anything beyond your capabilities. I need a cleansing within the Uchiha clan, to eliminate those who merely shout and the ambition-blinded radicals. Subsequently, the Uchiha must actively demonstrate genuine sincerity and loyalty to the village and the fourth Hokage, rather than endless complaints and confrontations. I will act as a guarantor for the Uchiha clan in my capacity as chief advisor. However, this necessitates your cooperation. He turned his gaze to Shisui. Your Mangekyo is one of the keys, but not to confront the village, rather to protect what you truly wish to safeguard. He then looked at Itachi. And you, your talent and wisdom will serve as the most crucial bridge between the clan and the village. The future of the Uchiha largely rests in the hands of visionary young individuals like yourselves. The blueprint Kamizuki you painted stirred ripples in the hearts of both. An Uchiha that no longer lived in suspicion, genuinely integrated into Konoha, safeguarding the village alongside other clans. This was what they, particularly Shisui, had long yearned for. Can you truly achieve this? Shisui's voice trembled, filled with excitement and hope for the future. I never engage in endeavors without assurance. Kamizuki Yu's tone remained composed. Yet the condition was that the Uchiha must be worthy of his involvement. Your clan leader has made an initial choice. Now, it is your turn. A spark of contemplation flickered in Itachi's eyes. He reflected on the clan's plight, the innocent clansman, and his yearning for peace. If there truly existed a path to liberate the Uchiha from the curse of fate, Shisui stepped forward earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Kamizuki Yu. If what the esteemed advisor claims is true, I, Uchiha Shisui, am willing to cooperate with your plan, striving for the peace of our clan and the village. His eyes were clear and steadfast, filled with alignment with Kamizuki Yu's ideals. Itachi paused for a moment before slowly responding. If this is the only opportunity to alter the fate of our clan, I will do my utmost. His promise was more reserved than Shisui's, yet equally profound. Kamizuki Yu nodded slightly. Excellent. 2 key figures have been preliminarily won over. Remember, you are the hope of the Uchiha and the cornerstone of Konoha's future. Do not let me down. He refrained from saying more. Some seeds had already been sown, requiring time to take root and flourish. As the sun fully rose, dispelling the last vestiges of mist, sunlight bathed the 3 young individuals, as if heralding a new beginning. Itachi and Shisui watched Kamizuki Yu's retreating figure, rendered speechless for a long while. The impact of today's conversation was indeed profound. Yet, simultaneously, it cleared the fog that had long shrouded their hearts, illuminating a possible direction. Itachi, Shisui began. Itachi nodded gently. Let us return and discuss this further with our father. Chapter 21. The Stone Tablet Shatters. Kamizuki Yu gains the blessing of the heavenly deity. Kagaya's will cross-server communication. In the secret stone chamber of the Nana Shrine, the atmosphere was heavier than usual. The stone steps wound downward, leading to a dim space that bore the weight of the Uchiha's century-long rise and fall. Kamizuki Yu walked at the forefront, followed closely by Itachi and Shisui, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Uchiha Fugaku remained in the main shrine, ensuring that this special interpretation would not be disturbed. The 3 halted before a massive stone tablet. The inscription was ancient and obscure, and even geniuses like Itachi and Shisui could decipher only a portion of its rudimentary meanings. Esteemed advisor, this is the stone tablet passed down through generations within our clan. Itachi spoke with a tone of complexity, imbued with reverence for familial history and uncertainty for the future. Shisui added, it is said that only by awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan can one perceive its deeper layers. Yet even then, one may not fully grasp its true essence. Kamizuki Yu nodded slightly, his gaze fixed upon the tablet. The distorted characters seemed to begin presenting different forms to his eyes. Inwardly, he intoned, System, sign in. Ding. Successfully signed in at Nanha Shrine Secret Stone Tablet, Core Area Deep Interpretation. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the modified Kodoame Ōtsutsuki, with significantly reduced cooldown and enhanced control, capable of being used on oneself to strengthen will or dispel illusions, and complete interpretation rights of the Uchiha Stone Tablet, including a glimpse into Kagaya's secrets. In an instant, a surge of immense spiritual energy flooded into Shingetsu Yu's right eye, bringing a warmth followed by an exquisite coolness. The modified Kodoame Ōtsutsuki is not the primitive version that requires a decade-long cooldown. Crafted by the system, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. The cooldown period is drastically shortened, and control is markedly improved, even allowing self-application to instantly dispel illusions or fortify one's resolve. This is truly a trump card tailored for the forthcoming plans. Simultaneously, the originally vague patterns and inscriptions on the stone tablet became strikingly clear, their profound meanings surging into his consciousness like a tidal wave. The legends of the Sage of 6 Paths, the endless reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, the origins of the divine tree, the birth of the tailed beasts, all manifested before him in their most primal and essential forms. He even caught a fleeting hint regarding Kagaya Ōtsutsuki and her extraterrestrial origins. Just as Shingetsu Yu's awareness brushed against that celestial thread, An indescribable cold will seem to cast a glance from the distant cosmos. This will was vast and chilling, imbued with a detached indifference akin to overlooking mere insects. A mere brush of contact sent a shiver through Shingetsu Yu's very soul. Indeed, the depths of this world are far more profound than anticipated. The skirmishes on the surface pale in comparison to the true threats lurking beneath. That will arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, like an unconscious momentary perception. Externally, Shingetsu Yu remained composed, yet internally, tumultuous waves surged. Kaguya Ōtsutsuki and the presence behind her? It seems the plan of passive development must be adjusted accordingly. It escaped Itachi and Shirsue's notice that Shingetsu Yu experienced a harrowing mental confrontation in that fleeting moment. They were merely astonished to observe that, under Shingetsu Yu's gaze, the ancient stone tablet appeared to come alive. The previously dull surface now shimmered with a faint glow. Those intricate patterns and texts, which they had struggled to decipher, transformed under Shingetsu Yu's scrutiny into an extraordinary clarity, as if the tablet itself sought to reveal its secrets to him. This is, Shirsue's voice faltered. Feeling a certain response emanating from the stone tablet, a reply directed at Shingetsu Yu. Itachi widened his eyes, inadvertently activating his Sharingan, attempting to capture this bizarre transformation. As Shingetsu Yu withdrew his gaze, the faint light from the tablet dimmed in tandem. He turned to face the two Uchiha, who represented hope. The tablet records that power itself is neither right nor wrong. The essence lies within the hearts of those who wield it. Shingetsu Yu's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. Endless hatred and conflict merely breed greater power, drawing everything into a vortex of annihilation. The tablet mentions that true peace does not stem from one side's absolute suppression of the other, but rather requires love and understanding, necessitating the discovery of a path to coexistence. These words, refined and artistically crafted by him, resonate with the current situation. The tablet indeed contains similar sentiments, yet primarily addresses the harsh realities of power evolution and the pursuit of strength. He selectively chose the most advantageous portions that would resonate deeply with Itachi and Shirsue. Itachi fell into contemplation. The notions of love and understanding closely mirrored his lifelong pursuit of peace. Shirsue, more animated, inquired, "Advisor, do you mean that our Uchiha truly have another path to tread?" "The path has always existed," Shingetsu Yu replied, "but it requires individuals to carve it out and guide others." The tablet also warns future generations that if blinded by power, pursuing ultimate strength while losing one's essence will ultimately lead to becoming a slave to that power, bringing calamity to the world. His gaze lingered on the two, signifying both a message to them and a reminder to himself. With the acquisition of modified Kodoame Tsukumi and the complete interpretation rights of the tablet, Shingetsu Yu's grasp on the subsequent plans has grown significantly. Danzo's schemes will find no refuge before him. The cleansing within the Uchiha can be executed with greater precision. "You must keep today's events confidential," Shingetsu Yu admonished. "We understand," Shirsue and Itachi replied in unison. They recognized that should today's revelations be disclosed, it would incite a tremendous uproar within the clan and throughout all of Konoha. "Return now," Shingetsu Yu commanded, stepping towards the exit of the stone chamber. As there remained much to be accomplished, Itachi and Shirsue exchanged glances, each witnessing an unprecedented glimmer of resolve in the other's eyes. They hastened to follow. The door to the stone chamber closed once more, sealing away the stone tablet laden with countless secrets into the darkness. Yet, certain elements had irrevocably changed. Chapter 22. Shirsue in Peril. Shingetsu Yu descends with justice. "Danzo, your time is up." Shingetsu Yu's figure has recently been frequently spotted at the outskirts of the Uchiha clan grounds, engaging with Fugaku, Itachi, and especially Shirsue. Though all encounters were discreetly arranged during the quiet hours of night, yet some eyes remained vigilant. Deep within the underground base of the Hokage building, in the shadows of the root, Shimura Danzo sat at the head of the table, facing a masked root ninja kneeling before him. Shingetsu Yu, the Uchiha. Danzo's fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table, each sound resonating like a heartbeat. According to reports from spies embedded within the Uchiha, that young Shirsue appears intent on employing his unique eyes to influence Lord Hokage and the higher-ups, aiming to resolve the Uchiha issue through peaceful means. Another root ninja added, his voice hoarse and devoid of emotion. Danzo scoffed. "Resolving peacefully? How naive. Without extracting the Uchiha's fangs, Konoha shall never know peace." Shursue's eyes are indeed a rare treasure. Rather than squander them on trivial pursuits, they would serve better for my own purposes, contributing to the greater cause of Konoha. A glint of greed flickered in his single eye. Your wisdom is profound, my lord. Dispatch the order, prepare to act. I shall personally claim those eyes. Danzo's tone brooked no dissent. He could no longer afford to wait. Shingetsuyu's intervention had introduced uncertainty. He must completely seize control of this pivotal piece, Shursui, before it was too late. In a remote forest, the moonlight fractured through dense foliage. Uchiha Shursui traversed swiftly through the woods, clutching a sealed order bearing the Hokage's stamp, instructing him to meet at this location to discuss confidential matters. A multitude of doubts plagued his mind. Why here? Why at this hour? Why only he? Yet, considering the future of the village and clan, and the possibility of averting conflict, he suppressed his unease. This was a command from the Hokage. He must comply. Upon entering a relatively open clearing, the air around him seemed to freeze in an instant. Suddenly, dozens of dark figures surged from the shadows. Shurikens and kunai glinting coldly in the moonlight, cutting off all avenues of retreat. Root ninjas. Shursue's pupils constricted as he activated the body flicker technique, narrowly evading the initial wave of attacks. Shursui, surrender. I shall take your eyes, a chilling voice echoed from the front, as Danzo stepped forward, flanked by several elite root members. Danzo-sama, is this truly the will of Lord Hokage? Shursui demanded, warily defending against the onslaught. The Hokage is occupied with weighty matters. He need not concern himself with such trifles. For the stability of Konoha, certain sacrifices are necessary, Danzo replied, his expression unwavering. The heart of Shursui sank. It was indeed a trap. He no longer harbored any illusions. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan flared to life, revealing the skeletal form of his Susanoo, which sent several root ninjas flying. The allure of the power of Ōtsutsuki was undeniable. Beneath the bandages wrapped around Danzo's arm, numerous Sharingan flickered in and out of visibility. The battle erupted in an instant. Utilizing the swift body flicker technique along with the might of his Mangekyo, Shursui managed to hold his own against the multitude of root ninjas and Danzo himself. Yet, he was acutely aware of his rapidly depleting chakra and the overwhelming numbers of his adversaries, with the cunning Danzo lurking ominously. The image of his advisor, Kageyama Yu, flashed through Shursue's mind. On that day, before his departure, Kageyama had entrusted him with a tiny metallic piece, instructing him to crush it should he encounter an insurmountable crisis. Kageyama's words had been mundane, yet imbued with a reassuring power. It was also during this time that Itachi had privately approached him, conveying Kageyama's suspicions and warnings about Danzo's potential machinations, urging him to exercise utmost caution. Although grateful at the time, Shursui had never imagined the situation would deteriorate to such an extent. In retrospect, it was evident that his advisor had foreseen everything. Danzo assessed the battle. Shursue's strength exceeded his expectations, but it was here that it would end. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, his right hand clawed forward, targeting Shursue's right eye. Shursui reacted with remarkable speed, evading to the side while unleashing a massive fire-style fireball technique. Danzo neither flinched nor dodged, allowing the flames to engulf him. In the next moment, as the fire dissipated, Danzo stood unscathed, his arm piercing through Shursue's shoulder. Izanagi, Shursui groaned, the excruciating pain nearly overwhelming him. A fine eye. But regrettably, it shall soon belong to me. With his other hand, Danzo reached for Shursue's shimmering Mangekyo. Now was the time, summoning the last of his strength. Shursui crushed the miniature signal device hidden in his sleeve. The faint sound of metal shattering was nearly inaudible amidst the chaos of battle. Yet, in the next instant, a resounding boom echoed. A beam of golden light abruptly tore through the night sky, as if the thunder god had descended. Kageyama Yu's figure appeared suddenly in the center of the battlefield, positioning himself perfectly between Danzo and Shursui. He caught Danzo's gnarled arm as it reached for Shursue's eye. The sound of cracking bone was unmistakable. Ugh! Danzo cried out in pain, retreating as his right arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Danzo, your reach has exceeded your grasp. Kageyama's voice was icy, devoid of warmth. He did not even glance back at Shursui. Kageyama. Danzo clutched his severed arm, his expression darkening as if it could drip with malice. How could this bastard appear here? And so swiftly? Advisor. Shursui felt a surge of relief, his taut nerves finally loosening upon seeing Kageyama. Rest easy, Kageyama replied calmly, before swiftly forming hand seals. Wood release. Birth of the trees. The ground trembled violently as enormous trees shot up, growing wildly, their stout branches twisting like serpents, instantly scattering and ensnaring the surrounding root ninjas. Cries of horror and astonishment rose in a cacophony. The once impenetrable encirclement was swiftly obliterated by the terrifying wood release. The remaining root ninjas gazed fearfully at this miraculous ninjutsu, their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. Only then did Kageyama turn to Shisui, assessing his injuries. His shoulder had been pierced, yet fortunately, his eye remained intact. However, due to the recent fierce battle and the intense mental strain, the brilliance of his Mangekyo had dimmed slightly. "Are you all right?" Kageyama offered him a green pill. Shisui accepted it and swallowed it. A warm current surged through his body, significantly alleviating the pain from his wound. "Thank you, advisor. I am fine. You old rascal. You've coveted the Uchiha's eyes for more than just a day or two." Kageyama turned to Danzo, a hint of mockery in his tone. "How does the taste of Ōtsutsuki feel? Are you eager to experience it firsthand?" This was merely Kageyama's ruse. Although he had deciphered the tablet and gained access to Ōtsutsuki, he had no intention of abusing it. Danzo's complexion darkened further. How could Kageyama know this? What other secrets of the Uchiha did he possess? No, this was not the time for such thoughts. Kageyama's strength was unfathomable. The recent wood release technique far exceeded the records of the first Hokage. Engaging him head-on would yield no chance of victory. "Kageyama, are you openly declaring war against Konoha? Sheltering the Uchiha traitors?" Danzo attempted to pressure him with righteousness. "Traitors?" Kageyama chuckled softly, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "Who truly is the traitor? Don't you know in your heart? Or do you?" The pot calling the kettle black, wished to lay more crimes at the feet of the Uchiha? He had heard numerous tales of Danzo evading accountability in his past life. Today's events end here. Should you dare to harm the Uchiha again, next time, it will not merely be an arm that is severed. Kageyama's tone was calm, yet laced with a chilling, murderous intent. Danzo's solitary eye fixated on Kageyama, then glanced at the devastated forest ravaged by wood release, along with his bound subordinates. He realized that tonight's plan had utterly failed. Furthermore, he had provoked a being he should never have crossed. "We are leaving," Danzo commanded decisively, as the few remaining root ninjas helped him retreat in disarray. "Wait," Kageyama spoke. Danzo's body stiffened. "When will the Sharingan you took return?" Danzo did not turn back, his figure vanishing into the depths of the forest. Shisui watched Danzo's departing silhouette, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. He turned to express his gratitude to Kageyama. However, Kageyama waved his hand. "We must leave here first." Chapter 23. Cleansing the Sewers of Konoha. Kageyama. "Danzo, your VIP experience card has expired." The two figures flickered and swiftly distanced themselves from the ravaged forest. Under the moonlight, Shisui's complexion remained pale, though the pill had eased his shoulder wound. The fatigue from blood loss and the fierce battle was not easily dispelled. "Advisor," Shisui spoke, his voice tinged with fear and profound gratitude. "Had you not arrived in time, I cannot bear to think of what might have happened to my eyes." He could hardly fathom the consequences had Kageyama not intervened. Not only would he have lost his eyes, but he might have also lost his life. Kageyama did not pause, his tone flat. "Danzo's covetousness for the Uchiha's eyes is not a recent development. Tell me in detail what he has done to you." Shisui nodded, recounting how Danzo led the root ninjas in an ambush, how he had been coerced into surrendering his Mangekyo, and the desperate struggle he had endured. Especially the unabashed greed and ruthlessness Danzo displayed left Shisui with lingering fears. To obtain the eyes, he would stop at nothing. Kageyama's gaze darkened. "This old dog remains as despicable as ever." "Advisor, I am worried," Shisui expressed. "Danzo will not let this failure go easily." Kageyama glanced at him sideways. "Do not worry. He will not be able to leap for long." He halted, turning to Shisui. "You should return to the Uchiha compound and inform clan leader Fugaku and Itachi of everything that has transpired here. Allow them to prepare and reassure the clan." Shisui was taken aback. "Advisor, what do you mean?" A foreboding sensation surged within. Although Shinyue's tone remained calm, beneath that tranquility lay the imminent thunder of an impending storm. The roots of Konoha had burrowed too deeply, and they were tainted. "It is time," Shinyue declared softly, "to cleanse thoroughly." Shisui's pupils constricted sharply. "You intend to infiltrate the headquarters of Root? That is the darkest corner of Konoha, Danzo's long-managed lair. Fortified and teeming with elite shinobi. There may even be many unknown forbidden techniques and traps. Lord Advisor, please reconsider. The root base is no trifling matter, Shirzue urged anxiously. Shinjueyu raised a hand, silencing him. They are but a pack of rats hiding in the shadows. I shall return shortly. This confidence was not born of arrogance, but stemmed from an absolute mastery of his own abilities. Shirzue looked at Shinjueyu, opened his mouth, and ultimately let out a sigh. Please, exercise utmost caution. He understood that once Shinjueyu made a decision, no one could alter it. Shinjueyu effortlessly extracted the precise location of the root organization's headquarters from a ninja bound by the wood release, tree binding, eternal burial technique, who had not yet succumbed to death. In the momentary mental illusion created by Tsukuyami, the ninja divulged everything. Shinjueyu had no interest in wasting breath on such fanatics. Go, he nodded to Shirzue. Shirzue bowed deeply, hesitating no longer, and vanished into the night with a few quick body flickers. He had to relay the information back to the clan as swiftly as possible. Shinjueyu watched Shirzue depart, and then his figure flickered as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the next instant, he found himself before a dim, oppressive entrance deep beneath Konoha. This was the headquarters of Root, a place shrouded from the sun, breeding countless conspiracies and evils. The entrance was heavily guarded, with several Root ninjas lurking in the shadows, their presence heavy and tense. However, in Shinjueyu's perception, these so-called elites were rife with vulnerabilities. He did not even conceal his form, simply advancing step by step. Who goes there? The hidden Root ninjas finally took notice, their voices sharp with alarm as several shurikens whistled through the air. Shinjueyu did not even glance up. Kamui. The intangible force of distortion instantaneously acted upon the shurikens, consuming them entirely. Then, like a specter, he surged forward. A Root ninja attempted to form hand seals, only to feel a chill at his neck, consciousness plunging into eternal darkness. The combination of Flying Thunder God and close-quarter combat was executed with utmost swiftness. Enemy attack. A piercing alarm echoed throughout the underground base, shrill and jarring. The entire Root base sprang to life, countless figures emerging from every corner, filled with murderous intent, charging at the intruder. Shinjueyu stood unflinchingly in the center of the corridor, his expression impassive. Wood release. Forest of trees, arise. Boom. Trees. Smaller in scale than those in the forest, but more resilient and penetrating, erupted wildly in this confined underground space. Thick trunks pressed against the walls, while sharp branches pierced like lances. The sounds of screams, wails, and the cracking of bones filled the air. Most Root ninjas didn't even catch a glimpse of their attacker before being mercilessly strangled, pierced, or crushed by the sudden onslaught of terrifying wood release. Blood stained the frenzied trees and the cold ground below. A monster. This is a monster. Those Root ninjas fortunate enough to survive gazed upon the hellish scene, letting out desperate howls. Shinjueyu advanced step by step. Every life force that fell within his perception was eradicated by unfathomable means in the next moment. Kamui distorted space, rendering solid gates and fortifications to mere dust. Tsukuyami forged a mental purgatory, causing even the strongest-willed Root elites to collapse and turn upon one another. The alternating use of wood release, eternal burial, and wood release, cutting technique, transformed swathes of enemies into nourishment. He was like a reaper walking among the living, efficiently and coldly harvesting lives. In the deepest part of the Root base, within the core control room, Shimura Danzo gazed at the enormous monitor, witnessing Shinjueyu advance with the force of a raging tide, watching as the Root members he had painstakingly nurtured were slaughtered like fragile straw. His solitary eye was bloodshot, his body trembling with a blend of extreme rage and an uncontrollable fear. Shinjueyu. Danzo ground his teeth, each word squeezed out with effort. He had never imagined that a single individual could be so powerful. The terrifying wood release, the enigmatic space-time ninjutsu, and the relentless mental assaults, all initiate final defenses. Danzo roared into the communication device. At all costs, eliminate him. Yet on the other end of the device, only a few short cries of agony were heard before silence enveloped the line. It was over. Danzo's heart sank deeper into despair. His meticulously constructed underground kingdom was collapsing in a manner he could neither comprehend nor halt. What kind of monster are you, Shinjueyu? Fear, like a cold serpent, began to sink its fangs into his heart. I cannot sit idly by. Danzo abruptly stood, tearing away the bandage from his right arm. revealing a limb implanted with numerous Sharingan from the first-generation cells. An ominous chakra began to emanate. I have not yet lost. Danzo's gaze turned ferocious. As long as I possess Izanagi, I have a chance to turn the tide. Boom. The alloy door of the control room was violently breached and torn apart by the rampaging trees. Shinjueyu stepped inside, his form unblemished, as if he had merely engaged in a trivial cleanup. Danzo, your roots seem rather fragile, Shinjueyu remarked with a hint of mockery. Danzo fixed his gaze upon him, the Sharingan in his arms spinning, radiating an eerie light. Shinjueyu, do you think victory is assured? Danzo growled lowly. In the next moment, he lunged at Shinjueyu, the Sharingan in his arm closing all at once. Izanagi, however, Shinjueyu merely stood there, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Such tactics are ineffective against me. As Danzo's attack drew near, Shinjueyu's figure shimmered like rippling water, effortlessly avoiding the strike. Simultaneously, a massive wooden spike erupted from the ground, piercing Danzo's chest in an instant. Danzo gazed down in disbelief at the wood release that had penetrated his body. He was dead. Then, he came back to life. The effect of Izanagi activated, transforming the reality of death into a dream. Danzo appeared a few meters away. His breath labored, and one of the Sharingan in his arm had lost its light. How is this possible? Danzo's expression was one of horror. Shinjueyu seemed to have predicted his actions, even knowing the precise moment to activate Izanagi. I told you it is futile. Shinjueyu stepped forward, reappearing before Danzo. Your Izanagi comes at the cost of the life force from the first-generation cells, forcing a reversal of fate. Yes? How many more times can this arm sustain your resurrection? Danzo's mind was shaken. How could he possibly know this? Fear fully consumed him. One more time. Danzo roared, activating Izanagi once again, desperately seeking that slim chance of survival. Would release, taijutsu, and space-time ninjutsu. Shingetsu, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, struck down Danzo with precision each time the latter attempted to attack or flee. With every resurrection, Danzo's aura waned, and the Sharingan in his arms sequentially closed. Despair engulfed this dark figure of Konoha. When the last Sharingan in his arm lost its brilliance and reverted to an ordinary eye, Danzo collapsed, utterly drained of chakra. Gasping for breath, he had exhausted all his trump cards. Shingetsu approached him with measured steps, looking down from his elevated position. The power of the first Hokage cells is not something a man like you can control. Before his words could fully dissipate, several wooden tendrils erupted from Shingetsu's hand, ensnaring Danzo's arm, which bore the transplanted cells of the first Hokage and the Sharingan. Danzo let out a pained howl as the wood release surged, forcibly tearing his arm from his body. Blood gushed forth. Shingetsu casually sealed the severed limb with the wood release thorn seal, severing all chakra connections within. As for you, Diamond Lock, multiple golden chakra chains shot forth from behind Shingetsu, binding the gravely injured Danzo tightly, completely sealing any residual chakra within him. Shingetsu surveyed the chaotic control room and the multitude of incriminating scrolls and documents collected from various places, sufficient to nail Danzo to the pillar of shame. This malignant tumor that had festered in Konoha's shadows for decades had finally met its end. Shingetsu hoisted the bound Danzo, as one would a dead dog. Those Sharingan you have plundered, I will reclaim one by one. Danzo, on the brink of death, lacked even the strength to respond. Chapter 24, The Battleground of the Hokage Building. Danzo, the old dog, dies on the spot, and the third Hokage sheds tears of approval. At the pinnacle of the Hokage building, the atmosphere became suddenly tense. Shingetsu appeared without warning, casually discarding the bound Danzo, resembling a zongzi, onto the cold floor. The sound of his impact stirred a cloud of dust. Beside him, a mountain of scrolls and documents materialized, emanating an air of decay and malevolence. Summoned the fourth Hokage, the third Hokage, and the two elder advisors. Shingetsu's voice was calm, yet imbued with an unassailable authority. The judgment was commencing. No sooner had his words settled than a flash of yellow zipped by, and Minato Namikaze appeared in the office. He gazed at the crumpled figure of Danzo on the floor, then at Shingetsu, his face etched with disbelief. Following closely were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kamen, and Tsunade. When Sarutobi Hiruzen discerned the grotesque form on the ground, along with that once familiar face now marred by bitterness, his pipe nearly slipped from his grasp. Pain, disappointment, and disbelief intertwined on his aged visage. Shingetsu-kun, Minato began, his tone laced with inquiry and gravity. Shingetsu did not answer directly. He merely gestured towards the towering pile of evidence. Here lies the fruits of Danzo Shimura and his root organization's endeavors over the past decades. The establishment of assassination squads, the elimination of dissenters. This list is here. He casually picked up a scroll. Conducting experiments with Hashirama's cells, the number of victims is incalculable. The experimental records are harrowing. Another stack of documents was pushed forward. One of the masterminds behind the Uchiha massacre attempting to steal Shirsui's Kotoame Tsukumi with irrefutable evidence. Colluding with Hanzo of the Salamander from Mangekyo, plotting to overthrow small nations, seeking to meddle in foreign affairs. Covertly interfering in domestic politics, instigating disputes for personal gain. Brutally persecuting dissenters within Konoha, even conducting human experiments. With each revelation, corresponding scrolls or documents were precisely delivered to the 4 high-ranking officials by his chakra. The air seemed to thicken. Minato's expression shifted from shock to a pallid fury, his fists unconsciously tightening, knuckles whitening. As the 4th Hokage, how little he had known about such a malignant tumor within the village. What a dereliction of duty. Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed his head, his body trembling slightly. Memories of the past surged forth, rivalries in youth, vows to protect Konoha together, the power struggles behind the scenes. Yet, behind it all lay such sordid deals and the blood of the innocent. How utterly failed he was as the 3rd Hokage. Mito came in and Tsunade exchanged glances, both seeing trepidation reflected in each other's eyes. The 3rd Hokage's words were tantamount to a death sentence for Danzo. Minato took a deep breath, his demeanor regaining the decisiveness and authority befitting the Hokage. He rose, casting a cold gaze upon Danzo on the ground, his voice like ice. Danzo Shimura, as an elder of Konoha, you have committed such despicable and vile acts. Your crimes are heinous and unforgivable. I hereby declare, in the name of the 4th Hokage, first, to revoke all positions and powers of Danzo Shimura, stripping him of his identity as a Konoha ninja. Second, to immediately disband the root organization. All core members involved in these crimes will face severe punishment upon verification. Third, as for you, Danzo Shimura. Minato's gaze shifted to Shingetsu. A hint of inquiry within. Shingetsu replied nonchalantly, such a wretch, even permanent imprisonment would be a waste of resources. Moreover, the Sharingan in his arm and the powers within him that do not belong to him should rightfully return to their original owners. His meaning was clear. Individuals like Danzo would only bring calamity. That arm of his was a collection of malevolence. Minato understood implicitly. Shingetsu had already eliminated the greatest trouble for Konoha. The subsequent handling must also be decisive and thorough. Then, I leave it to you, Minato resolved. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. Kamizuki walked slowly towards the limp figure of Danzo, who lay as if made of clay. I have stated before, the power of the 1st Hokage's cells is not something a person like you can wield. As his words echoed, he extended his hand, placing it over Danzo's arm, which had been implanted with the 1st cells and numerous Sharingan. Wood release. Parasitic wood removal. A piercing scream reverberated through the Hokage's office, only to be instantaneously silenced by an unseen force, preventing it from reaching the outside world. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, that arm, once filled with Sharingan and having granted Danzo countless chances at revival, was forcibly severed from his body by Kamizuki. The verdant chakra of wood release surged forth, sealing the blood vessels at the site of the amputation, ensuring no blood was shed. With an impassive expression, Kamizuki encased the severed limb in wood release, thorn seal, completely sealing it off and isolating all chakra connections, transforming it into an unsightly wooden sphere. As for you, he said, gazing at Danzo's lifeless body, devoid of any pity. To such a person, any mercy would be a desecration to the deceased. A miniature version of wood release, birth of the world tree, appeared in his palm, and several slender wooden tendrils, like agile serpents, swiftly penetrated Danzo's corpse. Moments later, the tendrils retracted, bearing several still bloody eyeballs. Those were Danzo's own as well as the other Sharingan he had secretly implanted. I shall take care of these. Kamizuki sealed away the Sharingan as well. Having completed his task, he turned to Minato and Hiruzen. The evidence of Danzo's crimes is here. The subsequent reckoning shall be entrusted to the Hokage. The The darkness of Konoha must be illuminated by the sunlight at last. Minato nodded solemnly. I will ensure that. Thank you, Kamizuki-kun, he added, his gratitude sincere. Had it not been for Kamizuki-yu, the malignant tumor that was Danzo might have lingered indefinitely. Kamizuki-yu gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the scrolls. The Uchiha clan must also attain true vindication. He lifted the wooden sphere containing Danzo's severed arm and turned to leave. The stolen eyes would once again behold the light. Chapter 25. Breaking the Dimensional Barrier. Kamizuki-yu commenced the advanced Sharingan class. The downfall of Shimura Danzo was akin to a boulder cast into the deep waters of Konoha, sending ripples that swiftly spread to every corner. However, within the Uchiha clan's territory, the atmosphere was more somber than ever. Fugaku sat in the main seat, flanked by elders, while representatives of the younger generation, such as Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, stood respectfully below. Danzo is dead, and Root has been disbanded. Fugaku's voice was low yet resonant, penetrating the silence that enveloped the room. After a prolonged stillness, an elderly man with white hair trembled as he spoke. Clan leader, is this truly the case? What does this mean for us Uchiha? His words trailed off, but everyone understood the implication. Has the great mountain that loomed over them truly vanished? The news was indeed confirmed. Fugaku did not allow them much time for speculation, cautioning them not to rejoice too soon. With Danzo's fall, Konoha's suspicion towards us will not dissipate immediately. Another elder expressed indignation. Humph, that old scoundrel was the true culprit. Had it not been for his incessant targeting, how could the Uchiha have come to this? What purpose does such talk serve now? Fugaku's gaze swept over him. The past could not be altered. However, the future lay in our hands. His attention shifted to several, usually radical clan members who advocated for a hardline stance. From this day forth, anyone who incites discord or advocates for opposition to the village shall face severe punishment. Fugaku's tone turned stern. The Uchiha seek rebirth, not destruction. The faces of those few shifted slightly, one unable to contain his rebuttal. Clan leader, are you asking us to grovel and beg for their trust? What of our Uchiha's honor? Honor? Fugaku rose, exuding an imposing presence. Honor is earned through strength and contributions, not through empty proclamations and self-destruction. Have we not lost enough over the years? Itachi and Shursui stepped forward, their invisible aura pressing down on the radicals. Father is absolutely correct, Itachi spoke calmly. The Uchiha need to integrate with Konoha, not be ostracized by it. Shursui concurred. Only in this way can we truly cleanse our name and regain respect. Fugaku observed the renewed hope in the eyes of most clan members, juxtaposed with the reluctant, yet helpless expressions of a minority. His resolve solidified. He understood well that this was merely the first step. The following day, in the Hokage's office, Minato examined the thick report before him, its cover boldly proclaiming Uchiha clan loyalty and reform report. Fugaku stood before the desk, accompanied by Uchiha Itachi, adopting a notably humble demeanor. Fourth Hokage. This is our clan's plan following deep reflection. Fugaku slightly bowed, declaring that the Uchiha were willing to dedicate everything for the prosperity and stability of Konoha. The report meticulously outlined the Uchiha's internal rectification measures, including the proactive disclosure of certain clan affairs, a commitment to strictly adhere to Konoha's laws, and active participation in village missions. Minato flipped through the pages, his expression calm. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated beside him, held a teacup, steam wafting upwards, veiling his complex emotions. This report was far more comprehensive than he had anticipated. The Uchiha had genuinely resolved to change. Fugaku, you have shown great intent, Minato remarked as he closed the report, acknowledging the sincerity that Konoha had recognized. He turned to Kamizuki-yu, who was idly toying with a teacup, raising his eyelids lazily upon sensing Minato's gaze. What are your thoughts, Chief Advisor? Minato inquired. It is never too late to mend the fold, Kamizuki-yu replied, setting down his teacup. However, relying solely on this report may not suffice to dispel all lingering doubts. A wave of apprehension washed over Fugaku. Kamizuki-yu continued, the Uchiha Sharingan is a formidable power. If it cannot be harnessed for the village's benefit, it becomes a latent threat. This is only natural. He shifted his tone, yet, to forsake a valuable resource out of fear would be even more foolish. The Konoha police force was established by the first Hokage for the Uchiha. Now, as it seeks revitalization, it requires their support. Moreover, Kamizuki-yu directed his gaze towards Minato, asserting that the medical teams, and all village departments should open their doors to the Uchiha's talented individuals. They carry the blood of Konoha's founding family and deserve equal opportunities. Hiruzen's fingers paused slightly. Kamizuki Yu's proposal was bolder than he had anticipated. Minato pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. What you suggest aligns perfectly with my thoughts. He turned to Fugaku. Fugaku, Konoha trusts the Uchiha's resolve. The authority of the police force will be restored immediately. Other departments will treat all equally, provided their abilities are sufficient. Fugaku trembled, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He abruptly lifted his head to meet Minato's gaze, then turned to Kamizuki Yu. Thank you, Hokage. Thank you, Chief Advisor. Fugaku bowed deeply, his voice quivering with emotion. Itachi also expressed his gratitude, feeling an overwhelming sense of appreciation towards Kamizuki Yu. This is what you Uchiha have fought for, Minato said gently, hoping to witness a renewed Uchiha that would bring further glory to Konoha in the future. The news swiftly spread throughout Konoha. The Uchiha clan erupted in unprecedented jubilation. The long-suppressed grievances, resentments, and anger seemed to finally find an outlet at that moment. The clan members spontaneously gathered before Kamizuki Yu's residence, reluctant to depart, simply to express their most heartfelt respect. Fugaku personally visited, solemnly promising Shingetsu Yu. The gratitude of the Uchiha clan for the chief advisor's efforts in our revival will be eternally remembered. Henceforth, should there be any summons, the Uchiha will exert their utmost effort. Shingetsu Yu merely smiled faintly, replying, "It was a trivial matter. I merely did what I deemed right." To him, a united and formidable Uchiha held far more value than one mired in internal strife and division. Days later, at the Uchiha clan's training ground, several young Uchiha ninjas, gathering their courage during a training break, approached Shingetsu Yu, who was observing from the sidelines. The foremost boy, around 13 or 14, with his double tomo Sharingan subtly swirling, exhibited a mix of nervousness and admiration. Stammering slightly, he said, "We, wish to seek your guidance on the application of ocular techniques." The others nodded eagerly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The methods Shingetsu Yu employed when severing Danzo's arm and handling the Sharingan had already spread among those who sought knowledge. His unparalleled mastery over ocular power and would release left all Uchiha in awe. "Oh," Shingetsu Yu raised an eyebrow. "Your clan leader and elders should possess greater knowledge of the Sharingan than I." This was indeed true. Within the Uchiha, systematic teaching had been well established. The boy quickly explained, the clan leader primarily teaches foundational skills and traditional strategies. However, we feel that your eyes can perceive deeper truths. There may be realms of the Sharingan's power that we have yet to explore. This was an honest assessment. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, coupled with the sage body's insights, far surpassed that of an ordinary Sharingan. Shingetsu Yu scrutinized them for a moment, recognizing their promising potential. The power of the Sharingan originates from the mind, reflecting reality while also creating illusions. However, he casually remarked, an over-reliance on ocular power can lead to confusion. The key lies in discerning the illusion from the essence. He extended a finger, a slight movement of chakra at its tip. Illusion, momentary. The young Uchiha felt a fleeting distortion in their vision, only to return to normal as if nothing had transpired. Yet, beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads. In that brief instant, they felt as if their consciousness was being drawn into an unfathomable abyss, teetering on the brink of total oblivion. They hadn't even glimpsed how Shingetsu Yu had executed the technique. The boys exchanged glances, their eyes wide with both fear and exhilaration. Just a small trick. Shingetsu Yu retracted his finger, think more, practice more, and avoid fixating on trivialities. He was pleased to provide guidance, as it would not only enhance the overall strength of the Uchiha, but also subtly augment his own influence. The Uchiha clan, having weathered a transformative upheaval, was integrating into the Konoha family with a renewed vigor. The spirits of the clan members were revitalized, their faces once again radiating confidence and pride. The shadow of extinction had been thoroughly dispelled. Standing atop Hokage Rock, Shingetsu Yu gazed down at the thriving village below in the Uchiha district, which was rejuvenating. The darkness of Konoha had been swept away, and sunlight poured down once more. Yet, this was merely a beginning. A powerful Uchiha was but a fragment of his grand design. The next step was to consolidate this power alongside other talents within the village, to forge a truly elite force that would surpass all others. He extended his hand, as if to grasp the entirety of Konoha within his palm. It was time to commence the next phase. Chapter 26. The Divine Guardians, Project Proposal Approved. Minato's Authorization. Could the Uchiha become the biggest beneficiaries? In the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze was buried under a mountain of paperwork, his brow furrowed in concentration. With Danzo's fall and the dissolution of the root, the transition and subsequent management of numerous clandestine affairs consumed much of his energy. A gentle knock interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." Shingetsuyu entered, maintaining his usual composed demeanor. "You look weary. Being Hokage is no easy task," he remarked, casually pulling out a chair and sitting down. Minato set his pen down, massaging his temples. "Indeed. It's a tangled web. What brings you here at such a time?" "Well, I have an immature proposal regarding the adjustment of the village's Umbu forces." Shingetsuyu leaned slightly forward. Minato's interest piqued. "Go on." "With the root dismantled, the Umbu's power needs reorganization. I propose the establishment of a brand new special unit." Shingetsuyu paused, gauging Minato's response. "A special unit?" Minato repeated, encouraging him to continue. Tentatively named the Divine Guardians, Shingetsuyu pronounced Kamigami no Itai, the Guardians of the Gods. Or more straightforwardly, you Shadow Guard, emphasizing its uniqueness by incorporating my name. The Divine Guardians, Minato mulled over the name. It certainly sounded extraordinary. This unit's role would surpass that of the standard Umbu. Shingetsuyu continued, revealing pivotal information. They would possess certain privileges akin to the former root organization, such as independent intelligence gathering and execution of covert missions. Minato's expression grew serious. Surpassing the Umbu and wielding root's authority is a considerable power. However, Shingetsuyu added, unlike the root, this unit's operations will be entirely transparent, operating under the dual leadership of the Hokage and the chief advisor. Dual leadership. Minato tapped his fingers on the desk, contemplating. Recruitment will not consider background, but will focus solely on talent, strength, and, most importantly, loyalty. Shingetsu's tone was calm, yet commanding, emphasizing that the Uchiha elite would form the core of this unit. Simultaneously, other talented individuals from various clans within the village would be welcomed, provided they met the standards. This was indeed a bold concept. Minato quickly weighed the implications in his mind. In the wake of the Danzo incident, the morale and efficiency of Konoha's current Umbu had suffered. A top-tier, absolutely loyal elite unit would be immensely appealing to Konoha, especially under Shingetsu's leadership, whose prowess was unparalleled. What would be their primary responsibilities? Minato inquired. To undertake the highest difficulty S-rank missions and above, to serve as the direct protectors of the Hokage and chief advisor, to handle special incidents involving the village's core secrets, and to act as a rapid response strategic deterrent force. Shingetsuyu articulated the responsibilities clearly. These duties encompassed nearly every aspect of Konoha's highest combat capabilities. Minato pondered for a moment. The authority of the Divine Guardians is substantial. How can you ensure that it remains a sharp blade for Konoha, rather than a tool for any individual or faction? This question cut sharply to the core. Shingetsuyu smiled. That is precisely why dual leadership is necessary. Moreover, loyalty is paramount. I will personally oversee the selection and training, ensuring that each member prioritizes Konoha's interests above all else. Of course, in his heart, he understood that Konoha's interests often aligned with his own as long as he maintained control over it. Regarding command authority, Shingetsuyu proactively mentioned, in name, the highest command will belong to the Hokage. However, I will be fully responsible for daily management and task assignments. Only actions involving significant changes to the village's strategic landscape will require our joint approval. This arrangement effectively granted Shingetsuyu actual control over the Divine Guardians. Minato regarded Shingetsuyu with trust, a trust forged from Yu's repeated actions in saving Konoha and his own life. However, as Hokage, he had to consider the broader implications. This unit resembles your personal guard, Minato finally remarked. You could interpret it that way, Shingetsuyu replied. Shinjueyu spoke candidly, asserting that only an iron army capable of unwaveringly executing his will could achieve its utmost effectiveness. Watergate, between you and me, there is no need for vacuous suspicions. He did not require a struggle for power with the Hokage, for his strength alone was sufficient to procure everything he desired. What he sought was a tool that was easy to wield, a sharp blade. Watergate's mind raced. He needed Shinjueyo's power to stabilize Konoha and to confront the various threats that might arise in the future, such as the enigmatic Ōtsutsuki organization and other restless ninja villages. A formidable elite force crafted by Shin was undeniably powerful. I am, in principle, in agreement with your vision, Watergate finally nodded, but we must engage in detailed discussions to establish the specific regulations, selection criteria, and operational guidelines. Shin revealed a faint smile, for he understood Watergate would acquiesce. Watergate was an idealist, yet also a pragmatic Hokage. This matter still requires the approval of the two elder advisors, Watergate added. They will have their reservations, Shin remarked in a neutral tone. I will persuade them. Watergate stood and moved to the window, gazing down at Konoha. The village needed reform and stronger forces to safeguard this new beginning. Shortly thereafter, in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Elder advisors, Tonari Koharu and Mito Gate, frowned after hearing Watergate's proposal regarding the Shunwei Corps. To supersede the Yumbu? To inherit certain authorities of the root? Koharu's voice sharpened. Watergate, this is tantamount to recreating the root. Mito pushed his glasses up. And the daily management and task allocation of this force would be wholly under Shinyu's control? This is against protocol. Shinyu, seated quietly, sipped his tea, as though the discussion did not concern him. Yet, his very presence exerted an invisible pressure. Watergate patiently explained, Elders, the times have changed. The reason Danzo's root became a malignant tumor was its lack of oversight and extreme actions. The Shunwei Corps, however, will operate transparently, under my and advisor Shun Yueyo's joint supervision. Uchiha as the core backbone. Koharu seized upon another point she deemed sensitive, having just quelled the Uchiha issue. Now we are to hand such vital power to them. Not to hand it to them, but to select the best talent, Watergate corrected. The Shunwei Corps will not regard background, but will focus on capability and loyalty. The Uchiha possess talent, thus they must be utilized. The same goes for other clans. However, Shin Mito hesitated, ultimately voicing his concern. His power is excessively formidable, granting him such an elite force now. What if? Watergate interrupted, his tone resolute and unyielding. I trust Shin The stability Konoha enjoys today is largely due to his contributions. We need his strength and this core to face the challenges ahead. The two elders fell silent. Watergate's determination was unwavering. More importantly, they could not dispute Shin contributions to Konoha, nor could they overlook his unfathomable strength. If Shun truly harbored any ulterior motives, it was likely beyond their capacity to prevent. Rather than oppose, it would be wiser to acquiesce, at least nominally. The Hokage would retain supreme command. Since the Hokage has made a decision, Koharu's tone softened somewhat. We have no objections. However, the specific regulations must be strictly controlled. This is understood, Watergate nodded. As the meeting concluded, Shin and Watergate exited the office side by side. It seems they remain somewhat distrustful of me. Shin chuckled softly. He was well aware of the old fool's thoughts. Merely impotent fury, inconsequential. Watergate patted his shoulder. Take your time, they will come to understand. Shin remained noncommittal. He did not require their understanding, only their obedience. When will the selection for the Shunwei Corps commence? Watergate inquired. The sooner, the better. Shin replied without pausing. I already have several candidates in mind. Those Uchiha youngsters seen at the training ground, along with other hidden gems within the village, will be my targets. A storm sweeping through Konoha's younger generation is about to unfold under his command. This corps will become the sharpest spear and the strongest shield in his hands. Directly under him, Shun divine guard. A smirk graced his lips. Chapter 27. Konoha's most powerful ensemble, the Shunwei Corps debuts. A starting point of kaleidoscope for each member? At the notice board of Konoha, a throng of people gathered. A selection standard for the Shunwei Corps, personally issued by the Hokage, occupied the most prominent position. At least Jonin-level strength, or a talent potential far surpassing their peers. A young Chunin read aloud, then smiled wryly. Temperament, loyalty, teamwork. These criteria are even higher than the Yumbus. Someone beside him concurred. The rules set forth by Shin were clear, stringent, and merciless. He himself languidly sat in the newly established temporary base of the Shunwei Corps, reviewing the materials of the first batch of applicants. The first challenge, extreme survival in the mist forest for 3 days. Food and water? Figure it out yourself. Oh, I've placed a few of my newly cultivated little darlings inside. Shin spoke to the air, seemingly in good spirits. Those so-called little darlings were certainly not docile pets. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui approached, presenting their applications. Lord Yu, we are ready, Shursui spoke respectfully. Shin-Yueyu raised a hand, signaling them to proceed as they wished. Itachi silently observed this enigmatic man, perceiving that Shin-Yueyu had long transcended the realm of mere strength. You two may bypass the preliminary selection. Shin-Yueyu set aside the documents and decided to visit the Corridor of Hearts. If you can emerge maintaining your true self, consider it a pass. The Corridor of Hearts was a special illusionary space arranged by Shin-Yueyu, capable of reflecting and amplifying an individual's deepest desires and fears. Shursui and Itachi exchanged a glance. Without hesitation, they bowed in unison. Yes. Their trust in Shin-Yueyu was nearly blind. Shortly after their departure, Kakashi Hatake appeared at the door, his silver hair framing a face marked by curiosity. Advisor Shun, this assessment content. Kakashi raised the assessment guidelines in his hand. Some clauses are rather fantastical. Is there a problem? Shin-Yueyu countered. No, just find it highly challenging. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector to cover his Sharingan. The shadows of Rin and Obito had faded, and he had reclaimed his title of genius. Then go challenge it. Shin-Yueyu's response was straightforward. Kakashi nodded and turned to leave. For him, the more arduous the task, the more it ignited his fighting spirit. Soon after, Mangekyo burst in with his signature exuberance, followed by a string of young elites from various clans. Advisor Shun, youth is calling. The selection for the Shunwei Corps is mine, Mangekyo declared loudly, his voice echoing in the room. Nara Shikaku's eldest son, Nara Shikamaru, the son of Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino's daughter, and several Byakugan youths from the Hyuga clan, silently submitted their applications. They are the future of their clans and the hope of Konoha. The allure of Shin-Yueyu's Shunwei Corps was irresistible to them. Shin-Yueyu glanced at the applications, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. Excellent. All of you report to the Mist Forest. Remember, surviving is the minimum requirement. The crowd dispersed, and the office returned to tranquility. Shingetsu picked up a peculiar document, which bore only a single name, Arima Yakumo. The Arima clan, renowned for their formidable illusions, was also lamented for the instability of their bloodline limit. Arima Yakumo was the most gifted yet troubled girl of her generation. Her power was so immense that it could render illusions into reality, yet she struggled to wield it effectively, tormented instead by the inner monster known as Idu. An intriguing little creature indeed. Shingetsu stood up, deciding to meet her in person. Deep within the Arima clan's residence, in a dimly lit room, the girl huddled in a corner, her body trembling slightly, her pale face marred by fear. The air around her contorted, faintly revealing various terrifying phantoms. As Shingetsu entered, those apparitions seemed to sense a threat and lunged at him with a roar. He did not falter. The creatures, wrought from mental energy, shattered before him, dissipating into nothingness. Arima Yakumo lifted her head, gazing at the stranger with trepidation. Who are you? Her voice was a mere whisper. I am here to help you. Shingetsu replied as he crouched before her. Your power should not be your prison. He extended his hand, his fingertips aglow with a gentle chakra light. Do not fear. Feel it, guide it. Yakumo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out. Upon their fingertips' contact, a soothing force far beyond her imagination surged within her, instantly calming her restless mental energy. The grotesque monster named Idu within her trembled before this power, eventually succumbing to a reluctant silence. The girl felt an unprecedented sense of relief and clarity, a reality that was hard to believe. This is what you have always possessed. You merely lost your way. Shingetsu stated as he withdrew his hand. Do you wish to transform it into true power rather than a curse? Arima Yakumo looked at him, her eyes sparkling for the first time. She nodded vigorously. Excellent. Then, welcome to the Sharingan. Shingetsu smiled. Days later, the inaugural roster of the Sharingan was unveiled. Uchiha Itachi, Vice Commander, Uchiha Shursui, Vice Commander, Hatake Kakashi, Mangekyo, Arima Yakumo, along with several elites from the Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Hyuga clans, and a few ninjas of humble origins yet remarkable talents. In total, there were 20 individuals, each a standout emerging from a ruthless selection process. Their admiration and trust in Shingetsu ran deep. At the largest training ground in Konoha, throngs of people gathered. Hokage Minato Namikaze, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and 2 elder advisors were present. Clan leaders and high-ranking officials from various families were also in attendance. In the shadows, numerous spies from foreign nations held their breath in anticipation. Today marked the Sharingan's first public exercise. The 20 members donned a uniform of deep blue adorned with silver cloud patterns, featuring a specially crafted emblem of the character Shin on their shoulders and chests. Designed personally by Shingetsu, the uniform was not only aesthetically pleasing with its flowing lines, but also equipped with intricate micro-defensive seals. The exercise commenced without fanfare. Only swift action. The 20 divided into formations, sometimes engaging in individual combat to showcase their exceptional personal skills. At other times, they collaborated to unleash unheard-of combination jutsu. Kakashi's Raikiri was more refined, Gai's Taijutsu was unmatched, and Arima Yakumo's illusions were as unpredictable as ever. In the interplay of reality and illusion, several accompanying jounin quickly lost their combat effectiveness. What incredible speed of hand seals! Have they only just formed their team a few days ago? Gasps of astonishment echoed from the spectators. Narashikaku observed his son and his teammates Ino and Choji in their new team formation, Ino Shikacho, performing with unmatched synergy and power. Nodding in approval. The true spectacle came from Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Itachi's technique, with its broad range and formidable power, left many seasoned jounin feeling a sense of dread. Shursui's body flicker technique was mesmerizing, leaving afterimages that made it impossible to pinpoint his location. Suddenly, both of their chakras surged. The crimson Sharingan manifested. Susanoo. Two colossal energy apparitions, each radiating a terrifying presence, erupted from the ground, one wielding a sword, the other a shield. Though only the skeletal forms were visible, their might plunged the entire training ground into silence. Was that the legendary power of the Uchiha? Tsunade clenched her fists. Mito Minju adjusted his glasses, the complexity in his eyes evident. Minato remained calm, yet his heart raced. He knew that Itachi and Shursui had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and that Shingetsu had assisted them in overcoming its side effects. Yet witnessing the embryonic form of Susanoo was still astonishing. Shingetsu stood above, surveying the training ground. This team was but fledglings, yet they bore the semblance of fangs. He gazed upon it all with satisfaction. This force would become the sharpest sword in his hand, clearing away all obstacles. At that moment, a faint mechanical prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! Strong energy fluctuations and a wailing signal detected in the distant Belgrade region, meeting the sign-in conditions. Would you like to proceed to sign in? Shingetsu raised an eyebrow. Belgrade? Where was that? Chapter 28. The Lament of Rain Shinobi Village. Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan's predicament. The turning point of fate. The tumult and awe of the training ground gradually subsided as the Sharingan exited. Shingetsu lingered momentarily on the sign-in, prompt for Belgrade. A completely unfamiliar name could not weigh as heavily in his heart as another. Rain Shinobi Village. Those three children, who should have blossomed into twisted flowers amidst despair, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, their talents and wills, if guided correctly, could flourish. A subtle smile graced Shingetsu's lips. The Sharingan required fresh blood, especially such promising gems. Altering their destinies while simultaneously bolstering his own strength would yield dual benefits. Moreover, the place perpetually drenched in tears, Rain Shinobi Village, seemed to harbor many surprises worth his personal exploration. The tremors of the sign-in sensation, while not as intense as Belgrade's, were nonetheless distinctly perceptible. In the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze was buried under a mountain of paperwork, the aftermath of the Nine-Tails incident leaving Konoha in disarray, leaving him with hardly a moment's respite. Minato. Shingetsu entered without knocking. Minato looked up, placing his pen down, a gentle smile gracing his face. The Sharingan's exercise was remarkably successful, exceeding everyone's expectations. It is merely a preliminary achievement. They have a long road ahead, Shingetsu replied in a neutral tone. I am preparing to go out for a while. Minato's smile momentarily faltered. Oh, is there an urgent task for the village, or have you discovered something unusual? He was well aware that given Shingetsu's current strength and status, he would not leave Konoha lightly unless it were a matter of great importance. Not urgent. Merely a personal endeavor, Shingetsu stated as he approached the window, gazing out at the bustling streets of Konoha, intending to patrol the borders of the Land of Fire and discern the latest movements of the surrounding minor nations. The rationale is both sensible and aligns with the current needs of Konoha. Recently, Mangekyo has seemed rather tumultuous. The rule of Hanzo the Salamander appears to have suffocated many. He seemingly added this remark casually. Minato pondered for a moment. Mangekyo is indeed a troublesome place. Although Hanzo is formidable, his methods are excessively brutal, and if this continues, internal strife is inevitable. Do you require my assistance in dispatching personnel? No need. Kamizuki waved his hand. I find it more convenient to act alone. Regarding matters in the village, I have complete faith in you and the third Hokage. He is extremely protective, and in his eyes, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan are already considered his own. He prefers fewer people to intervene to avoid complications. Minato stood and approached Kamizuki, patting him on the shoulder. Since you have made your decision, I naturally trust your judgment. Be cautious. The current ninja world is fraught with hidden dangers. He is well aware of Kamizuki's strength, yet necessary admonitions cannot be overlooked. Understood. Kamizuki nodded. The training of the Divine Guard will be overseen by Kakashi and the others, so there will be no delays. That is good to hear. Minato resumed his seat, picked up his pen, paused momentarily, and added, should you encounter any difficult situations, do not hesitate to contact me. I will. Upon leaving the Hokage Tower, Kamizuki did not linger for a moment. His figure flickered and vanished at the edge of Konoha, the land of rain, a nation perpetually shrouded in rainfall. The ceaseless downpour mirrors the inescapable sorrow of this land, enveloping everything in a dreary hue. The air is damp and cold, infused with a faint scent of rust and decay. Kamizuki traversed the muddy path, his deep blue attire soaked by rain, yet he appeared undeterred. His senses had already expanded, encompassing a vast area. Although an intelligence network had been preliminarily established, infiltrating a closed-off and exclusionary place like Mangekyo proved exceedingly difficult. Much information still required his personal verification. The closer he drew to Mangekyo, the more palpable the atmosphere of oppression and despair became. The common folk here wore expressions of numbness and vigilance, as if they had long grown accustomed to struggling and suffering. Hanzo the Salamander, Kamizuki silently murmured this name. A man whose singular strength commanded the respect of the 5 great nations. His might is unquestionable, yet his paranoia and cruelty have sown countless seeds of calamity in this land. For Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan to seek peace beneath the gaze of such a ruler is akin to chasing a delusion. Their aspirations are fated to be crushed by the weight of reality, unless a more formidable force intervenes. Mangekyo, a city composed of countless cold steel towers, appears even more menacing amid the rain. Unlike other ninja villages, there is no trace of vitality here, only an endless sense of repression. Kamizuki chose not to enter through the main gate, as that would undoubtedly draw unnecessary attention. Like a specter, he silently merged into this forest of steel. The ninjas within the village had a reasonable level of strength in their patrols, but to him, they were negligible. He needed to locate those 3 children. Yahiko's fervor and sense of justice, Nagato's potential with the Rinnegan, Konan's talent for paper jutsu and resilience. None of these should be squandered. Kamizuki paused atop a high tower, rainwater dripping from the tips of his hair. Sign-in anticipation became markedly clearer upon entering Mangekyo. It seemed that more than one location was subtly calling out to him. His gaze swept across the layered pipes and structures below, his formidable perception meticulously analyzing every trace of chakra flow. Finding the 3 yet-to-mature young ninjas posed no challenge for Kamizuki, who possessed sage-like abilities and pure Uzumaki lineage. Soon, his brows slightly furrowed. He had found them. In a relatively obscure corner of the village, several chakra signatures, though not particularly strong, were exceptionally vibrant, capturing his attention. One signature bore the overwhelming vitality characteristic of the Uzumaki clan, albeit somewhat obscure, still not fully awakened. It was Nagato. The other 2 signatures were filled with tenacity and resilience, one imbued with a unique gentleness and delicacy. Yahiko and Konan. They seemed to be engaged in some secret gathering, accompanied by other youthful chakra signatures, a group of dream-filled youths. Kamizuki's figure vanished from sight. He did not reveal himself immediately, but instead chose to observe quietly from a concealed corner. This was an entrance to an abandoned underground pipeline, cleverly camouflaged. At the entrance, a simple, albeit rudimentary, warning jutsu was set, displaying a measure of caution. Yahiko, do we really need to continue? Hanzo-sama's eyes are everywhere in the village. What if we are discovered? A somewhat immature voice, tinged with worry, emerged from within the pipeline. What are we afraid of? Are we to live our lives in this sunless hell forever? Yahiko's voice resonated with youthful passion and anger. Mangekyo needs change. We must unite every possible force to make this nation cease its weeping. But Hanzo-sama has long been blinded by past glory. He cannot see the suffering within the village, nor hear the cries of the people. Conan's voice emerged, trembling yet resolute. Yahiko was right. We cannot give up. Nagato remained silent. Yet Kamizuki, you sensed the fluctuations of his chakra, a complex emotion suppressed, yearning for affirmation, yet filled with hesitation. The pipeline fell into a brief silence. Kamizuki-yu's fingertips gently tapped against the damp, cold wall. Indeed, it is still too naive. In the face of an absolute disparity in strength, so-called ideals and passion are merely fragile bubbles. Hanzo the salamander would never tolerate any force that threatens his rule, even if it is but a sprout. Ding. Detection of the initial secret gathering point of the Ōtsutsuki organization ahead. Meeting sign-in conditions. Would you like to sign in? The system's prompt sounded timely. Simultaneously, an even stronger sign-in anticipation directed him towards the center of Mangekyo, the tallest tower belonging to Hanzo the salamander. Kamizuki-yu's gaze pierced through the rain curtain. Fixating on that tower, the gears of fate have begun to turn. He requires an opportune moment, one that would allow them to truly grasp despair, yet also seize the final straw of hope amidst that despair. First, a sign-in, then we'll see, he resolved in his heart, his figure flickering as he stealthily entered the abandoned pipeline. He yearned to witness firsthand the initial dreams these children held. Chapter 29, The Battlefield's Solemn Sign-In. Paper Jutsu for Conan. This wave is secure. The air in Mangekyo remains as perpetually damp and oppressive as ever. Kamizuki-yu exited the abandoned pipeline, but did not head directly towards Hanzo's tower. With the activation of Flying Thunder God technique, his figure flickered several times through the relentless downpour, distancing himself from the corner that harbored those initial dreams. He needed to digest certain matters and make slight adjustments for his forthcoming actions. Altering the destinies of those 3 children is no mere empty phrase. The rain washes over this nation, cleansing countless sorrows. Ahead, a stark ruin abruptly invaded his vision. It appeared that this place had recently endured a significant battle. The charred earth was littered with broken kunai and shuriken, while several tattered rain ninja headbands lay half-buried in the mud. The air was still thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and rust, mingling with a nauseating odor of decay. At the battlefield's edge, a few shattered rocks were haphazardly piled, crowned by a broken katana, its hilt adorned with several rain ninja headbands, a rudimentary memorial. Kamizuki-yu halted in his tracks. Even though he was accustomed to the cycle of life and death, an inexplicable emotion surged within him at that moment. War, in any realm, invariably inflicts wounds. These rain ninjas, perhaps once harbored their own guardianship and obsessions, ultimately reduced to mere dust on this frigid battlefield, their names never to be remembered. He sensed the lingering remnant of their spirits, imbued with a profound sense of resentment and an innate yearning for peace. System, may I check in here? Beep. Special energy convergence point detected at the nameless battlefield memorial in the Land of Rain. Conditions for check-in met. Proceed with check-in. Check-in. Beep. Successful check-in at the memorial of the nameless battlefield in the Land of Rain. Congratulations, host, for acquiring complete paper ninjutsu guide, including enhancements for the God of Paper technique and optimized explosive tag paper material. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind. From the rudimentary manipulation of paper to the creation of paper clones, paper shuriken, and paper prison techniques, to the detailed composition principles of Conan's ultimate technique. The God of Paper, along with further improvement directions. He also learned how to utilize different chakra properties to create paper with special effects, significantly enhancing the power and concealment of explosive tags while reducing chakra consumption. This reward arrived at just the right moment. Initially, he had only a vague idea of how to guide Conan, but now everything became lucid. With this complete paper ninjutsu guide, he was even confident that Conan could surpass her original prowess in paper techniques. 60 trillion explosive tags? If optimized, perhaps they could wreak greater havoc with fewer tags, or, with the same quantity, eradicate all foes from this world. No, it was not merely about destruction. Paper could also embody life and hope. Perhaps this was the true destination of Conan's gentle spirit. Kamizuki-yu's consciousness broke free from the overwhelming flow of information, yet the joy brought by the check-in was fleeting. The intangible lament surrounding the memorial seemed to grow clearer. Countless souls of fallen rain ninjas wept, their aversion to war and prayers for the tranquility of their homeland crashing against his perception like a tidal wave. It was a peculiar resonance. Perhaps due to his sage body's profound affinity with natural energy, he found it easier to perceive this pure collective will. Peace, he murmured softly. For someone accustomed to the brutal laws of the ninja world, where the weak were devoured by the strong and power reigned supreme, this concept once seemed distant and laughable. Yet at this moment, the wishes of these souls tugged fiercely at the string of change within him. Yahiko and the others aspired to transform Mangekyo, to cease its weeping. Such a naive dream, yet so deserving of protection. He slowly extended his hand, chakra coalescing in his palm. It was neither the violent fury of thunder nor the vibrant life of wood release, but rather a pure, immaculate flower composed solely of energy. Its petals were delicate, as if they might shatter at a touch, yet they quietly bloomed amidst the tempest. He gently placed this chakra flower before the rudimentary memorial. Rest in peace. What you long for, I shall manifest upon this land in another form. This was not a promise, but more akin to a proclamation, to these souls and to himself. Having completed this act, Kamizuki-yu did not linger. The towering spire at the heart of Mangekyo awaited him, as did Hanzo the Salamander's throne. A bastion of an old order that needed to be dismantled. His figure melded once more into the curtain of rain, silent and unseen. The white flower swayed gently on the desolate battlefield. Chapter 30. Stop. Put down Conan. On the outskirts of Mangekyo, the air was damp and chill. Kamizuki-yu navigated through the rain, feeling the oppressive sorrow and fury intensifying around him. Several chakra signatures surged with remarkable strength, one emanating an ominous and obscure aura unique to the Rinnegan. He quickened his pace. Atop a high cliff, a grim scene unfolded. Hanzo the Salamander, the zenith of Mangekyo, had cornered a group of young individuals with his elite forces, driving them to the brink of despair. Yahiko, Nagato, Conan, and the fledgling members of the Ōtsutsuki all bore wounds and expressions of hopelessness. Nagato, kill him. Hanzo's voice cut through the air like the chilling rain. He held Conan hostage, a kunai pressed against her throat. Kill Yahiko, and the rest can live. Otherwise, you all shall perish. Tears streamed down Conan's face, yet no sound escaped her lips, only silent sobs. Yahiko managed a bitter smile as he looked at Nagato. Nagato, do it. For everyone, for our ideals. A flicker of resolve sparked in his eyes. Nagato trembled, the purple ripples of his Rinnegan expanding wildly, his vast chakra nearly spiraling out of control. He gazed at Yahiko, then at the captive Conan, anguish tearing at his soul. Could he kill Yahiko? He could not. Yet if he did not, Conan and their comrades would. Despair engulfed him like the cold rain, drowning him completely. Do it, Nagato. Yahiko shouted, lunging towards the kunai aimed at his heart. In that critical moment, Nagato's kunai surged forward, propelled by his runaway chakra, towards Yahiko's chest. Stop! A voice thundered, echoing like a clap of thunder in the ears of all present. A figure materialized out of thin air, interposing itself between Yahiko and Nagato's kunai. Clang! The sharp sound of metal resonated. Kamizuki-yu extended a hand, fingers deftly pinching the tip of the kunai infused with runaway chakra, rendering it motionless. The blade hovered mere millimeters from Yahiko's chest, and time seemed to freeze. An indescribable aura of terror erupted from Kamizuki-yu, enveloping the scene. Hanzo's elite forces paled, feeling as if their breath had been stolen under the weight of his presence. The members of the Ōtsutsuki were equally stunned by this sudden turn of events. Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan raised their heads in unison. What met their gaze was a figure strikingly youthful, yet at that moment, he appeared as steadfast as a mountain. It was him. In their darkest hour of despair, he descended like a miracle. How could it be? Yahiko murmured, the force of his charge dissipating. Nagato's rampaging chakra found an outlet, but was forcefully subdued by a greater power. The kunai in his hand was firmly pinched between the opponent's fingers, unable to advance. He stared at that tranquil face, momentarily forgetting all his anguish. Conan's tears blurred her vision, yet she sensed that the lethal threat had vanished. Hanzo's pupils constricted sharply. When had this person appeared? He had been completely unaware. The aura emanating from the other party was far more terrifying than any powerful adversary he had ever encountered, even surpassing his own. Who are you? Hanzo demanded sternly, attempting to mask his inner horror with his voice. How dare you meddle in the affairs of my rain village? Shingetsu did not respond immediately. He released his grip, and Nagato's kunai clattered onto the slick rocks with a metallic sound. It's all right. Shingetsu turned to Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, offering a gentle smile. With me here, no one shall harm you today. This smile dispelled all the shadows in their hearts. Yahiko opened his mouth to speak, but found his throat dry. Nagato merely stared at him, the madness in his Rinnegan gradually fading, replaced by a bewildered sense of survival. Konan's tears finally flowed freely, but no longer in despair. Shingetsu turned away, that warmth vanishing in an instant, replaced by indifference. He looked at Hanzo, speaking calmly. Hanzo of the Salamander, your era has come to an end. Arrogant. Hanzo laughed in fury, chakra surging around him. Just you alone? He had fought countless battles in his life and had never been so underestimated. Even if the other party's aura was formidable, this was his territory, and he held absolute confidence. Lord Shingetsu, Yahiko finally regained his voice, laced with uncertainty and profound gratitude. He was the mysterious strong man who had saved them on the battlefield, granting them hope. Shingetsu nodded slightly, acknowledging him. It seems you are acquainted? Hanzo squinted, his unease intensifying. Was this suddenly appearing youth connected to the Ōtsutsuki? This complicated matters further. His original plan had been to shatter Nagato's will by causing Yahiko's death, then seize control of those Rinnegan eyes. Now, everything was thrown into disarray. Hanzo, it appears you do not grasp the situation. Shingetsu spoke with a calm tone. Yet it bore an undeniable authority. This is not the time for you to question me. His gaze swept over the rain ninja troops behind Hanzo. Or do you wish for them all to die here? A threat. A blatant threat. Hanzo, seasoned by countless battles, would not be intimidated by mere words. He scoffed. Young man, your bravado is impressive. I wish to see what you are capable of. Before he finished speaking, Hanzo rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release, exploding flame array. Numerous explosive tags flew out from his sleeves like a vast net, enveloping Shingetsu. Simultaneously, he commanded his subordinates, kill. Leave none alive. The elite rain ninjas, receiving the order, suppressed their unease and charged towards the remaining members of the Ōtsutsuki with a roar. Yahiko and the others immediately assumed defensive stances, preparing to meet the onslaught. Although they had been saved, the crisis was far from over. Facing the overwhelming barrage of explosive tags, Shingetsu did not even bat an eyelash. Noisy, he simply uttered. The next moment, an invisible force radiated from him. The explosive tags that were hurtling towards him suddenly froze midair, and then, as if being gently squeezed by an invisible hand, they twisted, deformed, and ultimately turned into a pile of scrap paper that drifted to the ground. Simultaneously, the rain ninjas charging at Yahiko and the others seemed to collide with an invisible wall, screaming as they were sent flying, chaos ensuing. In a mere instant, the tide of battle had turned. Hanzo's pupils shrank to pinpricks. What kind of power is this? He hadn't even seen the other party form any seals. Now, we can have a proper conversation. Shingetsu stepped forward. That step felt as though it crushed everyone's hearts. Cold sweat beaded on Hanzo's forehead. He had never experienced such immense pressure. The other's strength was unfathomable. Who exactly are you? Hanzo's voice was hoarse. Shingetsu did not answer, merely extending his hand, palm upwards. A highly condensed sphere of chakra manifested in his palm, radiating a disquieting aura. Submit or perish. His voice was soft, yet clearly audible to everyone present. Chapter 31. Crushing Hanzo of the Salamander. The fall of a demigod, the end of Rain Village's old era. Raindrops fell heavily on everyone's hearts. Hanzo fixed his gaze on the ominous chakra sphere in Shingetsu's palm, then glanced at his young, yet indifferent face. Submit? He. Hanzo of the Salamander, a demigod of the ninja world, bowed to some nameless nobody? How absurd. How humiliating. Fury exploded within him, mingled with a fear he was reluctant to admit. You little brat, who do you think you are? Hanzo's voice was hoarse, each word squeezing out through gritted teeth. He suddenly adjusted the breathing mask on his face, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The answer was obvious. The chakra sphere in Shingetsu's hand slowly dissipated. Not as a sign of retreat, but rather as a silent disdain. It seems you have chosen the path to death. No sooner had he spoken than Hanzo's figure abruptly blurred. Body flicker technique. He opted for close combat, coupled with his pride in his deadly poison. This was his tried-and-true method of turning the tide in countless battles. The toxic mist silently spread with his movements, a natural emanation from his body, long immersed in potent toxins. Too slow. A calm voice, yet it resonated like the whisper of death in Hanzo's ear. Impossible. Hanzo had completed his body flicker technique. But the intended target was nowhere to be found. A hand gently rested on his right shoulder. That hand was slender and pale, appearing harmless. Yet it sent every hair on Hanzo's body standing on end in an instant. The chill emanating from that touch was not a tremendous force, but a frigid dread that enveloped him. The proud toxic mist, upon contact with the thin layer of chakra on the opponent's surface, dissipated as if meeting its nemesis, unable to penetrate, even slightly. Your poison is ineffective against me. Shingetsu stated a simple fact. Hanzo's heart churned wildly. What kind of monster was this? Refusing to concede, his left hand wielded a poisoned short blade, spinning like lightning as he stabbed backward. Clang. Shingetsu didn't even turn around. With a casual lift of his left hand, he once again pinched the blade's edge between two fingers, effortlessly, just as he had done with Nagato's kunai. Hanzo's wrist shook violently, the short blade nearly slipping from his grip. He attempted to withdraw it, only to find the blade firmly held in place by Shingetsu's fingers, immovable. With a slight exertion of his fingertips, crack, the steel short blade snapped, the severed blade spinning through the air, embedding with a thud into a nearby rock. Hanzo retreated abruptly, creating distance, and his expression finally bore unprecedented gravity and shock. His physical prowess, speed, strength, and even his most confident poison had all been effortlessly neutralized by the opponent. Impossible. How could there be someone completely immune to my poison? Hanzo mumbled, his beliefs crumbling piece by piece. Shingetsu stepped forward. Hanzo regarded him as a formidable foe, his hands forming seals at lightning speed. Old man, your techniques are like childish play to me. Shingetsu felt no turmoil within, even suppressing a yawn. The so-called strong ones were, in his presence, utterly insignificant. It was not yet over. Hanzo roared, forcefully suppressing the fear within, as he slammed both hands onto the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. A colossal cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a massive, dark red salamander. His summoning beast, the salamander Jubutsu. Jubutsu. Use the poisonous mist. Hanzo bellowed, this being one of his last trump cards. The salamander Jubutsu opened its enormous maw, unleashing a torrent of thick purple venom that flooded the entire cliffside. Visibility plummeted to zero in an instant. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan felt a tightening in their chests. They had long heard of Hanzo's poison, which was horrifically potent. Lord Shingetsu, Konan could not help but exclaim. Within the poisonous mist, Shingetsu's figure flickered in and out of sight. His eyes, unbeknownst to them, had transformed into the crimson, eternal kaleidoscope of the Sharingan, with its bizarre patterns slowly swirling. In the presence of such a concentrated toxin, the mist was rendered no more than mere air. He could not even be bothered to evade. Wind release, gale palm. A nonchalant utterance. No hand seals were required. Merely a casual wave of his hand. A violent hurricane erupted from his center, violently expanding outward. The dense, poisonous mist, capable of killing hundreds in an instant, was effortlessly torn apart and scattered like thin paper before the tempest, vanishing without a trace. The clarity returned atop the cliffside. Only the massive form of the salamander Jubutsu remained, its eyes betraying immense terror. In that fleeting moment, it sensed a chilling dread emanating from the depths of Shingetsu's soul. That presence was more terrifying than any it had ever encountered. As if it were the ultimate nemesis. Its colossal body froze in place, unable to heed Hanzo's orders, trembling uncontrollably. Even Jubutsu had rendered Hanzo utterly dazed. His last reliance, his lifelong companion of fame, was now akin to a frightened rabbit. All his techniques, fire release, body flicker, deadly poison, and summoning beasts, had become a mere farce before this man. This individual had transcended his understanding of strength. The game was about to end. Shingetsu's voice echoed, still devoid of emotion. He took another step forward. A step that felt as if it shattered Hanzo's last line of defense. Hanzo instinctively assumed a defensive stance, yet his body trembled slightly. He understood that no matter what he did, the outcome could not be altered. Shingetsu's figure moved with a speed nearly impossible to track. Without employing any ninjutsu, merely relying on pure taijutsu, an unremarkable straight punch surged toward Hanzo's face. Hanzo roared in defiance, crossing his arms and channeling all his chakra to block. He could not afford to sit idly by. Boom! The fist collided with his arms, producing a thunderous sound. Hanzo felt as though his limbs had been struck by a battering ram, An excruciating pain surged through him, the sound of shattering bones ringing clear. His final defensive posture was effortlessly shattered by this single blow. The terrifying force of the punch did not relent, penetrating his arms and crashing heavily into his chest. Pooh! Hanzo flew backward like a kite severed from its string, blood gushing from his mouth, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His body slammed against the rocky wall behind him with a resounding crash, before sliding limply to the ground. The wall bore the imprint of his form, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. The rain remained frigid, dripping onto Hanzo's face, mingling with blood and blurring his vision. He struggled to lift his head, gazing at the young figure approaching him. It was still that calm face, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Why? Hanzo's voice was weak, filled with reluctance and confusion. He had navigated the ninja world for decades, hailed as a demigod, never imagining he would meet such a tragic end. All his pride and glory were irrevocably shattered in that moment. Shingetsu stood before him, looking down with an air of superiority. Your era was destined to end. There was no pity, no mockery, only a statement of fact. Hanzo opened his mouth, as if to convey something further, but more blood poured from his lips, stifling his words. The light in his eyes was rapidly fading. This once mighty leader of Mangekyo, the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, had his life extinguished. Yukon, Nagato, and Konan stood in stunned silence, witnessing the demise of the legendary demigod at the hands of that man in such a devastating manner. The ripples of purple in Nagato's Rinnegan subtly shifted. He sensed a power akin to his own, yet deeper and more unfathomable emanating from Shingetsu. Konan covered her mouth, tears welling anew, this time out of shock, relief, and a hint of uncertainty and hope for the future. Yukon clenched his fists, watching Shingetsu's silhouette, which now appeared divine in his eyes. Shingetsu paid no heed to their complex emotions. He simply stood there calmly. The rain seemed to intensify. Chapter 32. Signing in at Mangekyo's High Tower. Acquiring the Rinnegan, beginner, and the initial glimpse of the six paths power the rain washed away Hanzo's dried blood. Shingetsu turned to Yukon, Nagato, and Konan. Let us depart, he spoke, breaking the silence. Yukon's body jolted, barely regaining his composure from the overwhelming shock. His lips moved. Where to? Shingetsu raised his hand, pointing toward the tallest building in Mangekyo, Hanzo's former stronghold, the Tower of Authority. There. Yukon's gaze followed, recognizing it as the symbol of Mangekyo, a once unreachable goal. Nagato and Konan remained entranced by the impact of Hanzo's effortless annihilation. Upon hearing his words, they instinctively followed Shingetsu's lead. The four walked through the rain. Behind the ruins lining the streets, remnants of the rain ninja peered out, watching. When their eyes met Shingetsu's serene visage and the trio of Yukon trailing behind him, fear spread in the hearts of every rain ninja. Some dropped their weapons with a clatter, collapsing to their knees in trembling terror. Many chose to flee, scrambling away into the shadows of the alleyways, desperate to avoid confrontation. No one dared to question or impede them. The path to the tower lay clear. Shingetsu showed no sign of concern. Clearing out these insignificant foes was merely a chore, and now it had become effortless. At the entrance of the tower, chaos reigned. Yet not a single guard was in sight. Inside, the light was dim, permeated by a stench of decay and mingled blood. Shingetsu paused, sensing a faint pull emanating from the depths of the tower. It was not a clear directive, but rather a subtle resonance of shared power. The chakra within him, especially the potency of his eyes, responded to it. Nagato, Shingetsu called out. Nagato was taken aback, looking up at him. What sensations do your eyes perceive? Nagato instinctively activated his Rinnegan, the purple ripples gently expanding. He focused for a moment, then shook his head in confusion. It's all rather muddled. Yet, in the direction of the tower's pinnacle, an inexplicable sense of familiarity arose. This sensation seemed subtly intertwined with his own eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Shinwei nodded slightly, evidently. The summit held some profound significance. He eschewed the conventional path, veering towards a secluded corridor. Follow me. Without a moment's hesitation, Yukon and Konan exchanged glances and trailed closely behind. The corridor spiraled upward, its depths enigmatic and winding. At last, a formidable stone door loomed ahead. Upon pushing it open, the vista at the tower's apex unfolded before them. A vast, circular stone chamber greeted them, where fierce winds surged through several gaping window apertures, producing a haunting wail. In the heart of the chamber stood a solitary, colossal throne, hewn from an unknown black rock, exuding an aura of oppression and majesty. It was the throne of Hanzo the Salamander. Shinwei approached the chair with measured steps. The journey to confront Hanzo and arrive here felt like a predetermined process. In his past life, he toiled for KPIs with relentless fervor. In this life, he sought strength through a different form of registration. In a sense, the driving force remained unchanged. Yet, this time, the potential rewards might surpass all expectations. He halted before the throne. System, sign in at the Rain Hidden Tower. A familiar electronic tone resonated in his consciousness. Ding. Sign in at the Rain Hidden Tower successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Reincarnation I, beginner, can grow. Does not conflict with your eternal kaleidoscope, can integrate and evolve. In an instant, an indescribable torrent of immense ocular power surged from the void, flooding into Shun Yue's eyes. This force was not crude, but rather exquisitely pure and overwhelmingly vast. The pattern of his eternal kaleidoscope spun rapidly in the depths of his gaze. Around the design, circles of faint purple mysterious ripples emerged, akin to the ripples spreading across a water surface, intertwining and merging with the kaleidoscopic patterns. Moments later, the purple waves gradually faded, seamlessly integrating into the original eye patterns. Indistinguishable from one another, a warm sensation coursed through his eyes, followed by an unprecedented clarity. The world, within his perception, appeared entirely renewed. The subtle sound of raindrops striking the stones at the tower's summit, every particle of dust carried by the wind, and the distant, fearful gasps of surviving rain shinobi, all became strikingly vivid, as if he could discern their very essence. The chakra flow within Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan presented itself to him in a novel and intricate network. Shinwei slowly closed his eyes. A deluge of information flooded his mind, insights into the nature of chakra, the mysteries of yin-yang release, and the fundamentals of the Six Paths power. This knowledge was not merely rote memorization, but rather an instinctual understanding, deeply etched into the core of his soul. At that moment, his comprehension of the world underwent a seismic transformation. Just as Shun Yue's eyes completed their metamorphosis, Nagato emitted a muffled groan of anguish, retreating 2 steps involuntarily, his hands instinctively pressed against his eyes. His transplanted Rinnegan trembled uncontrollably, radiating an unprecedented brilliance of purple light. A tremor, stemming from the very essence of the Rinnegan, coursed through him. What is this? Nagato's voice emerged, hoarse with astonishment. He lowered his hands, his eyes, now adorned with purple ripples, fixed intently upon Shun Yue, brimming with horror and disbelief. His Rinnegan gazed upward. Yes, a primal instinct akin to a subject revering a sovereign was transmitted clearly from his very own eyes to his consciousness. Of the same origin yet purer, more expansive, and supremely exalted. Before this newly born ocular power belonging to Shun Yue, Nagato's Rinnegan felt an overwhelming sense of subjugation and reverence. Yahiko and Konan were startled by Nagato's unusual reaction. Nagato, what is wrong? Yahiko rushed forward, concern etched on his face. Konan, equally anxious, glanced between Nagato and the composed Shun Yue, filled with confusion. Shun Yue opened his eyes. They were profound, initially appearing little different than before, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern an infinite starry expanse within his pupils, encompassing all. He raised his hand, grasping at the air. The chakra within him moved with intention, quietly transitioning towards a Six Paths level of potency. His precision in energy manipulation had reached an exquisite zenith. Your eyes respond to me, Shun Yue declared, gazing at Nagato. Stating a fact. Nagato nodded with difficulty, his throat dry. The sense of submission emanating from his own Rinnegan left him shaken, nearly unable to think. Such an occurrence was unheard of. Mr. Shun Yue, Yahiko stammered, his intended question lodged in his throat. He could not accurately articulate the transformation Shun Yue underwent at that moment, yet it felt far more unfathomable than when he had slain Hanzo. If the previous Shun Yue was akin to a towering mountain, inspiring awe, now he resembled a vast ocean, calm on the surface, yet possessing the power to engulf all beneath. Konan felt similarly. She could distinctly sense that the air surrounding Shun Yue had thickened, infused with an ancient and formidable presence. This was not merely strength, it signified a transcendent leap in the hierarchy of existence. Awe burgeoned fervently within the hearts of the three. Shun Yue offered no further explanations. He turned, moving to the shattered window at the tower's summit. gazing down at the rain-hidden village still shrouded in rain. It was a scene of desolation, yet it also heralded the promise of rebirth. A new era had begun. His voice, though not raised high, resonated clearly in the ears of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Chapter 33. The Three Rules at the Tower's Summit. Shinryu, I will provide the funds and weapons. You shall provide the manpower to build anew. The sound of rain pattered, washing away the bloodstains at the tower's pinnacle. Shinryu's words fell upon Yahiko and the others like a stone cast into a lake, stirring ripples in their hearts. Peace, Yahiko murmured, the word barely escaping his dry throat. He lifted his gaze, meeting Shinryu's eyes, which seemed to contain the cosmos. The very goal we have fought for is peace. Yet Hanzo's betrayal has left us. His voice trailed off, laden with lingering pain and confusion. The path they had traversed had been fraught with hardship. Shinryu turned to face them. I comprehend your ideals. Attempting to sway this war-torn world through love and sacrifice is commendable. He paused, his tone devoid of praise. Yet, it is also rather naive. Naive? Yahiko's voice rose slightly, clearly struggling to accept such a label. Our principles are not wrong. It is this world that is flawed. Konan gently tugged at Yahiko's sleeve, urging him to remain calm. Nagato remained silent, remnants of trepidation still echoing in his Rinnegan, lending an inexplicable weight to Shinryu's words. Perhaps ideals themselves do not possess absolute right or wrong, Shinryu replied calmly. But an ideal lacking the means to be upheld is no different from a castle in the air. He extended his hand, gesturing towards the war-ravaged land below. Behold this ground beneath us. For decades, Hanzo has ruled with an iron fist. What are his ideals? Fear and oppression. And you seek to dismantle that with your ideals. What has been the outcome? Yahiko's fists clenched involuntarily. The outcome is the blood of companions, the annihilation of an organization, and the ruthless shattering of ideals. Before my arrival, you had nearly lost everything. Kamizuki continued, while I merely eliminated a Hanzo. His tone was indifferent, as if recounting a trivial matter. The old order began to crumble with Hanzo's death, and a new order would have the opportunity to rise from these ruins. This is the most direct consequence of power. Kamizuki's gaze turned toward Nagato. Your eyes, the Rinnegan, in your hands, they seem to bring only suffering, hatred, and the drive for that outer path avatar to wreak havoc. Nagato's body trembled slightly. Kamizuki's words pierced the depths of his despair. What has the Rinnegan brought him? Besides endless battles and losses? Yet, these eyes are not merely instruments of destruction. Kamizuki's voice bore a peculiar guiding power. The Rinnegan is the eye created by the Sage of Six Paths to establish the ninja world, to usher in peace. It possesses the supreme power of creation and destruction, capable of guiding transformation. The key lies in the will of the one who wields it. Will, Nagato murmured, the purple ripples in his eyes flickering slightly. Close your eyes. Nagato, feel the power deep within your eyes. Not anger, not sorrow, but something more fundamental. Kamizuki's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Nagato's ears. He complied, slowly shutting his eyes. Initially, his mind was still filled with images of war, blood, and Yahiko's near death. Yet, under Kamizuki's guidance, he attempted to settle these chaotic thoughts. A force, unlike the violent power he had previously wielded with the Outer Path Avatar, a more tranquil yet vast feeling, began to emerge in his consciousness. Was it a life force? A potential to control life and death, even to reverse the balance of yin and yang. It was not mere destruction, but the essence of creation. Nagato abruptly opened his eyes, and the Rinnegan, now shimmering with ripples, held not only its usual complexities, but also an unprecedented brilliance. I felt it, he stammered, but that novel experience made him tremble all over. Kamizuki's understanding of the Rinnegan surpassed that of its very possessor. This was utterly unfathomable. Kamizuki nodded slightly. Nagato's talent was not lacking. He had merely been blinded by hatred for far too long. See, it does not only bring despair. Yahiko and Konan, nearby, clearly sensed the change in Nagato's aura. It was no longer pure gloom and heaviness, but infused with an ineffable vitality. However, Konan's cool voice shattered the brief silence. She looked at Kamizuki, scrutinizing. Will peace maintained through absolute power not devolve into another form of oppressive rule, just like Hanzo? Her question was sharp and direct. This was what they had always been vigilant against and resisted. Yahiko also turned to Kamizuki. This question echoed his own doubts. Kamizuki-yu did not show anger, but instead wore a faint smile. Power is the cornerstone of peace, but not its entirety. True peace is rooted in the establishment of order, the prosperity of people's lives, and the hope of the populace for the future. These require wisdom to build and time to nurture. He raised his hand, gesturing. What I can do is provide you with an environment free from external coercion, a testing ground for you to practice a new, sustainable model of peace. Rain Village will be the starting point of this experiment. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were profoundly shaken. Kamizuki-yu's words painted a future they had never imagined. An environment free from coercion, practicing a new model of peace. Could this be possible? In the past, their very survival had been a monumental struggle, let alone building a village according to their own will. Yet, the man before them possessed the power to make them believe that all of this was achievable. Yahiko's chest heaved violently. He recalled his past stubbornness, those unrealistic fantasies that now seemed so pale in comparison to Kamizuki-yu's absolute power and far-reaching vision. Perhaps he had truly been mistaken. Peace is not merely proclaimed, it is fought for and constructed. The brilliance in Nagato's eyes grew ever brighter. The newfound sensations of the Rinnegan, along with Kamizuki-yu's guidance, allowed him to see for the first time the significance of these eyes beyond vengeance. Creation guides transformation. Konan, whose body had been tense, gradually began to relax. From Kamizuki-yu's words, she felt no trace of the overt controlling desire that Hanzo had exuded, but rather a higher-level expectation, a genuine hope quietly taking root in her heart. Then, Yahiko began, his voice somewhat hoarse yet imbued with newfound strength. Kamizuki-yu's gaze swept over the three. The Ōtsutsuki of the past has ended with Hanzo's downfall. Now, I propose we rebuild the Ōtsutsuki with a new vision. He extended his hand. An organization dedicated to uniting all marginalized factions, sheltering war orphans, and spreading the true ideals of peace. Of course, all of this will be conducted under my protection until you possess sufficient strength to independently safeguard this peace. Yahiko looked at Kamizuki-yu's outstretched hand, then at Nagato and Konan beside him. The purple light in Nagato's eyes swirled as he nodded earnestly. Konan pressed her lips together, revealing a long-lost, heartfelt smile. Yahiko took a deep breath and solemnly extended his hand to clasp Kamizuki-yu's. We are willing. Nagato and Konan followed suit, their hands overlapping with Kamizuki-yu's. The rain continued to fall, but the gloom that enveloped Rain Village seemed to be torn apart at that moment, revealing a path to light. The Ōtsutsuki, reborn. Kamizuki-yu retracted his hand, gazing calmly at them. Excellent. From today onward, Rain Village is entrusted to your management. Chapter 34. The new official of Rain Village takes charge. Raindrops pattered against the window, casting a dim light within the room. Kamizuki-yu gently tapped the location of Rain Village on the map with his fingertip. The first step for the new Ōtsutsuki is to gain complete control over Rain Village. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan stood solemnly. Structurally, I recommend a flat management system to reduce unnecessary hierarchical levels. Efficiency is the lifeblood of the new Ōtsutsuki. Kamizuki-yu looked at Yahiko. You will oversee external affairs and overall coordination, requiring decisiveness and a certain degree of affability. Yahiko nodded, understanding his role. Konan. Kamizuki-yu turned to her. The establishment and infiltration of an intelligence network, as well as the vetting and management of internal members, will be your responsibility. You need to be meticulous and possess keen insight. Konan's fingertips silently unfurled the paper, then quietly coalesced. Nagato, Kamizuki-yu finally addressed him. Your Rinnegan is the most powerful deterrent for the Ōtsutsuki and serves as our ultimate trump card. You need to focus on one thing, grow stronger at any cost. Simultaneously, I will teach you how to truly wield these eyes, not merely for destruction. The purple ripples in Nagato's eyes expanded slightly, a surge of inexplicable excitement rising within him. As for the action plan, Kamizuki-yu continued. The initial phase will primarily focus on covert infiltration to accumulate strength. Externally, we will present a facade of cooperation and assistance. Internally, we will eliminate all unstable factors. The objective is to unite all available minor factions, to shelter the orphans of war, and gradually erode the fringes of the old order. Yahiko, he stated, regarding finances. Shinjutsu-yu withdrew a scroll from within his robes and gently pushed it towards them. This is a map revealing the location of Hanzo's secret treasury. The wealth contained within is ample enough for you to initiate your first phase of plans. With his money, You can build your village. Quite intriguing, isn't it? His tone was nonchalant, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. As Yahiko and the others unfurled the scroll, they were taken aback by the myriad markings and the staggering estimates of wealth inscribed upon it. The riches amassed by Hanzo over the years had now become the cornerstone of their new beginning. Shinjutsu then produced 3 jade tablets of varying colors. These are my tailored insights into cultivation and practical ninjutsu, modified according to your individual attributes. Yahiko, you shall focus on mastering water release and honing your leadership skills. Konan, you will delve into the ultimate transformations of paper jutsu and intelligence-gathering techniques. Nagato, your task is to grasp the foundational control of the Rinnegan and the preliminary guidance of the Six Paths power. The 3 received the jade tablets, feeling the profound knowledge they contained, deeply moved. Yahiko's voice bore a hint of complexity. Shinjutsu waved a hand dismissively. There is no need for further words. Remember, the growth of power is aimed at better achieving our goals. He rose and approached the window, gazing out at the persistent rain. Within the rain village, loyal remnants of Hanzo, alongside opportunists eager to take advantage of the chaos, required thorough cleansing. Before his words faded, Shinjutsu's figure vanished from the window. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan exchanged knowing glances, instantly comprehending his intent. In the next moment, several shadowy corners of the rain village echoed with brief, frantic cries, soon drowned out by the sound of rainfall. These sounds were faint, yet struck like heavy hammers upon the hearts of those in the rain village who were poised to act. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Shinjutsu reappeared in the room, impeccably clean, as if he had merely taken a stroll. I have already removed some of the troublesome stones from your path, he stated calmly as he resumed his seat. Next, we will consolidate the internal factions of Rain Village. Yahiko immediately grasped the implication. I shall summon representatives from each family at once. There is no need for such formality, Shinjutsu interjected, gesturing towards the door. They should be arriving shortly. Indeed, moments later, a respectful announcement was heard from outside, as notable leaders of ninja clans and heads of minor ninja organizations, led by a visibly anxious Rain ninja, filed in. Most bore pale expressions, evidently having heard unsettling news or witnessed bloody scenes firsthand. Upon seeing Shinjutsu seated at the head of the table, flanked by the composed Yahiko and his companions, their reverence deepened further. No one dared to speak first. The room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Yahiko cleared his throat and stepped forward. Esteemed guests, from this day forth, the Order of Rain Village will be re-established by us. His words, though succinct, were imbued with undeniable authority. The representatives exchanged glances. One elder, of considerable standing in the village, trembled as he stepped forward. We are willing to accept the new leadership and follow your directives. With the first to step forward, the remainder bowed in submission. The shift in power was astonishingly swift. Shinjutsu's decisive actions had shattered all potential resistance. At that moment, authority transitioned smoothly into the hands of the new leadership. Shinjutsu appeared unfazed, flicking his fingers lightly as an almost imperceptible wave swept over everyone present. Excellent. The specifics will be discussed between Yahiko and you. He turned to Yahiko and his companions. Remember your responsibilities. Yahiko, you are the public leader. Decisions must be made decisively while also considering differing opinions, yet the final authority rests with you. Nagato, your very existence serves as a deterrent. Focus on your training, and I will periodically assess your progress. Konan, logistics and intelligence are the lifeblood of the village's operation. No mistakes must occur. The 3 bowed in unison. Yes, sir. Shinjutsu nodded slightly, then addressed Nagato specifically. The power of the Rinnegan you currently understand is merely the tip of the iceberg. Its destructive capability is but its most superficial manifestation. The power of the heavenly path can manipulate gravitational forces when utilized for construction. It could level vast expanses in a single day. The power of the human path perceives souls when employed for discerning true intentions. It can preserve the purity of the organization. The power of the Azura path endows mechanical bodies when used to mend companions' deficiencies or to enhance the valor of loyal warriors. It can provide countless aids. His words ignited a fierce glimmer in Nagato's eyes. He had never considered that these eyes, which had brought endless suffering and hatred, could possess such miraculous creative potential. Shinjutsu did not elaborate further, leaving some matters for Nagato to discern on his own. Rain Village lay in dire need of revival. The oppressive policies of the Hanzo era would be abolished immediately. New decrees would be enacted, prioritizing recuperation and revitalization. Production would be encouraged, taxes reduced, orphans cared for, and compensation provided for the injured. Shinjutsu Yu's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in each person's ear. I desire Rain Village to regain its vitality in the shortest possible time, and to flourish more than ever before. Yahiko's heart surged with fervor. Rest assured, sir, we will not disappoint your expectations. Each encounter with Shinjutsu Yu deepened their understanding of this enigmatic figure. He not only wielded world-shattering power, but also possessed a talent for shaping destiny. Unbeknownst to them, the sentiments of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan towards Shinjutsu Yu had gradually evolved from initial awe and gratitude to a near reverence akin to that of a mentor. I shall remain here for a while to assist you in stabilizing the situation. Afterward, I will take my leave, Shinjutsu Yu announced. The three felt a pang of unease. Are you leaving, sir? Yahiko hastily inquired. I cannot shelter you indefinitely. True peace must be safeguarded by your own hands, Shinjutsu Yu replied, regarding them intently. I will leave behind a flying thunder god mark and a special means of communication. Should you encounter an insurmountable crisis, you may contact me at any time. He added, as for the restless small nations surrounding Rain Village, I shall have a word with them. Before I depart, I will issue them a clear warning. This statement offered some comfort to the three. Shinjutsu Yu stood. Go forth. The future of Rain Village lies in your hands. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with unprecedented determination. They bowed, and then turned to lead the family representatives out of the room. The rain seemed to have lightened slightly. Chapter 35. The Disturbance of Orochimaru. Signs of betrayal from one of the legendary three ninjas. With the affairs of Rain Village on the right track, Shinjutsu Yu's presence re-emerged within Konoha. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Shinjutsu Yu sat in the designated position of chief advisor, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. Orochimaru, the genius among the legendary three, was likely straying further down the forbidden path. Defection was merely a matter of time. Has there been any unusual movement of materials or reports of missing personnel within the village recently? He inquired of the Umbu ninja responsible for gathering intelligence. The Umbu member paused momentarily, quickly retrieving a scroll. Reporting to you, advisor, all material movements have been approved by the Hokage or the Elder Council. Everything is normal. As for personnel, there have been a few ordinary villagers who have not returned from their outings. We have dispatched individuals to investigate, but no ninjas are reported missing. Normal? Shinjutsu Yu scoffed lightly. True anomalies would never reveal themselves so plainly. He closed his eyes, his vast perceptual abilities unfurling like a stream of mercury, delicately sweeping through every corner of the Hidden Leaf Village. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan intertwined with the nascent Rinnegan, endowing him with the power of acute insight. Orochimaru's chakra had recently exhibited an unsettling and viscous presence, excessively active. Deliver to me all records of Orochimaru's tasks over the past 3 months and the inventory requisition list from the laboratory, Shinjutsu Yu stated in a calm tone. The Umbu ninja hesitated, expressing concern that it exceeded his authority. I shall personally convey this to the Hokage, Shinjutsu Yu assured, pausing his fingers in their motion. The Umbu ninja, no longer reluctant, bowed and departed. Soon, a mountain of scrolls was presented before Shinjutsu Yu. He perused them with remarkable speed. What would take an ordinary person days to digest was mere fleeting glimpses for him. Yet, he captured every critical piece of information with precision. The task locations, durations, and the special materials consumed appeared as unconnected data, yet in his mind, they swiftly coalesced into a clandestine network. Indeed there is something amiss, he mused, setting down the last scroll. Orochimaru's frequent excursions to several abandoned training grounds and uninhabited areas on the village's outskirts revealed energy fluctuations that starkly contradicted the declared task levels. Some material requisitions diverged significantly from his publicly stated research directions. He certainly hides his tracks well. Rising, his figure dissipated into thin air. Deep within the long-abandoned third training ground, Shinjutsu Yu's form materialized. This place had been transformed into a small temporary experimental site. The air thick with the acrid scent of formaldehyde mingled with blood. Within several cultivation tanks floated grotesquely distorted biological tissues, alongside scattered bloodied medical instruments. In an inconspicuous corner, he uncovered fragments of destroyed experimental data, encrypted in a complex ancient serpent script. Such encryption, attempting to deceive the heavens? He scoffed. For one with the Rinnegan and knowledge of the Ōtsutsuki legacy, this encryption was child's play. With a slight focus of his mental energy, the information on the fragments became crystal clear in his mind. First-generation cellular activity induction rejection response individual collapse, Sharingan transplantation, soul compatibility, low post-observation mutations. Indeed, it is these matters, he observed, his gaze betraying no emotion. Such evidence, however, was insufficient to awaken Sarutobi Hiruzen from his delusions regarding Orochimaru. He copied the data and set up several flying thunder god markers and more concealed perception techniques in the laboratory before departing silently, leaving no trace. Back in the advisor's office, Shingetsu fell into contemplation. Sarutobi had an enduring illusion that Orochimaru's nature was not inherently malevolent. To make him face reality, indisputable ironclad evidence was essential to nail Orochimaru to the shameful pillar of treachery. It seemed he needed to intensify his efforts. The day of betrayal was not far off. Before that, all of Orochimaru's secret bases must be unearthed, with concrete evidence obtained. The following day, during the high-level meeting of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the head, his expression weary. Advisors Tsunade and Mito Gate Inazuma sat upright. What are your thoughts on the recent reconstruction aid to the Rain Village and the material exchange requests from the Sand Village? Sarutobi Hiruzen initiated. The meeting proceeded methodically. When it was Shingetsu's turn to speak, he pivoted. Hokage-sama, esteemed elders, I have been pondering a matter concerning the internal stability and loyalty of our village. At these words, the atmosphere in the meeting room shifted subtly. Advisor Tsunade frowned slightly. Advisor Yu, what do you imply? The loyalty of Konoha's ninjas is beyond doubt. I certainly believe in the loyalty of the vast majority of Konoha's ninjas, Shingetsu replied gently. However, in a large forest, one can find all kinds of birds. Should we not establish a more comprehensive review mechanism, particularly for those who access core secrets or engage in high-risk forbidden techniques research? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, his pipe momentarily stilled. Are you suggesting? Not specifying anyone in particular, Shingetsu smiled faintly, merely preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Forbidden techniques are deemed as such because they possess the power to overturn reason, yet they can easily lead one astray. While we grant some geniuses the freedom to research, freedom must also have boundaries. If someone were to disguise harmful actions against the village or even against humanity under the guise of research, would we be able to detect and halt them in time? Mito Gate Inazuma pondered. The advisor's concerns are not without merit. Power indeed requires constraints. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe. Regarding the management of forbidden technique research, the Umbu and relevant departments have always upheld strict regulations. I trust Orochimaru and his team to exercise discretion. Once again, Orochimaru's name surfaced. Shingetsu mused inwardly. The filter indeed was thick. Regulations are static, while individuals are dynamic. He continued. Moreover, some geniuses' ideas can be wildly impractical. What if, I say what if, someone crosses that red line in pursuit of so-called truth? We cannot always wait until the event occurs to regret our inaction. He surveyed the room, absorbing the reactions of those present. I propose a comprehensive internal review of all A-level and above forbidden technique research projects, unbounded and thorough. Furthermore, the loyalty assessments for personnel in key positions should be elevated. Tsunade hesitated. Isn't that a bit too drastic? For the long-term peace and stability of the village, some necessary upheaval is warranted. Shingetsu stood. I have spoken my piece. Hokage-sama, esteemed elders, the decision lies with you. With that, he exited the meeting room. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at his retreating figure, lost in prolonged silence. Chapter 36. Signing in at the entrance of the Dragon Cave. Perfect Sage Mode and Curse Seal. Shingetsu stepped out of the meeting room, the weight of Sarutobi Hiruzen's silence pressing upon him. The old man was still indulging in paternal affection, while Orochimaru was likely struggling to hide his true intentions. He quietly scoffed at Sarutobi's almost doting trust, having long abandoned any hopes in relying on others. Trusting oneself was far more prudent. Orochimaru's research base was no secret to him, based on fragmented memories from his past life. Combined with meticulous analysis of Orochimaru's behavioral patterns and reconnaissance of the terrain surrounding Konoha, a general location had become clear. At the border of the Land of Fire, a hidden valley not even marked on ordinary maps awaited. With a few flickers, Shingetsu vanished amidst the clamor of Konoha. He did not charge directly in, but halted several kilometers from the valley's perimeter. Here, an unusual energy fluctuation emanated subtly, a natural energy, pure yet imbued with a distinct chill and slickness. Closing his eyes, he fully extended his sensory perception to the natural energy. This energy closely matched his recollections of the Dragon Cave. Orochimaru, it seemed, was indeed still plotting, daring to covet the Sage Mode. The Curse Seal was merely an inferior version of Sage Chakra. It appeared he had established contact with the old white snake from the Dragon Cave. Yet, for one whose body was corroded by desire, mastering Sage Mode perfectly was nothing short of a pipe dream. A smirk crept upon Shingetsu-Yu's lips. You wish to enter the Dragon Cave? I shall ensure that you do not succeed. His eyes, adorned with concentric purple ripples, gently rippled as the initial reincarnation eye quietly awakened. In that moment, his insight into spatial structures and his ability to capture the flow of natural energy reached an unparalleled zenith. Common ninjas, even if they sensed the existence of the Dragon Cave, would find it exceedingly difficult to locate its true entrance. The Dragon Cave, akin to Mayaboka Mountain and the Wetbone Forest, belongs to a realm independent of the main world, a spiritual space. The entrance is often the point where the spatial barrier is thinnest, exceedingly secretive, and subject to minute shifts over time. Yet, under the gaze of Shinyu's reincarnation eye, these were mere trifles. He reverse-engineered the dissipating natural energy trails, akin to an experienced hunter tracking the faintest signs of its prey. Soon, before a seemingly unremarkable colossal rock wall, a subtle distortion in space emerged. Found it. This was one of the projection nodes of the Dragon Cave within the main world. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinyu approached. He had no intention of barging in to surprise the White Snake Sage just yet. That old fellow had lived for an unfathomable number of years, his temperament being rather cantankerous. Now was not the time for dealings. System, sign in here, he silently intoned. This was already the outer perimeter of the Dragon Cave's entrance, suffused with its aura, meeting the sign-in requirements. Utilizing a loophole in the rules to sign in. This was the self-cultivation of a modern wage slave. Ding. Sign-in successful at Dragon Cave entrance, outer area. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. White Snake Sage Mode, perfect, no side effects, instant activation. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Curse Seal, controllable enhanced version. Can bestow power to others without risk of erosion. Can be reclaimed at any time. The system's notifications were crisp and clear. In the next moment, a torrent of natural energy, as immense as the sea, along with the secrets of cultivating White Snake, Sage Mode, and knowledge of Sage Arts, surged into Shinyu's mind and body like a burst dam. His sage body, akin to a parched sponge meeting a refreshing rain, greedily absorbed it all. The compatibility with the perfect White Snake Sage Mode was nearly 100%. Two slender purple serpentine patterns quietly emerged at the corners of Shinyu's eyelids, exuding an otherworldly elegance and nobility. The chilling natural energy flowed within him, yet he felt no discomfort. Rather, it bestowed him with a peculiar sense of control. Was this the essence of the perfect Sage Mode? He raised his hand, feeling the surge of power within him. Unlike the Sage Modes of the original work as Shugo and Yakushi Kabuto, which required extensive accumulation of natural energy fraught with significant risks, he could activate it instantly. With a mere thought, the Sage Mode was unleashed. Almost with no delay, a torrent of power filled his limbs and bones. His perception and manipulation of natural energy elevated to an entirely new echelon. The sounds of wind, insects, and the breath of grass and trees became exceedingly clear, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Indeed. Shinyu nodded in satisfaction. Simultaneously, he comprehended the crafting and bestowing methods of the Curse Seal, controllable enhanced version. This seal eliminated the original version's flaws of mental erosion and life consumption. It could maximally stimulate the potential of the recipient according to their aptitude, enhancing their strength. Most crucially, the source of the seal's power was entirely under Shinyu's control. He could bestow it at will or reclaim it whenever he desired. What a marvelous tool this was. It would serve as an excellent means of enhancement for his allies in the future, such as the Uchiha youngsters and the future Akatsuki organization. Gradually, Shinyu retracted the aura of Sage Mode, and the purple patterns at his eyelids faded away. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. Yet he alone understood that at this moment, he had acquired a powerful trump card. Orochimaru's defection? Merely a matter of time. When that day arrived, he would deliver an unforgettable surprise to one of the legendary Sannin. Shinyu turned. his figure melding back into the shadows as he departed silently. The valley remained hushed, save for the whisper of the wind. Chapter 37. The night of Orochimaru's defection and the encounter with spirits. Shinryu, Uncle Snake, your sage arts enhancement has expired. The rain pattered down, washing over the dark night of Konoha village. Orochimaru clutched a sealing scroll containing the essence of his lifelong research. Tonight marked the opportune moment for him to extricate himself from this decaying village. The rendezvous was already arranged, and the escape route was meticulously planned. A cold smirk graced his lips. Konoha, farewell. Or rather, forever farewell. As he stepped out of the final stronghold, preparing to merge into the deeper shadows of the night. A figure stood quietly at the exit of the alley, as if waiting for a long time. The rain soaked the person's simple robe, yet it did not diminish their serene demeanor. Shinryu. Orochimaru's pupils constricted slightly, followed by a low, sinister chuckle. Ah, it's you, advisor. Out for a stroll at this late hour? He scrutinized Shinryu, quickly assessing him in his mind. A young advisor, even if possessing some strength. What could he do against me? After all, I am one of the legendary Sannin, with countless trump cards. Waiting for me, Shinryu's response was succinct. Waiting for you? Heh. Are you here to see me off? Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips, feigning a touch of camaraderie. Before his words finished, he abruptly flicked his hand. Shadow Snake Hand. Multiple fearsome venomous snakes shot forth from his sleeve, lunging at Shinryu's face. Following closely were several kunai embedded with explosive tags, sealing off all avenues of evasion. A-grade ninjutsu, effortlessly executed. He aimed for a swift resolution. Shinryu's form flickered, gliding through the gaps between the snakes and kunai like a specter. Those lethal attacks did not even graze the hem of his clothing. Is this all you have, Orochimaru? His calm tone, in Orochimaru's ears at that moment, rang with derision. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Such remarkable taijutsu? It seemed that without revealing some genuine skill, there was no way to compel you to yield. He formed hand seals with both hands and slammed them onto the ground. Summoning technique. 10,000 snakes. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a gigantic purple serpent coiled within the narrow alley, its crimson eyes fixated intently on Shinryu. 10,000 snakes roared in agitation. Orochimaru, are you summoning me to deal with this small fry again? Next time you call me out for such trivial matters, I might just swallow you whole. Orochimaru paid no heed to the serpent's complaints. A flash of cold light revealed the Kusanagi, sword drawn from its sheath. Advisor Shinryu, to die beneath my 10,000 snakes array would be a privilege for you. The sword's tip pointed directly at Shinryu, and the massive serpent moved in tandem, unleashing a swarm of smaller venomous snakes from its scales, weaving a net of death. This was the 10,000 snakes array. Faced with this nearly lethal scenario, Shinryu's expression remained serene. The next instant, a suffocating surge of natural energy erupted from within him. At the corners of his eyes, two slender purple serpentine patterns emerged. Perfect white snake sage mode. Instant activation. The chilling and potent sage chakra engulfed the area, as if the rainwater in the alley had been solidified by the overwhelming presence. The furious roar of the myriad snakes abruptly ceased, revealing a hint of fear for the very first time in their colossal eyes. They sensed a suppression emanating from the depths of their bloodline. Sage mode. Orochimaru stammered, disbelief etched upon his face. How could this be? The power he had painstakingly studied for years, even using himself as a test subject, remained elusive to him, yet this young man effortlessly wielded it. Shingetsu did not grant him more time to ponder. He moved, without hand signs, without flamboyant gestures, simply stepping forward. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. Relying on instinct, he crossed the Kusanagi, sword in front of him. Clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed. Shingetsu had appeared before him, effortlessly pinching the blade of the Kusanagi, sword between two fingers. Empowered by sage chakra, his physical strength surpassed that of steel. This sword, in your hands, has become tarnished. With a slight pressure of his fingers, a sharp crack resounded. Orochimaru's pride, the Kusanagi sword, was brutally broken in half. No, it was not merely broken. Shingetsu had seized a portion of the blade and, with a swift motion, thrust it forward. A fountain of blood erupted from the monstrous head of the myriad snakes. The grotesque serpent head was easily severed by the jagged edge of the Kusanagi sword. The myriad snakes emitted a mournful cry of excruciating pain, their massive form collapsing partially, crushing the surrounding buildings. Severely injured, but not yet dead, Shingetsu had held back, for the serpents of Raigakubo might still prove useful in the future. Orochimaru staggered backward, clutching the broken hilt, his face drained of color. Horror. An unprecedented terror. The opponent's strength completely surpassed the bounds of his comprehension. This was not the power one would expect from a Konoha advisor. It was that of a monster. He had to escape. This singular thought consumed his mind. Impure world reincarnation. As long as his soul endured, he could return. He needed to find a new vessel to lie in wait. And just as he was about to activate the soul technique, Shingetsuyu's calm eyes underwent a subtle transformation. His left eye became the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, its bizarre patterns swirling slowly. His right eye radiated a faint purple ripple, the embryonic form of the Rinnegan emerging. An unparalleled mental pressure and ocular power enveloped Orochimaru in an instant. He felt as though his soul was ensnared by countless invisible chains. The process of impure world reincarnation had encountered an unprecedented stagnation. How could this be? His soul technique had never failed before. Attempting to flee? Shingetsuyu's voice echoed as if from the depths of the abyss. Did I permit you to? The sage chakra surged once more as he gently pressed his foot down. The ground fissured. In the next moment, he shot forward like a cannonball, reaching Orochimaru in an instant. Without employing ninjutsu, merely relying on physical prowess enhanced by sage arts, he delivered a punch, simple, direct, and brutal. Orochimaru attempted to dissipate the force with soft body modification and evade with the snake substitution. Yet, Shingetsuyu's fist was imbued with a peculiar repulsive force, a manifestation of the Rinnegan's Shinra Tensei basic application. All of Orochimaru's defenses, his substitution techniques, crumbled like paper before this overwhelming might. Bang! The dull sound of impact resonated. Orochimaru's body was sent flying like a kite, with its strings severed, crashing through several walls before being pounded into the ground. Dust filled the air as Shingetsuyu slowly retracted his fist, the purple markings on his eyelids fading. Approaching the edge of the deep pit, he peered down. Orochimaru lay at the bottom, his bones shattered in countless places, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. His chakra in disarray. He struggled to open his eyes, gazing at Shingetsuyu with despair, unwillingness, and profound helplessness. His once proud wisdom, strength, and forbidden techniques felt utterly ineffective before this man. With the last vestiges of his strength, he managed to utter a few words. He could not fathom how such a profound existence had emerged within Konoha. Shingetsuyu offered no response. Some things required no explanation. He merely observed Orochimaru with a calm demeanor, akin to a scientist regarding an experiment soon to be discarded. Orochimaru sensed the absolute control concealed beneath that tranquility, a chill coursing through his heart. He had lost, thoroughly and utterly. The alley settled into a semblance of tranquility. The only sounds remaining were the patter of rain and the faint lament of the myriad snakes. Shingetsuyu turned, prepared to address the aftermath. Chapter 38. Shingetsuyu, Orochimaru. I have compiled all your dark secrets. A public trial in Konoha is imminent. The rainy night did not quiet with the conclusion of the alleyway battle. Shingetsuyu's figure appeared outside the Hokage building. He did not intrude directly, but instead relayed a message through the umbu. Moments later, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Mito Gate, and Toko Kobayashi appeared before him, their expressions grave. Shingetsuyu, you mentioned Orochimaru? Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice trembled slightly. Shingetsuyu gestured towards the direction of the alleyway. I have captured him. His chakra is sealed. The three were taken aback. They had anticipated Orochimaru's defection, but never envisioned such an explosive opening or such a swift conclusion. Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated. Evidence. I shall provide a surprise for you. Shingetsuyu spoke in a monotone, as if discussing a trivial matter. As the atmosphere within the Hokage building reached a peak of tension, various special image crystals around Konoha silently activated. These had been meticulously prepared by Shingetsuyu, capturing undeniable evidence of Orochimaru's inhumane experiments on living subjects. In a dimly lit laboratory, distorted bodies and desperate wails echoed as syringes and scalpels glimmered with cold light. Shocking scenes were projected through these crystals. What is that? A newly off-duty genin passing by a wall caught sight of the projection. Heavens! Is that Lord Orochimaru? What is he doing? Panic spread like wildfire. Initially, the unrest was localized, but soon the entire Konoha erupted. Impossible. This must be a forgery, shouted a fervent admirer of Orochimaru. Yet, The majority of villagers, upon witnessing the anguished faces of the children and those transformed beyond recognition, felt their stomachs churn with revulsion. Anger, fear, and disbelief surged. The legendary Sannin, the hero of Konoha, turned out to be a demon clad in human skin. Within the Hokage office, Hiruzen Sarutobi witnessed the same imagery through the crystal. His pipe clattered to the ground. In the footage, Orochimaru's cold serpentine eyes were fixated in a frenzied manner upon his experiments, the backdrop filled with countless wailing souls. Many of the victims were Konoha ninjas. Some were ordinary villagers, and others were war orphans. Orochimaru, how could you? Hiruzen Sarutobi staggered, and Midogate swiftly supported him. He appeared older than ever, a profound weariness overtaking him in an instant. His gaze shifted from initial shock to deep sorrow, ultimately transforming into profound guilt and regret. He murmured to himself, "Hoarse with guilt, it is I who have brought them harm. I should not have indulged you so." Midogate-on's and Torin Koha's faces were ashen. Now is not the time for self-reproach. Midogate-in snapped, "This abomination." Torin Koha clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh. How dare he commit such acts in Konoha? If it were not for Kamizuki-yu, the consequences would have been unimaginable. A wave of dread washed over them. Had it not been for Kamizuki-yu's decisive intervention and the subsequent revelation of the truth, what unspeakable disaster would Konoha have faced had Orochimaru succeeded in some of his forbidden jutsu research? They could scarcely bear to contemplate it. The situation must be contained immediately. Midogate and turned to Kamizuki-yu. "Where is Orochimaru now?" In a secluded place, Kamizuki-yu replied calmly, "I have spared him for your judgment." His serene demeanor only served to intensify the inexplicable pressure felt by Konoha's higher-ups. This young man seemed to have been in control of everything from the very beginning. Kamizuki-yu, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, bloodshot eyes betraying his weariness. "How did you come to know all this?" "That is of little importance," Kamizuki-yu replied dismissively. "What matters is how you intend to handle it." He added to himself, "Of course, I had conveniently packed it while signing in at Orochimaru's secret lab. Handle it? He must be severely punished," Torin Koha declared emphatically. Just then, the office door was flung open with great force. A white figure, accompanied by a gust of wind, rushed in. Jiraiya, who had hastened back from Maiboka Mountain, or was already in the village, stirred by the commotion. "Old man," Jiraiya's voice faltered at the sight within the room, as well as the images displayed in the projection crystal. His anxious expression froze the moment he grasped the experimental records. Following that was profound shock and disbelief. "What is this?" Jiraiya's voice came out hoarse. He stepped closer to the crystal, observing the actions of his former comrade. The grotesque scenes, the twisted lives, each frame struck his heart like a hammer. Impossible. Orochimaru, though obsessed with forbidden jutsu, how could he? He wished to defend Orochimaru. Yet the visual evidence and the list of victims were irrefutable. A sense of helplessness enveloped him. Pain, disgust. He could not fathom that the once esteemed genius, who fought alongside him, harbored such a hideous and cruel side within. "Jiraiya, you have seen it all." Sarutobi Hiruzen wearily closed his eyes. "How could it come to this?" Jiraiya roared, his fists clenched, veins bulging. His question was not directed at others, but rather at himself, at the Orochimaru who had changed beyond recognition. Should Tsunade witness this moment, she would likely shatter the replicas of the lab with her monstrous strength, as it utterly trampled upon her principles as a medical ninja. The public's fury had reached its zenith. "Traitor! Monster! Kill him! Kill him! Konoha will not tolerate such a disgrace." The crowd was in an uproar. Outside the Hokage building, a mass of agitated villagers and ninjas had gathered. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "Call an emergency high-level meeting," he commanded. "All Jounin, advisors, and Umbu squad leaders, report to the conference room immediately." He turned to Kamizuki-yu. "Kamizuki-yu, I will not involve myself." Kamizuki-yu waved his hand. "How to deal with this is an internal matter for Konoha. I have handed the man over to you, Umbu, deep within the interrogation department's dungeon." He paused, adding, "A friendly reminder, his, Edo Tensei, is troublesome. Do not allow him any opportunity." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Though Kamizuki-yu appeared to pass the responsibility back, he had effectively nailed Orochimaru to the pillar of shame, leaving him with no chance of redemption. The emergency high-level meeting of Konoha commenced. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drown in silence. each document detailing Orochimaru's crimes. Every segment of footage sent chills down the spines of the Jounin present. Once a hero among the legendary Sannin, he had now become a reviled practitioner of forbidden jutsu, a traitor to Konoha. His reputation was utterly ruined. In the face of absolute evidence, no one could utter a word in Orochimaru's defense. The focal point of the discussion was how to deal with Orochimaru, how to explain the situation to the entire shinobi world, and how to mitigate the adverse effects of this incident on Konoha's reputation. Meanwhile, the public's discourse centered not only on denouncing Orochimaru, but also on expressing awe and gratitude towards Kamizuki-yu. If it were not for Lord Kamizuki-yu, we would still be in the dark. He subdued that monster, Orochimaru. Lord Kamizuki-yu is the true guardian of Konoha. The previous rumors surrounding Kamizuki-yu's unfathomable strength were now directly and shockingly validated. His reputation in Konoha soared to new heights following this ordeal. Standing at the edge of Hokage Rock, Kamizuki-yu looked down upon the brightly lit yet restless village. The rain continued to fall. He paid little heed to the accolades or the headaches of Konoha's higher-ups. The pawn, Orochimaru, was temporarily incapacitated, yet the knowledge within his mind might still hold some value. As for the experimental subjects, they were truly a sight of despair. However, this served as a reminder that the pursuit of power, without boundaries, could lead to madness. Orochimaru. Oh, Orochimaru, why must you provoke trouble at this moment? He turned away, raindrops soaking the tips of his hair. The perfect sage mode. I suppose I could consider signing in at Mayuboka Mountain or the Wetbone Forest in the future. Having dealt with the Orochimaru situation, Kamizuki-yu felt he was one step closer to his goal of relaxation, yet somehow also farther away. After all, this world was never short of troublemakers. Beyond. Heading back to rest. Chapter 39. Orochimaru's Final Value. Human Database Online. The Konoha high-level conference room was engulfed in silence. Each breath felt as heavy as lead. The Will of Fire scroll hanging on the wall appeared dim and lifeless. He must be executed. To serve as a warning, a Jounin suddenly slammed his hand on the table, veins protruding from his neck. No, there should be a public trial. To announce his crimes to the world and restore Konoha's honor. Another advisor's face was ashen. A trial? Wouldn't that just spread Konoha's scandal throughout the shinobi world? Isn't it already a scandal? The arguments flared up, but all were tinged with a sense of powerlessness. Sarutobi Hiruzen wearily pressed his fingers to his temples, each wrinkle etched with struggle. He raised his hand, silencing the escalating debate. The room fell silent, leaving only the sound of rain tapping against the windows. His gaze shifted to a lone figure in the corner, out of place. Kamizuki-yu was idly inspecting the patterns on the ceiling, as if this meeting, pivotal for Konoha's future, had nothing to do with him. Kamizuki-yu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was hoarse. Kamizuki-yu shifted his attention from the ceiling to Sarutobi Hiruzen. You are the greatest contributor to subduing Orochimaru and understand his danger best. What is your opinion on his handling? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone carried a hint of unnoticeable plea. All eyes turned to Kamizuki-yu. There is inquiry, scrutiny, and a hint of subtle anticipation. Shinjuei-yu stretched languidly, the joints of his body emitting a series of faint, delicate sounds. As for the disposal plan, there are indeed a few options. He spoke slowly, his tone as unperturbed as if he were discussing what to have for lunch. Plan A. Complete annihilation, reducing him to ashes, ensuring no future threats. Simple and direct, it resolves the matter entirely. A few heavy breaths echoed in the conference room. Plan B. Strip him of all his abilities, revoke his ninjutsu and chakra, shatter his hands, rendering him incapable of forming seals or conducting any research. Then, imprison him for life in the deepest dungeon of Konoha, forcing him to live in perpetual repentance. This proposal elicited slight nods from some present. Shinjuei paused, seemingly weighing his next words, or perhaps merely relishing the suspense he was creating. And then there is Plan C. He smiled slightly, considering him as a unique research subject. Research subject? Mido Iman furrowed his brow. What does that mean? Orochimaru's knowledge still holds some value. Shinjuei-yu's fingers gently tapped the table, referencing his forbidden techniques. Various insights into forbidden jutsu and knowledge regarding genes and cells. This is utterly absurd. Jiraiya was the first to stand in opposition, his white hair seemingly bristling in outrage. Orochimaru is a madman, a soulless demon. Do you wish to keep him around for further research on forbidden techniques? Tsunade's expression was grave. Shinjuei-yu, this is too perilous. Orochimaru's seductive abilities and obsession with forbidden jutsu are not easily controlled. Control? Shinryu raised an eyebrow, who said he would be allowed to research freely. He surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on the faces of several high-ranking officials who appeared troubled. What I mean is, Shinryu continued, to implant the highest level of mental restraints in his brain, administered by myself, ensuring his absolute obedience to my commands, rendering him incapable of harboring any rebellious thoughts, even preventing him from taking his own life. Then, under strict supervision, he shall contribute all his knowledge to Konoha's biotechnology, medical ninjutsu, and defenses against forbidden techniques. All research directions and outcomes must undergo scrutiny from both myself and Lord Hokage. The pupils of Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed slightly. This proposal is indeed tempting. This is akin to bargaining with a tiger. Jiraiya erupted in fury, treating him as a mere tool? How does that differ from his own actions? The distinction is profound. Shinryu replied calmly. His malevolence is driven by his own desires. Our utilization of him is for the protection of many, for the future of Konoha. He turned to Jiraiya. Do you believe it better for him to die worthless, or to spend the remainder of his life in regret, redeeming a fragment of his sins by contributing to Konoha with his tainted knowledge? Shinryu's logic left Jiraiya momentarily speechless. He loathed Orochimaru and desired the harshest punishment for him. Yet, the alternative proposed by Shinryu seemed a more effective form of retribution. Furthermore, Shinryu added, a completely controlled Orochimaru, incapable of resistance, who can only obediently divulge knowledge, would serve as a more potent deterrent for potential researchers of forbidden techniques. Let them witness the fate that befalls those who stray down the wrong path. Not merely death, but becoming a soulless tool, drained of all value. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Shinryu's words were like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of tumult. The elder's voice broke the stillness. I believe Plan C is feasible. The knowledge possessed by Orochimaru is a valuable asset to Konoha. If we can harness it, Konoha's strength will undoubtedly reach new heights. Several high-ranking shinobi responsible for research departments echoed this sentiment. Lord Hokage, if we can ensure absolute control, this is indeed a rare opportunity. We can establish the highest level of confidentiality and monitoring mechanisms. Tsunade remained troubled. Can mental restraints truly guarantee complete control over Orochimaru? He is Orochimaru, a name synonymous with cunning and unpredictability. You need not doubt my methods. Shinryu's tone was calm, yet imbued with an unyielding authority. I can make him forget who he is, or ensure he remembers only that he is a dog. He raised his hand slightly, a barely visible thread of chakra swirling around his fingertip, emanating a disquieting aura. I can make him regard every command of mine with reverence, and cause his very soul to be obliterated at the moment he attempts to resist. That power sent an inexplicable chill through all the shinobi present. They had no doubt that Shinryu possessed such capability. Jiraiya opened his mouth, intending to interject, but was silenced by a gesture from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen regarded Shinryu, his aged visage reflecting a tumult of emotions, pain, struggle, and a flicker of persuasion. Konoha requires strength, especially after enduring such a devastating blow. If we can transform the threat posed by Orochimaru into an asset, it would be monumental for Konoha. Risk and reward coexist. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly, yet Shinryu. The absolute control you propose is the crux of this plan. I assure you. Shinryu vowed. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, and after a long moment, reopened them. We shall proceed with Plan C. His voice bore a weight of weariness, yet more so, resolution. However, all research projects must receive joint approval from myself and Shinryu. The oversight of Orochimaru will also be a shared responsibility between the Umbu and yourself. Agreed. Shinryu nodded. Jiraiya let out a heavy sigh, sitting down despondently. He understood that, at this point, there was no possibility of reversal. Tsunade fell silent as well, her gaze filled with trepidation for the future. In the deepest part of Konoha's interrogation department dungeon, dampness and darkness suffused the air, laden with despair. Orochimaru was firmly secured against the wall by a specialized restraining device, his bones pierced by sealing chains, and his chakra nearly entirely suppressed. His golden snake-like eyes were now dim, filled only with profound resentment and unwillingness. Footsteps approached from afar. Shinryu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and several Umbu appeared at the dungeon door. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was complex. Orochimaru slowly raised his head, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Ah, third Hokage, have you come to send me on my way? No. Shinwei stepped forward to the cell door, meeting Orochimaru's gaze. I am here to offer you a new beginning. Orochimaru's smile faltered, a flicker of confusion passing through his serpent-like eyes. Shinwei wasted no words. His hands began to form seals. The intricate hand signs exuded a dark and powerful chakra surge. What are you doing? Orochimaru sensed something amiss and began to struggle violently. But his strength was as nothing before Shinwei. Several runes imbued with terrifying mental energy shot from Shinwei's fingertips, embedding themselves into Orochimaru's forehead. Ah! A piercing scream resonated through the dungeon. Orochimaru's body convulsed violently, his eyes wide with terror as blood vessels rapidly filled his irises. His consciousness swirled in turmoil, resisting, yet before that overwhelming mental force. It was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Memories were violently rifled through, filtered, and reshaped. Chains and layers of restraints were forcibly branded into the depths of his soul. Sarutobi Hiruzen averted his gaze in despair. Several members of the Umbu felt a chill run down their spines. Time slipped away, and the shrieks gradually subsided. Orochimaru lay slumped against the restraining device, gasping for breath. His gaze becoming vacant and bewildered. Shingetsu retracted his hand, his expression serene. He snapped his fingers. Orochimaru's body jerked suddenly, his eyes sharpening as he focused on Shingetsu, revealing an expression of submission. How do you feel, my researcher? Shingetsu chuckled softly. Orochimaru opened his mouth, hoarsely uttering a few words. At your command, master. The once formidable serpent's gaze now reflected no trace of defiance or cunning. Only absolute obedience remained. Shingetsu nodded in satisfaction. Good. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, it's done. From now on, he will be Konoha's most diligent research hound. A 996 work schedule is a blessing, and a 007 lifestyle is the norm. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, though I do not comprehend the latter phrases. Orochimaru's current state confirms that this former disciple is utterly finished, more completely than death itself. Shingetsu flexed his wrist. Now, it's time to extract something useful from him. Chapter 40. Sign in at the forbidden section of Konoha Library. Edo Tensei, and a plethora of S-rank forbidden techniques. In the Hokage building, atop the highest office floor. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's chair, the pipe before him long extinguished. He gazed out at the thriving Konoha, yet turmoil churned within him. The hollow and compliant appearance of Orochimaru struck him with a more profound impact than the shock of his defection. It signified not merely the end of an S-rank rogue ninja, but an upheaval of the very definition of a ninja. Shingetsu, this young man, consistently brings forth surprises beyond imagination. Lord Third, are you still troubled by Orochimaru's affair? Shingetsu's voice pulled Sarutobi Hiruzen from his reverie. He had appeared in the office unannounced, holding a cup of hot tea. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his brow. Are you truly unconcerned about everything you have done to Orochimaru? Shingetsu offered the teacup. Are you referring to the after-effects or the moral implications? Both. As for the after-effects, there are none. Regarding morality, Shingetsu gently blew on the steam rising from his cup to deal with someone like Orochimaru, who has long discarded all boundaries. Using conventional methods is unjust to the victims. He paused, adding, moreover, a living Orochimaru, capable of contributing to Konoha, holds far greater value than a corpse. Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted the tea, its warmth calming his tumultuous thoughts. Though Shingetsu's words were blunt, they were irrefutable. What do you plan to do with him next? I intend to extract all his research findings from his mind, and then have him continue to shine for Konoha, Shingetsu replied lightly. I believe he will be quite willing. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. Orochimaru's research on forbidden techniques was unparalleled in the ninja world. This incident also served as a reminder that Konoha had much to improve regarding the control and countermeasures of forbidden techniques. Shingetsu interjected, thus, I wish to delve deeper into these taboos. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused. You wish to enter that place? The forbidden section of Konoha Library. Shingetsu nodded, stating plainly. Many of Orochimaru's techniques originate from there or are related to its records. To know oneself and one's enemy is to secure victory in 100 battles. I need to understand their principles to better develop countermeasures and even prevent future threats. This reasoning was resoundingly sound. Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized Shingetsu. This young man possessed unfathomable strength and a mindset far beyond his peers. Orochimaru in his hands had no room to struggle. The contents of the forbidden section, to him, might merely represent knowledge. The materials sealed within the forbidden section held the potential to upend the very foundations of the ninja village. Each scroll could herald catastrophe. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was grave. That is precisely why I must go. Shingetsu set down his teacup. Lord Third, you should understand better than anyone that power itself is devoid of inherent good or evil. The key lies in the wielder. His gaze was calm and confident. With the most significant internal instability in Konoha now resolved, it is imperative that we prepare for greater threats that may arise from outside in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers absently tapped on the table. Shingetsu's proposal was logical and reasonable. His strength was sufficient to qualify him for access to those taboos. Had it been anyone else, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never have acquiesced. Yet, Shingetsu seemed capable of creating miracles. Very well, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally decided. I grant you permission to enter the forbidden section. Thank you, Lord Third. However, you must be accompanied by Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen added. It's the rule. Shingetsu raised an eyebrow slightly but quickly returned to a placid demeanor. Agreed. Yet within, a different scene unfolded. Accompanied by Umbu? Is it out of fear that I will empty the forbidden section or that I shall inadvertently succumb to madness during my training? Very well, let us follow the procedure. Moments later, deep within the Konoha library, a heavy metallic door barred the way, adorned with sealing techniques that exuded a disquieting aura. This was the entrance to the forbidden section. Two Umbu members, their faces obscured by animal masks, stood like statues behind Shingetsu. Their presences melded with the shadows. Nearly undetectable unless one were to consciously sense them. Shingetsu halted, glancing back at them. You shall wait here. One of the Umbu seemed to want to say something. But upon meeting Shingetsu's gaze, the words caught in their throat. His look was calm, yet carried an undeniable oppressive force. As if any dissent from them would be as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. This stemmed from the confidence born of absolute strength and the invisible privileges that came with his elevated status after dealing with Orochimaru. Shingetsu disregarded them. Placing a single hand on the metallic door, chakra flowed subtly, causing the intricate sealing techniques on the door to writhe as if alive, emitting a series of delicate mechanical sounds. Authentication successful. A cold, mechanical voice echoed, and the heavy door slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. A chill decay. And a mingling of the rich scent of accumulated knowledge rushed forth from beyond the door. Shingetsu stepped inside, his figure vanishing into the darkness. The metallic door closed silently behind him. The two Umbu exchanged glances, each seeing a trace of resignation in the other's eyes. They understood well that this esteemed chief advisor did not wish for them to follow, and indeed, they could not dare to do so. Inside the forbidden section, the light was dim. Only a few long-lasting lamps emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating towering rows of enormous bookshelves. The air was thick with the unique scent of paper, tinged with a hint of blood and madness. Here lay all the forbidden ninjutsu, secret arts, and various perilous research materials classified as taboo since Konoha's founding. Each scroll represented a chapter of undisclosed dark history. Shingetsu walked slowly among them, his gaze sweeping over the tightly sealed scroll titles. Multi-shadow clone technique. Mutual exploding tag. Spirit transformation technique. Self-resurrection. These S-rank forbidden techniques, capable of inciting bloodshed in the outside world, were merely inconspicuous entries on the shelves here. His objective was crystal clear. According to the system's historical patterns, the more central and significant the location, the more bountiful the rewards for signing in. Soon, he arrived at the deepest part of the forbidden book area. Here, there were no bookshelves, only a solitary stone platform. Resting upon it lay a colossal scroll, ensconced in layers of seals, emanating a more ominous aura than all other forbidden techniques combined. Beside the scroll was a relatively tidy area, seemingly once a research chamber of a certain individual, still bearing the potent chakra marks of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Only a master of forbidden techniques, such as he could have the privilege of establishing a research space at the core of the forbidden book area. Shinryu came to a halt and silently intoned within his heart. System, sign in at this location. Ding. Successful sign-in at the Konoha Library Forbidden Book Area, Core Seal Scroll Storage of Senju Tobirama's Research Facility. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Edo Tensei, perfect. No side effects version, can be released at will, no mental constraints, perfect retention of the reincarnated's power, even controllable enhancement, no need for living sacrifices. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Perfect analysis and improvement methods for various S-rank forbidden techniques, including efficient arrangement of mutual explosive tags, theoretical derivation of Shiki-Fuin and avoidance strategies, etc. A torrent of information surged into Shunyueyu's mind. Everything regarding Edo Tensei, from the conditions for its execution, the ritual steps, to the summoning and binding of souls, as well as methods for release, became vividly clear. More importantly, this perfect, no side effects version of Edo Tensei utterly subverted the original setting. No living sacrifices were required. This meant that the greatest moral constraint of this technique had been entirely removed. The power of the reincarnated was perfectly retained, and one could even artificially control and enhance their strength. The summoning could be released at any time, allowing the reincarnated soul to return peacefully to the Pure Land, free from desecration. This was no longer an evil forbidden technique, but rather a controllable, formidable, and nearly unsolvable means of summoning combat power. As Shunyueyu absorbed this information, his demeanor remained calm, yet his heart was tumultuous. One could only wonder how Senju Tobarama would feel if he knew the technique he developed could be refined to such an extent. He might leap from the Pure Land, eager to engage in an all-night study and discussion with him. Besides Edo Tensei, there was a vast wealth of perfect analyses of S-rank forbidden techniques. It was not merely about learning, but understanding from fundamental principles and mastering improvement methods, mitigating side effects, and enhancing effectiveness. For instance, with mutual explosive tags, he could now arrange more powerful, broader, and harder to dismantle chain traps using fewer tags. Regarding Shiki-Fuin, although only partial theoretical derivations were provided, they granted him a deeper understanding of this ultimate self-destructive sealing technique, even leading him to preliminary thoughts on avoiding the risk of soul consumption. At this moment, his knowledge reservoir and technique library experienced unprecedented expansion. His understanding of ninjutsu ascended to a new realm. Shunyueyu slowly opened his eyes, and within those profound orbs, it seemed as though countless runes were swirling in a dance of creation and dissolution. He extended his hand, gently brushing against the colossal scroll sealing the unknown. Terrifying forbidden technique. Chapter 41. Konoha's large-scale tailored teaching session. A single word from Shunyueyu is worth 10 years of study time flowed quietly, and Konoha underwent subtle changes under the manipulation of an invisible hand. Today, the training grounds of the Ninja Academy were particularly lively. It was not an ordinary practice class, but rather a public instruction session authorized by the Hokage, featuring several elite jonin taking turns to guide. Under the sun, a golden-haired youth was energetically bouncing about, laughter ringing clear, exuding confidence. This was Uzumaki Naruto. His parents, the fourth Hokage couple, were safe and sound thanks to Shunyueyu's previous intervention. The warmth of family and the diligent guidance of a prodigy spared Naruto from the shadows of being an orphan. His chakra was abundant, and his personality shone with radiant positivity. Teachers Minato and Kushina had truly educated Naruto well. On the edge of the crowd stood a silver-haired jonin, Kakashi Hitaki, wearing a mask, observing the lively Naruto with a hint of nostalgia. Beside him stood Shunyueyu. Months had passed, yet he still bore that gentle and languid demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by his surroundings. After all, he was the son of a hero, gifted beyond measure. Shunyueyu's response was nonchalant, though his gaze wandered among the new generation. On the other side, Uchiha Sasuke stood with a calm expression, embodying the unique reserve of the Uchiha clan. His family had not faced annihilation. Under Shunyueyu's subtle guidance and balance, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village, while still delicate, had not reached a point of open conflict. The completeness of his family and the expectations of his kin fostered a more positive mindset in Sasuke compared to the original narrative, less brooding and infused with youthful vigor. Haruno Sakura diligently recorded the key points of the Jonin's explanations nearby, her short pink hair giving her an air of competence. The overall positive atmosphere of the village, coupled with the dissemination of foundational training philosophies inadvertently revealed by Shunyueyu, provided her with a solid foundation far superior to her peers. At this moment, the instructor was Asuma Sarutobi. Well, that concludes today's basic theory. Next, feel free to ask questions. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke. Naruto eagerly raised his hand. Voice booming, Asuma-sensei. I want to know how to learn more powerful ninjutsu faster. Asuma smiled, about to respond. Powerful ninjutsu is built upon the ultimate mastery of chakra. A soft voice suddenly interjected, clear yet unobtrusive, reaching everyone's ears. It was Shunyueyu. He had stepped a little closer, his gaze fixed on Naruto. Naruto paused, glancing at this seemingly perpetually relaxed older brother. The relationship between the Minato couple and Shunyueyu was quite profound, which made Naruto feel a certain closeness to him. Big brother you? Shunyueyu nodded slightly. The amount of chakra within you is immense, but your application is rather crude. Solely pursuing power is akin to using a massive axe to chop wood. The waste far exceeds the benefit. Naruto scratched the back of his head, somewhat unconvinced, but having great power is what defeats enemies. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. If overwhelming strength cannot be finely controlled, it can harm oneself before it harms others, or you may never reach the heights you aspire to. Shunyueyu's tone remained unchanged. He recalled the system's reward of perfect Nine-Tails chakra mode, no need for a Jinchuriki, which represented a higher level of application. For Naruto, even without this opportunity, mastering his own chakra and part of the Nine-Tails power would yield immeasurable benefits. Naruto furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering the implications of these words. The Nine-Tails within him, due to the perfected seal and Kushina's diligent guidance, bore little malice, instead forming a subtle symbiosis with him. Shunyueyu's guidance made him vaguely aware that he might have overlooked something. Nearby, Sasuke's dark eyes flickered slightly as he regarded Shunyueyu. Shunyueyu turned towards him. The Sharingan of the Uchiha is centered on insight. However, the key lies in how to transform that insight into action. Sasuke stood tall. I am diligently training in taijutsu and ninjutsu, in conjunction with the Sharingan. You see far more than you can execute, Shunyueyu pointedly remarked. In battle, a mere hundredth of a second in judgment, a thousandth of a second in action error, could determine life or death. The Sharingan can assist one in seizing fleeting opportunities in battle, yet can your body and instinct keep pace? Sasuke furrowed his brow. He had always prided himself on his innate talent and hard work, but Shunyueyu's words instilled a flicker of doubt within him. He had indeed experienced that sensation, perceiving his opponent's vulnerabilities, yet his body lagged a beat behind. He needed to integrate the insight of the Sharingan into every breath and every muscle contraction, allowing his body's memory to synchronize with the speed of his eyes, rather than letting his eyes wait for his body. Shunyueyu continued to guide him. Such principles were not unheard of, yet when articulated by Shunyueyu, they carried an undeniable persuasiveness, as if what he spoke constituted the very essence of ninjutsu. Sasuke remained silent, savoring the wisdom. Shunyueyu then turned to Sakura. Haruno. Sakura immediately straightened, her demeanor tense. Yes, Senior Shunyue, your chakra control talent is commendable, quite refined, Shunyueyu affirmed. Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly, a mix of embarrassment and excitement washing over her. Medical ninjas require precision, and illusionists do as well. Your focus should not be limited to the medical knowledge found in textbooks or merely imitating basic jinjutsu. Endeavor to perceive the subtlest flows of chakra, using it to mend the minutest injuries or weave the most intricate illusions. When your control reaches its zenith, even a single strand of hair can become a tool for salvation or a shroud to bewilder foes. Sakura nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with determination. She had always felt her talents were mediocre, relying solely on effort to keep up. Shunyueyu's words had undoubtedly opened a new door for her. Kakashi listened quietly from the side, his expression hidden beneath his mask, yet his heart stirred with considerable tumult. Shunyueyu's seemingly casual insight struck at the core, transcending the ordinary teachings of a jonin. His analysis of Naruto's chakra essence, his profound understanding of Sasuke's fusion of Sharingan and taijutsu, and his precise foresight regarding Sakura's future development were astonishing. What manner of person is he? Kakashi pondered repeatedly. The strength of Shunyueyu was unquestionable, yet the depth and breadth of his comprehension of ninjutsu, along with his unintentional yet precise guidance to his juniors, rendered him inscrutable. Asuma also ceased smoking, gazing thoughtfully at Shunyueyu. The other attending Genin and Chunin were similarly lost in contemplation. They might not fully grasp the profound implications of Shunyueyu's words, yet the directness of his insights proved immensely beneficial to them. Naruto scratched his head and suddenly exclaimed, "Big brother you, how can I better control my chakra?" Begin with the fundamentals of tree climbing and water walking, not merely to accomplish them, but to feel each output and absorption of chakra, seeking that delicate balance. Shinwei replied, Sasuke, you might experiment with utilizing the Sharingan in extreme dynamics, then analyze the delay between your body's reactions and your eye's insights, compensating accordingly. Sakura, you could start by controlling the shapes of water flows or manipulating leaves with chakra threads, striving for ultimate stability and precision. The trio nodded eagerly in agreement. Within, Shinwei felt an abiding tranquility. His actions were not impulsive acts of altruism, nor was he intent on deliberately cultivating a protagonist group. Rather, having altered many plot lines, he sought merely to provide these children, who were meant to struggle and grow through adversity, with more optimized paths for development. The future of Konoha necessitated more robust pillars, and he was eager to witness the diverse blooms that would emerge from the fates he influenced. This game, with his involvement, had become increasingly intriguing. Nurturing these individuals was also a means of fortifying for the impending battle against the Ōtsutsuki clan, while he was confident in his ability to crush all opposition. Having reliable allies was never a detriment. Why stand when one can lie down to win? Why act personally when subordinates can do the work? This was a valuable lesson gleaned from his former life as a corporate worker. Thank you for your guidance, big brother you. Naruto grinned, revitalized with enthusiasm. Sasuke slightly bowed. Thank you, senior. Sakura deeply bowed, expressing her gratitude. I am truly thankful for your teachings, Senior Shinwei. Shinwei waved his hand, indicating no need for excessive formality. He turned to depart from the clamor. Kakashi, observing his retreating figure, suddenly spoke. Shinwei, how about sharing a drink sometime? Shinwei did not pause, his voice drifting back. Perhaps later. I have been quite busy with insights on forbidden techniques. Kakashi responded, another forbidden technique. This man seems perpetually engaged with the most core and perilous realms of Konoha. And what does he aim to achieve with the improvement of forbidden techniques? What has he already accomplished? Kakashi felt his curiosity mounting to an unbearable degree. Shinwei strolled leisurely through the streets of Konoha, absorbing the village's tranquil atmosphere. He understood the ripples his words would create among the new generation today, yet this was merely the beginning. He had many more pieces to play. To orchestrate a grand strategy required ample patience. Chapter 42. The Revelation, I am the Strategist. Shinwei dispatched a secret order to the new Akatsuki, initiating the Water Country arc. Seated with a cup of still-warm tea before him, Shinwei was approached silently by a figure kneeling before him, Uchiha Shana, now a core member of Shinwei's intelligence network, clad in the garb of the Umbu. Lord Yu, we have received the latest intelligence from the Mist Village. Shana reported in a low, gravelly voice. The policies within the Blood Mist have not only failed to abate, but have intensified. The fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura, is tyrannical and brutal, having imposed a reign of terror upon the mist for many years. Shinwei's fingertips lightly tapped the table, the sound resonating clearly in the silence. Kagaya Yagura, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Without external intervention, a shadow-level powerhouse would not have fallen to such depths. The familiar, unsettling aura of a manipulative puppet master required no further contemplation. Uchiha Obito, or rather, the current iteration known as Akatsuki. Truly, he was a specter that refused to vanish. This artificially contrived tragedy serves no purpose other than to sacrifice the innocent and diminish the future of the ninja world. For the inevitable arrival of the Ōtsutsuki clan, every formidable ninja is a precious asset. The intelligence indicated that within the Mist Village, there was not a complete absence of resistance. Shana continued her report, presenting a more detailed scroll. Shinwei took the scroll and slowly unfurled it. The elegant yet tremulous handwriting detailed a name, Terumi Mei, alongside her two bloodline limits, dissolution and boil release. The scroll described her attempts to unite the few lucid individuals within the village to clandestinely oppose Yagura's tyranny, facing perilous situations and near exposure multiple times. Intriguing. A faint smile curved Shinwei's lips. To persist in resistance under the oppressive rule of the perfect Jinchuriki Yagura speaks to commendable spirit and potential. A suitable pawn could save considerable trouble. It is time to cleanse the Mist Village. To bring a future Kage into his sphere of influence would benefit the subsequent integration of the ninja world and even the distant battlefield among the stars. He nurtured those little ones in Konoha as mere pawns, executing his plans effortlessly. However, addressing the hidden mist was a deliberate move to eliminate obstacles while simultaneously cultivating talent. Shinwei raised his hand, an especially crafted shuriken, yuhua, materialized between his fingers, flicked gently. The yuhua pierced through the air, silently penetrating the wall, vanishing into the night. Moments later, a swirling spatial ripple emerged before Shinjueyu. As the figure of Pain's Devapath stepped forth, his Rinnegan coldly surveying him. Nagato. Shinjueyu spoke, his tone calm. What are your instructions, Lord Yu? Pain's Devapath replied devoid of emotion. Shinjueyu handed over the scroll concerning Terumi-me, the hidden mist village, Yagura, and possibly the hidden Uchiha Obito or Akatsuki. I require detailed intelligence on his manipulation of Yagura and all his activities within the Land of Water. Activate the intelligence network of the new Akatsuki in the Land of Water. I want results within 3 days. Pain's Devapath accepted the scroll with a slight bow. Understood. The space warped again, and Pain's figure vanished. The room returned to silence. Shinjueyu lifted his teacup and took a sip. The Land of Water, the hidden mist village. It was time for him to conclude Obito's schemes. Supporting Terumi-me's rise to power and transforming the hidden mist into a reliable ally was a strategic move that would influence the upcoming 5 Kage Summit and stabilize the entire ninja world's united front. Although he possessed the absolute strength to crush all, he had learned from his past life that if he could delegate tasks to his subordinates, there was no need to act personally. Clearing obstacles for Terumi-me and allowing her to handle the mess in the hidden mist was indeed a splendid plan. All he needed to do was appear at the right place and time to eliminate that troublesome puppet master. With this thought, Shinjueyu stood up. It was time to stretch his limbs. He glanced at the moonlight outside, and his figure seemed to meld into the shadows, quietly vanishing from the room. Uchiha Shana remained bowed until Shinjueyu's presence completely dissipated, then slowly raised his head, filled with awe. Every decision made by this lord seemed to sway the future of the entire ninja world, and they merely needed to follow. Chapter 43. Signing in at the Land of Water's feudal lord. Vast reservoir of water attribute chakra affinity, the Land of Water, the feudal lord's estate, was heavily fortified. Shinjueyu's objective was clear. Before formally stepping into the blood-soaked mire of the hidden mist village, he aimed to obtain a substantial foothold from the pinnacle of power in the Land of Water. The visit request submitted under the guise of Konoha's chief advisor met with little resistance. The feudal lord of the Land of Water granted significant attention to this renowned young powerhouse within the ninja realm. After all, Konoha, under Shinjueyu's influence, was no longer the struggling village it had been during the Third Great Ninja War. In the feudal lord's reception room, the middle-aged man, well-groomed yet sharp-eyed, sat at the head of the table. Advisor Shinjueyu, your visit is a great honor for the Land of Water. The feudal lord wore a polite smile, though his tone carried an inquisitive edge. Shinjueyu gave a slight nod, maintaining his composure. Your Excellency is too kind. Konoha and the Land of Water have always enjoyed a friendly relationship. My visit today is to address some unresolved concerns. He did not directly mention the turmoil within the hidden mist, yet his words were thought-provoking enough. The feudal lord's gaze lowered slightly, fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Oh, what concerns does the esteemed advisor refer to? If it lies within our capacity, we shall not refuse. This old fox was shrewd. Shinjueyu understood. Yet his expression remained calm. Recently, there have been dissonant murmurs from your hidden mist village, which may threaten the tranquility of the Land of Water. As allies, Konoha cannot stand by idly. Your concern for peace is commendable. The feudal lord raised his teacup. There are indeed some rumors regarding the hidden mist. However, village affairs are traditionally handled by the Mizukichi. The implication was clear. This was a family matter, and outsiders ought not to interfere. Shinjueyu lifted his teacup but did not drink, lightly tracing the rim with his fingertip. Lord Yagura is young and talented, yet perhaps lacking in experience, which may lead him to be deceived by nefarious individuals. Should this jeopardize the foundation of the Land of Water, it is not something Konoha wishes to witness. He was insinuating that Yagura might be under some form of manipulation. The smile on the feudal lord's face faded slightly. His hand holding the teacup froze mid-air. I will relay your concerns to the Mizukichi. However, the authority of the Mizukichi should not be easily undermined. It was still a game of push and pull. It seemed that without providing substantial reasons, this feudal lord would not yield. Shinjueyu placed the teacup down. I have heard that the scenery of the feudal lord's estate is unparalleled in the Land of Water. Might I have the honor of witnessing it? The topic shifted rather abruptly. The feudal lord paused for a moment, then resumed his smile. It would be my honor if the esteemed advisor has such an interest. Please, follow me. He stood up and personally led the way. Passing through several corridors, a large, Intricately designed garden featuring a vast pool filled with mist came into view. The water was crystal clear, with koi fish frolicking, and rock formations scattered throughout, creating a tranquil ambience. This place is called Tingtao Garden, my favorite retreat, the feudal lord introduced. Shinjueyu strolled to the pool's edge, feeling the rich moisture in the air. Right here, a thought flickered in his mind. Ding! Successful sign-in at the feudal lord's estate, core courtyard pool, achieved. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. Vast reservoir of water attribute chakra affinity, comparable to the second Mizukage. Terumi Mei, and ultimate mastery and enhancement of all known water release techniques. The system's notification echoed in his mind. In the next instant, an indescribable sense of familiarity surged from all directions, as if every water molecule was celebrating his presence. His chakra, particularly the water attribute, surged with unprecedented vitality, resonating in a marvelous harmony with the external water elements. It felt as though he had become one with the water. A torrent of information flooded his mind, numerous secrets of water release techniques. From the most basic D-rank water gun technique to the S-rank water release ultimate techniques capable of reshaping landscapes. Every hand seal, every flow of chakra, the essence of elemental transformation, was vividly etched in his consciousness. Not merely knowledge, but mastery. Countless enhancement schemes and innovative combinations flickered in his mind in an instant. The second Hokage's pride in water release. The second Mizukage's fame through the steam danger technique. In that moment, they seemed trivial. He could easily enhance these techniques to be more potent, consuming less chakra while yielding greater power. The sensation was profoundly mystical. Within mere moments, his proficiency in water release had reached an unparalleled zenith. Maintaining an expression of tranquility and ease, Shinjueyu appeared to simply be admiring the garden's beauty. Only he understood the monumental changes occurring within him. Seeing him silent for an extended period, the feudal lord assumed he was captivated by the scenery and smiled. How does the esteemed advisor find this view? Elegant and unique. The essence of water is truly divine. Shinjueyu turned, a slight smile gracing his lips. While enjoying the scenery, there are some matters I wish to discuss in depth with you, Your Excellency. His tone remained gentle, yet carried an unmistakable weight that brooked no dissent. The feudal lord's heart tightened. For reasons unknown, he sensed that the young man before him exuded an even more formidable aura than moments prior, an intangible pressure that rendered him somewhat breathless. The two resumed their seats within the stone pavilion of the courtyard. Regarding the hidden mist village, the intelligence I possess may be more thorough than that known to you. My lord, Shinjueyu lightly tapped the stone table, indicating that the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, was likely no longer himself. The lord narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that, advisor? He has been controlled. Shinjueyu stated plainly that a masked figure, claiming to be Uchiha Obito, or perhaps Akatsuki, had employed some form of ocular technique to transform the fourth Mizukage into his puppet, enforcing a blood mist policy in the hidden mist village, inflicting harm upon the shinobi and instilling terror. This intelligence was partially derived from Nagato and partly from his own past memories. The lord leaned forward slightly, the calm demeanor on his face evaporating. Is that truly the case? I have no need to deceive you regarding such matters. Shinjueyu maintained a tranquil tone, asserting that the current state of the hidden mist village posed a grave threat to the stability of the land of water. Should this continue unchecked, the entire nation could descend into irretrievable chaos. This is not mere alarmism. Obito's ambitions extend far beyond the hidden mist village. The lord's brow glistened with fine beads of sweat. He was no fool. He had long sensed the peculiar changes in the hidden mist village, but lacked the evidence to intervene in the affairs of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. What, then, is your meaning, esteemed advisor? The lord's voice was somewhat hoarse. I require a pretext. Shinjueyu gazed at him, a justification that would allow me to legitimately intervene in the hidden mist village, to investigate this matter and set things right. The lord's expression soured. Direct intervention in the internal affairs of the hidden mist could provoke considerable backlash. Even I do not wish for you to become adversaries with the hidden mist, Shinjueyu interjected. I simply require your tacit approval. A permission to assist in investigating potential threats to national security that may lurk within the hidden mist. He paused, emphasizing his words. With this authorization, I could represent Konoha, and to some extent, embody the official will of the land of water in addressing those obstinate impediments. This was, in essence, a blatant request for authority. The Lord fell silent. Weighing the pros and cons, Shan Yueyu's strength was unfathomable. If he were determined to act, the Lord could not impede him. Rather than tearing their relationship asunder, it would be wiser to acquiesce, thereby rendering a favor to Konoha. More importantly, if Shan Yueyu's claims were indeed true and the Hidden Mist Village was under the control of a shadowy puppet master, it would undoubtedly pose a sword of Damocles over the land of water. After a prolonged silence, the Lord finally spoke. If advisor Shan Yue can indeed uncover the source of the turmoil in the hidden mist and restore peace to the land of water, I would be deeply grateful on behalf of the entire nation. He produced a jade pendant engraved with the emblem of the land of water and handed it over. While not an official token, within the borders of the land of water, a bearer of this pendant would be afforded a higher status, allowing for easier dealings. Shan Yueyu accepted the pendant, the smooth surface warm to the touch. Thank you, my lord. The objective had been achieved. With this pendant and his burgeoning mastery of water release, his forthcoming endeavor in the hidden mist would undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. My lord, the matter concerning the hidden mist requires prompt attention. Shan Yueyu rose, preparing to depart immediately. The lord also stood, solemnly clasping his hands. I entrust everything to you. Esteemed advisor. Shan Yueyu nodded slightly, turning to leave, his figure swiftly vanishing into the depths of the courtyard. The lord remained alone in the pavilion, gazing at the pond for an extended period in silence. The wind seemed to be stirring. Chapter 44. Infiltrating the Hidden Mist Village. Signing in at the Mangekyo's office. Acquiring the bloodline limits of boil release and melt release. Shan Yueyu's figure disappeared from the estate of the land of water's lord, and in the next moment, he stood at the tumultuous waters outside the Hidden Mist Village. He did not choose a conventional landing point, as those areas would undoubtedly be rife with hidden mists, hidden sentinels, and barriers. Utilizing his ever-growing sensory abilities and extraordinary comprehension of water release ninjutsu, a seemingly ordinary underwater reef revealed an entirely different scene to him. Here, the currents formed a faint whirlpool leading to a concealed cave below. Oh, as the ancients planted trees, the latter generations reaped the shade. He effortlessly submerged into the water, the currents parting naturally to create a path for him. This passage was deep and winding, evidently shaped by natural processes and subsequently refined by human hands, sufficient to evade all conventional scrutiny from the village's periphery. Emerging from the underwater tunnel, he found himself before the Hidden Mist Village. The air was thick with the stench of blood and humidity, cold and oppressive. The streets were sparsely populated. Even the shinobi hurried by, their expressions wary, maintaining a cautious distance from one another. The chilling atmosphere under the blood mist policy penetrated to the bone. What a fine place, Shan Yueyu thought with a subtle smile. These external defenses, formidable as they appeared, were but mere illusions to him. He glided through the village's structures like a gentle breeze, a shadow seamlessly merging with the surrounding environment, undetected by any. His objective was clear, the office of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. That was the epicenter of power within the Hidden Mist Village, and the most likely location where Ibido's manipulations would be evident. The Mizukage building loomed in the village's center, surrounded by layers of guards and sensory barriers. As Shan Yueyu approached, his perception swept over the area. Fascinating. These barriers seemed to incorporate the very improved water release techniques I have just mastered. A smirk played upon his lips. These barriers revealed numerous flaws to his discerning eyes. He hardly needed to dismantle them deliberately. Merely adjusting the flow of his chakra allowed him to seamlessly blend with the barrier's fluctuations, as if entering an unguarded realm. The guards stood like wooden posts, oblivious to his presence. Before long, he stood outside the Mizukage's office door. The room was empty. Shan Yueyu extended his perception, sensing Yagura's chakra at the opposite end of the village, unstable, as if grappling with some troublesome insurrection. Dealing with insurrection? Perhaps the puppet was eliminating dissenters. He pushed the door open and entered calmly. The office's furnishings were simple, yet exuded an undeniable authority. This location is suitable for signing in. Would you like to proceed? Sign in, Shan Yueyu silently affirmed. Ding. Successfully signed in at the Hidden Mist Village Mizukage's office. Congratulations, host. You have received the rewards. Boil Release Bloodline Limit, Perfect Mastery, Instantaneous Activation, and Melt Release Bloodline Limit, Perfect Mastery, Instantaneous Activation. In an instant, two vastly different, yet complementary torrents of power surged into Shan Yueyu's body. One was the Melt Release, capable of generating a highly corrosive acid. The other was the boil release, which could produce high-temperature, high-pressure steam. These were the two formidable bloodline limits possessed by the future 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi. Shinue could distinctly feel his comprehension and mastery of these two powers attaining an extraordinary level of perfection. Not merely a simple usage, but as if they were innate to him. Every detail, every variation, was instinctively understood. Boil release and melt release, perfectly mastered and instantly activated. He even sensed that the potency with which he could wield these two bloodline limits far surpassed that of the current Mei Terumi, enabling him to execute even more intricate composite applications. The system indeed produced exceptional quality. It even maximized proficiency. This was far more efficient than his arduous training. He began to meticulously search the office. Soon, he discovered several recently signed orders hidden in a dark compartment of the desk. The commands inscribed upon them exuded an unreasonable cruelty and urgency, such as the unwarranted extermination of certain families or the mobilization of numerous ninjas to carry out utterly senseless suicide missions. Indeed, the Yagura had been completely subdued. These documents served as irrefutable evidence. His attention was then drawn to a specially crafted kunai carelessly placed upon the desk. This kunai, imbued with an ancient design, bore unique engravings. More importantly, Shingetsu could sense an extraordinarily faint yet unmistakable residual fluctuation of space-time ninjutsu emanating from the kunai. Although the traces of the flying thunder god technique were faint, they were unmistakable. This kunai was evidently one of the mediums used by Obito to mark and control Yagura. He carefully stored the kunai alongside the anomalous orders. The evidence was conclusive, making it easier to report back to the daimyo. Now, the source of turmoil in the Mist Village was clearly pointing towards that masked man. Just as Shingetsu prepared to leave to deal with Yagura, the puppet, or to directly seek out Obito's whereabouts, his brow suddenly arched slightly. A familiar fluctuation of chakra in a certain direction within the village suddenly became chaotic and weak. This chakra, imbued with the fluidity of water, harbored two entirely different special properties. Was that Terumi Mei? Moreover, her current state seemed to be perilous. Shingetsu recalled that Terumi Mei was one of the few ninjas in the Mist Village who dared to oppose the Blood Mist policy and strive for change. Her danger was likely connected to the so-called rebellion. How intriguing. Just as he obtained her bloodline limit, she found herself in trouble. He pondered briefly. Since he had encountered this situation, it would be prudent to lend a hand. After all, he intended to rectify the chaos within the Mist Village. Eliminating those who resisted and protecting those who complied were both part of his plan. Shingetsu's figure silently vanished from the Mizukage's office. Chapter 45. Encounter with Terumi Mei. A helping hand in a dire situation, the light of hope in her eyes. In a remote training ground shrouded in mist, the clashing of metal shattered the oppressive silence. Shingetsu's figure appeared like a wraith atop a drenched giant tree, overlooking the chaotic battlefield below. As he had sensed, the situation was indeed intense. He recognized the source of that familiar and chaotic chakra. It was Terumi Mei. At this moment, her hair was disheveled, her breathing rapid, and she bore multiple wounds as she valiantly resisted the onslaught of several members of the Mist Umbu. Each of these Umbu members donned standard masks, moving in perfect sync, their attacks ruthless and aimed at her vitals. Dissolution technique. Terumi Mei spat forth a caustic acid, forcing back several approaching Umbu, the corrosive liquid sizzling against the ground. However, before she could catch her breath, two Umbu closed in from her flank, their kunai screeching toward her ribs. Boiling mist technique. High-temperature steam erupted from her body, creating a localized fog that temporarily obstructed their vision and attacks, causing her skin to flush unnaturally. Suddenly, a loyal subordinate was pierced through the chest by an Umbu's long blade, blood spraying forth. Damn it! Terumi Mei gritted her teeth in fury, yet felt powerless. Her chakra was severely depleted. While the boiling and dissolution techniques were formidable, they proved inadequate against such a multitude of well-trained and fearless foes. Some of these Umbu members moved with an unnatural stiffness, as if controlled by some unseen force, driven solely by an instinct for brutal offense. Give up, Terumi Mei. Lord Yagura's orders are to eliminate any rebels without mercy, barked an Umbu captain, his voice devoid of emotion. To turn blades against one's kin for such misguided policies? Terumi Mei retorted fiercely, but her water whip faltered for a moment. A strange red gleam flashed in the Umbu captain's eyes as he abruptly accelerated, his poisoned short blade transforming into a streak of darkness, tearing through her boiling steam defense. The blade aimed directly at Terumi Mei's heart. Her pupils constricted. She attempted to evade, but her body, fatigued from continuous combat, reacted sluggishly. It was over. In that fleeting instant, a figure abruptly appeared in front of Terumi Mei. The speed was astonishing, akin to teleportation. The newcomer extended 2 fingers and effortlessly pinched. Clang! The sharp sound of metal scraping echoed. The poisoned short blade was firmly captured. Its tip mere inches from Terumi Mei's clothing. A powerful force coursed down the blade, causing the Umbu captain to feel a searing pain in his wrist as if it were about to be broken, rendering the blade immovable. What? The Umbu captain gasped in shock. Terumi Mei and her surviving subordinates were equally stunned. Shingetsuyu turned his head slightly, glancing at the pale-faced Terumi Mei. Good reflexes. But alas, still a moment too late. He did not even look back at the Umbu captain, merely flicked his wrist. Crack! The sound of bones cracking was distinctly audible. The Umbu captain let out a muffled groan as the short blade slipped from his grasp, and he was sent flying as if struck by an invisible hammer, crashing into several massive trees before coming to a stop, his life uncertain. The surrounding Umbu members hesitated briefly, then surged forward with renewed fervor. Eliminate the rebels. Kill him. Shingetsuyu did not even furrow his brow, casually waving his hand. An invisible wave of immense force emanated from him, spreading outward. Bang! 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 The charging mist Umbu were sent flying as if caught in a tempest, crashing to the ground dozens of meters away, instantly rendered incapable of fighting. Throughout the entire process, Shingetsuyu had not moved a single step, let alone employed the boiling and dissolution techniques he had just mastered. For him, this was hardly even a warm-up. The training ground fell into an eerie silence, broken only by heavy breathing. Terumi Mei and her few wounded subordinates stared blankly at the back of the young man before them. He exuded a powerful, yet serene aura, imbued with an undeniable authority that stood in stark contrast to the deep-rooted cruelty of the blood mist. Who are you? Terumi Mei managed to steady herself, her voice tinged with hoarseness and caution. Shingetsuyu turned to regard her. With her chestnut-colored hair and emerald-green eyes, she was indeed disheveled. Yet her beauty and resolute spirit were undeniable. So you are Terumi Mei, he remarked, his tone neutral. I am Shingetsuyu, an advisor from Konoha. I have been commissioned by the daimyo of the Land of Water to investigate some recent anomalies in the Mist Village. Konoha advisor? Commissioned by the daimyo? Doubts flooded Terumi Mei's mind, yet the display of strength he had just exhibited, coupled with his mention of anomalies, temporarily quelled her wariness. Shingetsu-yu's gaze swept over her injured subordinates. Severely wounded, he noted, taking a measured step towards a mist ninja whose abdomen bore a deep, bone-revealing gash. The ninja attempted to struggle but was held down by his comrades. Shingetsu-yu extended his hand, a gentle green glow radiating from his palm, enveloping the wound. Through the visible light, the gruesome injury began to swiftly heal. In but a moment, aside from the tattered garments and traces of blood, the wounds had utterly vanished, leaving no scars behind. The injured ninja felt a resurgence of vitality within, accompanied by a soothing sensation at the injury site, leaving them in utter astonishment. Terumi Mei's eyes widened as well. The sophistication of this medical ninjutsu was beyond anything she had ever encountered. Truly, the healing techniques of Konoha lived up to their reputation. She murmured, her wariness dissipating somewhat. This individual not only possessed unfathomable strength, but also wielded such remarkable medical prowess with ease. Shinmizuki-yu extended his healing abilities to the remaining injured individuals. Those mist ninjas who had been on the brink of death quickly regained their capacity for movement, though their chakra reserves would require time to replenish. The expressions directed at Shinmizuki-yu were filled with gratitude and reverence. Thank you for your timely intervention, Terumi Mei said earnestly, bowing deeply. Had it not been for this person's swift arrival, they would likely have faced dire consequences today. There's no need for such formality. Shinmizuki-yu waved his hand dismissively. Having accepted the commission, I cannot stand by and watch the village of Kirigakure descend further into chaos. He paused. You must have keenly felt the recent actions of Yagura, correct? Upon hearing Yagura's name, Terumi Mei's expression darkened. It's more than just feeling. Since several months ago, Lord Yagura has become increasingly brutal and irrational. Anyone in the village who opposed his policies has nearly been purged. We too have been targeted for opposing his latest indiscriminate execution order. Her words corroborated the documents Shinmizuki-yu had seen in the Mizuki's office. When did this change in him begin? He pressed. Terumi Mei furrowed her brow in thought. It's difficult to pinpoint an exact date. But the large-scale purges and unreasonable assignments have intensified over the last 3 months. Before that, while the blood mist policies were still harsh, there were at least some traces of rationale, unlike the current madness. 3 months, Shin Mizuki mused, which likely coincided closely with Obito marking Yagura with the Flying Thunder God technique. Do you think Lord Yagura still has a chance of returning to normal? Terumi Mei's tone held a faint glimmer of hope. After all, Yagura had once been the hero of the village, the perfect Jinchuriki. Shin Mizuki shook his head. Being deeply controlled by external forces, the chances of him regaining his senses are exceedingly slim. He regarded Terumi Mei. Based on what you've just shared, combined with the evidence I possess, it is practically certain that the current fourth Mizukage, Yagura, is merely a puppet. The word puppet sent a shiver through Terumi Mei. If the Mizukage was a mere puppet, what of the true mastermind behind this manipulation? Then our next step is to confront this puppet Mizukage, Shin Mizuki stated casually. As if discussing a trivial matter, he turned his gaze toward the Mizukage building. And we shall also unearth the rat controlling him. Chapter 46. Confrontation with the fourth Mizukage. Yagura, the power of tailed beasts? Merely trifles before Shin Mizuki. You all find a safe place to recover your chakra, Shin Mizuki instructed Terumi Mei and her surviving subordinates. Gesturing with his hand, the mist ninjas, who had just been pulled back from the brink of death, looked at him with expressions tinged with disbelief. Terumi Mei hesitated, then bowed deeply once more. Please, do take care. She understood that the ensuing situation was beyond their involvement. Shin Mizuki's figure rose and fell within the mist, vanishing as if he had never been there. The central square of Kirigakure had transformed into a scene of grim foreboding. Dozens of mist ninjas, bound by ropes, knelt upon the cold stone slabs, most clad in ragged clothing, their faces marked by despair. Before them stood a figure with hands clasped behind his back. It was the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. He was not tall, yet the aura of brutality emanating from him chilled the air of the square. His crimson eyes, as if stained with blood, coldly surveyed each rebel below. For those who betray the village, death is the only destination. Yagura's voice was hoarse and piercing, devoid of any emotion. Slowly, he raised his right hand, a cold, murderous intent radiating from him, poised to issue the execution order. At that moment, a somewhat languid voice shattered the silence. Wait. The voice, though soft, distinctly reached the ears of everyone present, including those prisoners awaiting their demise. All movements froze involuntarily. A figure stepped forward from the mist at the edge of the square, moving with a calm demeanor, as though merely taking a post-meal stroll, indifferent to the tense atmosphere surrounding him. Who are you? Barked a close ninja beside Yagura, hand already resting on his weapon's hilt. Yagura's crimson pupils constricted sharply, fixating on the newcomer, a mix of disrupted interest and barely perceptible wariness flashing across his features. A well-meaning villager passing by, Shin Mizuki shrugged, his tone light. I saw you all gathered here and thought I would take a look. However, with so many people together, is this some sort of grand festival? It doesn't seem very auspicious. Impudent. The close ninja seethed, chakra flaring as he prepared to pounce. Stand down. Yagura's low voice silenced his subordinate. From Shin Mizuki, he sensed an indescribable pressure, a peculiar aura that stirred the slumbering beast within him. Shin Mizuki disregarded the tense mist umbu and directly addressed Yagura atop the platform. I have heard that the Jinjutsu of Kirigakure is unparalleled in the ninja world. And seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. However, using Jinjutsu to control the Mizukage of one's own village, manipulating the entire village as one sees fit, is quite an audacious undertaking. Upon these words, an uproar erupted in the square. The captured ninjas exchanged glances of shock and hope, while Yagura's subordinates furiously denounced Shin Mizuki as a deceiver. Yagura's face twitched, the brutality in his crimson gaze intensifying. What nonsense are you spouting? The external will within him was fervently stimulating his nerves. Any form of questioning was interpreted as a direct provocation. To him, Shin Mizuki's nonchalant demeanor was the utmost insult. Another rebel leader attempting to overthrow Kirigakure. Yagura's voice twisted with rage, his hand slicing through the air. Seize him. Tear him apart. The surrounding mist umbu, receiving their orders, swiftly drew their weapons, encircling Shin Mizuki with an air of impending violence. The atmosphere crackled with tension. Shin Mizuki gently shook his head, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. Indeed, reasoning with someone whose mind is clouded is the most unwise choice, he murmured to himself. lamenting the situation. In the next instant, Yagura let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the air, his voice no longer resembling that of a human. Roar. A vast and malevolent chakra erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption, instantly dispersing the thick mist above the square. The eerie red cloak of the tailed beast rapidly enveloped him. One tail, two tails, and soon a third thick tail lashed violently behind him, stirring a gust of foul wind. The power of the three tails, catalyzed by the Genjutsu, was unleashed without reservation, bearing the intent to obliterate all in its path. The entire plaza trembled violently under the influence of a terrifying power, as the hard stone slabs fissured inch by inch. The once hopeful captive ninjas were now left with nothing but sheer despair etched across their faces. The fourth Mangekyo, in his perfect Jinchuriki form, possessed the strength to effortlessly obliterate half of the hidden mist village. Yet, before this formidable beastly power, Shingetsuyu remained steadfast, his demeanor calm, even taking a moment to smooth the slightly wind-tousled edges of his garments. The sage chakra within him autonomously countered the onslaught of chaotic chakra, while the dormant golden chakra of the nine tails within his blood began to awaken, though he refrained from utilizing it hastily. The transformation of the Jinchuriki into a tailed beast was, indeed, a sight of considerable visual impact, prompting Shingetsuyu to reflect with a hint of ironic amusement amidst the gravity of the situation. This serene disposition ignited the already uncontrollable fury within Yagura. "Die, you wretched insect!" he bellowed, having transformed entirely into the monstrous form of the three tails. His formidable claws, encased in a hard shell akin to colossal coral reefs, tore through the air with a piercing shriek as he struck down towards Shingetsuyu with his signature technique, the coral palm. A deafening crash resounded as Shingetsu's original position was reduced to a deep crater, debris and dust soaring skyward. However, Yagura's attack missed its mark. Shingetsu's figure appeared as if transported instantaneously to the side of Yagura's massive frame, a mere distance of a dozen meters apart. "Impressive strength, yet your aim falters. And your speed is quite lacking," came his unperturbed commentary. Yagura roared in fury as three massive tails lashed out like steel whips, sealing off every possible escape route for Shingetsuyu. Simultaneously, he opened his jaws lined with sharp teeth, unleashing a barrage of highly compressed water bullets with the water iron cannon technique. Each bullet contained the terrifying power capable of piercing through mountains. With a light touch of his toes against the shattered stone slabs, Shingetsuyu navigated gracefully through the tempest of attacks, akin to a feather caught in the wind. When unavoidable water bullets approached, he merely extended a finger, seemingly nonchalantly tapping the air. The high-pressure water bullets, which could easily penetrate layers of steel, detonated upon encountering an invisible barrier before his fingertip, transforming into a mist of vapor without inflicting any harm. "Is this the extent of your attack patterns?" Such monotony. Shingetsu's voice, laced with playful mockery, resonated in the ears of all present. The power of the three tails surpasses this trifling display. The tailed beast chakra rampaged within Yagura, unable to find effective channeling or utilization. As Shingetsuyu danced through the fray of Yagura's frenzied assaults, he continued his impromptu lesson. "Look at you now. Where is the composure and majesty expected of a Mangekyo? You've become a mere beast, driven by anger and the thirst for blood. How pitiable. Shut up. Just shut up." Yagura roared in rage, his attacks growing increasingly frantic, his enormous form wreaking havoc upon the plaza. Yet, no matter how fierce his onslaughts were, Shingetsuyu effortlessly neutralized them with minimal cost, his garments remaining untouched. "Your chakra flows sluggishly, particularly at several critical meridian points, clearly distorted and interfered with by external forces. This is irrefutable evidence of your deep control by Genjutsu, leaving your mind clouded." His voice, though low, struck like a hammer upon the hearts of every hidden mist ninja. "And do you hear it? The three tails seems to be weeping," he added, slightly tilting his head as if listening intently, sensing its discomfort at being treated so brutally and wastefully. Each of Shingetsu's words cut like a precise scalpel, dissecting Yagura's current state while ruthlessly exposing the hand behind the curtain. The ninjas, once resigned to their fate, now stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. What terrifying strength could so leisurely stroll amidst a fully transformed Jinchuriki of the three tails, even having the energy to deliver such humiliating commentary? If Terumi May were present, her expression would likely outshine that of these prisoners. "Very well, The warm-up is concluded. Shingetsu sighed softly, seemingly weary of this one-sided mockery. Having played with you for long enough, it is time for you to witness what true power entails. As his words fell, he ceased to suppress the power within him. A surge, grander and purer than that of the three tails, imbued with an indescribable dual essence of the divine and destructive, rose slowly from Shingetsu like a waking dragon. This chakra harmonized flawlessly with the natural energies surrounding it, manifesting a terrifying pressure far surpassing that previously emitted by the three tails. The aura of the perfect nine tails chakra mode, intertwined with pure sage chakra, swept through the entire central plaza like an invisible golden tsunami. The rampaging tailed beast Yagura suddenly froze mid-action, the violent three tails within him, sensing the absolute suppression emanating from this higher existence, let out a low, fearful moan of submission, instinctively wishing to cower and tremble. For the first time, Yagura's crimson beastly eyes reflected emotions beyond madness and brutality, horror and disbelief from the depths of his soul. What is this power? His voice, now roughened by the transformation, trembled intermittently. Shingetsu moved without a hint of flamboyance, merely embodying pure speed to an extreme. So swift was he that Yagura's colossal tailed beast form was rendered incapable of executing any effective response. Even thought could not keep pace with Shingetsu's motions. To the onlookers in the plaza, a brilliant golden light abruptly cleaved through the air, akin to lightning tearing through the night. In the next instant, Shingetsu appeared like a specter before Yagura's massive head. He slowly raised his right hand, gathering highly compressed, shimmering golden chakra, which subtly contained the profound characteristics of the diamond lock and epitomized the pinnacle of sealing techniques. Now, it is time for you to awaken. His palm, seemingly weightless, pressed against Yagura's abdomen, the very core of the three-tails sealing technique. A resounding thud echoed, imbued with an unmatched power, an overwhelming force, accompanied by a remarkably precise chakra surge akin to a surgical strike, surged through Yagura's tough, beastly exterior and entered his being. This force was not merely destructive. It acted with a consciousness of its own, precisely severing the chakra connection between Yagura and the three tails, while simultaneously crashing against the root of the genjutsu that controlled his mind. With a splutter, Yagura's red, beastly armor quickly dissipated, and he violently expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments, his massive form collapsing like a marionette with severed strings. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, Shingetsu effortlessly extended a hand, a gentle force cradling him, allowing him to lie peacefully upon the cracked stone beneath. Yasakura reverted to his ordinary form, his complexion as pale as parchment, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his lips, and his breath waning to an extreme, as if the flame of life could extinguish at any moment. The three-tailed Isabu within him had also suffered a grievous blow from that earth-shattering strike, falling into a complete silence, rendering any further mobilization impossible in the near future. With great difficulty, Yasakura opened his bloodshot eyes, and through his blurred vision, he beheld a young man, his expression calm and his golden aura still not entirely dissipated. A deep-rooted terror engulfed him like a chilling tide, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. What kind of power is this? With merely a single palm strike, it shattered the tailed beast transformation that he had once been proud of and relied upon to dominate the hidden mist. Who are you? Yasakura managed to force out those words from his throat with immense effort. Shinjueyu approached him slowly, looking down from a height, his face devoid of any expression. He did not answer Yasakura's question, but simply spoke in a flat tone. Now, can we have a proper conversation about the disgusting worm that has burrowed into your mind? Chapter 47. The Confession of the Water Shadow. Shinjueyu, don't ask, just passing by, casually resolving a bug. Shinjueyu gazed down at the nearly lifeless Yasakura, the golden light flowing around him as if a deity had descended. That worm has lingered in your mind for long enough. He spoke calmly, devoid of any emotion. Yasakura emitted a hissing sound from his throat, mingled with blood, each word a tremendous struggle. Worm. Shinjueyu did not grant him another opportunity to inquire further. He gently tapped his fingertips, and several strands of condensed golden chakra chains materialized from thin air, coiling around Yasakura's limbs and torso like ethereal serpents, ultimately embedding deeply into the ground. Vajra lockdown. Local confinement. This was not merely a binding. Each chain contained intricate sealing techniques capable of suppressing the residual three-tailed chakra within Yasakura and severing any potential remote manipulation loopholes. After accomplishing this, Shenyuei's crimson three-tomo Sharingan quietly manifested, and then the patterns in his eyes shifted again, revealing the unique design of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A wave of mental power, far more vast than before, enveloped Yasakura's mental realm like an invisible net. The probing force of the basic Rinnegan, amplified by the eternal Mangekyo, exhibited astonishing insight. Yasakura's spiritual sea was in turmoil, filled with blood and brutality. At its deepest point, a twisted, ominous black shadow coiled like a malignant tumor, intertwined with Yasakura's very consciousness, nearly merging into one. This was the source of the illusion that had controlled Yasakura for years. Its technique was so exquisite, its connection so profound that even a ninja proficient in illusions would find it difficult to perceive, let alone extricate. Alas, it faced Shenyuei. Such a hidden entity. Your methods are commendable, Shenyuei's consciousness scoffed within Yasakura's mental space. His immense spiritual power transformed into countless delicate golden threads, akin to the finest surgical instruments, cautiously probing the boundary between that black shadow and Yasakura's consciousness. The separation began. This process was exceptionally perilous. A slight misstep could lead to Yasakura's complete mental collapse, rendering him an imbecile. Yet, Shenyuei's control was astoundingly precise. The golden threads meticulously severed the tendrils extending from the black shadow, with each severed strand. Yasakura's body involuntarily twitched. The black shadow seemed to sense the impending crisis and began to resist fiercely, attempting to fuse more deeply with Yasakura's consciousness, even seeking to detonate this mental power in a mutual destruction. Playing such tricks before me, Shenyuei's spiritual energies surged, imbued with an overwhelming will, forcibly expelling the external mental power from Yasakura's consciousness. With a barely perceptible sound, akin to a bubble bursting, the stubborn black shadow was finally completely extricated under the relentless cutting and expulsion of the golden threads. Just as it was about to be utterly crushed, Shenyuei's pupils contracted. He sensed an exceedingly faint yet distinctly unique chakra fluctuation within. It bore the traces of space-time ninjutsu. Furthermore, he was no stranger to this chakra's essence. So, Uchiha Obito, you had already begun your machinations in the hidden mist from such an early stage. How impatient you are to plunge the world into Tsuki no Mi. A thought flickered through Shenyuei's mind as his hands remained in motion, engulfing the spiritual force belonging to Obito, along with the illusionary mark he had left behind, in a purifying flame of his spiritual fire. In the square, as the illusion was thoroughly dispelled, Yasakura's tightly shut eyes suddenly burst open. The blood-red madness in his gaze receded like a tide, first revealing a state of confusion and emptiness. It was as if a person who had been asleep for an eternity had just awakened, bewildered and unaware of their surroundings or the passage of time. Soon after, confusion was replaced by chaos. Countless fragmented, bloody, and frenzied memories surged into his mind like a flood. For years under manipulation, he had enacted a reign of bloody terror in the hidden mist, executing dissenters, oppressing bloodline families, and instilling internal panic, shrouding the entire hidden mist in a haze of blood mist. Each scene, every act, was wrought by his own hands. Yasakura let out a scream so piercing it hardly resembled a human sound, clutching his head with both hands, his body curling in agony. Unable to move significantly due to the Vajra lockdown, and only able to writhe in place in torment. That was his voice, yet it overflowed with boundless regret, fury, and despair. The awakening of his consciousness allowed him to vividly recall how he had gradually become a puppet, how he had unwittingly driven his homeland toward the abyss. The pain was 1,000-fold more intense than any physical torment. Why? Why has this happened? What have I done? Blood and tears mingled, streaming from the corners of his eyes. This once great shadow, the genius of the hidden mist, now appeared as fragile as a lost child. Shenyuei quietly observed him, refraining from uttering a word. Some pain must be borne alone. Some debts must be repaid personally. After a long while, Yasakura's screams gradually subsided, leaving only heavy panting and suppressed sobs. He slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixating on a vacant point, the emptiness in his gaze slowly filled with profound hatred. That bastard, that masked bastard. I will kill him. I must kill him. He suddenly turned towards Shenyuei, struggling to sit up. but was firmly restrained by the Vajra lockdown. Please tell me, who was that person? Yasukura's voice was hoarse, yet the plea and determination within resonated with everyone present. In his manipulated memories, he could never discern the true face of the masked man, only recalling a vague code name and that chilling single Sharingan. Shinryu regarded him with the same indifferent expression, just a self-important Uchiha specter. He believes himself to be the player, unaware that he is merely a pawn. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, and a look of realization mixed with deeper anguish crossed his face. It must be him, that single eye of his. He gasped for breath, as if having made a resolute decision. My lord, you have saved me and also the hidden mist. The honorific slipped from Yagura's lips unconsciously. I know some things about him, though not much. He appears to harbor an extraordinary obsession with the tailed beasts, having mentioned a plan called the Eye of the Moon. Piece by piece, Yagura recounted the fragmented memories he had of that masked man, including the occasionally revealed mad ravings, and that bizarre spatio-temporal ability. Shingetsu listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. He was already aware of this information, perhaps even more profoundly than Yagura himself. Yet, hearing it from Yagura's mouth carried a different significance. It indicated that the very foundation of the blood mist policy in the hidden mist village was about to be exposed. Once Yagura finished speaking, he looked at Shingetsu with a glimmer of pleading in his eyes. My lord, is there still hope for the hidden mist village? The misdeeds of these years have nearly shaken its very foundation. Shingetsu averted his gaze, staring into the distant outline of the hidden mist village's buildings. Whether it can be saved does not depend on me. It depends on what you all wish to make of it. At these words, Yagura shuddered once more. He gazed at this young man, whose strength had surpassed his understanding. With a single blow, he had shattered the tailed beast transformation within him and effortlessly dispelled such a strange illusion. Such a figure was far from ordinary. His words seemed to carry deeper meaning. Yagura's expression gradually shifted from pain and confusion to a flicker of clarity and determination. I understand now. I will purge all the malignant growths within the village and reveal the truth to the world, no matter the cost. I will set the hidden mist back on the right path. Shingetsu made no comment, merely retracting part of the Vajra seal, power, allowing Yagura to sit up with great difficulty. This is your matter. He turned away, his golden light dimming. I will deal with that masked man. Chapter 48. The Great Purge of the Hidden Mist. Yagura resigned. Terumi May ascended, and you said, it's all a minor affair. Yagura, the former fourth Mizukage, was now resolutely executing the cleansing that Shingetsu had tacitly approved. He did not directly engage in combat. The residual power of Vajra Seal left within him was sufficient to suppress any resistance below the shadow level. Moreover, those former subordinates, having witnessed the overwhelming might of Shingetsu shattering the three tails, had long since lost all courage to resist. Master Yuan, you have seen it as well. In the highest conference room of the Hidden Mist Village, Yagura stood at the center, facing a crowd of high-ranking officials and leaders of the Umbu. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. I, Yagura, the fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist, was manipulated by an illusion, reduced to a puppet, enforcing the blood mist policy and dragging the village into the abyss. His words were earth-shattering. The ninjas present displayed a range of reactions, some with shock evident on their faces, others lowering their heads, expressions complex. The mastermind behind this is a remnant of the Uchiha, clad in a mask. Yagura's gaze swept across the assembly, his aim directed at the tailed beasts and a plan known as the Eye of the Moon. Nonsense. A ninja wearing the Umbu mask of the Hidden Mist suddenly stood up, his chakra surging violently. Mizukage, you have been deceived by that outsider. The blood mist is the very foundation of the hidden mist strength. Noisy, a detached voice emanated from a corner. Shingetsu had appeared there unnoticed. He did not even rise, merely lifted a hand casually. Thud. The Umbu ninja was struck as if by a heavy blow, flying backward and crashing into the wall, unconscious. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. All eyes were fixed on Shingetsu, filled with fear and reverence. This man is not human, Yagura continued, his voice tinged with fatigue. The illusion that controlled me has been lifted by Lord Yu. Now, I have regained my senses. He turned toward the fallen Umbu. Though the man may no longer be able to hear him, true strength has never been built upon endless internal strife and slaughter. Master Yuan, and everyone, the blood mist policy must be abolished. The village elder, an old man leaning on a cane, slowly opened his murky eyes. He glanced at Yagura, then at the indifferent Shingetsu in the corner. I have no objections to what the fourth Mizukichi has said. The elder's statement was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Those who had harbored any hopes or fantasies about the blood mist policy extinguished all thoughts. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy seemed utterly powerless. Terumi Mei stood among the crowd, her subordinates beside her casting eager glances in her direction. During this cleansing operation, she displayed exceptional organizational skills and judgment. Utilizing her connections, she swiftly identified those moderates who could be won over while ruthlessly pointing out the diehard supporters of the blood mist. Terumi Mei. Yagura's gaze shifted to her. Present. Terumi Mei stepped forward. In this rectification, your contributions are indispensable. Yagura's tone carried a hint of appreciation. I, Yagura, as the center of the hidden mist village, am no longer worthy to hold the position of Mizukichi. His declaration stirred another wave of commotion. From this day forth, I resign as the fourth Mizukichi. Yagura slightly bowed his body. I recommend Terumi Mei to succeed as the fifth Mizukichi. The room erupted in astonishment. Terumi Mei herself was taken aback, glancing at Yagura, then instinctively at Shingetsu in the corner. Shingetsu seemed indifferent to it all, merely toying with a kunai in his hand. Lord Yagura, Terumi Mei hesitated. You need not decline. Yagura interrupted her. Your abilities and character are evident to all. The hidden mist village requires a new leader to guide everyone out of the shadows. Master Yuan spoke at this moment. Terumi Mei, your bloodline limit and your wisdom are sufficient for this role. I, too, support Yagura's proposal. With both Master Yuan and Yagura's simultaneous endorsement, along with Shingetsu's supreme presence offering no dissent, the others naturally dared not voice any objections. We support this. We salute the fifth Mizukichi. The cheers began to rise, ultimately converging into a torrent. A complex expression crossed Terumi Mei's face. She had not anticipated that happiness, or rather responsibility, would arrive so suddenly. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her back. Since I have received such great favor from all of you, and the trust of Lord Yagura and Master Yuan, I, Terumi Mei, shall not betray your expectations and will lead the hidden mist village to reforge its glory. Her voice rang clear and resolute, echoing throughout the conference room. The blood mist policy, a shadow that had loomed over the hidden mist village for decades, was officially declared terminated at this moment. All inhumane regulations, those appalling graduation exams, and the families persecuted due to their bloodline limits would become a thing of the past. After the meeting concluded, Yagura approached Shingetsu. My lord, thank you. He bowed deeply. Shingetsu waved his hand dismissively. I have said, this is your own affair. He paused momentarily, casting his gaze towards Terumi Mei, who was engaged in a discussion with several subordinates, not far off. She was quite impressive. Shikamaru allowed a smile to grace his lips. Indeed, Lady Terumi Mei, she is destined to become an exceptional Mizukichi. Shingetsu's heart remained undisturbed, even provoking a slight urge to scoff. The speed at which the Mizukichi was changing rivaled that of certain companies appointing new CEOs. Nevertheless, Terumi Mei was undoubtedly a fitting candidate, competent and intelligent, crucially untainted by the archaic and corrosive ideologies of the past. In the ensuing days, the village of Kirigakure entered a rapid phase of reconstruction. Terumi Mei displayed remarkable political acumen and leadership skills. She swiftly stabilized the internal situation, soothing both the ninjas and civilians who had suffered under the blood mist policy. Concurrently, she commenced reforms in the ninja education system, abolishing the brutal graduation methods, while fostering healthy competition and the inheritance of bloodline limits. Shingetsu did not intervene excessively, offering guidance only when Terumi Mei faced particularly challenging dilemmas, such as balancing the interests of various clans or re-establishing diplomatic relations with other ninja villages. During these moments, Terumi Mei would listen intently, often expressing her genuine admiration. This young man, with insights and wisdom far beyond his years, proposed numerous forward-thinking ideas that left her enlightened. Lord Yu, regarding the reform of the ninja school curriculum, I have some thoughts, Terumi Mei said, presenting a draft as she approached Shingetsu's temporary residence. Over the past days, she had devoted nearly all her energy to the village's reconstruction, and though she bore a hint of fatigue, her spirit was exuberant. Shingetsu took the draft, casually flipping through several pages. The direction was correct, yet the details could be further refined. He picked up a pen, annotating the draft with circled points and comments. Terumi Mei leaned in to observe, the faint scent of his essence enveloping her senses. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed slightly. She realized that her feelings for Shinketsu were subtly shifting. Initially, she was astonished by his strength, then grateful for his assistance. Now, as she observed his calm and profound approach to problem-solving up close, a more intricate emotion began to blossom within her. It was not merely admiration. It was intertwined with a reverence for his absolute strength, a reliance on his unfathomable wisdom, and an aspiration that felt painfully distant. She understood that this man was akin to a deity from the heavens, having descended to the mortal realm, and that a conventional outcome between them might forever remain unattainable. This realization brought with it a sense of melancholy, yet she could not quell the fluttering of her heart. Here, the guidance on bloodline limits should not merely focus on combat applications, but also emphasize their potential in civilian life and healthcare. Shinketsu's voice drew her back from her reverie. Yes, you are right. Terumi Mei quickly collected her thoughts. Shinketsu set down his pen. The foundation of Kirigakure is sound. It has merely been neglected for too long. Once it is set on the right path, revitalization will merely be a matter of time. He did not harbor much personal emotional investment in the village's future. To him, it felt more like an observation of a grand social experiment, or perhaps a casual debugging of a system glitch. Yet, this glitch entangled the fates of many individuals. I will refine it promptly. Terumi Mei secured the draft and respectfully bowed to Shinketsu. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Yu. Shinketsu offered no comment, his gaze drifting to the window. The reconstruction of Kirigakure was in full swing, the air imbued with a long-awaited vibrancy and vitality. The laughter of children, once stifled, gradually began to resurface. By the way, Shinketsu seemed to recall something suddenly. That masked man, Uchiha Obito, he seized the tailed beast to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Terumi Mei's body trembled slightly. Infinite Tsukuyomi? A plan that drags all of humanity into an illusion. Shinketsu spoke in a calm tone, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Yet, Terumi Mei's heart sank. It was then that she fully comprehended the ambition and madness of the enemy they faced, far exceeding her imagination. Then, I shall handle it. Shinketsu interrupted her. He rose, preparing to leave this temporary abode. The matters of Kirigakure had reached a temporary conclusion. Lord Yu, are you departing? Terumi Mei's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible disappointment. Shinketsu did not halt his steps. Yes, there are still some trivial matters to attend to. For instance, visiting Konoha to check on those unworthy disciples, and perhaps chatting with a certain old fellow hiding in the sewers. Terumi Mei watched his retreating figure, her mouth opening slightly. Yet ultimately, she said nothing. She simply gazed silently until his silhouette vanished beyond the door. The village had finally embraced a new dawn, and she would bear the weighty responsibility that came with it. She gently pressed her hand to her chest, where a lingering, unusual flutter resided. Chapter 49. The Fate Turnaround of Kisame Hashigaki. From Darkness to Light? Shinketsu's unexpected recruitment strolling along the reconstructed streets. Shinketsu followed Terumi Mei, who was leading the way while intermittently reporting on various affairs' progress. The remnants of the Blood Mist era were being systematically addressed. Most of the obstinate factions had been purged, and a few hidden ones were still in pursuit. Terumi Mei turned slightly, her tone respectful. Shinketsu nodded slightly, his attention drawn to a group of mist ninjas escorting prisoners not far away. The foremost among them was tall, with a bluish complexion and a shark-like visage that was unmistakable, Kisame Hashigaki. He bore on his shoulder a great sword wrapped in bandages, the Samahata. In that moment, Kisame's expression was rather neutral, yet his small eyes revealed a tumult of complex emotions. Weariness mingled with a near-numb emptiness. He had been ordered to execute a batch of political prisoners, those old men who could not relinquish the glory of the blood mist even in death. Sir, that is Kisame. A formidable asset to the village, Terumi Mei commented softly, following his gaze. However, he bears too much blood on his hands. Shinketsu remained silent, for he recognized Kisame well, a creature whose chakra was comparable to that of a tailed beast, wielding a sword capable of devouring chakra. More importantly, he was a man who detested falsehoods, yet had been ensnared by them throughout his life. The group arrived at a secluded execution ground. Several bound mist ninjas displayed faces of resentment and bitterness. Kisame, you traitor. The Mizukage will not forgive you. The honor of the mist cannot be tarnished. Kisame drew the Samahata, its bandages stirring as if sensing a delectable chakra. He raised the sword. The prisoners closed their eyes, bracing for death. Yet, Kisame's arm hesitated in midair. Was killing his comrades to uphold a village he no longer believed in truly the meaning of his existence? Slaughtering fellow villagers to maintain a false and decaying order. Was this the reality he sought? A calm voice resonated from the edge of the execution ground. Kisame's body stiffened as he turned abruptly. Shinkitsuyu had appeared there, seemingly having always been present. Terumi Mei stood behind him, her expression slightly tense. Kisame's shark-like face twitched. "Who are you?" His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against wood. Shinkitsuyu did not answer his question, but instead took a step closer. "You detest falsehoods and yearn for authenticity. Yet, what you have done is merely leap from one lie to another." The man before you, Gaijiao, tightened his grip on the shark's skin, the barbs of the hilt nearly embedding themselves into his palm. This man effortlessly penetrated the depths of his soul. Your so-called mission, your so-called loyalty, is nothing more than a cage woven by those in power. They drive you with hollow glory to die, to betray, to kill. The tone of Shanyue remained utterly unperturbed. Gaijiao's breath grew heavy. These words struck him like a hammer, each blow resonating painfully in his heart. What he had always sensed vaguely was laid bare by this man, gruesomely displayed before his very eyes. Gaijiao found his voice parched. The Hidden Mist village will undergo change, but its deep-seated ailments cannot be eradicated overnight. Shinryu halted a few meters away from Gaijiao, suggesting that perhaps by remaining here, he could witness its true rebirth. Or, in the unending cycle of internal strife and suspicion, he might once again become a blade aimed at his own comrades. He extended a hand. Or, follow me. Witness a broader world. Partake in a genuine transformation. Utilize your strength to safeguard what is worth protecting, rather than being ensnared by hollow fame, sinking deeper into darkness. There was no coercion, no temptation, merely a choice. Gaijiao fixed his gaze on Shenyu. This man, with his own strength, had overturned the dynamics of the Hidden Mist village. Rumor had it that he could easily defeat tailed beasts. What, then, was this broader world he spoke of? Countless images flashed through Gaijiao's mind. His comrades he had slain with his own hands, the brutal missions he had been compelled to execute, the countless days and nights spent in darkness, struggling to find an exit. Lies, betrayal, slaughter. His life seemed to be composed of these elements. And now, someone was telling him that another way of living was possible. The shark's skin, in his hand, hissed softly, as if urging him on, or perhaps delighting in the moment. Terumi Mei held her breath. She could not fathom why Shinryu would seek to recruit such a blood-soaked executioner. Yet, she dared not question him. After a long while, the struggle in Gaijiao's eyes gradually transformed into a resolute determination. He slowly released the shark's skin. The massive blade, with a heavy howl, plunged into the ground. Thud! Gaijiao, the dry persimmon, knelt on one knee. "I do not know what your truth entails," he murmured, his head bowed, "but I am weary of the hypocrisy here. I, dry persimmon Gaijiao, am willing to follow you." The bandages of the shark's skin fluttered without wind, emitting strange vibrations, seemingly rejoicing. Shinyu's expression remained impassive. For him, recruiting a future member of the Ōtsutsuki was merely a part of his grand design. Yet, this process unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. Perhaps, the people of this world had been suppressed for far too long. A glimmer of difference was enough to draw them in like moths to a flame. Excellent. Shenyu nodded gently, declaring that from this day forward, you are no longer the blade of the Hidden Mist. He turned to leave. Your strength will find a more suitable purpose. Terumi Mei hastily followed. Gaijiao remained kneeling there until their figures vanished from view. He raised his head, gazing at the gray sky. It seemed that a ray of sunlight pierced through the dense clouds. Chapter 50. The Gratitude and Covenant of the Hidden Mist. Shenyu's transcendent status, the firm ally of the Land of Water. Before the newly erected memorial tablet, the atmosphere was solemn. Today marked the official succession ceremony of the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Clad in a brand-new Mizukage ceremonial robe, her countenance was serene. Yet it could not conceal the fatigue and resolve beneath. Here, I, the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, wish to first express my gratitude to one individual. Terumi Mei's voice resonated clearly through her chakra amplification, reaching the entire square. All eyes subtly turned toward the figure standing to one side of the observation platform. Shinryu. He remained in simple attire, starkly contrasting with the opulently dressed higher-ups of the Hidden Mist, yet no one dared voice a word of dissent. Lord Shinjueyu is the benefactor of Hidden Mist's rebirth and its eternal guardian. Terumi Mei bowed deeply. Her words carried weight. After a brief silence, the square erupted into low murmurs. There was reverence, gratitude, and a mixture of complexity. Shinjueyu stood quietly, seemingly detached from it all, his heart unfazed, even feeling slightly drowsy. This scene was more tedious than a corporate annual meeting from his past life. Yagura stepped forward, standing beside Terumi Mei. He had discarded the attire of the fourth Mizukage, appearing more like an ordinary jonin of the Hidden Mist. Lord Shinjueyu, I thank you for your life-saving grace. Yagura's voice was hoarse, tinged with the relief of survival. I shall dedicate myself fully to assisting the new Mizukage and rectify past mistakes. His demeanor was exceedingly humble. Among the crowd, those who once held both reverence and fear for him now wore expressions of complexity. Shinjueyu nodded slightly, acknowledging him. For Yagura, a mere tool, a good attitude after being drained of his utility was commendable. Just as the ceremony proceeded methodically, a slight commotion arose from the edge of the square. A member of the Hidden Mist's Ombu swiftly approached, whispering a few words into Terumi Mei's ear. Her brows furrowed momentarily, then she regained her composure. Please have the envoy from the Land of Water step forward. The crowd parted to create a pathway. A middle-aged man, dressed in splendid attire and wearing a humble smile, approached, carrying an exquisite scroll. The daimyo of the Land of Water, upon hearing of the Hidden Mist's resurgence, has dispatched a servant to present a congratulatory gift and extend the highest respect and gratitude to Lord Shinjueyu. The envoy raised the scroll high. The daimyo states that Lord Shinjueyu has brought long-awaited peace and stability to the Land of Water and is its eternal friend. Upon hearing this, even some conservative elders of the Hidden Mist displayed astonishment. The daimyo statement undoubtedly elevated Shinjueyu's status yet again. Shinjueyu mused that these daimyos were more adept at reading the winds of change than the Kage. Yet, it was merely a sugar-coated bullet. What needed to be utilized would still be utilized. Thank you, envoy. Terumi Mei received the scroll, her tone neither servile nor overbearing. After the ceremony concluded, in the Mizukage's office, the atmosphere was somewhat lighter than in the square, yet it bore an invisible pressure. Around the long conference table sat the remaining high-ranking elders of the Hidden Mist village. Gai Jiao stood like a statue behind Shinjueyu. He had changed out of the Hidden Mist uniform, donning simple dark attire, the shark skin quietly resting at his feet, its ferocity restrained. Regarding the establishment of a permanent friendly alliance with Konoha, or rather, with Lord Shinjueyu, do any of you have objections? Terumi Mei cut straight to the point. The elders exchanged glances, and one of the most senior, trembling, spoke up. Mizukage, is this not rather hasty? Hasty? Terumi Mei's tone held a hint of coldness. Were it not for Lord Shinjueyu, the Hidden Mist would have long since crumbled. How can you speak of haste? The elder was momentarily speechless, daring not to say more. Shinjueyu lifted the teacup before him, blowing gently on the steam. He did not directly engage in the discussion, yet his mere presence served as a statement. These old codgers were merely driven by their lust for power, seeking to gain as much as they could in the new order. Unfortunately, times had changed. I have no objections. Another elder decisively expressed that the future of the Hidden Mist village necessitated formidable allies. There was a chorus of agreement, while dissenting voices quickly faded away. Terumi Mei produced a scroll she had prepared in advance. Thus, I, on behalf of the Hidden Mist village, formally endorsed this treaty. She solemnly inscribed her name on the scroll and affixed the Water Shadow's official seal. The scroll was subsequently presented before Shinjueyu. Rather than signing, Shinjueyu gathered a small orb of golden chakra at his fingertip and lightly touched it to the scroll, leaving a unique mark. This mark held equivalent authority. He spoke in a calm tone, leaving the assembly astonished. Such a method was unprecedented, yet no one dared to question it. Shinjuyu's standing in the Hidden Mist had become transcendent. His words sometimes carried more weight than the Water Shadow's commands. This was the influence he desired, rather than outright dominion. Being the Supreme Emperor was far less burdensome than directly ruling as an emperor. Isabu, Shinjuyu called. Yes? Isabu stepped forward. From this day forth, you shall be responsible for coordinating communications between me and the Hidden Mist. Shinjuyu's arrangement was nonchalant. Terumi Mei added, Isabu holds a special status within the Hidden Mist village, reporting directly to me and representing Lord Shinjuyu's will. Several elders regarded this former rogue ninja, now transformed into a pivotal liaison, with mixed emotions. Isabu bowed his head, understood. For the first time, he perceived a different meaning in the term identity. No longer merely an instrument of slaughter, but perhaps a bridge of sorts? Regarding the village's defense, Shinjuyu set down his teacup and turned to Terumi Mei. You should be aware of the means by which Yagura has been controlled. Terumi Mei's expression sharpened. Yes, that ominous eye technique. The hidden hand is adept at infiltration and manipulation. Shinjuyu tapped his fingers lightly on the table, knowing ordinary illusion detection methods would not suffice against him. He flicked his fingers, sending a small scroll flying to Terumi Mei. This contains advanced methods for illusion detection and countermeasures, as well as ideas for targeted sensory barrier arrangements. Terumi Mei received it solemnly. Thank you, Lord Shinjuyu. This technical support is akin to a lifeline for the recently transformed Hidden Mist. Shinjuyu's action undoubtedly deepened the ties between them. He contemplated that the Hidden Mist village, after the Rain village, had now established its second solid strategic foothold. A piece of the puzzle to consolidate the ninja world's power had been added. As for Obito, he would eventually come to understand why the flowers bloomed so red. With matters almost settled, Shinjuyu rose. The business with the Hidden Mist is concluded. We must take our leave. Terumi Mei also stood. Allow me to see you off. She glanced at Isabu, a flicker of complexity in her eyes, which quickly transformed into acceptance. This man now had a better place to belong. At the entrance of the Hidden Mist village, the sea breeze carried a salty aroma. Lord Shinjuyu, Isabu, safe travels. Terumi Mei gently bowed. Behind her, Ao and several Umbu stood silently. Shinjuyu nodded. The future of the Hidden Mist rests in your hands. He said no more, and alongside Isabu, his figure flickered and vanished into the dense forest path leading to the land of fire. Terumi Mei stood for a long while, until she could no longer sense the presence of the two. Water Shadow, let us return, Ao gently reminded. Indeed, Terumi Mei turned, gazing at the village, now imbued with a hint of vitality. Her journey was far from over. In the forest, Isabu silently followed behind Shinjuyu. Where to next? Isabu could not help but inquire. Shinjuyu did not falter in his stride. The Cloud Village. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips. We shall engage in friendly discourse regarding the 8 tails and 2 tails. Friendly? Isabu thought the term, when uttered by Shinjuyu, invariably carried a different connotation. Nevertheless, he appreciated this direct approach. The new world and its new rules did not seem so dire after all. Chapter 51. The Ambitions of the Cloud Village. The Hyuga clan's covetousness, probing from the land of thunder, Konoha village basked in the afternoon sun, exuding tranquility and harmony. The figures of Shinjuyu and Isabu materialized at the village entrance, prompting a serious expression from the gatekeeping ninja, who quickly reported their arrival. Isabu recalled Shinjuyu's murmurs on the journey, that notion of friendly exchange still echoing in his ears. An inconspicuous messenger bird precisely landed on Shinjuyu's shoulder. He detached the miniature scroll from the bird's leg, unfurling it for a swift perusal. A soft laugh escaped him. Isabu glanced at him. It seems that before we sought them out, some surprises are already coming our way. Shinjuyu reduced the scroll to ashes, altering their objective. They would first return to Konoha to address some minor troubles. Isabu silently nodded, having begun to acclimate to such sudden changes in plans. Shinjuyu's thoughts were as unfathomable as the deep sea. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe, regarding the travel-worn Shinjuyu. Was your visit to the Hidden Mist smooth? The Hidden Mist is settled, Shinjuyu stated directly. However, there are more pressing matters to address. He pushed a copy of intelligence towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Cloud Village intends to send a delegation to Konoha under the guise of diplomatic visit. Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted the document. Reading it with care, the intelligence revealed their true aim, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Shinjuyu's tone remained calm and unwavering. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow slowly furrowed. The Cloud Village has long harbored covetous intentions towards the Byakugan. The unpleasant incident decades ago still lingers as a thorn between Konoha and the Cloud Village. This time, they may employ even more subtlety, with more sophisticated methods. Shinjuyu added. Is the source of this information reliable? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. Cross-verified by the Rain Village and some allies, Shinjuyu did not elaborate further. His intelligence network was far more extensive than anyone could imagine. Sarutobi Hiruzen ceased to inquire about the source. Shinjuyu's information had always been chillingly accurate. The current strength of Konoha was indeed noteworthy. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The rapid resolution of Orochimaru's defection and the subsequent alliances with the Rain and Mist villages had put pressure on other ninja villages, particularly the Cloud Village. He was acutely aware that the fourth Raikage, A, was a man who revered martial prowess and harbored a strong desire for expansion. I will immediately convene a high-level meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood. This matter must be treated with utmost seriousness. In the Konoha high-level conference room, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefed the assembly on the situation, directing his gaze towards the two advisors present, Mito Kazekage and Nara Shikaku. Once again, the Cloud Village, their greed knows no bounds. Mito Kazekage scoffed. Nara Shikaku adjusted his glasses to come under the pretense of formal diplomacy. If their true intent is to be a Kugen, their audacity is remarkable. Should this come to light, it would result in a diplomatic scandal, potentially igniting war. Shinjuyu sat quietly, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. He could sense the hesitance and skepticism in the words of the two advisors. Shinjuyu, do you believe they will make a move? Nara Shikaku turned to him. They will attempt it, Shinjuyu affirmed. The fourth Raikage's temperament and the Cloud Village's established patterns dictated they would not pass up any opportunity to enhance their power, even at the risk of danger. But the delegation's entry will undoubtedly be under strict surveillance. How could they strike against the Hyuga clan in the heart of Konoha? Mito Kazekage raised a question. The risks do not seem to justify the rewards. Shinjuyo's heart remained utterly unperturbed. These old-timers were still ensnared by the confines of their outdated paradigms. Perhaps their targets were not the core members of the clan, but rather easier prey. Shinjuyu spoke calmly. Or perhaps they harbored a plan they deemed infallible. Having been a corporate drone in his previous life, he understood all too well the madness that could ensue under the pressure of KPIs. The KPI of strength in Yukon village was likely even more stringent than his own. Are you suggesting that we regard the Yukon envoy group as potential adversaries and adopt the highest level of precaution from the outset? Asked Zhuang Qi Xiaochun, her tone scrutinizing. I am merely stating facts and possibilities, Shinjuyu replied, shrugging his shoulders. How to respond was the responsibility of the Hokage and the esteemed advisors. His demeanor irked the two advisors. Sarutobi Hisashi attempted to smooth things over. Regardless, it is essential to enhance our vigilance, particularly around the Hyuga clan. We must ensure absolute security. Indeed, as the Third Lord has stated, Mito Minion nodded. However, we must also avoid excessive tension to prevent unnecessary panic or diplomatic faux pas. Zhuang Qi Xiaochun concurred, precisely. Until we have concrete evidence, we must maintain a courteous demeanor. We can discreetly bolster our surveillance, but we should project an image of friendship. Shinjuyu scoffed inwardly at this conciliatory rhetoric. These high-ranking officials, accustomed to operating within rules, seemed to forget that those very rules were established by the strong. He chose silence. Further words would be futile. Since they opted for decorum, he would employ his own means to convey to Yukon village that certain matters were best left untouched. The meeting ultimately resolved to enhance protection around the Hyuga clan while conducting tight, yet covert surveillance on the Yukon envoy group. After the adjournment, Shinjuyu departed alone. At the Hyuga estate, clan leader Hyuga Hisashi personally greeted Shinjuyu, harboring a profound respect for the young man who had single-handedly altered the landscape of the ninja world. Lord Shinjuyu, are you suggesting that Yuin's target is our Byakugan? Hyuga Hisashi's expression turned grave. Only a possibility. Shinjuyu offered a cup of tea. But we must remain vigilant. I understand. The Hyuga clan will heighten internal security, Hyuga Hisashi solemnly affirmed. In addition to your defenses, I will also make some arrangements. Shinjuyu set down his teacup without elaborating on what those arrangements entailed. Hyuga Hisashi refrained from probing further. He trusted Shinjuyu's capabilities. As Shinjuyu exited the Hyuga estate, his figure flickered and vanished around the corner. Kisame awaited him in the courtyard. What do you need me to do? Kisame inquired. Nothing for now, Shinjuyu replied, gazing at the courtyard's pond. Simply observe. Or wait for the fish to leap into the net. He flicked his fingers, and several specially crafted kanai inscribed with intricate runes silently soared from the courtyard, embedding themselves in the shadows of key locations throughout Konohagakure, including the inn where the Yukon envoy group was expected to stay, as well as several primary routes leading to the Hokage's building. An invisible net had quietly been cast. A subtle smile curved Shinjuyu's lips as he mused. I hope your friendly visit brings me some amusement. He anticipated the expression of Obito when he learned that Yukon also intended to stir trouble. This ninja world was becoming increasingly vibrant. Chapter 52. Ancestral Hall Check-in. Reincarnation I acquired. Old thief from Yukon, your disguise has fallen off. The streets of Kanahagakure bustled with life, exuding an air of tranquility. The Yukon envoy group had been present for several days, engaging in either friendly sparring or cultural exchanges, their every action steeped in a veneer of insincerity. Shin found little interest in the proceedings. At this moment, he stood before the gates of the Hyuga estate. Hyuga Hisashi emerged to greet him, his demeanor graver than during their last meeting. Lord Shin, he began. It seems you have sensed something amiss, Shin replied calmly. Hyuga Hisashi's expression darkened. In recent days, our patrols have indeed discovered several suspicious signs of surveillance. Although the intruders were cautious, the Byakugan's perceptive abilities are not to be underestimated. As expected, Shin nodded slightly. I am here today to request the use of your ancestral hall. At this statement, Hyuga Hisashi's countenance shifted dramatically. The hall was not only a place of ancestral worship, but also a symbol of the Hyuga clan's ocular powers and bloodline legacy. Not easily open to outsiders. Lord Shin, I fear that. Hyuga Hisashi hesitated. I need to confirm certain matters regarding Yuin's intentions and any potential internal threats within the Hyuga clan. Shin tone was resolute. He was acutely aware that such a request was extraordinary, but time was of the essence. Hyuga Hisashi remained silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. The intelligence and means Shun displayed during the Orochimaru defection incident lingered in his memory. Were it not for Shun Yueyo's intervention, the losses to Kanahagakure would have been incalculable, and the Hyuga clan might have found themselves embroiled in deeper trouble. The Ancestral Hall is a sacred ground for our clan. With strict rules, Hyuga Hisashi finally spoke, albeit with difficulty. However, I trust in Lord Shin But according to clan regulations, an elder from the main family must accompany you. That is acceptable, Shin replied without objection. Sometimes, having an attendant could be more inconspicuous. The Hyuga Ancestral Hall stood solemn and majestic, steeped in ancient ambience and a faint, distinctive energy. Shun entered, accompanied by a stern-faced elder from the Hyuga main family. Lord Shin this is the core area of our Ancestral Hall, where the spirits of our ancestors are enshrined, the elder introduced with a hint of wariness. Shun Yueyo's gaze swept across the spirit tablets, while he communicated with the system within his mind. Check in at this location. He could distinctly feel the concentrated bloodline power of the Hyuga clan within the hall, along with a faint remnant of ocular prowess that transcended ordinary Byakugan, subtle yet exceptionally pure. Elder, I am about to conduct a special perception ritual to investigate potential abnormal fluctuations. Shin turned to the elder. This ritual is best performed without others present, as it may disturb the precision of the perception. The elder's expression faltered. Since clan leader Hisashi trusts me, I believe he would also wish for me to thoroughly investigate any hidden dangers. Shin tone was calm, but imbued with an invisible pressure. After a moment's hesitation, the elder finally bowed and stepped outside. I shall await you outside the Ancestral Hall. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call for me. With the elder departed, Shin stood alone within the hall. He approached the innermost sanctum, before the core spirit tablets, where the essence of bloodline and ocular power was most potent. Ding! Check-in at the Hyuga Ancestral Hall successful. Congratulations. The host has received the reward. Reincarnation I, basic ocular power, currently manifested primarily as enhanced insight and control, possessing evolutionary potential, requiring vast pure chakra and the Ōtsutsuki bloodline catalyst to further activate. As the system notification faded, an indescribable coolness surged into his eyes. This power was purer than even his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and that nascent glimpse of the Rinnegan. A soft platinum glow briefly shimmered in Shun eyes, akin to the rising full moon, clear and profound. The radiance flickered and vanished, returning to normal. Yet the world appeared fundamentally altered through his gaze. His insight had ascended to an unfathomable realm. He could perceive the minutest particles that constitute matter, observe every subtle trace of chakra flowing, and even discern the delicate threads of natural energy that roamed freely in the air. His mastery over chakra had transcended the meticulous level he previously operated at, reaching an almost conceptual realm. It was as if, with just a thought, chakra could be combined and released in the most perfect manner. He also faintly sensed that this newly awakened ocular power seemed to possess an inexplicable mystical connection with the moon hanging high in the sky. Was it the foundational ocular power of the rebirth eye? Shingetsuyu moved his eyes slightly, although it was still in its basic form. Requiring vast chakra and the so-called Ōtsutsuki bloodline catalyst for further evolution, even this foundational ocular power had granted him a significant qualitative leap in his overall strength. The profound insight and unique abilities of the eternal kaleidoscope, the omnipresent understanding of the Rinnegan, combined with the extreme precision and perception brought by the rebirth eye, seemed to form a marvelous complement and amplification within him. How intriguing it had become. The corners of Shingetsuyu's lips curled slightly. He retrieved a miniature scroll from his pocket and gave it a gentle shake. A few nearly imperceptible fibers, marked with the unique chakra signature of the Cloud Village, drifted down to a corner of the shrine, settling into the dust beneath the spirit tablet. This had been a trinket he had casually taken while passing by the Cloud Village envoy's resting inn. After completing this, Shingetsuyu called out, "Elder, you may enter." The elder of the Hyuga clan pushed the door open, his expression still wary. Shingetsuyu pointed to the nearly invisible fibers on the ground. "Elder, please observe this." The elder leaned down, activated his Byakugan, and scrutinized for a moment, his complexion changing drastically. This is the chakra thread unique to the Cloud Village ninja. They actually dared to infiltrate our clan's shrine. The elder's voice was laced with suppressed fury. Shingetsuyu maintained a calm demeanor. "It appears my concerns were not unfounded." Hyuga Hisashi was soon alerted and arrived personally. Upon seeing the evidence and hearing the elder's account, this usually composed clan leader also displayed a rare anger on his face. "This is intolerable. The Cloud Village is declaring war on our Hyuga clan, is it?" "It is premature to jump to conclusions," Shingetsuyu remarked casually. "But it is always wise to bolster our defenses and prepare for the worst." Hyuga Hisashi looked at Shingetsuyu, his gaze complex, filled with gratitude and a deeper respect. "Thank you, Lord Shingetsuyu, for your warning. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire." Hyuga Hisashi bowed solemnly. "It was but a trifling effort." Shingetsuyu waved his hand. "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." He turned to depart, leaving the members of the Hyuga clan exchanging glances. The atmosphere in the shrine thick with tension. Shingetsuyu strolled through the streets of Konoha, the new ocular power swirling deep within his eyes, integrating with his existing strength. The ultimate insight of the eternal kaleidoscope, the rudimentary understanding of all things from the basic Rinnegan, and the foundational control over chakra from the rebirth eye. He could feel that his mastery over power had ascended to an entirely new level. Gazing up at the sky, he mused, "I hope your performance is somewhat more captivating." Chapter 53, Cloud Village. We are professionals. Shingetsuyu. What a coincidence. I am also a professional. In a secluded courtyard of the Hyuga branch family, several shadows clung to the walls like geckos, silently advancing. Leading them was a Cloud Village Jonin, codenamed Hawk, whose Byakugan glimmered with an unusual light in the darkness, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Their target was a branch family youth marked as a high-potential individual. The Cloud Village was never short of such underhanded tactics to minimize risk while seeking advantage. "Safe," Hawk murmured, signaling his team. One member stepped forward, gathering chakra at his fingertips, gently tapping on the door lock. With a soft click, the door swung open. Inside, the youth lay sleeping, his breathing steady. As the team member produced a specially formulated hypnotic drug and prepared to approach, a monotone voice unexpectedly pierced the silence of the courtyard. "At this late hour, are several intruders visiting to offer warmth?" Hawk and his team froze, their hair standing on end, caught off guard. They had not sensed any approaching presence. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the courtyard, their outlines somewhat blurred in the moonlight, yet exuding an overwhelming, oppressive aura. Shingetsuyu. Hawk's pupils dilated, his mind blank. Was there such a figure in the intelligence reports about Konoha? "You are." Before Hawk could finish, Shingetsuyu vanished from his spot. Too fast. Hawk strained his Byakugan to catch a glimpse, but could only see a fleeting shadow. Thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled sounds followed. The three elite Jonin beside Hawk collapsed without even having the chance to react, unconscious. A chill surged through Hawk, sending shivers up his spine. He whirled around, attempting to counterattack. What awaited him was a seemingly casual, yet lightning-fast hand. Slap. A crisp sound echoed as Hawk felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. His entire chakra network brutally sealed in an instant, the gathered chakra dissipating like a breached dam. A muffled groan escaped his throat as his body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire encounter was swift and decisive. Shingetsu didn't even spare them a glance, striding directly toward the fallen Cloud Village ninjas. He crouched down, deftly searching their bodies. Soon, he extracted several items, an unopened special potion, a few special sealing scrolls intended for capturing targets, and a letter written in the unique, encrypted format of the Cloud Village. Caught red-handed, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Shingetsu's mouth. These Cloud ninjas still had a penchant for underhanded schemes. He hoisted the incapacitated Hawk, like a discarded ragdoll, while effortlessly carrying the other 3 unconscious Cloud ninjas as if they were mere bags of trash, strolling leisurely toward the courtyard exit. Throughout the entire ordeal, the Hyuga branch youth remained undisturbed in his slumber. Such control was nothing short of terrifying. The inn where the Cloud Village envoy was staying was brightly lit. At this moment, the representative of the Cloud Village, Ebi, was discussing the details of the upcoming meeting with Konoha's higher-ups with a few trusted subordinates. He rubbed his temples, finding Konoha's attitude this time rather perplexing. "Sir, Hawk and the others should be returning soon," one subordinate whispered. Ebi nodded slightly, having faith in Hawk's abilities. "The branch family brat will be an easy catch." Bang! The inn's door was kicked open with a loud crash, startling everyone inside. "Who?" Ebi barked, rising to his feet. In the moonlight, Shingetsu strode in, carrying the 4 Cloud ninjas. Thud, 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 thud. He casually dropped the bodies to the floor, producing a dull thud. "I assume these individuals are not unfamiliar to you, Lord Ebi?" Shingetsu's tone remained unperturbed. Upon recognizing the attire of the fallen ninjas and the familiar face among them, Ebi's complexion turned pale. "It's Hawk. They actually failed and were captured. Who are you? What do you want?" Ebi composed himself and sternly questioned the situation. The other Cloud Village ninjas in the inn rose, their expressions menacing as they surrounded him. "Me?" Shinryu scanned the room, his gaze landing on Ebi. "A passing villager from the Leaf merely assisted in clearing your door." He casually tossed the instruction letter, specialized potion, and sealing scroll onto the table before Ebi. "These items should be more familiar to you all in Cloud Village." Ebi glanced at the evidence on the table, then at the bodies of his fallen comrades sprawled like dead dogs on the ground, veins bulging on his forehead. The evidence was irrefutable and indisputable. He never anticipated such a swift and resolute response from the Leaf, nor did he foresee the complete exposure of their actions. "You are slandering us, framing us," Ebi roared, his anger a facade for his inner trepidation. "Oh," Shinryu raised an eyebrow. "Framing? Perhaps we should have Captain Shao explain why he was sneaking into the Hyuga branch with these local specialties in the dead of night." His tone was relaxed, yet carried an undeniable pressure. "Shao, do enlighten him." Ebi glared at the prostrate Shao. Shao struggled to lift his head. Despair and agony etched on his face. His chakra was depleted, rendering him weaker than an ordinary person. "My lord, we..." His voice was hoarse and intermittent. Shinryu strolled lightly, observing, "It seems Captain Shao finds it difficult to speak." "Very well." He paused, turning to Ebi. "This is not the first time Cloud Village has engaged in such underhanded tactics. Have you forgotten the kidnapping attempt against the Hyuga clan years ago?" Ebi's complexion shifted from green to white, then to red. The incident involving Hinata had become an everlasting sore point for Cloud Village and the direct reason for Leaf's heightened vigilance. "I warn you, Leaf Village, times have changed." Shunyue's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every Cloud ninja present. "Any attempt to provoke us will come at a price you cannot bear." His words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of the Cloud envoys. Who was this young man, and how did he possess such formidable strength and audacity? "Lord Shinue, what has transpired?" At that moment, a venerable yet authoritative voice echoed from outside the inn. Saratobi Hizashi appeared at the entrance, accompanied by Torian Koha, Mito Gaidon, and several Umbu. They had evidently received word and rushed over. Upon seeing the fallen Cloud ninjas and the evidence on the table, even the astute Hizashi's face betrayed a flicker of anger. "Ebi, is this your version of peace and goodwill from Cloud Village?" Hizashi questioned, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Ebi opened his mouth, yet faced with the Hokage and the elder advisor of the Leaf, as well as the ironclad evidence presented by Shinryu, he found himself at a loss for words. He realized that this time, Cloud Village had suffered a complete and utter defeat. "Lord Hokage, there must be a misunderstanding." Ebi attempted one last desperate struggle. "A misunderstanding?" Torian Koha scoffed. "You were caught red-handed. How is that a misunderstanding?" Mito gate and interjected. Cloud Village has repeatedly provoked our bottom line. Do you believe there are no capable individuals in the Leaf? Shinjueyu stood silently to the side, refraining from further comment. Having achieved the desired effect, the ensuing diplomatic wrangling would be left to these seasoned tacticians. Ultimately, faced with the overwhelming pressure and concrete evidence from the Leaf, the Cloud Envoy delegation lost all semblance of dignity. Abby was compelled to represent Cloud Village and sign an apology document laden with hefty compensation clauses. Subsequently, they departed the inn, carrying the incapacitated spies under the cold gazes of the Leaf's inhabitants, leaving in disgrace as they hastily fled the village. Inside the inn, the atmosphere remained tense. Saratobi Hizashi regarded Shinjueyu with a complex expression. Shinjueyu, we owe you gratitude for this. Shinjueyu waved his hand dismissively. It was a mere trifle, no need for formalities, Lord Hokage. He turned and walked toward the exit of the inn, leaving the subsequent matters to be dealt with by the others. His figure quickly vanished into the night. Chapter 54. Rakage. The Leaf is too overbearing. Shinjueyu, hold on. Let me sign in first. In the Cloud Village, the Rakage's office felt as oppressive as the sky before a storm. The fourth Rakage, A, with his muscular physique tense, had veins bulging on his forehead. He slammed his fist down on the sturdy desk, causing it to crack under the impact. Damn it, the Leaf is too overbearing. A's roar echoed within the office. On the floor lay Abby and several other envoys, their appearances disheveled, having returned with not only humiliation, but also a profound fear of the young man named Shinjueyu. The plight of Shao further fueled A's rage. For a ninja, having their chakra extinguished was more excruciating than death. Hokage, and that brat Shinjueyu, we will never forget this humiliation. A ground his teeth in fury. He was incensed, yet a lingering apprehension gnawed at him. Abby's report indicated that Shinjueyu possessed unfathomable strength, and the Leaf's stance was unprecedentedly firm. The high-ranking officials of Cloud Village, Mabu-e and Shi, remained silent. Mabu-e analyzed the intelligence calmly while Shi, a sensory type, felt a chill at the depth of Shinjueyu's chakra, as described by Abby. Just as A's fury reached its peak, contemplating how to exact vengeance for this unparalleled disgrace, a light knock resonated unexpectedly from the window. Not the front door, but the window. The Rakage's office was situated at the pinnacle of the central tower of Cloud Village, with sheer cliffs and fierce winds outside. A and all the Cloud ninjas in the office, including the Umbu guarding outside, instantly tensed. Who? A whipped around to face the massive floor-to-ceiling window. A figure stood quietly outside, seemingly melding into the night. He floated effortlessly in the raging winds without any tools. The moonlight outlined his refined features, a hint of a smile playing upon his lips. Shinjueyu. A's pupils constricted. How could he be here? What of the Cloud Village's protective barriers and patrolling ninjas? Were they mere decorations? It is you. A's voice emerged as a strained whisper. Shinjueyu pushed open the window as if entering his own backyard, stepping in with ease. The fierce wind was kept at bay behind him, and not a single document in the office stirred. Good evening, Rakage, Shinjueyu greeted, his tone calm, as if merely visiting. Mabu-e and she had already entered a state of combat readiness, yet the cold sweat on their foreheads betrayed their inner turmoil. This man had infiltrated the Rakage's office alone and without a sound. What brings you here? A struggled to suppress the tempest of emotions within. He could sense that this young man was even more terrifying than Abby had described. Shinjueyu surveyed the room, his gaze lingering momentarily on A's cracked desk. It appears. Rakage, you are quite upset. He leisurely strolled to the center of the office. I have come to engage in an open and friendly dialogue regarding the actions of your ninjas in the Leaf a few days prior. Open and friendly. A's anger turned to derision. You incapacitated my subordinates and humiliated my envoy, and now you come to my territory to speak of openness and friendship? Lightning chakra began to uncontrollably surge from him, crackling ominously. The air in the office grew tense. Shinjueyu remained unperturbed. Captain Abby and his team merely paid the price for their actions. As for the humiliation I once thought I endured, the true disgrace lies in the failed attempt to steal state secrets, which resulted in my immediate capture. His words, though not heavy, pierced to the core. Is Konoha making a mountain out of a molehill? AI attempted to regain control of the dialogue, asserting that it was merely a matter of intelligence gathering. A common occurrence in the ninja world. Common? A smirk curled at the corner of Kamizuki's mouth. Is kidnapping the Hyuga clan head common? Is stealing the Byakugan a routine affair? Lord Rakage, it seems that the frequent occurrences in the Cloud Village continually clash with Konoha's boundaries. Or perhaps, Lord Raikage believes that Konoha, in its current weakened state, is an easy target for your provocations. AI's chest heaved violently. This young man struck precisely at his sore points with every word. Enough, AI bellowed, his terrifying chakra erupting suddenly. This is the Cloud Village. Not a place for you to run rampant. He prepared to strike. The dignity of the Raikage would not be trifled with. Just at that moment, when tensions were razor thin, Kamizuki slightly tilted his head and gazed out at the sea of clouds, as if admiring the night scenery. Signing in at the Raikage's office in the Cloud Village, the system's notification chimed promptly in his mind. AI observed his nonchalant demeanor, and the fury within him threatened to explode. What does he take me for? What does he consider the Cloud Village? Just as AI was about to speak again. Ding. Successful check-in at the Raikage's office in the Cloud Village. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Lightning Release Chakra Mode, Perfect Divine Speed version. Surpassing the current level of the Raikage brothers, with enhanced Thunder God Body Flicker technique. A surge of wild and pure lightning chakra instantaneously generated within Kamizuki, merging with an astonishing speed. Every cell felt as though it had been activated and tempered by the purest lightning. His comprehension of lightning release and control over chakra leaped to an entirely new realm in that instant. It was as if he were destined to wield lightning. A subtle yet fundamental shift occurred in Kamizuki's aura. Shure's complexion turned pale. As a sensory ninja, he acutely perceived that momentary change. The total amount of chakra within this man did not visibly increase, but its quality, density, and affinity with lightning suggested he was the very embodiment of lightning. How is this possible? An instant enhancement? AI also sensed something amiss. The pressure Kamizuki exerted felt even more formidable. Kamizuki turned back to AI, his calm gaze flashing momentarily with lightning. Lord Raikage, what are your thoughts? He inquired. AI paused. Thoughts on what? Regarding the constraints on your village's actions and compensation to Konoha. Kamizuki added, I personally suggest that Lord Raikage provide a satisfactory response. He paused, his tone still calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to let the Cloud Village experience what true Wrath of Thunder entails. The temperature in the office plummeted to freezing. AI stared at Kamizuki, who stood there with an unsettling tranquility, giving the impression of facing a cataclysmic disaster. The phrase Wrath of Thunder bore a dual meaning, serving as both a warning and a demonstration. He seemed to possess an extraordinary confidence in lightning release. AI's fists clenched and relaxed, his rage and apprehension waging a fierce battle within him. Ultimately, he refrained from attacking. Rationality told him that the person before him was not one he could easily defeat. He might even be an enemy that the Cloud Village could not withstand. Mabu quietly tugged at AI's sleeve, shaking her head slightly. Compensation can be discussed. AI practically forced the words through clenched teeth. Kamizuki nodded slightly. Excellent. The specific amount and terms will be communicated to your village by Konoha's diplomatic department. He glanced out the window, seemingly unwilling to linger. I hope this is the last time. Lord Raikage, keep your people in check. With that, Kamizuki's figure vanished into the night, as abruptly as he had appeared, leaving behind a heavy silence and AI's ashen face. Chapter 55 AI, I will instruct you. Kamizuki, no, it is you who are inept. I shall teach you how to behave. The silence in the office was shattered by AI's heavy breathing. His chest heaved violently, veins bulging on his forehead. Bastard. With a furious roar, AI slammed his fist onto the desk before him. Boom. The sturdy wooden desk shattered into splinters. Maba stepped back slightly, a hint of helplessness in her eyes behind her glasses. Lord Raikage, now is not the time for anger. That guy is too arrogant. AI turned to the window, where Kamizuki's figure had long since disappeared, having intruded upon the Raikage's office to threaten him, and then left with such audacity. What does he take the Cloud Village for? A wave of humiliation surged within him. When had he, the fourth Raikage, ever been subjected to such indignity? His strength was unfathomable. Shure spoke up beside him, his face still pale. I have never sensed chakra so refined, so perfectly attuned to lightning. It was as if Kamizuki embodied the will of lightning itself. AI's pupils constricted suddenly. Shure's assessment only added fuel to his burning rage. I will make him understand that this is the Cloud Village. AI's teeth ground together. Did he think he could intimidate me like this? Mabu stepped forward. Lord Raikage, the other party has already achieved their objective. Compensation is compensation, and lessons are lessons. AI interrupted her. Isn't he showcasing the Wrath of Thunder? I want to see just how far his lightning release can go. He turned sharply and strode out. I will personally instruct him. Mabu opened her mouth, ultimately letting out a sigh. She understood the Raikage temperament all too well. She followed suit. I will gather the personnel. No need. AI's steps did not falter. Against him, numbers are of no use. He had resolved that this would be a duel belonging to the user of lightning release. Kamizuki had not gone far. He stood casually atop a higher building in the Cloud Village, overlooking the twinkling lights below. The night breeze fluttered his garments. System. Would you say this counts as a conveniently presented experience package? Host, please focus on the current event. Kamizuki chuckled softly. He sensed a violent chakra rapidly approaching. Here it comes. AI's figure hurtled towards him like a cannonball, stopping 10 meters in front of Kamizuki, the ground trembling slightly from the impact of his landing. You truly haven't left. AI's voice was laced with suppressed fury. Kamizuki turned, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. I was waiting for Lord Raikage to calm down so we could have a proper discussion about the aftermath. Spare me the pleasantries. AI growled. I want to spar with you. He deliberately emphasized the word spar. Kamizuki raised an eyebrow. Oh, does Lord Raikage wish to personally experience what I refer to as the Wrath of Thunder? This kid is truly beyond arrogant. AI's anger flared anew. The location will be the village's dedicated large training ground. Are you brave enough to come? What is there to fear? Kamizuki smiled slightly. Perfect. I also wish to give Lord Raikage some pointers on lightning release. This statement stung AI more than direct ridicule, as if his prideful lightning release were utterly insignificant in the eyes of his opponent. You will pay for your arrogance. AI dropped a harsh remark and swiftly made his way towards the training ground. Shinryu followed him at a leisurely pace. In Yukon Village, the expansive training ground was ample enough to accommodate battles of shadow-level strength. At this moment, several Yukon jonin, including Darui and Shi, had gathered around. Their expressions varied, some curious, some grave, but mostly filled with absolute trust in the Raikage. In their hearts, the Raikage represented the pinnacle of lightning release. Standing at the center of the arena, AI was enveloped in crackling blue lightning. Lightning release chakra mode. A formidable aura radiated outward, making the air feel tense. Are you ready, Konoha brat? AI's voice boomed like thunder. Shinryu stepped forward calmly. At any moment, lightning began to flicker around him, but unlike AI's, the lightning on his body possessed a deep purple gold hue. It was more refined and restrained, yet emanated an overwhelming pressure that surpassed AI's. Lightning release chakra mode, perfect Godspeed version. Shi's pupils widened in shock. This sensation was unmistakable. It was clearer and more terrifying than what he had sensed in the office. Was this truly the same person? Darui furrowed his brow, feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression emanating from Shinryu. AI sensed it too. The lightning release aura from his opponent caused a flutter of unease within him. How could this be? His lightning release had been honed through countless trials. A source of pride for Yukon Village. Enough of this. AI thundered, launching his attack. He stomped the ground, and his figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared before Shinryu, his fist, cloaked in lightning, hurtling towards him with tremendous force. Lightning bomb. This punch could shatter mountains. However, Shinryu merely tilted his head slightly. AI's fist grazed past his hair. So fast, AI was taken aback. In his eyes, Shinryu's movements appeared to slow down for just a moment, yet that moment rendered all of AI's subsequent attacks futile. In the blink of an eye, a more rapid energy surged from the side. Shinryu had somehow maneuvered around to his flank, delivering a simple knife-hand strike towards his ribs. The purple-gold lightning glimmered sharply, exuding a lethal edge capable of severing anything. AI was alarmed and quickly raised his arm to block. Bang! Their limbs collided, and an overwhelming force surged from the point of contact, causing AI's entire right arm to go numb. The terrifying lightning release chakra invaded his meridians through his lightning armor. Stumbling backward several steps, AI barely managed to regain his footing, incredulously staring at his arm, which still bore the burning pain of purple-gold electric arcs. How could this be? In pure speed and power, he was at a disadvantage. This is inconceivable. Is this your lightning release? Shinryu's voice came coolly. Your speed is adequate, but your power leaves much to be desired. An affront. This was a blatant insult. AI's face flushed crimson, rage threatening to consume his reason. You're seeking death, he roared, the lightning around him surging once more. Lightning torture level. This was his swiftest attack, a net of countless lightning knife strikes designed to utterly shred his opponent. A myriad of blue electric flashes enveloped Shinryu in an instant. The surrounding Yunin ninjas could hardly discern AI's movements, only witnessing a tempest of lightning. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Shunyueyu's eyes. His body swayed slightly, effortlessly weaving through AI's frenzied assault, with every lightning knife narrowly missing him. Too slow. The two simple words resonated clearly in AI's ears. As if teleporting, Shunyueyu appeared in the small gaps between AI's continuous strikes, exploiting a minuscule blind spot. AI's pupils contracted to the utmost. He attempted to change his attack, but it felt as though his movements were slowed to a crawl in Shunyueyu's eyes. Shunyueyu extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together. There was no overwhelming aura, merely a pinpoint of concentrated purple-gold lightning at his fingertips. He gently pressed it against AI's chest. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The blue lightning armor on AI's body rippled violently, as though stones were cast into water before shattering into fragments. Puff! A torrent of violent lightning released chakra surged into AI, striking him as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. He spat a mouthful of blood and was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily against the edge of the training ground. Dust swirled around, and the arena fell into an eerie silence. Darui gaped, nearly dropping his blade. She trembled, not from fear, but from sheer shock. The Yunin Jonin stood frozen, as if turned to stone. AI struggled to rise, his blood surging, chakra in disarray. He stared in disbelief at the young figure standing calmly in the distance. In just a few exchanges, strictly speaking, the only true attack had been that final fingertip strike. His once proud lightning-release chakra mode had been so effortlessly dismantled. The mastery of his opponent's lightning release, the control over power, and the application of speed all surpassed him, and in a crushing manner. The fourth Reikage AI, renowned for his unparalleled speed and strength among shadow-level ninjas, had been decisively defeated in his area of expertise by an unassuming Konoha ninja. The shock left him momentarily dazed. Shunyueyu retracted his finger, the lightning dissipating quietly. He glanced at the disheveled AI, but chose not to speak further, turning instead to walk slowly towards the exit of the training ground. Wait! AI's raspy voice called out. Chapter 56. The Reikage's Collapse, Killer Bee's Betrayal. Shunyueyu paused, but did not look back. The training ground remained eerily silent, save for AI's heavy breaths. The bitterness of defeat and humiliation coursed through him like venom. He could not comprehend, nor accept it. You. AI struggled to speak, each word seemingly draining his remaining strength. Who on earth are you? In the midst of this awkward and tense atmosphere, a sudden, rhythmically vibrant voice erupted without warning. Yo-yo. The big brother's defeat, little brother to the rescue. The newcomer from Konoha is quite something. Take this, dumbass. Bastard. Yeah. Accompanied by this unique rap, a figure burst into the training ground like a whirlwind. The newcomer, with dark skin, sunglasses, and several uniquely shaped swords slung over his shoulder, was none other than Yunin Village's other ace, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. AI's expression shifted instantly. Stop. Come back. He shouted urgently. If he could not defeat his opponent, what would it accomplish to send someone else? It would only lead to further humiliation. Killer Bee, seemingly oblivious, twisted his body in an eccentric manner as 7 blades swiftly unsheathed, clamped by the joints of his form, striking an exceedingly bizarre combat pose. Just watch. Big brother. Witness my flawless rap and swordsmanship as I vanquish this foe, he exclaimed, brimming with exuberance. However, Darui and the others displayed anxious expressions, hesitating to intervene. For matters concerning the Reikage were not easily meddled with by outsiders. Shingetsuyu finally turned to regard the eccentric Jinchuriki, intrigued by his antics. This fellow is quite amusing, he mused, raising a hand to signal that AI need not act rashly. Reikage, it's quite all right. I too wish to witness the essence of the Eight-Tails Bee soul. Bee soul? Killer Bee's movements momentarily faltered, his eyes gleaming from beneath his sunglasses. Oh, you're perceptive, aren't you? Allow me to demonstrate. With that, he transformed into a whirlwind of slicing blades, a storm of dust swirling around him as he charged toward Shingetsuyu with fervor. The 7 long blades formed an impenetrable circle of assault, their ferocity and strangeness surpassing any conventional swordsmanship. The surrounding cloud shinobi recoiled, fearing the onslaught of this blade tempest. Yet, Shingetsuyu remained unmoved, standing resolutely as his body executed astonishingly subtle evasive maneuvers. The blade tips grazed his neck, and the edges skimmed his cheek. enveloped in a frenzied web of blades that couldn't even graze the hem of his garment. Impressive speed, but alas. Shingetsu remarked languidly amidst the chaos of the flashing blades. Your technique lacks structure, and the rhythm is askew. Killer Bee felt a jolt of apprehension. Not only could his opponent keep pace with his speed, but he also had the audacity to critique him. Enough chatter. Behold my tailed beast power. Yeah. A surge of crimson chakra erupted from Killer Bee, enveloping him in a layer of tailed beast energy, amplifying his speed and strength dramatically. The blade storm intensified, now accompanied by a piercing shriek that sliced through the air. Yet, Shingetsu's steps remained calm and unhurried. In that moment, he spoke, not with the incantations of ninjutsu, but through an impromptu rap. Tailed beast power, the foundation of peace. His voice, though soft, pierced through the cacophony of clashing blades, resonating in every ear present. Killer Bee's actions halted abruptly. The path of rap also contains truth. Shingetsu slipped through the gaps in the onslaught like a specter, his voice carrying an unusual cadence that continued. In the realm of the hidden cloud and leaf, why must we oppose? Together, let us paint the future of the shinobi world. These simple phrases struck Killer Bee like a hammer upon his heart. His usual raps were filled with nonsensical banter, seeking rhythm and self-expression. Yet, the opposing words elevated the discourse to a level of peace for the entire shinobi realm. It was a crushing revelation. His rhythm was completely thrown off. The furious storm of blades experienced a minuscule pause, almost imperceptible. In a duel between masters, a fleeting moment could last an eternity. Shingetsu appeared precisely at that moment of stillness, extending his right hand, fingers poised together. Without the flash of lightning or the tremors of chakra, his motion was purely swift. By finger, I wield the sword. A soft chime echoed. His fingertip precisely touched the core intersection of the 7 whirling blades. A wave of subtle force emanated from that point. Killer Bee felt an irresistible power surge through the hilt of his weapons, his joints tingling with numbness, rendering him incapable of maintaining his grip. Clang, clang. The 7 blades fell to the ground in unison. Then, that finger continued, gently tapping his forehead. Killer Bee froze, all motion abruptly ceasing. The crimson-tailed beast cloak receded like a tide, leaving him suspended in a forward charge, utterly motionless. The pressure from that finger was not merely force, it was an incomprehensible sense of absolute control. The outcome was determined. The arena fell into a profound silence once more. If defeating Isekai'd AI showcased insurmountable prowess, then vanquishing Killer Bee revealed an almost transcendental level of mastery. AI, watching from the sidelines, felt an icy chill wash over him. He had anticipated that his brother's 7-sword style combined with the tailed beast power would at least allow him to hold his own. To his astonishment, the defeat was swifter and more complete than his own. The opponent had even shattered his brother's defenses using the very rap that Killer Bee prided himself on. What manner of creature is this? After a lengthy pause, Killer Bee slowly lowered his rigid arms. He felt neither dismay nor anger. Instead, he removed his sunglasses, revealing eyes that sparkled with awe and fervor. Big brother. Killer Bee suddenly turned to AI, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Did you hear that?" AI, taken aback, realized he understood. He truly understood. Killer Bee excitedly pointed at Shingetsu, then at his own heart. That is the true bee soul. This is the essence of rap. Yeah. AI's expression froze, while Darui's jaw dropped in astonishment. Shinobi from the Leaf had not only overpowered the Isekai'd, but had also conquered the 8 Tails Jinchuriki in the realm of art. Shingetsu retracted his finger, observing the exhilarated Killer Bee, his own heart remaining unfazed, even teetering on the edge of a yawn. You are my kindred spirit. Killer Bee surged forward, shedding any prior animosity, clasping Shingetsu's shoulder with enthusiasm akin to that of long-lost brothers. Brother, your rap is phenomenal. Teach me. Those lines were nothing short of divine inspiration. Let's go eat barbecue. We can discuss the profundities of rap while we feast. Yeah. He dragged Shingetsu toward the exit with surprising strength. Shingetsu cast a resigned glance at the completely petrified 4th Isekai'd. Chapter 57, On-Site Instruction. Master crafts tailed beast balls, 8 tails gyuki. He understands tailed beasts better than I do. The 4th Isekai'd AI's muscles tensed, rationality waging a fierce battle against instinct. The scene before him exceeded his 40 years of life experience. Stop. You there. AI finally found his voice, roaring with fury. As he swiftly positioned himself in front of the two, he extended his robust arm, blocking Killer Bee's path, his gaze sharply fixed on Shingetsu-Yu's face. Release him. What have you done to him? The inquiry brimmed with wariness and hostility. Yet, Killer Bee brushed aside AI's arm with exaggerated force. Yo, chill out, big bro. He*s my confidant, my soul's anchor. He gestured a rap sign to AI, then affectionately clasped Shingetsu-Yu's shoulder, fearful that he might escape. What do you know? He defeated me with rap. That's the highest form of respect. This is the true Bee-soul, you get it? Yeah. AI felt his mind spiraling. Darui and she had completely abandoned any semblance of coherent thought. Shinsuke-Yu cast a glance at the almost raging Reikage, his heart betraying no emotion. Trouble. He had only intended to quietly check in, collect his rewards, and depart. Instead, he found himself in a brawl, and now entangled with a rap-loving fool. Yet, perhaps this was not entirely unfavorable. A friendly figure from the hidden cloud was certainly more manageable than a hostile one. Your strength is formidable, Shinsuke-Yu suddenly interjected, interrupting Kurabi's rhythmic rap. He regarded Kurabi with a neutral tone. Especially your synergy with the Eight Tails. It is truly commendable for a Jinchuriki. Kurabi paused for a moment, then broke into a wide grin. Oh, brother, you think so too? The old Eight and I are the best partners. However, Shinsuke-Yu shifted his tone. But it's rather rudimentary. Huh. Kurabi's smile faltered. Beside him, AI furrowed his brows, electricity crackling at his fingertips. Rudimentary? He was recognized as the most perfect Jinchuriki capable of wielding tailed beasts. What gave this man the right to make such an assessment? The power you and the Eight Tails wield is akin to a flood breaching its dam. Shinsuke-Yu continued, completely disregarding AI's hostility. It is immense in strength and vast in range, yet it is chaotic and wasteful. He extended a finger. You simply release chakra indiscriminately without considering how to guide it. The imbalance in the harmony of yin and yang leads to an extremely unstable chakra nature, rendering any transformation moot. Kurabi's sunglasses slipped down slightly. He comprehended none of this, but felt profoundly shaken. AI, equally bewildered, sensed an absolute confidence in Shinsuke-Yu's tone, as if he was elucidating an undeniable truth. Wasn't the yin-yang harmonization of the tailed beast bomb merely about compressing chakra and launching it? Fool. Imbecile. Kurabi instinctively retorted, as this was his long-standing method. Shinsuke-Yu shook his head, seemingly disappointed. Clearly, mere words would not suffice. He opened his right hand, palm facing up. In the next moment, an ominous chakra began to coalesce in his palm, sending shivers down the spines of all present. It was neither blue nor red, but an abyssal black, as if it could devour all light. A pitch-black energy sphere formed, visibly condensing, compressing, and compressing again. The surrounding air began to distort, emitting a mournful wail of strain. T-tailed beast bomb, Darui exclaimed in shock. AI's pupils constricted to pinpricks. This was impossible. He was not a Jinchuriki. How could he wield a tailed beast bomb? Moreover, the speed of this condensation, the purity and density of this energy, while Kurabi's tailed beast bomb was sizable. It seemed like a loose fluff in comparison to the perfectly forged steel sphere in Shinsuke-Yu's hand. The black orb ultimately stabilized to the size of a marble, quietly hovering in Shinsuke-Yu's palm. Its surface smooth as a mirror, yet harboring enough terrifying energy to level the entirety of the Kumogakure and Reikage Valley. This is guidance, Shinsuke-Yu remarked, flicking his finger. The miniature-tailed beast bomb instantaneously split into 3, then into 5. The 5 small black orbs, like obedient pets, began to orbit his fingers slowly. Compression was for greater penetration and destructive power. Separation was to adapt to more complex battlefield environments. And the foundation of all this lay in absolute control. The most meticulous harmonization of yin and yang chakra. This will enhance the potency of your tailed beast bomb by 30%, while reducing consumption by 50%. Shinsuke-Yu waved his hand, and the 5 disquieting black orbs vanished into thin air as if they had never existed. Silence enveloped the arena. Sweat trickled down AI's forehead as he gazed at Shinsuke-Yu, akin to a deity. Kurabi stood utterly dumbfounded. Within his consciousness, a tempest had already erupted. This is impossible. The colossal 8 Tails, Gyuki, roared in disbelief. He has not become a Jinchuriki, yet he possesses the chakra of the 9 Tails. No, more than that. He has the chakra of all the tailed beasts, and they coexist in perfect harmony. The giant eye of Gyuki fixed intently on the man outside. It understood better than any Jinchuriki the challenges of achieving such a feat. No, it was not merely a challenge. It was a miracle. The tailed beasts were conglomerates of chakra, inherently imbued with strong, independent wills and exclusivity to achieve coexistence. Even the bond between a Jinchuriki and a single-tailed beast required decades, often at the cost of one's life. Yet this man stood as a flawless vessel, taming all opposing forces into a part of himself. The theories he had expounded upon, yin and yang harmonization, precise manipulation, were concepts Gyuki barely grasped. Yet this man articulated and enacted them with clarity. His understanding of the tailed beasts surpassed even their own. Listen, Gyuki's voice thundered in Kurabi's mind. He speaks truth. Follow his guidance. Kurabi jolted, awakening from his stupor. He removed his sunglasses, his expression now imbued with unprecedented seriousness. He closed his eyes and began to attempt to channel the chakra of the 8 tails within him. No longer would he extract it violently. Instead, he endeavored to guide and harmonize it as Shinsuke-yu had demonstrated. Waves of positive and negative chakra converged within him. The process was clumsy and arduous. Yet within mere seconds of trying, he sensed a shift. The once feral chakra seemed to adopt a newfound gentleness. At that moment, Kurabi's body stiffened, his gaze losing focus. A voice, deeper, ancient, and commanding than Gyuki's, resonated through him, echoing across the silent training ground. Outsider, who art thou? It was Gyuki. It had proactively used Kurabi's body to converse with the outside world. AI trembled violently, fully aware of the implications. This indicated that the 8 tails had bestowed the highest level of recognition, even reverence, upon this man. Shinsuke-yu regarded the possessed Kurabi without a flicker of emotion. A mere passing artist, he replied nonchalantly. By the way, let us be friends. Gyuki fell silent. After a long pause, that majestic aura ebbed away like a receding tide. Kurabi regained his senses, gasping for breath, his gaze toward Shinsuke-yu transforming from fervor to a near-religious veneration. Brother. The term was imbued with heartfelt sincerity, emanating from the depths of his soul. From this day forth, you are my true elder brother. Yeah. He lunged forward, enveloping Shinsuke-yu in a robust embrace. AI stood aside, witnessing his brother's shift in allegiance, gazing at the unfathomable man, tumultuous waves of emotion roiling within him. He realized that the dynamics of the hidden cloud village, nay, the entire ninja world, might irrevocably shift due to this man's presence. Rather than feeling anger, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Perhaps this would bode well for the hidden cloud. Kurabi released Shinsuke-yu, his face flushed with excitement. Brother, barbecue. Let us go eat barbecue now. It's my treat. Chapter 58. The Hidden Cloud Village Completely Conquered. Shinsuke-yu. I speak not of politics, but of physics. The aroma of barbecue wafted through the air, fat dripping onto the sizzling grill, emitting a tantalizing sizzle. Brother, try this. The beef tongue is the best. Killer Bee enthusiastically pushed a plate of freshly grilled meat towards Kamizuki-yu, his adoration nearly overflowing from his countenance. Kamizuki-yu leisurely picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. Quite delightful, he remarked, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were in his own backyard. The atmosphere in the barbecue restaurant was peculiar. Killer B's fervor blazed like fire, while Kamizuki-yu's composure flowed like water, and sitting across from them. The fourth raikage, A, remained as silent as a mountain. He did not lift his chopsticks, his muscular frame taut, with the contours of his muscles subtly visible beneath his attire. His sharp eyes never left Kamizuki-yu, a tempest of anger, astonishment, confusion, and trepidation roiling within him, ultimately coalescing into a heavy pressure. Raikage, do you have something on your mind? Kamizuki-yu set down his chopsticks and picked up a cup of tea, noting that the meat was on the verge of burning. A.'s body quivered ever so slightly. He finally spoke, his voice hoarse and low. My lord Kamizuki, after the meal, I would like to speak with you privately. Very well, Kamizuki-yu replied nonchalantly. In the Raikage's office, the cacophony of the barbecue restaurant was replaced by a suffocating silence. A stood behind his desk, having shed the Raikage's ceremonial robes, now clad only in simple combat attire, which intensified the oppressive aura he emanated. Behind him loomed the enormous character for lightning. He was no longer merely the impulsive brother of a sibling, but the supreme ruler of the Hidden Cloud Village. Regarding the recent incident where our village's ninja attempted to steal the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, A articulated each word with excruciating slowness, as if extricating them from between his teeth. It was the fault of the Hidden Cloud. He inclined slightly, executing a bow that barely registered as such. On behalf of the Hidden Cloud Village, I extend the most solemn apologies to Konoha and to you, my lord. Kamizuki lounged on the sofa opposite him, adopting an air of casualness, as if he were merely a neighbor visiting. He remained silent, observing A intently. This silence bore more weight than any inquiry. O was compelled to continue. The involved ninja will face the most severe punishment from the hidden cloud. There will be no leniency. Punishment? Kamizuki, you finally interjected. His tone flat. A life has been lost. How do you propose to punish that? A.'s breath hitched. The leader of the hidden cloud had indeed perished at Kamizuki-U's hands. Then, A sought to steer the conversation back on course. As compensation, Reikage Kamizuki-U interrupted. I have a question for you. A.'s eyelids flickered. Is your apology due to your wrongdoing, or because you found yourselves unable to prevail? Bang. The word struck A.'s pride like a sledgehammer. His fists clenched beneath the table, veins bulging. What do you mean by that? His voice involuntarily rose, tinged with a hint of indignation. My meaning is quite straightforward. Kamizuki-U leaned forward slightly, his eyes, typically placid, now radiating aggression. If it were not me standing here today, but rather an ordinary Konoha Jonin, would you still apologize? Or would you resort to the grandiose rhetoric of years past, threatening war to compel Konoha to surrender the culprit, or even the Byakugan itself? Each word was a precise incision into the hidden cloud's most deeply buried scars. That was a political maneuver from the era of war. A nearly roared. Politics? Kamizuki-U chuckled, devoid of warmth. There is nothing so convoluted in my perspective. He stood and strolled to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the entirety of the hidden cloud village. I adhere to a singular principle. My friends, my village. Their possessions are mine. You sought to seize what belongs to me, and now you have been caught. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout every corner of the office. Now, your hands still ache, thus you choose to apologize. You are not apologizing for a mistake. You are apologizing for your weakness. You are pleading with me not to dismantle your village over this matter. A.'s body trembled violently. He yearned to retort, to shout, to use his fists to defend the dignity of himself and his village. But he could not, for every word spoken by the other party was a bloody truth. In the face of absolute power, all politics, schemes, and dignity appeared feeble and impotent. This man did not abide by the rules of the shinobi world. He was the very embodiment of those rules. After what felt like an eternity, the tempestuous aura surrounding it dissipated like a deflated balloon. He slumped back into his chair, eyes closed. Yes, one word drained him of all his strength. Admitting his weakness was more painful than defeat itself. I understand now. A reopened his eyes. The fire of anger extinguished, leaving only pure rationality and reverence. The Hidden Cloud Village shall sign a new non-aggression pact with Konoha. From this day forth, the Hidden Cloud will never again infringe upon Konoha and its allies in any form. Any espionage or provocative actions against Konoha will be viewed as direct treachery against me. He enumerated his commitments, no longer negotiating but declaring. Kamizuki, you turned to face him once more. Excellent, he uttered with detached calmness. Peace requires mutual preservation. I accept your promise. But remember, this is the first and last time. Should there be a next time, he left the threat unspoken, yet its weight surpassed any words. I assure you, there will not be a next time, A vowed solemnly. Days later, within the Hokage's office in Konoha, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the desk of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. An Umbu agent knelt on one knee, presenting a recently decrypted scroll from the hidden cloud. He opened the scroll, reading it word by word. His hand began to tremble slightly. Standing nearby, Tsunade and Mito Minu leaned closer, as they beheld the scroll's contents. The expressions on both advisors' faces froze in disbelief. A non-aggression pact? Proposed by the hidden cloud? Tsunade's voice was hoarse. And they have formally apologized regarding the Hyuga incident, promising to never covet the Byakugan? Mito adjusted his glasses, incredulity written across his face. This is absurd. Is this truly the same obstinate and overbearing hidden cloud village? The fourth Reikage, who would stop at nothing for his interests. It is as if he has transformed into another person. Minato slowly lowered the scroll, exhaling a long plume of smoke. Within the swirling haze, a complex expression emerged on his face, a mixture of shock, relief, and a tinge of nostalgia for the bygone era. With this, I have secured at least several decades of peace along the northern border for Konoha. This feat was beyond measure, transcending the realm of mere shinobi tactics. It was the work of a deity. We may have all underestimated him, Mito remarked, his tone imbued with unprecedented respect. His significance to the village far exceeds our assumptions. Thanks to this man, Konoha's prestige has reached an unparalleled zenith. At the entrance of the Hidden Cloud Village, Killer Bee clung to Kamizuki-yu, reluctant to let him depart. Big brother, are you leaving so soon? Stay a few more days. I'm almost done with my new lyrics. Yeah, not this time, Kamizuki-yu replied, patting his shoulder. AI stood at a distance, silently observing the scene before him. His expression was complex, devoid of hostility. Shinue-yu's gaze traversed the towering mountains, directed southward. The wind seemed to carry a whisper of dry sand and dust. He recalled another child imprisoned in solitude. The next destination, Sunagakure. Chapter 59, The Predicament of Sunagakure. The tragedy of Gaara, stemming from the short-sightedness of the fourth Kazekage, Raza. At the border of the Land of Wind, within an unassuming tea house, the dry, hot wind swept in, battering the wooden window frames with a monotonous sound. Shinue-yu held a teacup, the surface of the water reflecting his calm, untroubled visage. Before him lay an encrypted intelligence scroll from Mangekyo, its elegant yet cold script penned by Conan. The contents of the scroll painted a detailed portrait of decay. Sunagakure, the military backbone of the Land of Wind, was teetering on the brink of collapse. The feudal lord had drastically slashed the village's financial budget, opting instead to delegate missions to other, more cost-effective shinobi villages. In a desperate bid to sustain the village's operations, the fourth Kazekage Raza was compelled to take matters into his own hands, utilizing his ability to manipulate magnetism to frantically mine gold, attempting to fill the gaping fiscal abyss. A shadow had been reduced to a mere cash cow for the village. The irony was palpable. Yet, the latter part of the scroll rendered the already stifling air of the tea house almost suffocating. One-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara. Status, highly unstable. Prolonged insomnia. Mental state on the verge of collapse. Shikaku's consciousness persistently eroding. Threat level, high. Triggers. His father, the fourth Kazekage Raza, perceives him as a weapon rather than a son. Raza has dispatched ninjas multiple times to execute assassination attempts to test his limits. Most recent assassination executor, his uncle, Yashimaru. Result, failure. Gaara's psychological trauma has intensified, completely sealing off his inner self. Shinue-yu's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, one after another. He thought of the failed project managers in his previous life. When products encountered issues, instead of seeking the root cause to rectify the flaws, they resorted to more brutal pressure tests, attempting to extract the last vestiges of value from the product until it was utterly ruined. Raza was akin to such a project manager. Gaara was the failing project in his hands. It was foolish to the point of being disheartening. Shinue-yu's murmured self-reflection was as light as a sigh. How could a leader, who could not properly guide his own son and instead propelled him into the abyss, possibly lead a village out of its plight? He was crafting a monster, one that could detonate at the village's center and obliterate everything. This was not merely the destruction of a child. It was a gamble with the entire future of Sunagakure at stake. Shinue-yu set down the teacup, the base clinking against the tabletop with a crisp sound. He resolved to proceed with this endeavor. A chaotic Sunagakure posed a threat to the shinobi world. A stable, compliant village, indebted through great favors, would serve as a valuable piece in his construction of a new order. As for the means to resolve the situation, several plans flickered through Shinue-yu's mind. Suppressing Shikaku's power would be a mere trifle for him, whether through more potent sealing techniques or direct intervention on a psychological level. Neither posed a challenge. The true obstacle lay with Raza. Altering that man's perspective would likely prove more arduous than extracting diamonds from sand. Perhaps it was unnecessary to change him. Shinue-yu rose to his feet. It would suffice to strip him of his authority over the project. The wind and sand swept across his face, delivering a subtle sting. The entrance to Sunagakure loomed like a colossal beast crawling through the desert. The earthen-toned circular buildings appeared oppressive and somber under the blazing sun. The air here was laden not only with sand, but also with poverty, despair, and fear. Shinue-yu's figure glided through the village's guard line like a phantom, stirring no alarm. Two drowsy Sunagakure Chunin merely sensed a gust of wind pass by. And then everything returned to normal. He did not head to the Hokage building. That would be a waste of time. His vast perception unfurled instantaneously, like mercury spreading, enveloping the entire village. Soon, he pinpointed the most powerful and agitated chakra source in the village, the fourth Kazekage Raza. In Raza's office, he paced restlessly. Mountains of deficit documents piled on the desk, mocking his incompetence. The betrayal of the feudal lord, the village's predicament, and the failures of his son weighed heavily on his heart, each a boulder. Bang! The office door swung open with an invisible force. Raza's movements halted abruptly. His body tensing as golden sand surged from the containers on the floor, hovering beside him. Who? A figure strolled in, clad in a simple black robe, devoid of any shinobi tools or headbands. The individual approached his desk with an air of nonchalance. The fourth Kazekage, Raza. The visitor spoke. His tone is flat, as if stating a fact. Raza's pupils constricted. He had never seen this person before. Yet the faint yet unfathomable aura surrounding him set off alarms in every cell of Raza's being. This was no ordinary intruder. Who are you? To intrude upon the Kazekage's office. Do you seek enmity with Tsunegekyo? Raza's voice was tinged with a sharpness born of tension. Shinwei did not respond to his query. Instead, he extended a finger, lightly tapping a document on the desk. It was a report regarding budget cuts to the village's defense expenditures, the fiscal deficit, the feudal lord's betrayal, the village's gradual decline. Shinwei's words pierced Raza's most vulnerable spot like a precise drill. In such times, you still have the leisure to test your son? Crash. Raza's mind went blank. The implications of this statement sent chills down his spine. This was classified information of the highest order within Tsunegekyo. His plans to assassinate Gaara could not possibly be known to anyone outside a select few trusted confidants. Who are you? The sand surrounding Raza transformed instantaneously into sharp spears, aimed menacingly at Shinwei. Shinwei did not even glance at the lethal weapons. His body leaned slightly forward, drawing closer to the pale-faced Kazekage, who was gripped by fear. I have heard that Yashimaru's self-detonation has etched the character love upon Gaara's heart. Quite a remarkable test result, wouldn't you agree? The weapon you desire seems to be growing ever sharper. Chapter 60, Signing in at the Land of Wind. What sand gold? I shall craft you a neutron star directly. Boom. As the final word fell, the image of Yashimaru's explosion, along with Raza's contorted face, shattered in Shinwei's mind. He was no longer in the Kazekage's office. Before him lay an expanse of endless yellow sand. The scorching sun hung overhead, distorting the air with its heat. The wind was the only language of this land, monotonous and coarse, repeatedly narrating tales of death. Shinwei's figure sped through the desert, leaving no trace of dust in his wake. Before embarking on his journey, he unearthed an almost forgotten ancient map from the intelligence repository of Rain-Hidden Village. The map was incomplete, indicating a region deep within the Land of Wind that bore no markings. Conan had once inquired about his purpose for going there, but he had refrained from answering. Some matters are beyond the realm of explanation. They are innate intuitions, a natural affinity for a unique energy field. Much like a skilled programmer who can sense the most deeply concealed yet invaluable module within a codebase. The sand beneath his feet was already heated to a degree that could easily cook an egg. Yet, in Shinwei's perception, a distinctly different energy pulsated not far ahead. It was life, an exuberance that starkly contrasted with the desolation of the surrounding landscape. He paused, parting the air distorted by the heat. And a vibrant green burst into his view, a small oasis. Though modest in size, it thrived with vitality. The clear lake shimmered under the sunlight, surrounded by strange, drought-resistant flora, creating a stark dichotomy against the endless yellow sands. It resembled a glitch in the system, jarring yet undeniably real. Shinwei stepped into the oasis. The oppressive heat instantly replaced by a cool, refreshing humidity. He did not pause to admire the scenery but instead delved his senses into the ground beneath him. Indeed, directly beneath the oasis, deep within the crust, lay an immense and peculiar vein of mineral resources. It was not gold dust, but a type of metal he had never encountered before, continuously emitting a faint and unique magnetic field. It was this magnetic field that shielded the oasis from being swallowed by the desert, a perfect location to check in. He silently urged the system to register his presence there. Ding! Successful check-in at the oasis in the center of the Land of Wind's desert. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Magnetic Release Bloodline Limit. Beginner. Capable of manipulating metallic sand and influencing geomagnetism, diverging from the magnetic release of Rasha and the third Kazekage, leaning more towards the manipulation of primal magnetic forces. With immense potential. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special status, Blessing of the Desert Rose, in desert environments. Your perception and chakra recovery speed are slightly enhanced, with increased resistance to sand and wind techniques. as the system's notifications echoed in his mind. Two distinctly different powers merged within him. The first was the blessing of the desert rose. He could distinctly feel subtle transformations occurring within his body. His skin had adapted more effectively to the arid air, and his chakra's flow seemed liberated from a certain suppression imposed by the land, becoming more fluid. A practical passive skill, albeit modest in its enhancement, could very well be the tipping point in specific circumstances. The second force, however, was far more formidable: magnetic release. An arcane sensation detonated within his consciousness, as if he had acquired a new sense. He could perceive the ceaseless river of magnetic energy flowing deep within the earth. He could sense the infinitesimal metallic components contained within each grain of sand around him. He could even touch the invisible lines of magnetic force in the air. This was entirely different from his preconceived notions of magnetic release. The sand iron of the third Kazekage and the sand gold of the fourth Kazekage were, in essence, highly specialized applications of specific metals, akin to rigidly defined code, efficient yet lacking in extensibility. What he had acquired was foundational access, the power to manipulate the very concept of magnetism itself. Raising his right hand with the palm facing upward, he did not deliberately seek out gold dust, but casually activated his newly acquired ability. With a peculiar humming sound, the sand beneath his feet began to churn. Countless minuscule metallic particles, glimmering with various hues, were forcibly separated from the sand. No longer mere iron or gold. They encompassed every type of metallic element present in this land. These metallic grains swirled like a living entity, coiling and compressing above his palm, ultimately forming a sphere the size of a fist, shimmering with a dark metallic sheen. Its density was immensely high, warping the surrounding light with its gravitational pull. This was the true essence of magnetic release, not merely sifting through sand for gold, but transforming the entire expanse of sand into a weapon of his own. This was merely a preliminary application. If further developed, could he influence the iron within living beings, causing them to collapse from within? Create powerful magnetic fields to render all metallic ninja tools ineffective? Or even distort geomagnetism, disorienting his enemy's sense of direction and chakra perception? A myriad of potential applications flickered through his mind. Rasha's magnetic release was akin to panning for gold in the sand to pay wages. His magnetic release was designed to alter the fundamental rules of physics. The two were not even on the same dimensional plane. Shinryu gently closed his fingers. The suspended metallic sphere instantaneously disintegrated into countless specks of dust, silently reintegrating into the sand beneath him. The oasis returned to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. He turned and stepped away from this miracle of life, re-entering the boundless sea of yellow sand. Chapter 61. The First Encounter with Gaara, the Solitary Shura. Shinryu's compassion and hope. Shinryu did not head towards the Kazekage Tower. Although it was the strongest chakra source, it resembled a stagnant pool, filled with an aura of restlessness and decay, utterly worthless. His newly acquired magnetic release endowed him with an entirely new dimension of perception. He could sense that beneath the entire hidden sand village lay a thin layer of defense network constructed from Rasha's sand gold, akin to a rudimentary local area network riddled with vulnerabilities. Yet within this network, there was a signal source, twisted, frenzied, and filled with malice. Akin to a corrupted program that could not be harmonized with the system, relentlessly emitting error reports. It was solitary and brimming with murderous intent. In mere flashes, Shinryu found himself atop an unassuming circular building at the village's edge. The moonlight, like liquid silver, cast a cool glow over everything below. A diminutive figure sat there, clad in a black bodysuit, bearing a large gourd on his back, while cradling a small toy bear in his arms. He sat alone. The surrounding sands, however, were not lifeless. They undulated slowly around his feet, as if breathing, each rise and fall exuding a chilling, murderous aura capable of freezing one's soul. Not far off, a few villagers pointed and whispered, their faces betraying unmasked fear, disgust, and a hint of malicious delight. "Monster," they muttered, and the words drifted on the wind, clearly reaching Shinryu's ears. He ignored the suffocating malice that would terrify even the most seasoned jonin. His gaze pierced through the veneer known as Shura. Within those bloodshot, ghastly pale eyes, marred by insomnia, he did not see a monster. Instead, he beheld a young beast trapped in a cage, repeatedly seared by a hot iron by its master, yet still yearning for a gentle touch. It was the epitome of suffering, despair, a profound sense of hopelessness emerges from the betrayal of one's dearest kin, manifesting the most primal and humble yearning for love and validation. Such a state is emblematic of utter failure. The project management skills of Raza are astonishingly appalling. While everyone else wishes to distance themselves from the child, Shingetsuyu steps forth from the shadows atop the roof. He strides deliberately towards Gaara. This action is akin to casting a colossal stone into a tranquil lake. In an instant, two dark figures materialize on the distant rooftop, members of the Sand Village's Umbu. Their bodies are taut, hands poised on the hilts of their concealed blades, fixated on this suddenly appearing, unidentified man. Gaara senses it too. A living being is encroaching upon his domain. He abruptly raises his head, a youthful visage marred by an incongruous ferocity and madness. "Do not approach." A voice rasps, akin to sandpaper scraping together. "I will kill you." With a thunderous roar, the gourd behind him bursts open, unleashing a torrent of sand that morphs into dozens of sharp, elongated spikes, whistling through the air as they hurtle towards Shingetsuyu. Each sand spike possesses the power to pierce steel with ease. The leader of the Umbu, concealed in the shadows, feels his pupils constrict, prepared to intervene. Yet, Shingetsuyu stands resolutely still, not flinching nor forming a single defensive seal. As the chaotic sand spikes near him, they suddenly freeze 3 inches from his face, as if time itself has been suspended. Subsequently, they disintegrate, losing all force and transforming back into ordinary sand, cascading softly to the ground. The entire spectacle unfolds in silence. Shingetsu's finger merely twitches. Cold sweat beads on the forehead of the Umbu leader. What kind of technique is this? No seals, no chakra fluctuations. Has Gaara's absolute defense been breached? No, it has been wholly disregarded. Gaara is momentarily taken aback, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the man before him. For the first time, his sand has voluntarily refrained from assaulting. Unimpeded, the sand trembles in fear, paralyzed by this man's presence. Shingetsuyu advances, stopping before Gaara, towering over the trembling child who desperately maintains a fierce facade. His voice is gentle and calm, devoid of any emotion, no fear, no disdain, no judgment, nor pity, merely a pure statement of fact. "Your heart is weeping." Gaara trembles violently. For the first time, confusion flickers in his fierce eyes. He has never heard such words before, nor felt a gaze so untainted, so pure. The violent aura, which he has long considered his shield, momentarily stagnates. The Umbu leader's palms are slick with sweat. Who is this man? How could a single statement shake Gaara's murderous intent? Chapter 62. Signing at the Shrine of the Sealed Shikaku. The power of sand manipulation rivals Shikaku. Shingetsuyu does not glance back at Gaara again. Those eyes, which had only just shown confusion, require time to ferment. He departs, leaving only a silhouette that stretches under the moonlight before dissolving into nothingness. "Captain." An Umbu member appears beside the leader, his voice laced with uncontrollable astonishment. "Shall we pursue?" The Umbu leader raises his hand, halting his subordinate's impulsive urge. His palms remain clammy. Pursue? With what means? They cannot even detect a trace of the opponent's movement. He glances down. Gaara remains seated, clutching his teddy bear, utterly motionless. Yet, the murderous aura that had gripped the area now exhibits slight, disjointed fluctuations, akin to a machine on the brink of collapse, its internal gears misaligned. "Secure the area and report everything that transpired tonight to Lord Kazekage." Understood. The Umbu leader casts one last glance towards the direction the man vanished, then turns to leave. Tonight, the sand village is fated to be sleepless. Shingetsuyu reappears atop the boundless sands. He pays no heed to the commotion arising from the village behind him. Raza's response seems to him like a system administrator frantically yanking out the network cable upon discovering a server breach, primitive and ineffective. He must identify the true source of the ailment, or rather, a more suitable signing location to obtain administrative privileges capable of rectifying this bug. The ancient intelligence map of the Rain Village overlays in his mind with the newly acquired magnetic perception, constructing a three-dimensional, directional coordinate. He navigates beyond the patrol range of the Sand Village, venturing deeper into the desolate heart of the Wind Country. Here, the winds rage more violently than anywhere else. The dunes shift shape beneath the relentless gusts, and any signpost will be completely buried within hours. To an ordinary ninja, this is an absolute no-man's land. Yet, for Shingetsu, The magnetic field deep within the earth serves as the most precise navigation. After an indeterminate period of traversing, he halts at the edge of a vast chasm. The depths of the canyon are unfathomable, partially obscured by wind-blown sand, with several weathered stone pillars standing sentinel at the entrance. Without the magnetic guidance, even 100 aerial passes would render it indistinguishable from any ordinary geological formation. He leaps from the canyon's edge, landing gracefully at the bottom. The external tempest has been diminished by over 90% here. The air is imbued with a peculiar, serene tranquility. The sand at the canyon's floor exhibits a warm white hue, starkly contrasting the deathly yellow sand of the outside world. At the deepest point of the canyon stands a dilapidated shrine, most of which has been buried beneath white sand, revealing only its sagging roof and a small portion of crimson walls. This is the legendary site where the first Jinchuriki of One Tail, the venerable monk Bunpoku, initially sealed and attempted to guide Shikaku, a sanctum long forgotten even by the Sand Village. Shingetsu strides into the crumbling main hall of the shrine. The interior is barren, save for a massive stone platform in the center, defiantly resisting the ravages of time. The platform is etched with intricate ceiling patterns so complex they induce a sense of vertigo. Each groove harbors a reservoir of serene, yet potent natural energy. Here lies the core of the seal that once contained Shikaku. Shingetsu extends his hand, fingertips gently caressing the cold stone surface. System, register my signing here. He silently commands. Ding. Successful signing at the Sand Village's sealing shrine of Shikaku. Congratulations, host. You have received a divine reward. Perfect level sand manipulation. You can now control sand without the aid of Shikaku, achieving power and finesse comparable to that of a fully realized Shikaku, with the ability to yield various forms of transformation. For the first time, the system's voice carries a weighty significance. Yet, it is not over. Ding. Triggering special signing. Congratulations to the host for receiving the unique reward. Compassion of the Holy Monk, Special Chakra. This chakra possesses a natural affinity and soothing effect towards colossal chakra entities such as tailed beasts, enabling direct communication with their consciousness. Two distinctly different, yet perfectly complementary powers surged into his limbs and bones. The first power is the control of sand. At that moment, all the sand in the canyon resonated faintly. They ceased to be mere inanimate objects, transforming into extensions of Shun Yueyo's body, akin to the air he breathes and the blood that flows through him. With a mere thought, the white sand beneath his feet morphed into a gentle giant hand, lifting him effortlessly. The yellow sands on either side of the canyon became two roaring dragons, circling above him, daring not to cross an invisible boundary. His control extended to every grain of sand, allowing him to accelerate a single grain to the speed of a bullet while making another dance a waltz in his palm. This epitomized the true essence of sand. Gaara's sand is a raging beast, and Rasha's gold sand is a cold weapon. Yet his sand embodies art, creation, and destruction. The second power is even more profound, compassion of the holy monk. A warm and peaceful chakra flowed gently within him. This chakra lacks aggressive force but instilled in him an illusion of empathy with all beings. He could sense the sighs of the wind, the silence of the stones, and the longing of the sand, yearning to be calmed and guided. This power is designed for communication and suppression, an optimal solution for dealing with the unreasonable chakra conglomerates like tailed beasts, a perfect patch for a bug. As Shin Yueyu contemplated these newfound powers, his perception suddenly shifted towards the direction of Sunagakure. Boom! An overwhelming malevolent aura erupted unexpectedly from the heart of Sunagakure. This chakra was 100-fold, 1,000-fold more frenzied than what he had previously sensed from Gaara. Wrath, anger, and hatred nearly stained the sky crimson. The piercing sound of alarms, even from such a distance, faintly reached his ears. Shikaku had completely lost control. Chapter 63, Alarm. The God of Sunagakure? One strike to subdue Shikaku. The wind shadow petrified on the spot. Sunagakure had transformed into a hellscape. The enormous yellow sand raccoon roared skyward. Sound waves mingled with vengeful chakra, fracturing solid stone structures. Each step it took caused entire blocks to collapse into ruins. Countless Sunagakure ninjas fled in terror. Their sporadic attempts to unleash wind release techniques against Shikaku felt like mere tickles. Lord Wind Shadow, we can't hold on, they cried. This monster is more ferocious than ever before. High above, the fourth Wind Shadow, Rasha, wore a grim expression, his hands pressing down firmly on the floating clouds of gold sand. Useless, he bellowed, as torrents of gold sand cascaded from beneath him, forming heavy chains to bind Shikaku's limbs. Sizzle, upon contact, the gold sand and Shikaku's raging sands emitted a jarring screech. Renowned for its density and weight, Rasha's gold sand served as an effective weapon. Yet faced with Shikaku's boundless sand techniques, this weight was akin to draping cotton threads over a giant elephant. Roaring in fury, Shikaku broke free from the gold sand chains. The frenzied sand surged upward, crashing toward Rasha in the air. His pupils constricted as he hurriedly commanded the gold sand to form a thick shield before him. Boom! The shield quivered violently, and he was propelled backward for several dozen meters, barely regaining his footing. What a disgrace! Was this the mightiest wind shadow of Mangekyo? So powerless before the true strength of a tailed beast. The symphony of screams from the villagers, the crumbling buildings, and Shikaku's roars intertwined into a desperate cacophony. Rasha's chest heaved, consumed by anger and helplessness. This was meant to be a controlled test, meticulously arranged to gauge Gaara's limits as a weapon. Yet now, the weapon had spiraled out of control. Just as despair engulfed everyone, an unusual tranquility abruptly pierced the chaotic battlefield. In the entire canyon, all the sand, whether the frenzied yellow sand of Shikaku or the stagnant gold beneath Rasha, ceased to flow simultaneously, as if time had been paused. In the next moment, a figure, accompanied by a handful of gentle white sand, slowly rose from the ground, alighting gracefully atop the rampaging Shikaku. Clad in simple garments, with flowing black hair, the newcomer did not even glance at the vigilant fourth wind shadow below. It was a complete act of disregard. How can it be you again? Rasha demanded sharply, his astonishment profound. How had this individual reappeared? Why did his chakra resonate with such tranquility yet vastness? Shikaku evidently sensed the provocation above, halting its rampage to turn its massive head upward, attempting to discern the insignificant being. With a thunderous roar, a tangible shockwave erupted, unleashing a sand tsunami toward the diminutive figure above. This strike could bury half of Mangekyo entirely. Rasha's complexion drained of color as he recognized this as one of Shikaku's deadly techniques. However, standing at the eye of the storm, Shinjueyu merely raised a hand. Without forming seals or gathering energy, he faced the oncoming tidal wave of sand, fingers spread wide, gently pressing down. The entire world seemed to hinge on this singular motion. A more majestic, purer, and primal torrent of sand surged from beneath Shinjueyu, rising from every inch of the canyon floor. No longer a chaotic weapon. It resembled a disciplined army. Each grain of sand executed the commands of its sovereign with precision. The two waves of sand collided midair with a resounding clash. There was no cataclysmic roar, no rampant energy. Shinjueyu's sand enveloped Shikaku's furious onslaught like a gentle, inescapable net, effortlessly consuming and assimilating it. In but an instant, Shikaku's attack dissipated. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The returning tide of sand, having neutralized the assault, did not cease. It transformed into a colossal hand, several times larger than Shikaku's own body, descending from above to firmly pin down the beast. With a mournful sound, Shikaku emitted a cry akin to lamentation. Its mountain-like frame pressed helplessly against the ground, unable to move an inch despite its struggles. The arena fell into a hushed silence. All surviving Mangekyo ninjas, including the suspended fourth wind shadow Rasha, stood frozen, their minds blank. What was that? Who was this person? Without relying on a Jinchuriki or bloodline limits, how could he command sand to such an extent? This transcended ninjutsu. This was a miracle. In that moment, Rasha's belief in his mastery over sand shattered into oblivion. His proud bloodline, before this man, resembled a child's sandcastle, ridiculous and juvenile. Shingetsu paid no heed to the shock of the ants at his feet. He bent down, his palm gently resting against the cursed forehead of Shikaku. A distinctly different chakra began to flow slowly from his hand. This was not a chakra meant for battle. It was warm, tranquil, and imbued with a compassion that embraced all. The compassion of the saint was unleashed. As Shikaku struggled wildly, its consciousness filled with slaughter and hatred. It suddenly faltered. Deep within its soul, a gentle voice resonated. This voice did not compel or command. It merely conveyed a pure understanding and empathy. Be still, little raccoon. I acknowledge your anger and solitude. With just those words, Shikaku's deafening roar ceased abruptly. Its massive form halted all resistance, and for the first time, a glimmer of confusion appeared in its eyes, which were once filled with fury and loathing. For countless years, humanity had perceived it solely as a natural disaster, a weapon, a mere collection of chakra. They feared it, sealed it away, and exploited it. Yet, no one had ever thought to ask it a single question. No one had ever glimpsed the solitary heart imprisoned for a millennium beneath its ferocious exterior. Within the confines of Shikaku's consciousness, that warm chakra transformed into a gentle light, enveloping its tumultuous spirit layer by layer. Simultaneously, deep within the consciousness of Gaara, the red-haired child curled in darkness and tormented by endless nightmares, felt this wave of warmth. Until now, his world had been filled with two distinct sounds. One was his father's cold commands and merciless tests, while the other was the relentless, murderous growl of the monster in his ears. But now, the monster's roar had quieted. In its place was an unprecedented warmth, as if emanating from the very essence of his soul. This warmth dispelled the darkness and soothed his fears, like the gentlest of hands cradling him. In the external world, under the astonished gaze of all the Sunagekyo ninjas, the colossal form of Shikaku began to rapidly transform into sand. Countless grains shed from its body, coalescing like quicksand, shrinking, and ultimately flooding back into the small figure that lay on the ground. As Shingetsuyu descended with the dispersing sand, he gently caught Gaara in his embrace just before the boy would have fallen. Gaara's tightly shut eyes quivered slightly before gradually opening. The once frenzied and guarded green depths of his gaze were replaced with a nascent confusion. He beheld the calm and warm eyes of Shingetsuyu, devoid of fear, disgust, or the indifference that deemed him a monster. Gaara's lips trembled silently as he opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. This unfamiliar embrace, this unfamiliar man, evoked within him for the first time a feeling of dependence towards someone other than his father. Chapter 64. You call this father? Shingetsuyu publicly slaps the fourth Kazekage silence. An absolute stillness. The wind ceased, and the sand lay still. At the center of the circular sand pit, the man cradled the child, creating an eerie yet peaceful tableau. Surrounding Sunagekyo ninjas, still gripping their kunai, trembled, their minds a blank slate. What had just transpired shattered their understanding entirely. That was a rampaging tailed beast, Shikaku, a natural disaster, a nightmare, an absolute power capable of effortlessly annihilating a village. Yet, such an entity was pacified before this man with merely a word and a gesture. Stop! A voice laced with anger and incredulity shattered the silence. Golden sand swirled. As a man wearing a wind-themed straw hat, his visage austere, appeared with a cadre of elite umbu. It was the fourth Kazekage, Raza. He did not glance at the chaos around him or concern himself with his fallen subordinates. His entire focus was locked onto Shingetsuyu and the entity he cradled. Who are you? Raza's tone was as frigid as ice. What have you done to our village's weapon? Weapon. The moment Gaara's green eyes, just now opened, heard that term, a shadow of despair clouded them once more. His small form trembled uncontrollably in Shingetsu's embrace. Shingetsuyu did not respond to Raza's inquiry. He simply bowed his head, offering a comforting smile to the child in his arms. Adjusting his hold to make Gaara more comfortable, he gradually lifted his gaze to meet the high-ranking Kazekage's eyes. Weapon? Is that how you refer to your own son, fourth Kazekage? Shingetsu's voice was calm, devoid of accusation or anger, as if merely stating a trivial fact. Yet, this seemingly mundane statement struck Raza like an invisible slap across the face. Raza's facial muscles twitched. He is not my son. He is the ultimate weapon I created for the village, for Sunagekyo. A failure. For the village? Shingetsuyu chuckled, his laughter laced with derision. The so-called tests, the so-called weapon program, were nothing but a father's rage and wail in the face of his own impotence. You know nothing. Raza's pain was instantly exposed. A tumultuous chakra erupted from within him, golden sand swirling behind him like a waking beast. Sunagekyo is impoverished. The daimyo continually slashes our budget, without formidable deterrence. How can we stand among the 5 great shinobi villages? Raza's voice grew increasingly fervent, as if persuading Shingetsuyu, but also attempting to convince himself. Sacrifice is necessary. Gaara was born for this village. His existence is to become the absolute power that protects Sunagekyo. Protect? Shingetsuyu gently shook his head, reaching out to brush away a speck of sand from Gaara's cheek. A vessel that has never known love, filled with hatred and solitude. Who do you expect him to protect? You are mistaken, Kazekage. Shingetsu's form gradually stood upright, cradling Gaara with a gentle chakra. allowing him to float steadily at his side. He stepped forward, and the pressure in the sand pit suddenly thickened. What you have created is not a protector. You are merely using your son's flesh and soul to construct the most ornate coffin for all of Sunagekyo. Arrogance. Raza's patience reached its zenith. He ceased his futile dialogue and abruptly gestured. Seize him, by any means necessary. With that command, dozens of Sunagekyo Jonin and Umbu swiftly formed hand seals, charging forward without hesitation. The cold gleam of metal converged into a web of death under the dim sky. Yet, Shingetsu did not even cast them a glance. He simply raised his right hand, his index finger delicately curling upwards. A strange hum echoed throughout the space. In the next moment, a scene that would send shivers down the spines of all Sunagekyo ninjas unfolded. All the ninjas rushing towards Kamizuki, you suddenly found their kunai, shuriken, and all metallic weapons they wielded veering in an instant. The sharp tips and cold blades were now pointed directly at their own masters. Even the spare shinobi tools within their tactical vests trembled violently, as if yearning to break free and consume their owners' souls. This is my kunai. It 1T move. Magnet release. No. The cries of terror, more harrowing than any voiced by the wind shadow, echoed throughout. Every Suna ninja stood frozen in place, cold sweat soaking their backs. With merely a thought from that man, they would be torn to shreds by their own weapons. Raza, standing behind his brother, felt a sudden halt in his momentum. He was aghast at the sight before him. His proud bloodline limit, magnet release, seemed like child's play in the presence of this man. His sand control was merely the manipulation of trace amounts of iron within the grains, while the other manipulated all metals of the world. This was an entirely different realm of power. Kamizuki, you completely disregarded the Suna ninjas whose weapons pressed against their throats. He turned and approached Gaara, extending his palm, a soft, golden chakra materializing within it. The chakra gradually flowed into Gaara's body. The pain that had once furrowed Gaara's brow due to Raza's words melted away in an instant. A serene expression appeared on his pale face. His breathing became calm and elongated. This was the most peaceful slumber he had ever known. Look, Kamizuki, you tilted his head, casting a glance at the pale-faced Raza. I can help him master Shikaku perfectly, free him from the torment of nightmares, and enable him to become a true ninja capable of protecting his comrades with his own will. Whereas you will only lead him to lose control, to become a harbinger of destruction for you and this village. Raza's fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, creaking ominously. The power exhibited by this man, the mysterious ability to soothe the tailed beast, and the unfathomable sand manipulation weighed heavily upon his heart, shaking the very foundations of his beliefs. Kamizuki, cradling the slumbering Gaara, stepped forward, inching closer to Raza. The Suna ninjas were compelled to part ways, creating a pathway for him. The distance between the two men was merely 3 meters. Kamizuki halted, announcing in a calm tone, "Hand him over to me. I will provide you with a worthy successor, one who will surpass all previous wind shadows." There was no threat or coercion in his words, yet they carried an undeniable authority that left Raza with no room for rebuttal. Otherwise, Kamizuki paused, raising a hand to gently brush Raza's shadowy hat. "I wouldn't mind personally replacing the shadow of Sunagekyo." Raza's pupils dilated in shock. He gazed at Gaara's tranquil visage, one he had never seen before, and then at this enigmatic figure before him. To stake the future of the village and his own son on an unknown powerhouse? His hand hovered over the shinobi tool pouch at his waist. Yet, the pervasive, invisible magnetic force gripped his throat like a cold hand. Chapter 65, Guiding Gaara. What is love? What are bonds? The spiritual redemption of the Azura youth. The suffocating silence of their standoff was a far more torturous ordeal than any battle. The invisible magnetic force enveloped the area like a massive hand, cold and absolute. Beads of sweat trickled down Raza's temples. The magnet release he took pride in, the sand manipulation he had devoted his life to mastering, was utterly crushed before this man, leaving him devoid of any dignity. Choice. The moment the opponent subdued Shikaku with a single technique, the moment he commanded countless weapons with a mere thought, Raza had lost any semblance of choice. To wager the village's future and his own son on a mysterious figure seemed a mad gamble. However, he had no doubt that the consequence of refusal would be the erasure of Sunagekyo from the map that very day. Raza's clenched fists gradually relaxed, and the terrifying pressure that had enveloped the space dissipated. The surrounding Suna ninjas, their legs giving way, collapsed to the ground. the metallic tools they wielded clattering to the earth, no longer daring to retrieve them. Kamizuki, you did not spare Raza another glance. As if his capitulation was a foregone conclusion, he lowered his gaze back to the sleeping Gaara in his arms. Despite being asleep, the pale face remained furrowed, as if plagued by relentless nightmares. With the compassion of a saint, warm chakra once again flowed from Kamizuki's palm, like a gentle spring, gradually infusing into Gaara's brow. This time, it was not to suppress the tailed beast, but to soothe the child's soul. Gaara's tightly furrowed brows slowly began to ease. His small body completely relaxed in Kamizuki's embrace, his breathing becoming steady and elongated, even unconsciously lifting the corners of his mouth into a slight smile. This was the first time since his birth that he experienced a tranquil slumber devoid of monstrous roars and cold killing intent. With Gaara in his arms, Kamizuki turned and began to walk. He ignored the collapsed Suna ninjas and the shifting expressions of the fourth Kazekage. Step by step, he exited the vast sand pit, entering the ravaged streets devastated by Shikaku. Before the ruins of a house, a young couple held a crying girl, staring in disbelief at their shattered home, their faces etched with despair. Kamizuki paused. He spoke not a word, merely using a gentle chakra to levitate the sleeping Gaara beside him. Then, he extended his hand towards the ruins. No hand seals, no rituals, just a simple gesture. The shattered bricks and scattered sand, the fractured beams began to tremble. It was as if an invisible hand was guiding them, slowly ascending and realigning themselves. The sand filled the gaps, the beams reformed the structure, and the bricks seamlessly reassembled into walls. Before Raza, Temari, Kankuro, and all the surviving Suna ninjas, the collapsed house was restored at a visibly rapid pace, even more robust and pristine than before. Upon completing this task, Kamizuki withdrew his hand, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial feat. The young couple had ceased their weeping, staring in awe at the scene, before kneeling deeply and bowing to Kamizuki. The girl in their arms also quieted, gazing at their renewed home with a bright smile. Gaara, unbeknownst to Wen, had already awakened. He said nothing, his emerald eyes quietly observing everything. The joy of the family who had survived disaster, the calm profile of the man before him. Why help them? His small voice carried a lingering wariness and confusion. In his world, power was meant for destruction, for killing, for asserting one's existence. What do you believe true strength is? Kamizuki did not answer directly, but countered with a question. Gaara fell into silence. Was it strength? Was it the cold gaze of his father? Was it the ferocious power of Shikaku? Was it the terrified screams of the villagers? Shinkitsu extended his hand, pointing towards a couple whose smiles had returned with the restoration of their home. To bring happiness and security to others, that is true strength. This statement struck Gaara's chaotic and dark inner world like a beam of light. Happiness and security. These were two concepts he had never encountered or understood. At that moment, two figures peeked from behind a fractured stone pillar not far away. It was Temari and Kankuro. Their faces were a mixture of fear, concern, and a hint of curiosity. Shinkitsu's gaze traversed the distance of several dozen meters, landing precisely on them. Come here. His voice, though not loud, caused Temari and Kankuro to stiffen. They exchanged glances, hesitatingly approaching, stopping 3 meters away from Gaara, afraid to come closer. What are you afraid of? Shinkitsu's tone was devoid of warmth. Kankuro swallowed hard, instinctively glancing at Gaara, but remained silent. Temari mustered her courage and spoke softly. He might lose control. So you hide from him, fear him, treat him like a monster? Shinkitsu stepped forward, an invisible pressure causing Temari and Kankuro to catch their breath. He is your brother. What he needs is not fear, but the embrace of family. His words struck the siblings like a heavy hammer on their hearts. Family embrace. How long had it been since they regarded the red-haired boy before them as their brother? Under Shinkitsu's unwavering gaze, Temari's complexion fluctuated between red and pale. Trembling, she fished out a somewhat deformed bouquet of desert flowers from her ninja tool pouch. She had picked these not long ago, intending to preserve them. Clutching the bouquet, she took one painstaking step after another towards Gaara. Gaara's body instinctively tensed. His eyes became alert once more, the sand beneath him stirring. Temari halted, her eyes reddening, trembling as she extended the bouquet. This is for you. Gaara was taken aback. He stared at the small, rather unremarkable flowers and then at his sister's face, which was filled with anxiety and hope. He felt no murderous intent. Neither did he sense disgust. Instead, He experienced an emotion he couldn't comprehend, yet it warmed his heart. Hesitating, he reached out his small hand. The moment he touched the bouquet, Temari breathed a sigh of relief. Gaara clumsily accepted the flowers, the rough stems pressing against his palm. He looked down at the blossoms, and something flickered in his verdant green eyes. A warm drop of liquid, uncontrolled, slid from his eye and fell onto the sandy petals. In Gaara's heart, Shinkitsu's image had transcended that of mere strength. He was the light illuminating his entire dark world, a deity. Occasionally, Shinkitsu would display miraculous feats. He would lift his hand, using magnetism to shape sand into exquisite toy bears and present them to Gaara. He would also, under the night sky, simulate a dazzling starry expanse in his palm with chakra, revealing the vastness of the universe to Gaara. These experiences fundamentally transformed Gaara's worldview and solidified Shinkitsu's position as his sole and absolute mentor. The brutality and madness etched on Gaara's face gradually gave way to a profound tranquility. The atmosphere in Mangekyo improved day by day. However, beneath this hard-won peace, a sinister shadow was stealthily encroaching upon the borders of the Land of Wind. In a concealed cavern, a red-haired figure was equipping a pristine puppet with claws coated in potent poison. The next target, the One-Tail. In the eyes of the former Jinchuriki collector, Sasori of the Red Sand, a fervor for art flickered. He hoped this time's materials would prove more intriguing than the third Kazekage. Chapter 66. An attack by the remnants of the Ōtsutsuki organization? The crisis of Raza and Shinkitsu's timely rescue. Atop the Kazekage Tower, the highest point in the village, the setting sun bathed the massive rocky structure in warm crimson hues, while the wind softened in this elevated place. Shinkitsu and Gaara sat side by side, gazing down at the village below, where lights gradually flickered to life. Here was the only place where Gaara had never been gazed upon with hatred or fear throughout his life. Hatred and fear, these emotions indeed wielded power. Shinkitsu's voice was calm, as if stating a fact, yet they served as fuel, igniting one's soul until nothing remained but an empty shell. Gaara held the somewhat wilted bouquet of desert flowers in silence, his small hand unconsciously stroking the rough stems. In recent days, this man had taught him many things. How to control sand, not for slaughter, but to construct intriguing shapes. How to sense the flow of chakra, not to release tailed beasts, but to perceive the currents of the wind. These lessons had upended the life he had lived for the past 5 years. Boom. A sudden, violent explosion erupted without warning from the nearby Kazekage office. Flames soared, and thick smoke billowed. The piercing sound of alarms instantly shattered the village's tranquility. Enemy attack. Protect the Kazekage. Anguished cries resonated from below. Gaara's body tensed immediately, a savage gleam flickering uncontrollably in his verdant eyes as the sand began to swirl beneath him. Shinkitsu placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. The impending chaos was swiftly quelled. Not yet. He stood, gazing into the heart of the turmoil. Merely a practical lesson at hand. Inside the Kazekage office, chaos reigned. A large hole had been blasted in the wall, and Raza was gasping for breath. His sand now sluggish and heavy, tainted by a strange black liquid, losing its former agility. Your magnetism ends here, fourth Kazekage. Sneered a man wearing a missing ninja forehead protector from the land of mist, spitting out thick oil. My oil release is specifically designed to counter those who play with sand. 3 other companions stood beside him, all of elite Jounin rank, clearly prepared for this confrontation. Raza's expression darkened. His sand was his most potent offensive and defensive tool. Once countered, his strength diminished by 70%. Who are you? The ones who will take your life. The leading man ceased his idle chatter, forming hand seals. For our great cause, offer your head. A wave of black oil surged forth like a giant serpent, lunging at the exhausted Raza. He lacked the chakra to gather new sand to defend himself. The shadow of death loomed over him. Just then, a thick wall of sand rose out of nowhere, perfectly shielding Raza. The black oil crashed into the sand wall, hissing and corroding but failing to penetrate. However, it was not the golden sand. It was the most ordinary brown sand from this land. Raza was taken aback, and then he saw the 2 figures standing at the edge of the breach, one tall and one short, Shinkitsu and Gaara. The invading rogue ninjas halted their assault, warily observing the unexpected arrivals. Another fool seeking death? Scoffed the oil ninja leader. Is there no one left in Mangekyo? Sending a child to the battlefield? Shinsuke paid him no mind, merely lowering his gaze to Gaara beside him. Gaara's fists were clenched tightly. Fear and anger coursed through him. It was not due to his own peril, but rather because that man, his nominal father, was in imminent danger. Gaara, Shinsuke-Yu's voice remained calm. Do you remember what I taught you about the essence of power? Gaara lifted his head, his verdant eyes fixated on the endangered Raza. Protection is the means by which others find happiness and security through you. His lips moved, uttering a hesitant word, guard. Go. Shinsuke-Yu released the grip on Gaara's shoulder, urging him to demonstrate that he was no failure. Gaara took a step forward. Raza's pupils constricted sharply. What did he see? He witnessed the son he had always regarded as a weapon and a monster willingly standing in front of him. A youthful roar erupted from Gaara. Not the cry of Shikaku, but his own voice. An endless torrent of sand surged from the ground, the walls, and the ruins, transforming from violent claws into sturdy shields, layered to protect Raza at the center. What? The oil-style ninja gasped in disbelief. Could he control the sand with such finesse? Was he not a Jinchuriki? Intriguing. This little brat seems to possess greater worth than the Kazekage. Greed flickered in the eyes of another rogue ninja. Seize him. 4 rogue ninjas moved simultaneously, abandoning Raza to target Gaara, perceiving a child's threat as lesser than that of a restrained Kazekage. Yet, Shinsuke-Yu merely observed, unmoving. Just as the enemy's kunai was about to breach Gaara's sandy defense, he sighed, as if growing impatient. Disturbing my lesson for my student is quite rude. As the words left his mouth, the entire Kazekage building, no, the entirety of Sunagakure began to tremble slightly. A resonant metallic hum echoed from all directions. Raza realized in horror that the discarded gold sand beneath his feet was reassembling. The kunai, shurikens, and all metal debris from the ruins and streets were being drawn away by an unseen force. They transformed into streams of silver, flowing towards Shinsuke-Yu. Under the awestruck gazes of all, the metallic sand and steel surged, coalescing into a monumental figure behind him. A colossal metallic deity slowly took shape, adorned with countless arms, each gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, exuding a pressure far more suffocating than Shikaku. Is that the thousand-handed iron? The voices of the rogue ninjas warped into sheer terror, a tremor originating from the depths of their souls. A monster. He is a monster. Shinsuke-Yu lifted his eyelids, his expression betraying no emotion. The enormous metallic deity behind him raised one of its arms and, casually, brought it down. There was no earth-shattering crash. That palm seemed to shatter space itself, obliterating all defenses and hopes of the rogue ninjas. All ninjutsu crumbled like bubbles before absolute power. The 4 rogue ninjas, of elite status, were silenced before they could even utter a scream, crushed into the earth by the immense metallic hand, embedded in rock. Their bones shattered, immobilized. Enough, Shinsuke-Yu withdrew his power. The terrifying metallic deity disintegrated instantly, transforming into a cloud of metallic dust that quietly dispersed. As if it had never existed, he approached the gasping leader of the rogue ninjas, crouching before him. The man gazed up, his eyes filled only with raw terror. Before Shinsuke-Yu could inquire, the man, with his last ounce of strength, uttered a name. Shinsuke-Yu's finger lightly touched the man's forehead. Fragments of information regarding rings, code names, and the collection of tailed beasts flooded his mind. I see. He rose, ignoring the fallen individuals as though they were mere refuse. The tardy Umbu of Sunagakure dared to rush in, dragging away the incapacitated foes. Silence reigned in the office. Raza collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. He watched Shinsuke-Yu's retreating figure, his expression transformed completely. From initial wariness and uncertainty to profound reverence and heartfelt gratitude. This man was not only saving his son, but also rescuing him and Sunagakure. Gaara stared absent-mindedly at his own hands, then at the unharmed Raza, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his green eyes, one he could not quite grasp. Shinsuke-Yu approached him, ruffling his red hair. See, when you choose to protect your village, everything within it becomes your strength. Gaara, as if enlightened, clenched his fists. Raza trembled at these words, gazing at the newfound conviction on Gaara's face, then at the unfathomable man who resembled a deity. What did it mean for Sunagakure to have such a benefactor? Chapter 67. Gaara's Transformation and Mastery. The new hope of Sunagakure, the future 5th Kazekage. The streets beneath the Kazekage building basked in warm sunlight, dispelling the previous atmosphere of dread. Months had sufficed for many changes to unfold. A ball rolled to a street corner, halting at the feet of a small child. The children chasing it froze, expressions mingling habitual fear and curiosity. Gaara lowered his gaze to the ball. He did not move. From the gourd behind him, a strand of brown sand, as if alive, gently extended, lifting the ball and slowly returning it to the youngest child. The children were astonished. The boldest among them hesitantly reached out, cradling the ball, and quietly asked, "Why you're not a monster anymore?" Gaara remained silent. The puppeteer beside him tensed, instinctively wanting to scold. Kankuro frowned, hand reaching for his back. Yet Gaara merely raised his head, his green pupils calm and serene. He looked at the child, then at the enormous gourd behind him. The sand surged forth again, this time not transforming into claws or shields, but coalescing midair into an endearingly chubby, miniature tanuki. The tanuki tilted its head, resembling the legendary Shikaku by 7 parts. "Wow!" the children exclaimed in delight, their previous fear dissipating. "It's a sand tanuki. Cool. Can you make it move?" Gaara's fingertips twitched slightly. The sand tanuki clumsily waved its paw, as if in greeting. Laughter, pure and genuine, rang out for the first time in his honor. The puppeteer and Kankuro stood at a distance, watching Gaara surrounded by children, expressions complex. "This guy," Kankuro scratched his head. A newfound relaxation in his tone. "Now he's better at charming kids than I am." Temari's lips curled into an unbidden smile. Recalling the recent Jonin meeting where reports meticulously detailed Gaara's team encountering an ambush in Kikyo Mountain. The conclusion of the report stated that Gaara, through his singular strength, initiated the Sand Guardian, flawlessly safeguarding all team members while annihilating the enemy at minimal cost. At the report's conclusion, the leading Jonin inscribed with trembling handwriting, "He is not merely a weapon. He is the absolute defense of Sunagakure, our guardian deity." On that day, when Gaara returned to the village, he was no longer met with evasion and fear, but with the heartfelt respect of the shinobi of Sunagakure. This transformation stemmed entirely from that man. In the Kazekage office, Raza stood by the window, quietly observing the scene unfolding on the street below. The coldness and calculations of the past had vanished from his gaze, replaced by a complex blend of relief, regret, and reverence. The son he once deemed a failure and the greatest threat to the village had now become the most radiant light of Sunagakure. He no longer suffered from insomnia, nor was he tormented by the will of Shikaku. His chakra control had become meticulous, surpassing even his own expectations. He began to comprehend responsibility and the essence of guardianship. He was evolving into a true Kage, and all of this was merely a lesson that man had effortlessly imparted in just a few months. Raza turned to glance at the man casually seated on the sofa, engrossed in a geographical tome of the Land of Wind. In Sunagakure, only Kazekage you could enter the Kazekage office without prior notice. All high-ranking members of Sunagakure, including Raza himself, referred to him as Yu-sensei. Yu-sensei, Raza spoke, his tone imbued with a respect he had grown accustomed to. Yu acknowledged with a soft hum, his eyes never leaving the pages. Gaara's mission rating last month had been an S rank, and the Jonin of the village were now clamoring to team up with him. Raza's voice betrayed an undeniable pride. This was hardly surprising. Yu turned the page, remarking that a raw gem always required someone to polish away the dirt to shine. Raza fell silent. He was the one who had once enshrouded the gem in grime. The village had finally found its footing. Since the last encounter with the Ōtsutsuki organization, they had not reappeared. Raza continued his report, attributing all these accomplishments to Yu-sensei's influence. He paused, seemingly weighing his words. All resources of Sunagakure can be mobilized at your discretion, provided you require them. This was both an offer of gratitude and a subtle test. He sought to understand what this godlike figure desired from Sunagakure. Finally, Yu closed the book and tossed it casually onto the table. He lifted his gaze, his black eyes calmly meeting Raza's. Resources? A faint smile curved his lips, as if he found it amusing. To be frank, Sunagakure is far too impoverished for me to find anything of value. Raza's body tensed immediately. This statement was blunt and hurtful. Had it come from anyone else, it would have been an overt provocation. Yet, in the face of Yu, he could only suppress the humiliation deep within. It was a harsh truth. Sunagakure was indeed the most destitute among the 5 great shinobi countries. However, Yu shifted the conversation, picking up the prepared tea and blowing gently to cool it. Since you mentioned investment, we ought to discuss the matter of returns, he stated. Raza's heart raced. He slightly bowed, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Please, instruct me. I wish to meet the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Yu sipped his tea. his tone as unperturbed as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. Raza's pupils dilated in shock. The daimyo? He had not anticipated such a request from you. The shinobi and the daimyo belonged to two distinct realms. The kage oversaw military affairs, while the daimyo controlled economics and politics. Both systems were interdependent, yet inherently balanced against one another. What did you intend by seeking a meeting with the daimyo? Did he wish to meddle in the politics of the Land of Wind? This request was more alarming than any demand for forbidden techniques or resources, striking a sensitive chord within Raza. Sweat beaded on Raza's forehead as his mind raced to analyze all possibilities, contemplating how to secure the greatest benefit for the village under a demand that could not be refused. You set down his teacup with a crisp sound, resonating in the stillness of the office like a hammer striking Raza's heart. Hasn't the budget for Mangekyo remained stagnant for many years? You rose, walking leisurely to the window to stand alongside Raza, both overlooking the village below. Yearly military funding requests submitted to the daimyo had been dismissed and reduced for various reasons. The remuneration for shinobi undertaking missions barely matched that of a C-rank task in the Land of Fire. These words pierced deeply, like sharp blades, into the most sensitive areas of Mangekyo. Raza's complexion paled. These were the harsh realities he faced as the Kazekage, feelings of impotence and rage swirling within him. I cannot allow my students to inherit a mess that barely affords them a meal. You turned his gaze toward him. Raza's body trembled violently. He was not acting for himself. He was acting for Gaara. To pave the way for Gaara's future as Kazekage, he intended to confront that miserly daimyo. This realization replaced Raza's fear and alertness with an overwhelming and absurd joy. He was not scheming to overthrow Mangekyo. He was nurturing its future. I understand. Raza's voice quivered with excitement. I shall arrange it immediately. Not in haste. You waved his hand. I will personally visit the capital. Alone? Raza was taken aback. Yes. Some matters are best discussed face to face. You opened the office door and stepped outside. You sensei. Raza instinctively called out to him. You halted but did not turn back. The daimyo is accompanied by the 12 guardian ninja. They are merely a group of paid bodyguards. Yu's voice drifted back from the corridor, tinged with a lazy nonchalance. Do not worry. I am merely going to speak with your employer regarding employee treatment. Chapter 68. The Steadfast Alliance of Mangekyo. The daimyo of the Land of Wind expresses gratitude. The blessings of Yu Sensei abound. The capital of the Land of Wind, with its opulent palaces, stood in stark contrast to the rugged style of Mangekyo, as if they belonged to two entirely different worlds. Raza followed closely behind you, his palms slick with sweat. This was not his first audience with the daimyo, but it was undoubtedly the most nerve-wracking. Days prior, the most formal invitation had arrived at the Kazekage office. The wording was earnest, almost reverently extending an invitation for Yu Sensei to visit the capital for a discussion. The letter praised Gaara's transformation and expressed profound gratitude for Yu's noble deeds. Yet, Raza understood that a politician's gratitude always came with a price tag. Yu Sensei, the daimyo. I am aware. You continued walking without pausing. Greedy, suspicious, accustomed to the art of balance. Relishing the offerings of the shinobi village while remaining ever wary of its power. Raza's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. These thoughts were ones he dared only to entertain in the privacy of his mind. Then rest assured, he will be more than willing to pay for our friendship. At the palace entrance, a group of ninjas clad in white samurai garb awaited their arrival. Their breaths were steady, their postures reminiscent of ancient pines. The leader, a man bearing a cross-shaped scar upon his countenance, wore a grave expression. The 12 guardians of the hidden sand, an elite force directly under the feudal lord, each possessed skills nearly rivaling those of the upper ninjas. Lord 4th Kazekage, Yushi, the leader, Dilu, inclined slightly, yet maintained a stance of neither subservience nor arrogance. The feudal lord had been waiting for some time. His gaze lingered on Kamizuki-yu. This man appeared even younger than the intelligence report suggested, his aura subdued as if he were an ordinary individual. Was this the enigmatic powerhouse who subdued 4 members of the Ōtsutsuki with a single strike, altering the fate of the Jinchuriki and compelling the entire hidden sand village to yield? The companions behind Dilu scrutinized him with unabashed skepticism, seemingly oblivious to their gazes. Kamizuki-yu walked directly past them. In the fleeting moment as he brushed by Dilu, a dull thud echoed, a heartbeat. Not Yu's, nor Raza's, but Dilu's. His heart, inexplicably gripped by an invisible hand, tightened violently. A suffocating sensation seized his throat. His blood felt as though it had congealed, his limbs cold. Unable to move even a finger. The 11 companions behind him fared little better. Some had veins bulging on their foreheads, others trembled uncontrollably, and some gripped their weapons with knuckles turning pale. Their world faded away. No palace, no companions, only an endless crimson abyss. The figure of the dark-haired man stood at the center of this abyss, the soul will governing all. Fear was not merely an emotion, but a tangible force capable of crushing the very soul. Kamizuki-Yu's steps never faltered, he merely passed through. As his figure vanished beyond the palace gates, the oppressive dread quietly dissipated. Gasping for breath, the 12 guardians were ashen-faced, panting as if they had just been pulled from the brink of drowning. Dilu leaned against a nearby pillar, barely managing to steady himself. He gazed down at his still trembling hands. What was that? An illusion? No. A killing intent? Also incorrect. It was an absolute suppression at the level of existence itself, like ants forever unable to comprehend the majesty of dragons. Merely passing by had stripped these so-called elites of all their fighting spirit. A monster, one warrior murmured absently. Dilu raised a hand to silence his companion's dismay. He looked toward the depths of the palace gates, his eyes now filled with pure reverence. He finally understood why the hidden sand village had been so obedient. Inside the banquet hall, an eerily quiet atmosphere prevailed. The portly feudal lord of the Land of Wind sat at the head table, eagerly pouring drinks. Though his smile appeared somewhat stiff, he had just witnessed his proud guardians collectively falter before that man. Your presence, Lord Yushi, truly illuminates our Land of Wind. The feudal lord proclaimed, raising his cup. On behalf of the Land of Wind, I toast to you. Kamizuki-Yu lifted a teacup, substituting tea for wine, and took a gentle sip. Raza, seated at the lower end, felt his heart racing. He was both astonished by Kamizuki-Yu's strength and secretly delighted by the impending financial outpour from the feudal lord. Sitting beside him, Gaara remained quietly focused on the food before him, indifferent to the surrounding events. I have heard your teachings have greatly transformed my unworthy son, Gaara. The son of the Kazekage, the feudal lord cautiously phrased his inquiry. Might we have the privilege to witness this transformation? It was both curiosity and a final test. He wished to see for himself if this power had truly become secure, as the reports claimed. Kamizuki-Yu set down his teacup and turned to Gaara. Gaara, create a castle for the lord. Gaara raised his head, remaining silent as he gently placed his small hand upon the ground. With a whoosh, countless brownish-yellow grains of sand erupted from the polished stone floor of the banquet hall, swirling rhythmically, rising and coalescing. Under the astonished gaze of all present, a magnificent sand castle sprang forth from the ground. Its walls, watchtowers, drawbridges, and central fortress were all intricately detailed. Even the patterns of the bricks were distinctly visible. Sunlight streamed through the windows, bathing the sand castle in a golden halo, rendering it dreamlike. This was no mere ninjutsu, it was artistry. The feudal lord's eyes widened in disbelief. He fixated on the castle, his breath becoming labored. What he beheld was not merely a structure, but a vision of wealth and future prosperity. A miracle. This is truly miraculous, the feudal lord exclaimed, rising from his seat, his corpulence causing his body to tremble. He gazed at Gaara, no longer seeing a Jinchuriki, but a walking goldmine. He then turned to Kamizuki-Yu. His expression transformed into one of fervent adoration. Lord Yushi. The feudal lord hurried to Kamizuki-Yu, bowing deeply. You are the true benefactor of the Land of Wind. From this day forth, the budget of the Hidden Sand Village shall be doubled. No, tripled. I shall personally add an additional 50 million ryo to improve the environment of the Hidden Sand Village. This is but a token of my goodwill. I implore you to accept it. A servant approached, respectfully presenting a tray bearing a jade pendant, entirely emerald in hue, alongside a substantial banknote. Raza's eyes glistened with emotion. Tripling the budget. This was something he had not dared to dream of in the past decade. Kamizuki-Yu casually picked up the jade pendant, playing with it between his fingers. You are too kind, he replied. It is only right. The feudal lord insisted, waving his hands, adopting an extremely humble posture. I also hope to establish the highest level of alliance with you, or rather, with the Leaf Village behind you. He was astute. Recognizing that Kamizuki-Yu could not remain in the Hidden Sand Village indefinitely, what he desired was to attach himself to this formidable ally. Very well. Kamizuki-Yu tossed the jade pendant to Raza. You will negotiate this matter with the third Hokage of the Leaf Village. Raza clumsily caught the pendant. its warm texture causing a tingling sensation in his palm. This was a token of the feudal lord's utmost trust. Seeing this item was akin to seeing the feudal lord himself. He understood that from this moment forth, the fate of the hidden sand village would be irrevocably altered. As night descended, Kamizuki-yu stood alone atop the palace, overlooking the resplendent city below. The rogue ninja Kisame from the mist had become his eyes within the Ōtsutsuki. The puppet master from the Cloud Village regarded him as a savior, and the entire Cloud Village owed him a debt of gratitude. Now, Gaara from the Hidden Sand Village had become his most reliable student, with the entire village looking to him for guidance. 3 of the 5 great ninja villages were now firmly under his control. An unprecedented, vast, and audacious plan began to crystallize in his mind, integrating the power of the entire ninja world. He murmured softly, a smile gracing his lips. Perhaps this will be quite interesting. Chapter 69. The Vision of the Hidden Sand Village. Establishing a transcendent power, the blueprint for a beacon of peace in the ninja world. In the rain-hidden village. Atop the towering spire, Nagato sat cross-legged, his Rinnegan surveying the incessant curtain of rain. Behind him, the outer path's golem loomed like a silent mountain. A voice, devoid of forewarning, resonated within his mind. Nagato, come meet me. The voice, calm yet imbued with an irresistible will, caused Nagato to shudder slightly. In the Uchiha clan's domain, Fugaku Uchiha meticulously polished his blade, his movements precise and deliberate. That same voice echoed within his heart. Fugaku, set aside your tasks. His hand froze midair, the blade's edge reflecting the abrupt contraction of his pupils. On an unknown coastline, Kisame draped his samahata casually over his shoulder, gazing at the surging waves. Kisame, your holiday has come to an end. A grin spread across his face, revealing sharp, shark-like teeth. Finally, something to do, Lord Yu. He leapt from the rocks, unhesitatingly dashing inland. In a desolate ruin that once served as the heart of the Whirlpool Village, Shingetsu-yu stood beneath a crumbling torii gate, awaiting his followers. Since returning from Sunagakure, a thought had lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. He had saved the Uchiha, altered Nagato's path, subdued Kisame, and mentored Gaara. Like a firefighter, he tirelessly extinguished the flames ignited in this world. Yet, the flames could not be extinguished. As long as the soil that nurtured them remained, they would continue to ignite repeatedly. Redemption? Restoration? Such measures address only the symptoms, not the root cause. Rather than simply patching up this decrepit edifice, it would be wiser to raze it to the ground and construct a lighthouse of unparalleled resilience using the finest materials. 3 figures appeared almost simultaneously from the 3 cardinal directions of the ruins: Nagato, Konan, and Fugaku. Moments later, Kisame's silhouette surged from the distance, landing firmly before them. Everyone is present. Shingetsu-yu turned, eschewing any pleasantries and diving directly into the matter at hand. I am prepared to establish a village. The air instantly thickened. Fugaku's brow furrowed. A village? Our Uchiha clan has just regained respect in Konoha. What of your earlier promise? Shingetsu-yu interrupted. That respect is predicated upon my existence. If I were to depart, how much respect would remain? Behind the smiling visage of the 3rd Hokage lies a wealth of trepidation. Do you require me to remind you? Fugaku's expression darkened, unable to refute the truth. The Uchiha's position was indeed founded on reverence for Shingetsu-yu, rather than trust in the Uchiha themselves. Are you suggesting we sever ties with Konoha? Not sever, Shingetsu-yu replied, his tone calm, yet stirring a tempest within each heart. Surpass. For the first time, Nagato's Rinnegan exhibited a violent fluctuation. Surpass the 5 great shinobi villages? This would incite a new war. Are we not striving for peace? Peace cannot be attained through mere supplication, Nagato, Shingetsu-yu remarked, his gaze piercing. Your theory of pain finds its roots in deterrence. By utilizing tailed beast weaponry, we shall forge a sword of Damocles that instills terror across the world. A commendable concept, yet the executioner is flawed. He extended a finger. The sword ought to rest in my hand. The village I envision shall be named Shinin. It will not be subordinate to any nation, nor will it be constrained by the whims of any daimyo. It shall gather all those yearning for truth and peace from across the globe. Ninjutsu, scientific research, economy, culture, everything will serve our purpose. We will dismantle the barriers of bloodlines and obliterate national boundaries. Here, the Uchiha will not have to bow to the Hokage. The children of the rain-hidden village shall no longer live in fear, and individuals like Kisame will no longer have to slay comrades for hollow missions. Kisame's grip on Samahata tightened, his breath growing heavier. A haven devoid of lies and betrayal? Konan stepped forward, anxiety etched across her features as she regarded Nagato. She sensed his heart was in turmoil. This is too insane, Fugaku murmured. To establish a force that supersedes the 5 great nations, what utter hubris. Even the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, could not achieve this. Insane? Shingetsu chuckled. I would argue that allowing a cadre of avaricious politicians and obstinate Kage to dictate the fate of this world is the true madness. Fugaku, what you desire is the glory and rebirth of the Uchiha. In Shinin, the Uchiha will be the core of law enforcement and guardianship, their glory far surpassing that of your Nagato. Your quest is for ultimate peace. In Shinin, you shall wield unparalleled power, forging an order devoid of strife, rather than relying on illusory deterrence. Kisame, you seek a genuine homecoming. In Shinin, there will be no duplicitous tasks. Power will exist solely to protect comrades. Kisame's grin lost its cruel edge for the first time. What I offer you is not an ethereal dream. Shingetsu, you surveyed the group. What I offer is a tangible future. I require your strength to construct this lighthouse together. A protracted silence followed. The first to react was Kisame. He plunged Samahata into the ground and knelt on one knee. Lord you, my life is yours. From this day forth, Samahata shall serve only you. Fugaku and Nagato exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock and struggle mirrored in the other's eyes. They had been persuaded, not by the grandeur of the vision, but by the man presenting it. Shingetsu, a man capable of transforming the impossible into the possible. The Uchiha clan is willing to follow you, Fugaku declared, bowing deeply. Now, only Nagato remained. Konan anxiously tugged at his sleeve. Nagato closed his eyes, the visage of Yahiko flashing before him, intertwined with the boundless sorrow of the rain-hidden village. When he opened his eyes again, his Rinnegan gleamed with resolve. To establish such a village. Where shall it be located? Though he did not explicitly consent or join, his question revealed his stance. The corners of Shingetsu's mouth curled into a smile. An ideal nation requires an extraordinary foundation. To safeguard this lighthouse, we need greater power, both individual and allied strength. He lifted his gaze, as if penetrating the clouds to behold an unknown dimension. The realm of mortals can no longer support our future. Thus, our first step is to the domain of the gods, to borrow a piece of land. Our target, one of the 3 great holy lands, Miyaboka Mountain. Nagato's Rinnegan narrowed to a pinprick. Borrow land from the great sage of Mount Miyaboku? This is not borrowing, it is thievery. However, without a summoning contract, we cannot locate Miyaboka Mountain at all. But who says that visiting someone else's home requires using the front door? Shingetsu raised his hand, a sphere of natural energy coalescing in his palm. The purity of that energy startled even Nagato. He gazed into the distance, toward the direction of Konoha. Jiraiya's contract serves as a fine landmark. Yet we possess a more direct ticket. The flow of the wind, the pulse of the water, the silence of the land, and a faint yet remarkably unique stream of energy. It resembles the confluence of a brook into a great river, ultimately merging with the sea, flowing steadily and resolutely towards an unknown coordinate. This energy is vibrant, imbued with an ancient and wondrous rhythm. It is the essence of nature, a one-of-a-kind natural force belonging to the toads. Having discovered it, Shinyu opened his eyes and walked towards the empty east. Without hesitation, the 3 companions immediately followed in his footsteps. Though Shinyu's pace was unhurried, it felt as though he tread upon some invisible nodes. With each step, subtle ripples spread through the surrounding space. After approximately 100 steps, he halted before a withered tree. He extended his hand and pressed it against the rough trunk. There were no seals, no violent fluctuations of chakra. He merely pushed gently. Buzz. The space ahead rippled like the surface of water. The desolate ruins were replaced by a distorted barrier. Through the barrier, a completely different scene emerged. Disproportionately large plants, vividly colored mushrooms, and an overwhelming, almost suffocating green mist. Fyake's pupils constricted. Is this the spatial wall? In Nagato's Rinnegan, 2 disparate laws were clearly reflected at their juncture. Shinyu stepped through first, followed closely by the 3. The moment they passed through the barrier, a pressure 100-fold heavier bore down on each individual. The air was suffused with an overwhelmingly pure natural energy. Who dares to intrude upon Miyaboka Mountain? A sharp voice rang out. 2 small toads, 1 male and 1 female, garbed in simple kimonos, appeared before them. They were none other than the sages, Fukasaku, and Shima. That child's father is a human. Look, that child's mother. There is no sign of summoning. They are intruders. Sage Fukasaku puffed his cheeks, preparing to turn them into a feast. Kyubi grinned, hefting his shark skin over his shoulder, ready to advance. However, Shinyu raised his hand to halt him. He merely gazed calmly at the two small toads, and then connected himself with the surrounding natural energy. There was no arduous adaptation process, no risk of becoming a stone statue. It was as if a fish had returned to the water, a bird soaring into the sky. The perfect sage mode was activated in an instant. Two orange shadows appeared at the corners of his eyes, merging with his indifferent demeanor, exuding a strange allure woven from divinity and darkness. The cheeks puffed by Sage Fukasaku instantly deflated. The fork Sage Shima's hand clattered to the ground. Sage mode. How is this possible? He achieved it so perfectly in an instant. The two toads, having lived for over 8 centuries, lost their composure entirely. They had witnessed the most gifted Jiraiya, who took years to barely master an incomplete sage mode. Yet this man before them seemed to possess it as an innate ability. I have come to see an old friend, Shinyu spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated throughout the valley. Fukasaku and Shima exchanged a glance, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. The only individual in Mangekyo Mountain whom this man could call an old friend could only be that one. Please, follow us. Sage Fukasaku's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. In the face of unparalleled talent and strength, any test became a mere jest. They traversed past the enormous toad statue and entered the innermost sanctuary. An ancient and distant voice echoed in their hearts. It has been long since I felt such a familiar energy. Young man, you possess an aura reminiscent of Yui. The great toad sage, reclining upon a colossal scroll throne, slowly opened his eyes. Fyaake and Nagato's hearts raced. Yui, the legend preceding the sage of 6 paths, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. I have come here for 2 matters. Shinyu stated, disregarding the turbulent emotions of those around him, and locked his gaze with the ancient eyes that had seen through millennia. First, to borrow a prophecy. Second, to borrow a piece of land. The atmosphere in the sanctuary became unbearably tense. The future had long been inscribed, immutable. The great toad sage remained silent. Is it so? Shinyu smiled. Then what if I offer a piece of information of greater value in exchange? Without waiting for the great toad sage's response, he strode towards the ancient toad oil pool in the center of the sanctuary. Child, do not approach there. Sage Fukasaku quickly called out. The natural energy there will consume everything. Shinyu feigned ignorance. Under the anxious gaze of all present, he slowly extended his hand into the viscous toad oil. Ding. Detected a high-level check-in location. Mangekyo Mountain Sacred Core Toad Oil Pool. Checking in. Ding. Mangekyo Mountain Sacred Site check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine reward. Sage Technique. True number of 1,000 hands transforming into Buddha. Simplified version. Note. This technique does not require wood release as a foundation. It is constructed with pure sage chakra. Its power grows with the host's mastery of sage techniques, possessing limitless potential. Ding. Triggered special check-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward. Prophecy of the Great Toad Sage. Fragment. Boom. A torrent of information surged into Shinyu's mind. First, a colossal statue of Buddha emerged, no longer reliant on wood release but composed of the purest sage chakra, each arm containing the power to shatter mountains and rivers. Next came shattered and chaotic images. A pale, ominous moon hung high in the sky. A gigantic tree pierced through the heavens and the earth, its roots penetrating the very ground. And then, 2 figures, adorned with horns on their foreheads, their skin pale, devoid of any emotion in their gazes, as if they were gods looking down upon ants. Ōtsutsuki. Shinyu abruptly withdrew his hand, the images still vivid in his eyes. He raised his head to meet the gaze of the great toad sage. I have seen it. I have seen that tree and those 2 beings from beyond the heavens. The great toad sage's immense pupils contracted sharply. You 2 have seen the prophecy of destruction? Now, is this information sufficient to exchange for your prophecy and land? Shinyu's tone brooked no argument. This time, the great toad sage fell into a longer silence. It had gazed into the future and thus saw that despairing scene. It realized that the variable in the prophecy was none other than him. A hint of relief crept into its ancient voice. Mangekyo Mountain will aid you in the final battle. As for the land, the great toad sage began. The land of mortals cannot bear your ambitions. The core of Mangekyo Mountain cannot be divided. However, In the crevices of this realm, there exists a floating island. It was once part of Mangekyo Mountain, but was exiled due to its wildly volatile energy. There, time and space are chaotic, and the energy is fierce. It is both a desolate place and a treasure trove. If you can tame it, it shall be yours. A slight smile curved upon Shinyu's lips. It is settled. He turned around, leading the three still in shock away from the hall. As they crossed the spatial barrier and returned to the ruins of Ōtsutsuki village, Isekai'd finally regained his voice, speaking hoarsely. Are we truly to conquer a forsaken realm of the divine to establish our village? Nagato's Rinnegan fixated on the silhouette of Kamizuki-yu. The enemy you speak of, is it the Ōtsutsuki foretold in prophecy? Kamizuki-yu did not turn back. He merely raised his gaze towards the sky of the ninja world. A meal must be savored bite by bite, and a journey taken step by step. Our first endeavor is to find a home worthy of us. Chapter 71. The Five Great Nations Tremble. Who built a novice village at the world boss spawn point? The ruins of Ōtsutsuki village were still infused with the briny scent of the sea. The floating island of Mayuboku shall be our ultimate fortress, our divine realm. Kamizuki-yu's voice interrupted their contemplation. Yet, the lighthouse must be erected on a shore visible to mortals. He unfurled a map, his finger pointing to a blank area where three nations converged. Here, Isekai'd frowned, indicating the ninja cemetery at the borders of the land of fire, the land of rain, and the land of grass. That place is barren, accursed land. A perfect canvas requires the most exquisite pigments. A blank sheet is best for painting a fresh masterpiece. Kamizuki-yu rolled up the map. The energy of the earth veins there is abundant, yet none know how to harness it. Nagato's Rinnegan swept across the area. He sensed the deep, near-death energy within the land. What do you intend to do? Borrowed land must ultimately be returned, while a home created by our own hands truly belongs to us. Kamizuki-yu turned and set forth. 3 days later, at the ninja cemetery, the sky was gray, the earth a deep brown, and even the air was saturated with the scent of rust and decay. Broken weapons and shattered armor lay scattered across the cracked ground, silently narrating the tales of a century of war. Can a village truly be built here? Konan surveyed the surroundings, her eyes filled with lingering apprehension. Kisame ground his foot into the earth, as hard as iron. Even digging a pit is laborious. Isekai'd remained silent, leading the first batch of migrating Uchiha. Over 300 souls, most of whom were women, children, and craftsmen. They stood at the edge of the ruins, their hopes eroded by the despair before them. To stake the future of the Uchiha clan on such a desolate place? This land rejected even death. Isekai'd. Kamizuki-yu's voice resonated. Lord Yu. Isekai'd immediately stepped forward. Bowing respectfully. Have your people retreat 10 miles, then watch closely. Kamizuki-yu walked alone towards the center of the ruins, standing upon the silent earth with closed eyes. The next moment, he opened them abruptly. Without forming hand seals, he simply lifted his right foot and stomped down heavily. Senjutsu. Earth core magnetism shift boom. The ground began to tremble, not with the violent shakes of an earthquake, but with a deep, resonant vibration emanating from the core of the earth. Isekai'd, Nagato, and Kisame stood frozen, feeling the earth beneath them come to life. Centered around Kamizuki-yu, the brown soil began to churn, resembling boiling magma. Metallic minerals buried for millennia were forcibly drawn forth by an invisible power, coalescing in mid-air into streams of silvery gray metal. This is a Uchiha blacksmith, one stammered, pointing to the sky, unable to articulate his thoughts. Under Kamizuki-yu's will, the metallic streams began to take shape. They intertwined, compressed, and expanded, transforming into the foundation of wide streets, the framework of buildings, and the underground pipelines that would connect the entire city, moving mountains and filling seas. Such was the prowess displayed. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Kamizuki-yu pressed his palms together. Senjutsu. All things sprout. He placed his hands on the freshly reshaped ground. An endless stream of natural energy, mingled with his pure life force, surged into this land of death. Greenery spread forth from his palms at a visible speed. The parched earth became moist, and tender shoots emerged from the cracked fissures. The sprouts grew wildly, transforming within mere breaths into meadows, then into shrubs, and finally into towering trees. A dormant underground water vein was forcibly awakened, clear, fresh water gushing forth, forming streams that flowed gently around the nascent city. In the sky, the dense gray clouds were dispersed by a force, and long-lost sunlight finally bathed this land for the first time. In the span of a single incense stick's burning time, The desolate ninja cemetery transformed into a brand new city, embraced by forests and crisscrossed by rivers, meticulously planned. The 300 Uchiha stood in stunned silence, witnessing the miraculous spectacle before them. Many had already knelt, bowing in reverence to the figure standing at the center of the city. Isekai'd trembled. The first Hokage would release created forests, yet this man was creating a world. The glory and rebirth of the Uchiha? No, this transcended the realm of glory. It was the pursuit of a true deity. Nagato's Rinnegan reflected the vibrant green. His Shinra Tensei brought destruction and pain, while this man's power brought rebirth and hope. Could peace truly be forged in such a manner? Kisame, bearing Samahata, found his mouth slightly agape in astonishment. He had imagined Kamizuki-yu to be powerful, but never did he foresee strength reaching such unreasonable heights. In a sanctuary devoid of lies and betrayal, with such power as a backing, who would dare weave deception here? Who had the right to betray their comrades? The members of Akatsuki, those children raised under the shadows of Mangekyo, gazed upon the city and forest before them, feeling the warm sunlight, and many wept. Kamizuki-yu slowly approached the crowd. Now, it is but a skeleton. I need you to fill it with flesh and blood. Isekai'd suddenly knelt on one knee, his head bowed deeply. The Uchiha clan shall dedicate everything to Kamigakure. A roar erupted from 300 Uchiha, echoing through the air. Days later, a convoy from Sunagakure arrived, laden with supplies and craftsmen, led by Temari and Kankuro. Under the order of the Kazekage, they came to congratulate the establishment of Kamigakure and offer assistance. Temari presented a scroll, her gaze passing over Kamizuki-yu to the astonishing city beyond, filled with awe. What manner of monster has Gaara chosen to follow? Soon after, envoys from Kumogakure arrived, bringing technical blueprints unique to the Land of Lightning. The fleet from Kirigakure also docked, delivering a bounty of seafood and local specialties. They all claimed to be fostering friendly exchanges. Yet their true purpose was to witness the terrifying rumor of a single man constructing a city. Upon seeing the newly risen village, all doubts transformed into reverence. The streets were spacious, the architecture harmoniously blending classical and modern aesthetics, and every household was connected to an energy system and water circulation directly powered by the Earth's energy. All of this stemmed from the vision of that man. As night fell, the first batch of villagers settled in. Uchiha clansmen, orphans from Mangekyo, and formidable individuals gathered by Kamizuki-yu from various places, all congregated in the central plaza. The campfire blazed, and the aroma of food wafted through the air. A once bitter Uchiha youth clumsily extended a piece of roasted meat to a timid girl from the Rain Village. Kisame leaned against a grand tree, observing the scene while silently polishing his Samahata. Konan and Nagato stood together, watching the unfamiliar smiles bloom on the children's faces, moisture gathering in Konan's eyes. Nagato. Perhaps this is the peace Yahiko envisioned. Nagato remained silent, his gaze fixed on a figure amidst the crowd, laughing and sharing joy with the children. In the Hokage office of Konohagakure, the night enveloped the world outside. A member of the Umbu appeared silently, kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama, urgent intelligence. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe and took the scroll. As he deciphered its contents, his aged hands trembled uncontrollably. The scroll contained but a single sentence. The ninja graveyard has vanished. A village named Shinin emerged 3 days prior. Chapter 72. Stop fighting. Everyone sit down. The inaugural Peace Development Conference of Shinin Village commenced. In the Hokage office, the scroll in Sarutobi's hands felt as light as a feather, yet it weighed heavily upon him, rendering him breathless. The embers in his pipe had long since extinguished, cold ash scattered about. Shinin Village, he muttered, each word dry and arid. That land, steeped in war and death, had transformed overnight into a vibrant city. Creation, an authority bestowed solely upon the divine. Hokage-sama. Tsunade entered the room, her face betraying her alarm. Uchiha Fugaku has led the elite of his clan to pledge allegiance to that man, Kagaya-yu. Mito Menka followed closely, his complexion ashen. This is no mere defection, Hiruzen. This is a new 6th ninja village, a threat to the delicate balance of the entire ninja world. Hiruzen slowly raised his head. A profound sense of helplessness etched on his aged face. It was he who had driven the Uchiha clan to the opposing side. It was he who had tacitly approved Danzo's machinations. Now, the suppressed power had found a more enticing outlet than Konoha. And the man known as Kagaya-yu exhibited a strength that transcended the realm of shinobi. In the Ōtsutsuki's office of a Wagakure, Inoki slammed the intelligence report onto the table, fissures cracking the hardstone surface. What nonsense! To create a village? Is he Senju Hashirama reborn? His son, Ōtsutsuki, stood nearby, his expression grave. Father, the intelligence has been confirmed. Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure have all dispatched envoys to congratulate. We can no longer afford to wait. Congratulate? Inoki scoffed, a twinge of pain from an old wound flaring up. I suspect they wish to test that kid's mettle. An unknown individual gathers Uchiha defectors and dares to establish a village under the noses of the 5 great nations. What does he take us for? He floated in midair, hands clasped behind his back. Ōtsutsuki, you shall lead the team. I want to see what gives him the audacity to call himself Shinin. At Shinin Village, the desolation of your had vanished. On broad streets, craftsmen from Sunagakure collaborated with Uchiha clansmen, finalizing the decor of newly erected homes. Envoys from Kumogakure brought blueprints for generators from the Land of Lightning, engaging in discussions with Nagato and Konin on integrating them with the energy system of the Earth. There were no stringent defenses, no cold barriers. An unprecedented vitality, merging the styles of different villages, thrived within this city. The delegations from various ninja villages traversed this novel city, their emotions a tumultuous blend. They had come to discern the truth. Yet everything before them silently conveyed a singular reality. The creator of this place wielded a power beyond their comprehension. In the makeshift assembly hall at the village's center, Kagayayu sat at the head of the table, Kisame standing like a guardian behind him. Esteemed guests from afar, we are honored by your presence. Kagayayu's tone was unassuming, as if welcoming a group of neighbors. The representative from Konoha was Nara Shikaku. He rubbed his brow, sensing that this mission was more daunting than any war he had ever faced. Yukon, Hokage-sama hopes you understand that the Uchiha clan will always be a part of Konoha. The gates of Konoha will forever remain open to them. Mr. Shikaku, the gates have been opened, but those within are prepared with blades. Kagayayu replied as he lifted his teacup. Fugaku and his kin have found a home here, not a cage where they must constantly fear betrayal from their own. Shikaku fell silent. He had no retort to that statement. Well said. A coarse voice interrupted. Ōtsutsuki, a jounin from a Wagakure, stepped forward, unimpeded by Ōtsutsuki. A charlatan like you, relying on trivial means to erect a flashy yet insubstantial village, truly believes you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 great nations? Ōtsutsuki's provocation froze the atmosphere in the assembly hall. Oh, Kagayayu's gaze shifted from his teacup for the first time, landing on him. What do you wish to convey? We of a Wagakure recognize only the strength of the powerful. Ōtsutsuki pointed outside to a Uchiha boy practicing shuriken techniques in the square. Dare to let us witness the caliber of your Shinin ninjas? That boy will suffice. All the envoys felt their hearts race. This was the most direct challenge. Kagayayu remained silent, merely looking at Fugaku. Fugaku understood and beckoned to the boy outside. Ki, come here. The boy named Uchiha Ki ran in. No older than 14 or 15, his face still bearing traces of youth. Fugaku-sama, you-sama, he greeted respectfully. The guest from a Wagakure wished to spar with you, Fugaku stated calmly. The boy hesitated briefly before turning to the burly Ōtsutsuki, fear absent from his eyes, replaced instead with eagerness. Please, be gentle. In the square, the crowd parted. Ōtsutsuki clenched his fists, knuckles cracking ominously. Kid, it's not too late to admit defeat and avoid losing limbs on your way home. Uchiha Ki remained silent, merely adopting a stance. The battle erupted instantly. Ōtsutsuki charged forth like a raging bull, his massive fists slicing through the air. However, just 3 meters from the boy, his movements suddenly froze. The world around him spun chaotically. Uchiha Ki stood calmly, his scarlet eyes displaying 3 spinning tomo. Illusion, binding technique. It was over. The boy's cold voice resonated in Ōtsutsuki's ears. In the next instant, all present witnessed Ōtsutsuki lurch forward uncontrollably, a marionette severed from its strings, careening toward a nearby training dummy with all his might. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed clearly. Ōtsutsuki clutched his deformed wrist, howling in agony as the illusion dissipated. The assembly fell into a profound silence. A renowned jounin from a Wagakure had been defeated in a single encounter by a mere Uchiha youth, using nothing but a fundamental 3-tomo jinjutsu, without even forming a hand seal. Ōtsutsuki's face turned ashen. He recognized clearly that the boy's chakra fluctuations had remained minimal throughout, and his precise control over the Jinjutsu surpassed that of most Uchiha Jounin. This was no mere sparring match. It was a humiliation. Narashikaku sighed. This is a grave predicament. What is manifested in the hidden village is not merely the strength of an individual, but rather a terrifying potential capable of transforming ordinary clansmen into elites. As night descended upon the banquet, the earlier conflicts cast a peculiar and tense atmosphere. Shinryu raised his glass, surveying the assembly. I am aware that many of you harbor numerous questions. Why establish a village? Why here? What is my purpose? He paused, setting down his glass. I can reveal the answers. The hidden village does not engage in any form of hegemonic struggle. We have no interest in the territories of the feudal lords. Our true adversaries do not reside within this world. Astonishing revelation. Huang Tu, the son of Daimyo, abruptly stood. What do you mean by that? Literally what I stated. Shunyueyu's gaze swept over each individual. There exists a group of harvesters from beyond the stars, who view this land as their nursery. The history of ninjas and the source of chakra are intricately tied to them. Soon, they will return to reap the fruits. Nagato, Fugaku, and even Kisame lifted their heads, recognizing that Shunyueyu spoke of the Ōtsutsuki. Meanwhile, the envoys from various ninja villages wore expressions of absurdity and disbelief. From beyond? Harvesters? Preposterous, scoffed a messenger from the Cloud Village. Is it so? Shinryu did not dispute. Be it prophecy or madness. The sole purpose of the hidden village's existence is to preserve the spark for the impending war and cultivate sufficiently powerful warriors. His words plunged everyone into silence. The reasoning was so grand and peculiar that they struggled to ascertain its authenticity. Yet, in light of Shunyueyu's miraculous power, this explanation appeared more logical than the quest for dominion. Observing the complex expressions on their faces, Shunyueyu gently tapped the table. Of course, mere words without action hold no significance. Thus, I propose the establishment of a brand new ninja union academy within the hidden village, open to all ninja villages. Without regard for borders, devoid of teachings of slaughter, solely imparting the most advanced knowledge and methods to confront future crises. Who among you is willing to send your family's most exceptional children to wager on a future? Chapter 73. The Technology and Culture of the Hidden Village. An era-defying ninja training system. In the banquet hall, the silence was so profound that one could hear the soft crackling of the flames. Harvesters from beyond. Huang Tu's robust fingers unconsciously clenched, reducing the hard rock cup in his palm to powder. He gazed at Shunyueyu, attempting to discern any hint of jest upon that tranquil face, but found none. Absurd. Are you using such nonsensical tales to mask your ambitions? Huang Tu's voice shattered the stillness. This is merely an excuse you fabricated to consolidate power. Narashikaku remained silent, yet his brows were tightly knotted. An incomprehensible powerhouse. A village that seemingly appeared out of thin air, a group of unwavering followers. And a foe so grand it bordered on the fictitious. This combination posed a greater challenge than any war. An excuse? Shunyueyu finally set down his teacup and rose. He did not look at Huang Tu, but surveyed all present. You have dined and drunk. Why not accompany me for a stroll and see what ambitions this ostentatious village truly harbors? He led the way out of the assembly hall, with Nagato and Konan following closely, while Fugaku gestured for the Uchiha guards to remain behind. The envoys from the various ninja villages exchanged glances, ultimately following suit. They exited the doors, arriving at the central square. Shunyueyu casually picked up a palm-sized diamond crystal from a pedestal. Konan, connect to the chakra network and project the village's real-time information flow. Understood. Konan formed a simple hand seal. Buzz. The ground at the center of the square illuminated with innumerable blue patterns, swiftly intertwining to create a vast, translucent, three-dimensional map in midair. Countless lights flowed upon the map, some representing the villagers' locations, others indicating energy consumption of buildings. Even the flow rate of underground water pipes was clearly visible. One of the Cloud Village envoys pointed at a swiftly moving light. What is that? A member of the Uchiha security team was pursuing a young child who had stolen 3 skewers of dango without paying. Kisame, hefting his sword, grinned in explanation. All the envoys froze. Real-time communication? Information sharing? Energy allocation? This transcended the realms of scrolls and ninja hawks, even surpassing the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan. Narashikaku felt his heart sink. In warfare, the speed of intelligence and command is paramount, and he understood better than anyone. With this system, the command efficiency of the hidden village would be tenfold, perhaps even 100-fold, that of Konoha. This was merely the most superficial application of the chakra network. Shinryu-Yu's voice resonated. It enables every individual in the village to become each other's eyes and ears. He did not grant the assembly time to process their astonishment. Continuing onward, the next destination was the medical department. A rich aura of life and the scent of herbs enveloped them. In a bright room, a Uchiha youth lay upon a hospital bed, his left arm twisted at an unnatural angle, a result of a shattering fracture sustained during training. A medical ninja did not employ healing techniques, but rather carefully injected a vial of emerald green cell activation solution into the youth's arm. Simultaneously, she activated a nearby apparatus. A gentle light enveloped the youth's arm, clearly displaying the bones, meridians, and the flow of chakra. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the broken bone began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, the damaged meridians reconnecting under the influence of the emerald liquid. In just 10 minutes, the youth moved his now restored arm, bowed to the medical ninja, and then joyfully dashed out. An envoy from the Sand Village, a seasoned medical ninja, swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance. Regeneration of severed limbs? So swiftly? This was no longer medical ninjutsu. It was a divine capability. The techniques that Tsunade had devoted her life to studying seemed childlike in comparison to this technology. Our understanding of life remains superficial, Shinryu stated flatly. This is merely the most fundamental reorganization of chakra and life energy. The group numbly followed him to another side of the village. Here lay the ninja school. There were no raucous classrooms, nor uniform teachings. In a small training ground, Fugaku was personally instructing a child of 7 or 8 on how to integrate the transformation of fire release into shuriken techniques. Not far away, Conan was teaching several orphans from the Rain Village how to craft explosive tags with varying functionalities. In a corner, a golden-haired boy excitedly mixed different types of clay, while a man, once a rogue ninja from the Rock Village, elaborated on the art of explosions and the ratios of chakra. Tailored instruction, mentorship, abandoning tedious theories. All knowledge was intertwined with practical combat and individual talent. Huangtu observed the golden-haired boy, his fists clenched tightly. The child's fervor and talent for explosions reminded him of a particular troublesome genius from his village. Yet, in this environment, such talent was not suppressed. Rather, it received systematic guidance and cultivation. Terrifying. Narashikaku finally halted. He understood. The most terrifying aspect of the hidden village is not the solitary figure of Shingetsu-yu, nor the mind-boggling technology at play. It is, rather, the cultivation system capable of mass-producing elites, even geniuses. Grant them a decade. No. Perhaps merely 5 years. And what formidable ninjas will emerge from the hidden village? In that eventuality, even in the absence of extraterrestrial harvesters, what could stand in their way? The notion of an otherworldly foe, at this moment, appears to Rikuju as a rather merciful explanation. For, if not for that, the grim truth would be that Shingetsu-Yu harbors ambitions to overturn the entire ninja world single-handedly. Upon returning to the council chamber, the atmosphere was even more oppressive than before. Doubt, fear, and shock intertwined upon every face present. Now, do you still believe that I consider you my adversaries? Shingetsu-Yu resumed his seat at the head of the table, calmly posing the question. No one answered. In comparison to the potential exhibited by the hidden village, the conflicts among the 5 great nations seemed laughably trivial, akin to brawls at the village entrance. Naturally, trust cannot be built in a day. Shingetsu-Yu's fingers lightly tapped the tabletop. Conflicts of ideology necessitate more direct means of resolution. He retrieved 5 identical invitations from a scroll and placed them at the center of the table. I propose that the hidden village join forces with Konoha to host a novel, special Chunin exam in 2 months, open to all nationalities and ages. The trusted envoy of Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly raised his head. The venue shall be right here, at the hidden village. Shingetsu-Yu's gaze swept across each individual present. Send your finest young generation forth. Let them behold, with their own eyes, the future for which we strive. Furthermore, let the future of the ninja world come to understand the world they are about to face. He leaned slightly forward. Or are you afraid that your prodigies, upon witnessing the truth here, might make choices akin to those of the Uchiha? The question struck like an invisible hammer, resonating within the hearts of every envoy. The fear that their geniuses might make choices similar to the Uchihas was no longer mere provocation. It starkly laid bare the deepest fears of the 5 great ninja villages. The throat of the envoy from Ōtsutsuki constricted, and his rock-like physique stiffened momentarily. He yearned to retort, yet found all words utterly inadequate. An envoy from Mangekyo suddenly stood, his dark skin taut over bulging muscles. This is no Chunin exam at all. This is your scheme to dismantle the alliance of the 5 nations. Alliance? Shingetsu chuckled, reclining against his chair in a languid pose. An alliance that could turn on each other at the slightest whim of a lord? The issues between us are not for an outsider like you to judge, but my enemies will soon become yours. Shingetsu's smile faded. And I have no time to wait for your internal conflicts to resolve themselves. Naruto restrained the impulsive leaf ninja beside him. He slowly rose, directing his gaze toward Shingetsu. Your proposal requires time for discussion within Konoha. Certainly, Shingetsu gestured for him to proceed. 3 days. I require a response in 3 days. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Namikaze Minato meticulously read through the intelligence returned from the hidden village, each word weighing heavily. The expressions of Tsunade and Mito Gate were already grim. Co-hosting a Chunin exam? In that traitor's village? Minato, have you lost your mind? Tsunade slammed her palm against the table. Mito's glasses glinted coldly. This is an affront to our dignity. He has invited us to present the future of our village for his choosing. How is this any different from outright surrender? Do we even have a choice? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was hoarse. He stood and walked to the window, gazing at the prosperous and tranquil village below. That peace now seemed incredibly fragile. To refuse would mean to become his enemy. Who among you feels confident in confronting an adversary capable of conjuring cities from thin air and restoring severed limbs? Silence enveloped the office. Moreover, Hiruzen's tone conveyed profound exhaustion. The root of the Uchiha issue lies within me. You have all seen Rikuju's intelligence. That village harbors no discrimination. No surveillance, only a shared goal. Such an environment is irresistibly alluring to geniuses. He recalled a child named Naruto, rejected by the entire village, yet still yearning for acknowledgement. How would he perceive the hidden village? We can no longer blind the eyes of the younger generation. Hiruzen turned, his gaze resolute. Let them go. Let them see for themselves. Let them judge. If the will of fire in Konoha lacks even this modicum of confidence, what is left to discuss regarding our legacy? Minato stated gravely. I concur with the hosting of this special Chunin exam. In the Ōtsutsuki village, Inoki crushed his teacup in fury. This is an affront. An absolute affront. He hovered in midair, his beard trembling with rage. He wants us to take the exam on his territory? And to send our finest children? Is he intent on seizing the future of Ōtsutsuki in one fell swoop? Father, the envoy from Ōtsutsuki interjected, his expression grave. Mangekyo and Tsunade have already consented. What? Inoki paused, taken aback. The Raikage believes this is the best opportunity to observe Shingetsu and his new technology. The Kazekage seems quite intrigued by the mention of otherworldly enemies. Moreover, the latest news indicates that the Hokage has also agreed. Inoki fell silent. 3 of the 5 great nations have already consented. If he were to refuse again, Ōtsutsuki would find itself utterly isolated. That old fox, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he gritted his teeth. The envoy continued. Furthermore, Shingetsu has announced the rewards for this exam. Rewards? What could he possibly offer? Millions of ryo? Or a few broken blades? Neither. The envoy's expression shifted to one of intrigue, stating that every ninja who advances to Chunin through the exam will receive the opportunity to study for a year in the hidden village, learning the most advanced ninjutsu techniques and knowledge. Inoki's gaze snapped to his son. The office was filled with the sound of his heavy breathing. This condition is akin to a sweet poison. To refuse would reveal one's own incompetence and insecurity. To accept is to send their finest seedlings into a garden brimming with temptation, ripe for the picking. What a cunning Shingetsu. Inoki spat through clenched teeth. Go. Tell him that Ōtsutsuki will participate. I wish to see if my stones will turn to gold in his hands. In the council chamber of the hidden village. As the responses from all ninja villages lay spread before them, the expressions of the envoys were complex. They had managed to reach an unprecedented consensus in a mere 3 days. Shingetsu was utterly unfazed. He pushed a new scroll to the center of the table. Since everyone agrees, these shall be the rules for this exam. Naruto unfurled it. The first examination, an information offensive and defensive battle. In teams, participants will simultaneously assume both attacking and defending roles in a simulated town, striving to seize and protect information. This will test their teamwork, information processing, and comprehensive tactical abilities. The second examination, the evolution of the Death Forest. The location will be in the ecologically transformed experimental zone on the outskirts of the hidden village, which is fraught with wild beasts and various traps infused with chakra technology. The duration of survival and the collection of special tokens will determine the number of advancement slots. The third exam, individual combat. The rules are clear, yet they are imbued with the distinctive style of the hidden village of shinobi, particularly in the first round. It completely discards the simplistic written tests of the past, elevating the importance of intelligence to the forefront. As for the rewards, Shingetsu added. In addition to qualifications for further training, the champion of this exam will receive an extra gift personally prepared by me. He did not disclose what the gift was, but none dared to underestimate its significance. As the meeting concluded, the emissaries departed, burdened with the weight of this revolutionary examination scheme, embarking on their journey home. The future of the shinobi world seems to be propelled by an irresistible force toward an unknown direction. In the dead of night, in a dimly lit and damp underground base, the air is thick with the mingled scents of earth and chemical agents. A silver-haired man, adorned with round spectacles, places a dossier of intelligence on the laboratory table. This intelligence contains all the details regarding the special Chunin joint examination. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the flickering light, obscuring his expression. His fingers gently traced the name Shingetsu on the document. Having obliterated everything belonging to Lord Orochimaru, must he now play the role of the savior? He picked up a test tube filled with a purple liquid, a cold and twisted smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What a splendid stage indeed. Let me witness the expression of this so-called god in the face of despair. Chapter 75. Top hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Kabuto, I have read your script. He meticulously arranged the last scroll, each movement imbued with a sickly precision. In the underground base, only the faint bubbling of the liquids in the vessels could be heard. His fingertips glided over the dossier, pausing at the name Shingetsu. Having stolen the fruit of Lord Orochimaru's lifetime pursuits, he now stands in the sunlight, masquerading as the savior of the entire shinobi world. How ironic. Lord Orochimaru. Do you see this? He murmured softly to the empty laboratory, as if reporting. The immortality you sought, the truth you yearned for, has been achieved by this man in a more brutal manner. He pushed up his round glasses, behind which lay a cold, dark glimmer. But that is of no consequence. Kabuto picked up a petri dish containing preserved living cells, the intertwined tissues seemingly still writhing. The most perfect script always requires a flawless stage, and he has already prepared it for me. I shall prove who your most perfect successor truly is. 2 days later, in the hidden village, an unremarkable man with a humble demeanor led 3 taciturn youths through the village gates. He was the team leader from the grass village, unknown and unremarkable, much like countless fodder that appeared in the Chunin exams each year. No one spared them a second glance. Kabuto, or rather the grass village teacher at this moment, observed the legendary village with a discreet gaze. Orderly, efficient, powerful. The chakra flowing through the air was steady and abundant, forming an invisible net. He attempted to extend a thread of his chakra, like a needle, to probe the structure of this web. Buzz. An incomprehensibly vast force instantly rebounded, as if an immense ocean collided with a single droplet of water. A sharp pain shot through his brain, and he stumbled slightly, though imperceptibly. The 3 lower ninjas behind him were puppets created using Orochimaru's residual techniques, exhibiting no reaction. What a terrifying barrier. No, this transcends the realm of barriers. It is alive. It breathes. All conventional tactics of infiltration, sabotage, and collaboration have become a farce here. Breaching this village from the outside is utterly impossible. Yet, instead of feeling disheartened, Kabuto felt a twisted excitement rising within him. The more perfect a creation is, the more melodious the sound it makes when it shatters. The hidden village has arranged independent accommodations for all the teams participating in the exam. After settling in, Kabuto wandered alone through the village streets. He resembled a curious tourist, observing the enormous semi-transparent map and watching the Uchiha security personnel communicate instantaneously in a manner beyond his comprehension. He entered a shop selling weapons, each imbued with a faint chakra of lightning or wind, mass-produced chakra metal weapons. Every detail showcased the immense power of the hidden village, contrasting sharply with the current era. His footsteps eventually halted before the colossal arena constructed for the third exam. In the center stood a statue of Shingetsuyu, looming over all. Kabuto gazed up at the serene and indifferent face carved into stone. Suddenly, he discerned a flaw in this perfect village. The flaw was not in the defense system, but in the hearts of the people. It was Shingetsu-yu's almost arrogant confidence. A barely perceptible smile graced Kabuto's lips. He conceived a new plan, one so audacious it could shake the very foundations of the shinobi world. He intended to shatter this illusory piece before the eyes of all shadow-level powers and feudal lords during the most-watched finals. With what would he shatter it? With those legendary souls that should have remained dormant in the Pure Land. Edo Tensei. A more perfected Edo Tensei, after his modifications. He would force Shingetsu-yu to witness his proud stage transform into a hellish battlefield. He would see his so-called new era trampled by the souls of the old. In the upper chamber of the council hall, Shingetsu-yu's private lounge. Before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, Conan was reporting on the final preparations. All participating teams had arrived and completed registration, totaling 42 squads. The simulated town for the first exam had been calibrated and was ready for activation. Shingetsu-yu lounged on the sofa, sipping tea nonchalantly, his gaze resting on the chakra network hologram before him. On the hologram, a tiny red dot, marked as an anomaly, was hovering near the arena. That was Kabuto. The unusual signal from the grass village was still active. Conan followed his gaze, calmly stating that he seemed quite interested in the structure of the arena. From the moment Kabuto stepped into the hidden village, every heartbeat, every flow of chakra had been meticulously recorded by the network. His clumsy disguise was indistinguishable from being utterly naked before this system. Should we dispose of him? Nagato's voice came from the side. He sat in a wheelchair, yet his presence was more stable than ever. The intimidation of the Rinnegan, even when subdued, was enough to deter direct gazes. In his view, this hidden pest should be crushed. No need. Shingetsu-yu set down his teacup. Let him play. With a gentle tap on the hologram, he magnified Kabuto's movements. Before the official performance commenced, someone must warm up the stage. Shingetsu-yu's tone was casual, as if discussing a stray cat that wandered into the yard. Orochimaru is dead. Someone must inherit his laughable art. Otherwise, how dull this world would be. Conan and Nagato exchanged glances, choosing not to inquire further. They had long grown accustomed to the transcendent composure of Kamizuki-yu. Rising from his seat, he stretched languidly, the sound of his joints crackling softly in the stillness. It was indeed a tad stifling to remain in one place for too long. Approaching the window, he gazed down at the city he had meticulously crafted. Countless points of light danced within the metropolis, teeming with vitality and vigor. This was a colossal machine operating at full throttle, and he was its sole master. Xiaonan, the subsequent preparations are entrusted to you and Nagato. Understood. Are you heading out? Yes, to a certain place. Kamizuki-yu's gaze drifted towards the horizon, seemingly piercing through the barriers of space. And a wave of nostalgia washed over him. With a casual gesture, he tore open a rift in space, a swirling black vortex turning slowly before him. Konoha, the forest of death. He stepped into the void, his figure vanishing from sight. On a whim, he decided to check in. Chapter 76, a fortuitous acquisition of the Master of Barriers and the new skin, King Monkey Yukon. Konoha, the forest of death, the third testing ground. Space was silently rent asunder, and a black vortex materialized out of thin air. Kamizuki-yu emerged from it, standing atop cracked stone slabs and overgrown weeds. The air was thick with the remnants of blood and fire, mingled with the scent of decay that time had wrought. Here had once been the proving ground for prodigies, as well as the favored backdrop for schemers. Countless battles and myriad wills had settled like dust, only to be buried by the passage of time. Truly, a place rich with stories. He stood at the center of the arena, a spot once soaked with the sands of Gaara and the sweat of Rock Lee. Ding. Special check-in location detected. Konoha Chunin exam venue. Would you like to check in? Yes. Ding. Check-in at Konoha Chunin exam venue successful. Congratulations. You have received a master-level reward. Insights of a grandmaster in barrier techniques. A torrent of information, vast enough to overwhelm any Kage-level ninja, surged into Kamizuki-yu's consciousness. There was no dizziness, no discomfort. His soul processed, categorized, and archived the information at lightning speed. 4 red sun formation, 4 purple flames formation, 5 sealing barriers. Toad gourd prison, all known supreme barrier techniques, from construction principles to energy nodes and methods of dismantlement, vividly presented themselves in his mind, as if he had created them himself. The crude four-purple flames formation once conjured by Orochimaru now appeared riddled with flaws in his eyes. Whenever he wished, he could refine it into an integrated offensive and defensive formation, the four red sun flame-killing formation, perfectly suited for containing unruly actors. At that moment, the system's prompt chimed again. Ding! A strong bond with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, detected. Special check-in triggered. Congratulations. You have received a unique reward. Summoning Beast King Monkey Yukon, enhanced version. An ancient summoning scroll materialized silently in Kamizuki-Yu's hand. This was not Sarutobi's beast, but the true ruler of the monkey clan. He unfurled the scroll, finding it devoid of any inscriptions. Biting his fingertip, he allowed his blood to imprint the center of the scroll. Sealing technique. Summoning jutsu. Boom. The ground trembled violently, and the entire third testing ground seemed to lament. The air was compressed by an overwhelming force, generating a visible shockwave that flattened the surrounding ruins. As the dust settled, a colossal figure loomed before Kamizuki-Yu. It was enveloped in resplendent golden fur, each strand as hard as gold needles. Muscles coiled with explosive power rippled beneath its skin. Its eyes, far from the murky gaze of a beast, were filled with wisdom and scrutiny, reminiscent of a battle-hardened king. It towered above both the third Hokage and Sarutobi's beast. More robust and exuding an ancient aura. Human. The giant ape spoke, its voice resonating powerfully, shaking the very fabric of space. You are not one of the Sarutobi clan. Who has granted you the authority to summon me? It was not enraged, merely inquisitive. A majesty stemming from the pinnacle of its bloodline was enough to shatter the resolve of any feeble-hearted individual. Kamizuki-Yu remained silent, raising his hand with his palm facing upward. A small cluster of golden chakra flames quietly flickered in his palm. This was no ordinary chakra. It was the purest yang energy, belonging to the Nine Tails. The golden giant's pupils constricted sharply. It sensed the terrifying energy capable of obliterating mountains and tearing the earth asunder. Yet in this man's grasp, it behaved as docile as a kitten. But that was not all. Kamizuki-Yu's other hand gently lifted, and a slender sapling burst forth from his palm, growing towards the wind and instantly transforming into a gnarled wooden spike crackling with lightning, hovering before the giant ape's brow. Would release. Moreover, an essence of life and destruction transcending even would release. The giant ape fell silent. It had lived through eons, witnessed the glories of the Sage of Six Paths, and observed the rise and fall of the ninja villages. It had never encountered such a harmonious, yet contradictory power concentrated within a single individual. This man had surpassed the realm of ninja. King, Monkey Yukon. The giant ape's voice carried a hint of reverence. You are worthy to be my companion. Kamizuki-Yu finally spoke, his tone unremarkable, but I do not need companions. What I require is a weapon. A weapon? The pride of the Monkey King elicited a low growl. It can transform into the indestructible Rui Jingu Bang, and can also become armor that envelopes my entire form. A useful weapon indeed. Kamizuki-Yu stated the facts. The giant ape's massive form froze. The other party not only knew of its capabilities, but even the divine weapon's armed form, which it had yet to fully unlock. This was no longer a matter of power, but an overwhelming dominance of understanding. It had no secrets before him. Arrogance, though shaken internally. The dignity of the Monkey King prevented it from accepting the term weapon. It suddenly swung a fist. The force tearing through the air with immense power aimed directly at Kamizuki-Yu. Kamizuki-Yu did not flinch. The fist halted abruptly mere inches from his face, stopped by an invisible barrier that completely thwarted the apocalyptic blow. It was neither a barrier nor a ninjutsu. It was pure aura. The very essence of his existence warped the laws of physics. Submit or vanish. Kamizuki-Yu lifted his eyelids, the purple ripples of his Rinnegan flashing momentarily. The Monkey King saw it. It beheld the heavenly obstruction, the divine push, the planetary devastation. It witnessed the birth and demise of the universe, the cycles of the planets. That was the power of a deity. Boom. The massive Monkey King, confronted with absolute might, retracted all pride and fury. Slowly, it knelt, one knee touching the ground. Its colossal head bowed. Yukon, I submit to your will. Very well. Kamizuki-Yu withdrew his hand. From now on, you shall be known as Yukon. The words inscribed on the scroll crystallized at that moment. Summoning contract, King Monkey Yukon. With the contract sealed, the Monkey King transformed into a wisp of white smoke and vanished. Kamizuki, you surveyed his empty palm. The barrier techniques to restrain schemers were acquired, as was the formidable combat strength capable of creating surprises in the finals. Everything was in place. He once again tore through the fabric of space. As a black vortex began to rotate languidly, the enigmatic Yakushi Kabuto expressed his hope that your performance would pique his interest. Chapter 77. Kabuto, it's my turn. Draw a card. Edo Tensei. On the day of the Chunin exams, the sky was as clear as polished jade. The central arena of the Hidden Leaf Village resembled not merely a battleground, but rather a colossal city complex, capable of accommodating a small nation. The stands were filled to capacity, yet an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The shadows of the 5 great nations, the feudal lords, and envoys from dozens of smaller countries, each a sovereign in their own right, sat with utmost decorum, even their breaths hushed in reverence. The fourth Reikage, with his arms crossed and muscles taut, sensed the pervasive chakra network in the air, akin to an intricate cage surveilling every individual present. What a grand spectacle! Grumbled Ōtsutsuki, Anoki, floating in his seat, his voice tinged with reluctance. His companions, Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, dared not even raise their heads. The Mizukage, Terumi Mei, surveyed her surroundings with keen interest. Everything here surpassed her comprehension, evoking both wariness and curiosity. The Kazekage, Gaara, wore an expression of complex emotions as he glanced at his transformed son, Naruto, and then at this extraordinary village. Suddenly, all murmurs ceased. At the center of the dais, the figure of Shinju-yu materialized as if he had been seated there from the very beginning, clad in simple attire and devoid of any chakra release. He nonetheless quelled the tempers of the Reikage and Anoki with an invisible authority. It was a suppression emanating from a higher plane of existence, akin to an ant gazing at the stars, leaving no room for thoughts other than awe. Welcome, everyone, to the Hidden Leaf Village, his voice, devoid of embellishment yet resonant, reached every year. The old rules are now obsolete. Today, we shall witness the dawn of a new era. His words, simple yet imbued with undeniable gravity, echoed throughout the arena. Among the candidates, hundreds of young ninjas from various villages felt the pressure acutely. Wow, is that Lord Shinju-yu? Naruto, abandoning his usual boisterousness, gazed with pure admiration. His aura irradiated confidence and warmth, while the chakra of the Nine Tails coiled around him like a docile pet. Sasuke stood beside him, his demeanor bright and devoid of the gloom that once characterized him, fixated on the man who had become his lifelong pursuit. Sakura, exuding vigor, donned specialized chakra gauntlets. She had transformed from a weeping girl into a capable medical ninja and martial arts expert. In the Sand Village section, Gaara sat quietly, the sand in his gourd flowing steadily. He was no longer viewed as a weapon, but rather as the future of Sunagakure, ready to learn and engage. Kankuro and Temari stood behind him, their expressions reflecting genuine respect. 2 representatives from the Hidden Cloud Village, attending as special guests, were eager to experience the might of the Hidden Leaf Village firsthand. The first exam begins now, Shinju-yu uttered without superfluous words, a gentle wave of his hand transforming the arena floor. Countless structures rose from the ground, forming a complex, simulated cityscape. The rules were straightforward. Conan's image appeared on the screen, announcing the objective: find and decrypt the core intelligence hidden within the maze. The examination would test teamwork and reconnaissance skills. Lethal attacks were forbidden. Violators would be personally expelled from the arena. As soon as the words fell, all candidates were transported into the maze. A massive, translucent map unfurled above the arena, allowing the audience to observe the movements of each team clearly. Multiple shadow clone technique. Within the maze, hundreds of Narutos appeared, dashing in all directions. Idiot, don't rush in. Sasuke immediately reprimanded him, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. These areas have the weakest illusionary energy. Concentrate our forces and break through from these 3 directions. Understood. Naruto grinned, and the clones swiftly organized into a systematic search pattern. Meanwhile, Sakura quickly pieced together several fragments of intelligence, her brow furrowing. No, this is a trap. The encryption method is meant to mislead us. The real clue is on the reverse side. The trio worked in perfect harmony, their efficiency far surpassing that of other teams. At the opposite end of the maze, Gaara merely closed his eyes. Countless minuscule grains of sand infiltrated every corner of the maze like the most efficient scouts. Moments later, he opened his eyes. I have the entire structural map of the maze in my mind, he informed Kankuro and Temari. The core intelligence is 3 levels underground in the northwest quadrant, protected by a composite illusion. Kankuro and Temari exchanged astonished glances. This application had elevated sand into the finest reconnaissance tool. The examination proceeded methodically, yet there were always those who flouted the rules. A team from the Hidden Rain cornered another team in a secluded area. Hand over the intelligence you've gathered, and you can avoid some pain, the leader of the Rain Ninja sneered, drawing a kunai. Just as he prepared to strike, an indescribable aura of terror descended from above. The Rain Ninja froze instantly, his body feeling as if it were encased in lead, unable to move even a finger. Cold sweat drenched his clothing. Adhere to the rules, or face elimination. Shinju Yu's voice resonated coldly in his mind. On the large screen above the arena, the 3 light points representing the Rain team turned red and were expelled from the maze by a force, landing clumsily on the ground outside. A profound silence enveloped the arena as all bore witness to this scene. The Raikage's pupils constricted, and Inoki's beard trembled. This was the law of the Hidden Leaf Village, absolute and unchallengeable. Disguised as a grass village instructor, Yakushi Kabuto stood inconspicuously in the audience. Observing the seamless cooperation of these prodigies and the godlike methods employed by Shinju Yu, he adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold glimmer. These so-called peace and predetermined rules resembled exquisite porcelain, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to hear the sound of it shattering. The first examination concluded without incident, and the senior officials of the great nations praised the new generation, the atmosphere one of harmony. Kabuto's gaze traversed the cheering crowd, landing on the main screen, which now displayed the venue for the second examination, an expansive, untamed wilderness dubbed the Forest of Death. A splendid stage, he murmured to himself, turning to blend into the crowd, with his 3 puppet-like students silently trailing behind. Act 1 is set to commence. Chapter 78, the dazzling performance of the new generation. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Gaara shine brightly. The stage for the second examination was set in the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, within a primal jungle referred to as the Forest of Beasts. Here, there was none of the man-made terror found in the Forest of Death, only the raw ferocity and slaughter that stemmed from the apex of the food chain. The rules remained simple. Seize the 2 scrolls, heaven and earth, and reach the central tower. Conan's voice echoed through the chakra network. Time limit, 3 days. The figures of the candidates vanished at the entrance, suddenly engulfed by towering ancient trees and the damp miasma. The luck of Sasuke's team was less than favorable. They encountered a squad from Takigakure, led by a captain who possessed a bloodline limit allowing his body to transform into a viscous black sludge. Physical attacks proved ineffective, and illusions were disrupted by his peculiar chakra. A troublesome adversary indeed. Sasuke sidestepped a torrent of black mud, which eroded a large hole in the massive tree behind him. Naruto executed a backflip, narrowly avoiding another onslaught. Hey Sasuke, this guy moves like a boneless slug, how do we fight him? Each time he reconstituted his body, there was a fleeting moment of chakra stagnation at its core. Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly, capturing every detail of his opponent. He refrained from recklessness and did not charge in alone. Naruto used the Shadow Clone Jutsu to launch simultaneous feints from all directions, forcing him to continuously decompose and reassemble, increasing the likelihood of error. Sakura understood. Sakura had already formed hand seals. I will sense the most stable point of his chakra core. This strategy, taught to them by Kamizuki Yu, transcended individual heroism, maximizing the advantages of teamwork. Got it, Naruto shouted. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of Narutos surged forth from the forest, the light of their Rasengan flickering brilliantly. The Tekinen captain sneered, his body exploding into a deluge of black sludge, effortlessly consuming all the clones, just as he prepared to reconstitute himself and taunt his adversaries. Now, Sasuke's voice rang out. Got you. Sakura's fierce shout followed as she slammed her fist down onto the ground before her. Boom. The earth cracked, and a concentrated shockwave struck a point 30 meters away with pinpoint accuracy. A cry of agony erupted as the black mud body twisted violently, a disheveled figure being forcibly expelled from the ground. Chidori. Lightning erupted as Sasuke appeared behind him, the piercing cry of the bird searing through his shoulder, a powerful current rendering him paralyzed. My apologies. Sasuke withdrew his hand, taking the scroll from his opponent. Let us go? The trio swiftly vanished into the jungle, leaving the Tekinen squad, who had underestimated their foes, utterly defeated. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Gaara's team faced a true deadlock. An S-class summoning beast. The multiple-eyed centipede, comparable in size to a mountain, blocked their path. Its myriad of eyes could emit petrifying beams. Quick dodge. Temari waved her fan, conjuring a fierce wind that only slightly diverted the trajectory of the beams. Kankuro's puppet, the scorpion, was struck as soon as it appeared, half of its body instantly turning to stone and crashing to the ground. Damn, this is an entirely different scale. Kankuro's face turned pale. A thick, petrifying beam circumvented Temari's wind techniques, aiming directly at her and Kankuro. It's over. This thought flashed simultaneously in both their minds. Sand. Endless sand. Transforming at the critical moment into an immensely thick barrier, blocking their path. The sand wall was rapidly petrified, yet more sand surged forth, layering upon itself to construct an impenetrable fortress. Gaara stood behind the sand wall, his expression calm. Temari, Kankuro, fall back. His voice, devoid of tremor, bore a reassuring strength. Temari gazed at his silhouette, recognizing that he was no longer the brother in need of protection, but a true leader. Gaara extended his hand, palm up. The sand from his gourd poured out, mingling with the earth below, forming a tumultuous sea of sand. Protecting what is precious, this is the essence of true strength. The words of Kamizuki echoed in his ears. Sand tsunami. The ground trembled as the once mighty S-class summoning beast let out a reluctant roar. Engulfed by the massive vortex of quicksand, ultimately buried, crushed, and obliterated by the relentless tide of sand. The world fell silent. Gaara simply exhaled lightly, turning to face his brother and sister. Let us go to the tower. The audience fell into a profound silence. Whether it was Team 7's textbook-like teamwork or Gaara's overwhelming strength against the S-class beast, it was vividly displayed on the grand screen before every daimyo in Kage. Is this the quality of the genin trained in the hidden sand? The fourth Reikage, swallowed hard, shock evident on the faces of the two shinobi beside him. Did you see that, Anoki? Mizukage Terumi spoke softly. That Uchiha boy exhibits no arrogance. He entrusts his faith entirely to his teammates. And the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The chakra he wields is borrowed, not uncontrolled. Ōtsutsuki Anoki hovered in the air, his aged face etched with solemnity. He did not speak, but he understood that an era had truly come to an end. Kamizuki possessed not only divine strength, but was also creating a new generation of individuals through divine means. This ability to fundamentally alter the landscape of the ninja world was far more terrifying than any forbidden technique. The wind Kage-raza observed the steady and reliable figure of his son on the screen, feelings of mixed emotions welling within him. He once aspired to mold Gaara into the ultimate weapon, yet Kamizuki had transformed him into a true human, a future leader. The vast chasm between them invoked feelings of helplessness and relief. In the shadows of the forest, the sounds of battle felt distant. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the direction of the tower. Before him stood a solitary candidate from Kusagakure, eyeing him warily. Don't be alarmed, I see you are injured. Kabuto displayed a gentle smile, retrieving a vial from his pocket. This is a special healing potion. The candidate hesitated but ultimately accepted it. In that fleeting moment of distraction, an almost invisible sunbond darted from Kabuto's fingertips, silently piercing the back of the candidate's neck before dissolving into nothingness. The special agent on the sunbond, colorless and odorless, would leave behind a unique chakra coordinate, a coordinate for a reanimation technique. Pleasure working with you. Kabuto smiled as he turned away. He moved like a specter, traversing the forest, employing the same method to plant the seeds of death within several isolated, yet capable sacrifices. What a splendid rehearsal. Leaning against a tree, Kabuto gazed at the brilliant talents displayed on the screen. The more radiant your brilliance, the sweeter the sound will be when you fall. The bell marking the end of the second examination rang. The list of advancing teams scrolled across the screen of the tower. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro. Kabuto lifted his gaze, watching the jubilant names, a cold smirk curving his lips. He gently raised his hand, as if applauding them. The first act has concluded. Now, the true spectacle is about to commence. Chapter 79, Kabuto's conspiracy unfolds. The reanimation army? An underdog before Kamizuki. The list of individual matchups for the third round appeared on the arena's overhead screen. The atmosphere was instantly ignited, only to fall into a silent anticipation under an invisible pressure. It was finally our turn, Gaara. Naruto stood on the arena, flexing his wrists, a radiant smile gracing his face. Gaara approached him, his emerald eyes devoid of past malice, filled solely with pure combat intent. Naruto, allow me to see what you have learned from Lord Kageyuki. Likewise, the moment the battle commenced, both moved simultaneously. A golden cloak of chakra enveloped Naruto, while a torrent of sand surged forth from Gaara's gourd. This was a breathtaking display of offense and defense. Naruto's shadow clones, in conjunction with the Sharingan, launched a barrage of attacks from all directions. Gaara's sand transformed into shields, spears, and colossal hands, each defense impeccably timed, each counterattack sharp and fierce. Not enough, Naruto shouted. Forming hand seals, a massive wind release Raisin Shuriken materializing in his grasp. Excellent. Gaara pressed both hands into the ground, the sea of sand coalescing into a gigantic Shikaku shield. Boom. A violent explosion engulfed the arena, dust settling as both stood, panting heavily. Ultimately, Naruto, with his superior chakra and unexpected tactics, managed to defeat the chakra-depleted Gaara by a narrow margin. I lost. Gaara lay on the ground but began to chuckle. Naruto approached, extending his hand. That was exhilarating. Come again next time. Gaara grasped his hand and stood. They exchanged smiles, walking side by side off the arena. The audience, including the daimyos and kages from various nations, erupted into applause for this pure and thrilling duel. On the podium, the Sand Shadow, Raza, watched his son banter with Naruto, the tension in his face softening. This was the future he had once yearned for yet dared not hope to see. In the next match, Uchiha Sasuke faced Omoi from the Cloud Village. Sasuke stepped onto the field, his expression calm. In a corner of the spectator area, Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Now is the time. With everyone's attention focused on the impending match, it was the perfect opportunity. He discreetly formed hand seals beneath his wide sleeves. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. Forbidden technique. Impure world reincarnation. The earth did not tremble. The arena's sturdy ground remained unresponsive. Yet a cold, tainted chakra arose from four directions. For pitch-black coffins did not rise from the ground. They materialized directly on the arena's edge, coalescing from foul dust. Bang, 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 bang. The coffin lids thudded to the ground as four figures emerged. A short, eyebrowless old man with a ghostly visage. A burly man, scarred and exuding an aura of lightning. Two horned brothers, resembling each other and retaining traces of Nine-Tails chakra. Second, Ōtsutsuki Mu. Third, Raikage, gold horn, silver horn. Panic spread through the audience like a plague. That is the second Ōtsutsuki. Inoki sprang from his seat, trembling with excitement and anger. The fist of his father, the fourth Raikage, cracked ominously. Legendary figures, once thought dead, reappeared before the world in the guise of the deceased. Ha ha ha. A boisterous laughter erupted as Kabuto shed his disguise, revealing his true self. He stood at the highest point of the audience, arms spread wide like a prophet proclaiming a divine message. Kageyuki, do you see this? His voice was laced with a sickly exhilaration. This is the power you cannot control. It is the power of death from the underworld. The peace you have constructed, the rules you have established, are but a laughable farce in the face of this. The army of impure world reincarnation is sufficient to overturn the ultimate military might of any great nation, brazenly manifesting in his arena. This was a direct provocation to the divine. On the podium, Kageyuki did not even glance in his direction. He lifted his teacup, gently blowing on the floating tea leaves. His movements calm, the palpable tension in the air, capable of suffocating even a shadow-level warrior, seemed entirely isolated from his space. He spoke softly to Nagato, who stood beside him, a display of arrogance. Kabuto's smile froze, not in anger, not in caution, but in disregard, a profound, utter indifference. As if observing an ant performing tricks. You dare to be defiant even as your end approaches. Kabuto, enraged, hastily formed seals, attempting to command the four invincible puppets, attack. Tear everything here to shreds. Yet, nothing happened. The second Ōtsutsuki, the third Raikage, gold horn, and silver horn, those four beings that should have been relentless weapons of slaughter, merely stood still, their vacant eyes seemingly gazing past the crowd toward the podium. Kabuto's body trembled. the chakra connection he had established with the reincarnated beings. That absolute line of control he had crafted was severed. No, it was not severed. It was forcibly overridden and taken over by a power more advanced, more primal, and beyond comprehension. His control was stripped away. How could this be? His most prized and ultimate trump card, the forbidden technique, betrayed him before his very eyes. In the fleeting moment of his mind going blank, Kagyuki set down his teacup. He slowly extended a finger, lightly pointing at the four deceased below. No sound, no light. In an instant, the four bodies of impure world reincarnation began to disintegrate, not through violent destruction, but like a sand painting blown away by the wind, dust to dust, earth to earth. In their final moments of existence, the murkiness characteristic of impure world reincarnation faded from their eyes, revealing a glimmer of clarity. The third Reikage looked at his son, displaying a relieved expression. The second Ōtsutsuki nodded slightly at Inoki. Goldhorn and Silverhorn glanced at the two wooden figures in the distance, seemingly sensing a shared power, before also transforming into dust. Before their souls dissipated, they cast a glance towards Kagyuki, a mixture of relief and gratitude evident in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, they turned to ashes. Kabuto stood frozen, his body cold. That was not a ninjutsu. That was a law. His most powerful card, his only hope to overturn the board, was dismantled with a mere gesture. An unparalleled fear gripped his heart. Run. This thought consumed his every consideration, and he turned, attempting to escape like a fleeting shadow. Chapter 80. Kabuto, I brought 4 kings. Kagyuki. Oh, I only need a snap of my fingers to clear the board. He wanted to flee. This thought exploded in Kabuto's mind, overwhelming all shock and confusion. His body moved faster than his thoughts, chakra surging beneath his feet, transforming him into a blurred afterimage, rushing toward the arena's exit. However, he had only taken half a step out. The surrounding space suddenly thickened like amber, the air solidifying into an invisible wall. His body flicker technique was still in motion, yet his limbs struggled in an exceedingly slow and ridiculous manner, as if a drowning man flailed in the deep sea. Where do you wish to go? The voice of Kamizuki-yu, though soft, resonated clearly in his ears, piercing his eardrum like an icy dagger. Despair birthed a final frenzy. Kabuto's body hung suspended in midair, his skin contorting, revealing purple shadows and eerie serpentine eyes. Do you think this is the end? He howled, as a torrent of vast and corrupt natural energy surged violently into his being. Sage mode. This is the sage art of the Dragon Cave, a power that Orochimaru could never master in his lifetime. Boom. In the instant sage transformation was completed, his back violently tore apart, flesh writhing and swelling. 8 grotesque serpent heads erupted forth, each flicking its tongue and exuding a nauseating stench. Technique of the 8-headed serpent. Panic in the audience reached its zenith, with even the shadow-level guards instinctively shielding their respective leaders. On the podium, Kamizuki-yu finally made a second move. He lifted his eyelids and glanced over. Then, curling his index finger, he gently flicked it towards the imposing 8-headed serpent. There was no sound, no shockwave. An invisible ripple swept through the air, akin to ripples on water. Kabuto, who was wildly absorbing natural energy, suddenly trembled. The sage chakra flooding into his body met an adversary, instantly spiraling out of control, boiling, and then being brutally stripped away by an irresistible force, scattered. The patterns of sage transformation on his face receded like the tide, restoring him to his original form. Gush! The backlash of chakra forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and he plummeted from midair. The once mighty 8-headed serpent, now devoid of sage chakra support, emitted silent wails as its massive form was gripped by an unseen hand, forcibly pushed back into Kabuto's body. Ugh! A bone-crushing agony surged through him, and he curled up on the ground like a crushed insect. Yet, he had not surrendered. His sword, the Kusanagi, slipped from his sleeve. He summoned his final strength to grasp the hilt and hurled it toward the podium. This was the legendary divine weapon that could cut through anything. Whoosh! The white sword light tore through the air, aimed directly at Kamizuki-yu's throat. Kamizuki-yu merely extended his right hand, fingers together. Ding! A soft sound echoed. The unparalleled sharp Kusanagi was effortlessly pinched between his pale fingers. The blade's tip was less than 3 inches from his brow, but could advance no further. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Kabuto knelt on the ground, his pupils constricted to pinpricks. Crack! A barely audible sound. Cracks spread from the tip of Kamizuki-yu's fingers, traversing the blade of the Kusanagi. Crack! The legendary divine weapon shattered inch by inch, transforming into a heap of useless metallic powder that slipped through his fingers and scattered in the wind. The fourth Ōtsutsuki emitted a dry gulp, casting a glance at his fist strong enough to split mountains, for the first time doubting the power he once cherished. The Ōtsutsuki Oinoki floated in the air, his murky old eyes unblinking. He had witnessed the wood release of the first Hokage, the flying thunder god of the second Hokage, and the world-destroying Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. Yet he had never encountered such an unreasonable force. This was not a confrontation of ninjutsu. It was a higher-level, absolute dominion over the rules. All of Kabuto's trump cards, all of his forbidden techniques, all of his struggles, appeared to be mere childish games before this man. With a casual wave, Kamizuki commanded, boom, 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 boom. For crimson light walls erupted from the ground of the arena, swiftly converging to form a colossal, transparent cubic barrier that precisely enveloped the collapsed Kabuto. 4 Scarlet Yang Formation, a top-tier barrier that would typically require the combined efforts of 4 shadow-level ninjas, was effortlessly conjured by him alone. Inside the barrier, Kabuto completely shattered. He climbed to his feet and, with all his strength, struck the light wall with a punch. Buzz! The light wall remained unmoved, not even rippling. All his wisdom, schemes, ambitions, and blind adoration for Orochimaru were ground to dust before this unyielding light wall. He collapsed to the ground, his gaze hollow, consumed by endless despair. Kamizuki signaled to the Umbu behind him. Take him away, clean up. Yes. Nagato's figure flickered away, along with the barrier imprisoning despair, vanishing from sight. The entire process flowed seamlessly, so swiftly that it left observers stunned. It was as if he had casually swatted a buzzing mosquito. Kamizuki resumed his seat, lifting the now-cold cup of tea before turning to the thousands of silent spectators below, a gentle smile gracing his face. A minor incident. I apologize for startling everyone. His voice resonated through the arena via chakra amplification. Now, let the Chunin exam continue. Silence. An oppressive, deathly silence. After a considerable time, the presiding examiner seemed to awaken from a trance, stammering as he picked up the microphone. The third match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Cloud Village's Omoi. Please, both contestants, resume the match. Sasuke stood off the field, glancing up at the calm figure on the podium before returning his gaze. Stepping onto the arena one deliberate stride at a time. Chapter 81. The status of the hidden village of Kamigakure rises again. Countries accelerate sending exchange students. No one truly cared about Sasuke's match anymore. Everyone's thoughts remained frozen on the moment when Kamizuki effortlessly shattered the Kusanagi with a mere flick of his finger. That was not power, it was a miracle. The match concluded hastily, with Sasuke winning overwhelmingly, yet the arena was devoid of the expected cheers. The atmosphere was thick with a blend of fear, reverence, and confusion. The subsequent proceedings of the Chunin exam were indefinitely postponed, as the daimyos, surrounded by their guards, hurriedly departed, needing to return to their countries to reassess the dynamics of power in this world. On the podium, only the 5 Kage and Kamizuki remained. Lord Kamizuki, the fourth Ōtsutsuki, broke the silence first, his imposing figure exuding a powerful aura as he stepped closer to Kamizuki. He did not question or express anger. Instead, he spoke with a tone laden with complexity. What exactly are you? This was a question everyone wished to ask, but dared not voice. Kamizuki lifted the now-cold cup of tea, took a sip, and then leisurely set it down. He did not even rise. Me? I am the leader of the hidden village of Kamigakure, the organizer of this Chunin exam. He evaded the question, his tone as casual as if engaging in idle chatter. That is not what I meant. Ōtsutsuki's fist clenched tightly, veins bulging. Then what do you wish to ask? Do you want to know why I can crush the legendary divine weapon with a single finger? Or why I can single-handedly invoke the 4 Scarlet Yang Formation? Kamizuki finally met his gaze, a gentle smile adorning his face. Ōtsutsuki, have you perhaps misunderstood something? What? This is my territory. When someone causes trouble here, I simply deal with it. He shrugged his shoulders, as if to say, is there anyone I need to explain myself to? Ōtsutsuki's breath hitched. The smile on his face bore no malice, yet it carried a weight far more substantial than any threat. Ōtsutsuki, the Ōtsutsuki, floated in the air, his aged visage revealing no emotion. What else can we see? An era has been utterly concluded today by one man in the span of a cup of tea. He cast his gaze toward Shingetsu, his eyes no longer scrutinizing but rather filled with a resigned sigh. The power we once took pride in the presence of this man, is no different from that of a mere genin. These words weighed heavily on the hearts of all present. Kazekage Raza stepped forward, bowing deeply to Shingetsuyu. Lord Shingetsuyu, the Hidden Sand Village hopes to send a second and third batch of exchange students to the Hidden Village of God. Not just genin. We aspire to dispatch elite ninjas, including jonin, to learn your village's philosophies and techniques. This move was akin to a boulder cast into stagnant waters. Reikage AI's expression changed dramatically. Terumi Mei's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight as she quickly added, "The Hidden Mist Village is also willing to open more trade routes and engage in deeper technological exchanges with the Hidden Village of God." Anoki sighed, ultimately lowering his proud head in agreement. This was a silent surrender devoid of conflict. They had no choice. Resistance was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Only by aligning themselves could they hope to secure a slim chance of survival for their villages in this new era. Shingetsuyu maintained his gentle smile. "It has all begun. It seems I shall be the one to establish the new rules of the ninja world. Submit the application to Nagato. He will handle it." He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a few flies. "I am somewhat fatigued. You may proceed as you wish." With that, he rose and departed, leaving behind several Kage lost in thought, their minds swirling in the wind. In the depths of the Hidden Village of God, within the Zero Laboratory, there were no windows, and the walls were constructed from a special metal capable of absorbing chakra. The bright lights illuminated every corner without shadow. The medic Kabuto was bound to a metallic chair, numerous tubes monitoring his vital signs. His eyes were hollow. The overwhelming defeat had obliterated his will. The door to the laboratory slid open silently. Shingetsuyu entered, followed closely by Nagato. "How is the data analysis progressing?" Shingetsuyu inquired, not even glancing at Kabuto, as he strode directly toward a massive data screen. The Sage Mode. The Sage techniques from the Dragon Cave, and all of Orochimaru's research materials had been extracted from his mind. Nagato presented a report. "It is quite valuable and can enhance our biological gene bank." Shingetsuyu flipped through a few pages before losing interest. To him, these technologies, riddled with flaws, were only worthy of reference. "How shall we deal with him?" Nagato asked. Shingetsuyu finally directed his gaze toward the once mighty schemer. Kabuto instinctively trembled. To kill him would be a waste. Shingetsu's fingertips glided gently across the screen, calling forth a topic labeled reversal of clone cell decay. Extract all the knowledge from his mind. Let him contribute to the medical endeavors of the Hidden Village of God while he still can. He looked at Kabuto, his tone devoid of emotion. "Cooperate well, and you may live. Attempt any tricks, and there are many failed experiment subjects here that will require a new incubator." The utmost terror caused a flicker of emotion in Kabuto's vacant eyes. It was neither a plea for mercy nor anger, but rather a profound sense of despair. As he was reduced from a player to a mere tool, Shingetsuyu turned to leave the laboratory, instructing Nagato, "Notify everyone to expand the scale of accepting exchange students, with a focus on assessing their character." Additionally, announced that the Hidden Village of God will establish a World Ninja United Bank, offering low-interest infrastructure loans to various nations. "This is somewhat unclear to me," Nagato responded. "By binding them to my ship with benefits they cannot refuse," Shingetsuyu explained, his tone tinged with the bitterness of a corporate worker. "Engaging in petty violence is too primitive. Economic colonization is the true path." Nagato nodded, somewhat understanding. In the village chief's office, sunlight streamed through the window, casting light onto a desk piled high with cooperation agreements and exchange student applications from various ninja villages, nearly drowning the person in paperwork. Conan entered, clutching a new stack of documents, gazing helplessly at the man leisurely sipping tea behind the desk. "All of these require your personal review and signature. Leave them. I will look at them later," Shingetsuyu replied without lifting his head. Conan set down the documents and produced another thin scroll. "This is what you previously instructed. The Ōtsutsuki's intelligence network has completed a preliminary identification of known rogue ninjas." Shingetsuyu finally appeared engaged, setting down his teacup. He accepted the scroll and unfurled it. It contained only 2 names accompanied by black and white images. Kisame, a former elite from the Hidden Mist Village, a rogue ninja, and a top bounty hunter for the underground currency exchange. Haiden, a rogue ninja from the Hidden Hot Water Village, a zealot of the Jashin faith. An immortal duo, indeed, Shingetsuyu remarked, tapping his finger on Kisame's name. According to the latest intelligence, they are currently at the underground currency exchange in the Land of Fire, concluding a substantial bounty transaction, Conan added. Shingetsuyu smiled. A walking ATM and a muscle-bound preacher. Perfect timing. The village needs funds for infrastructure. Let us retrieve this mobile vault. Chapter 82. The gradual induction of Ōtsutsuki members. Kisame. Haiden, Sasori, Deidara. In the underground currency exchange of the Land of Fire, this was the dark side of order, a blind spot of the law. The damp, dark air was infused with the scents of blood, mildew, and cheap alcohol, irritating the nostrils. Shingetsuyu pushed open the creaking wooden door and stepped inside. The scene within was far more deplorable than the rumors outside had suggested. A massive blood-red magic circle was drawn on the floor, and a silver-haired man with purple eyes lay at its center, a look of morbid ecstasy upon his face. It was Haiden, who had just completed his brutal and lengthy ritual. Not far away, a figure cloaked in black was counting a thick stack of cash without a care in the world. That was Kisame. The strong scent of blood caused Shingetsuyu to frown slightly. A madman and an accountant, a perfect match. He made no effort to conceal his footsteps. Hey, who are you? Don't you see I'm offering the most sincere prayers to Lord Jashin? Haiden exclaimed, rising from the ground, brandishing his massive three-bladed scythe. His expression one of irritation as he pointed it at Shingetsuyu. Kisame paused momentarily in his task, his emerald eyes peering from beneath his straw hat, as if assessing the value of a commodity. We are not accepting new missions here, Kisame rasped, his voice akin to two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Shingetsuyu disregarded the scythe that was nearly poking his nose and walked directly toward Kisame. I am not here to assign a mission. He stopped at the table, his gaze falling upon the blood-stained bills. I have come to recruit. Huh. Haiden burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke of the century. Recruit us to die? Do you know who we are, you bastard? Jiao Du carefully tucked the last stack of cash into his embrace, displaying a lack of interest. 3 succinct words encapsulated his sentiment. He was solely captivated by money and utterly indifferent to the prospect of a new employer. Unless that new employer could present an irresistible offer. Do not be hasty in your refusal, Shinjueyu remarked, pulling out a chair and seating himself as if it were his own office. I offer comprehensive benefits, paid annual leave, a 13th month salary, and the most competitive project bonuses in the industry. Both Fadewan and Jiao Du fell silent, not because they were swayed by the generous terms, but because they understood not a single word. Discussing labor laws with two individuals steeped in archaic beliefs was indeed avant-garde. Shinjueyu rephrased his proposition in a manner they could comprehend. In simple terms, by following me, you would earn far more than engaging in your current violent endeavors, 1,000 times more, and face adversaries 1,000 times stronger than these trivial foes. His gaze shifted to Fadewan, his tone dispassionate. Your evil deity, if it truly exists, would surely prefer formidable offerings, would it not? This statement struck a chord within Fadewan. Oh, you might be worth my attention. His fighting spirit surged. To recruit him, one must first be prepared to become a sacrifice. Let me present you to my dark god, and that shall be the finest tribute. Before his words could fully dissipate, he transformed into a whirlwind, his massive scythe slicing through the air with a deadly arc aimed directly at Shinjueyu's head. Jiao Du remained motionless, curious to witness the audacity of this brash individual. However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed failed to materialize. Shinjueyu remained seated, unperturbed, even as he raised his right hand, gently tapping the oncoming scythe with his index and middle fingers. A crisp sound echoed. Fadewan felt an indescribable force emanate from his weapon, jolting him into a retreat, landing him on the ground. His scythe had been halted by that single tap. Fadewan's expression froze. Your faith is far too cheap, Shinjueyu remarked, lowering his hand and shaking his head. True suffering lies not in physical demise, but in the collapse of one's beliefs. Inducing remorse in the powerful amidst despair is far more pleasing to the gods than slaying 100 weaklings. Indeed, this is psychological manipulation. To contend with such fervent zealots, one must possess a deeper understanding of their deity than they do. Fadewan was taken aback. What was this man saying? How could he comprehend the teachings of the dark god? Moreover, his words seemed to carry an unsettling logic. Nonsense, Jiao Du rasped, interrupting Fadewan's confusion. 5 black tendrils erupted from his back, akin to venomous serpents, attacking Shinjueyu's vital points from 5 cunning angles. Versus the elusive god. I place greater faith in what can be grasped. There was a cruel edge to Jiao Du's tone. For instance, your heart should fetch a handsome price. Yu finally rose, allowing the 5 black tendrils to ensnare his limbs and neck. Oh, you desire my heart. A chill ran through Jiao Du, an ominous premonition surfacing. The man remained unervingly calm. Your notion of immortality is quite intriguing. Yu allowed the tendrils to tighten, his tone akin to critiquing a piece of art. To seize another's heart to prolong one's existence. How lamentably primitive. Hearts age, channels clog, and the vessel itself decays. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiao Du bellowed, the tendrils suddenly exerting a force potent enough to rend steel. Yet, Yu stood unwavering. I am showing you what true immortality entails. Suddenly, a soft golden light emanated from Yu's body. The black tendrils coiling around him hissed, as if meeting a hot iron, emitting wisps of black smoke. Ugh! Jiao Du let out a muffled groan. Those tendrils were part of him, and now he felt an excruciating burn. He attempted to retract them, but found them seemingly welded to him, utterly immovable. A peculiar energy surged through the tendrils, invading his body in reverse. It was neither chakra nor natural energy, but something of a higher order. The channels housing his spare hearts were pinpointed and locked by this energy. Puff! The fabric of Jiao Du's clothing tore apart, revealing a creature adorned with a lightning mask, wailing as it was forcibly extracted from his body, crashing to the ground and dissolving into ash. My lightning heart! Jiao Du's pupils dilated. But that was not the end. Puff! 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 3 more muffled sounds echoed as wind, fire, and water heart-masked monsters were similarly expelled from him, each turning to dust without exception. Only his final heart remained. This is impossible. Jiao Du fell to his knees, watching in horror as 4 of the 5 hearts he had painstakingly collected over nearly a century were obliterated in mere seconds. His opponent had not even formed a hand sign. The immortality you seek is riddled with flaws. Yu's voice resonated in his ears. And I can offer you true life sciences. He withdrew his hand, the charred tendrils snapping away. As for the money, Yu snapped his fingers. Snap! A virtual light screen, flickering with data, abruptly appeared before Jiao Du, displaying the financial budget of the hidden village for the next 5 years, infrastructure investment returns, patent technology licensing profits, an array of figures Jiao Du could not comprehend, yet the astronomical amounts rendered him breathless. This is my village, a single quarter's revenue. Yu stated nonchalantly. Your century of toil here does not even equate to my employees' year-end bonuses. Jiao Du stared at the screen, then glanced at the stack of bounty in his arms that had once felt substantial, now understanding what true poverty was. His greed, his quest for immortality, all his obsessions, were utterly deconstructed and crushed before this man. Yu no longer regarded him, turning his attention to the still-dazed Feiduan. Now, do you still believe I have come to demand your sacrifice? Feiduan's hand trembled around the scythe. He looked at the piles of ash on the ground, and then at the unharmed man. For the first time, his faith in the doctrine of his dark god wavered. Yu returned to the table and sat down. I shall say it once more, I am here to recruit. Are you interested in a change of employment? Chapter 83. Subduing Jiao Du and the immortal duo. The air in the underground exchange thickened with fear. Every cell in Jiao Du's body screamed of danger. The man before him resembled the figure from the intelligence reports, the one who could shatter blades with a snap and suppress the 5 Kage. He was no mere human. He was a calamity. Yet, the dignity of an S-rank rogue ninja morphed into a last-ditch frenzy under the shadow of death. Huh, how amusing. Truly fascinating. Feiduan's fervor eclipsed his fear as he licked the blade of his scythe. Whoever you are, your soul shall be claimed by my dark god. He hurled the massive crescent scythe with force, its trajectory a bizarre arc, sealing off all of Yu's escape routes. Simultaneously, he wielded a black spear, launching a pincer's assault. Yu remained seated, merely tilting his head slightly. The whirling scythe grazed his cheek, leaving a faint crimson mark. A droplet of blood oozed forth. A successful strike. A euphoric gleam erupted in Feiduan's eyes. He deftly flicked his foot, catching the rebounding scythe, and with fervent reverence, licked the drop of blood that belonged to Yu. Instantly, an eerie pattern of black and white skulls manifested upon his skin. He swiftly inscribed a circular array belonging to the cult of the evil god on the ground, standing at its center with a cruel, yet satisfied smile. Ha! Prepare to endure endless agony. I shall torment you to death, slowly and meticulously. He raised the black spear, aiming it at his thigh, and plunged it down with force. Splat. Blood splattered. The excruciating pain caused Fade One's body to convulse, yet his face radiated a sadistic pleasure. He lifted his gaze, eager to witness Shen Yueyu writhing in agony. However, Shen Yueyu remained composed, even lifting a cup of murky ale, left behind by an unknown drinker, and gently swirling it. Unscathed. What is happening? Fade One's smile faltered. Do you not feel it? Shen Yueyu took a sip, seemingly savoring it, then disdainfully set it down. Your curse cannot reach me. He extended a finger, gently touching the wound on his cheek, which was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Your ritual fundamentally relies on a connection of soul and life energy. Unfortunately, the forms of our existence differ dimensionally. It's akin to attempting to bind an ocean with a mere rope. Is it not a miscalculation to assault a materialist, entrenched in a scientific paradigm with mysticism? Fade One's mind short-circuited. His belief, the very method of survival through slaughter, had encountered an incomprehensible predicament for the first time. At that moment, the previously silent Kakuzu stirred. He could wait no longer. This man's existence had transcended his cognitive limits. His only path to survival lay in obliterating him with the utmost power. Secret technique, grievous wrath. Kakuzu's back split open, unleashing countless pitch-black tendrils that surged forth like a flood, their tips coalescing with a terrifying chakra. Fire style, head hardening. Wind style, pressure damage. The masked heart of fire and the heart of wind erupted from within him, spewing forth a colossal sea of flames infused with wind, instantly engulfing Shen Yueyu's position. This combined ninjutsu was capable of reducing a small town to ashes. Kakuzu's gaze was fixated on the heart of the inferno. He could not fathom any being surviving such overwhelming power. As the flames dissipated, Shen Yueyu's figure remained perched upon the charred remains of the chair, entirely unscathed. A faint golden energy barrier isolated him from the outside world. To me, your heart resembles 5 switches, ready to be turned off at any moment. Shen Yueyu's voice resonated calmly. Kakuzu trembled, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of peril. Your curse has no effect on someone of my soul's strength. Shen Yueyu's gaze shifted to the dazed Fade One before returning to Kakuzu. And you? He raised his hand toward Kakuzu, fingers splayed, then gently clenched. No hand seals. No chakra fluctuations. Yet Kakuzu felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Ugh! The black tendrils connecting to his heart were gripped by an invisible force, rendering him instantly paralyzed. The bioelectrical signals of his 5 hearts were forcibly disrupted and severed simultaneously. He felt the masks containing the hearts of others within him thrashing wildly. Yet he could not muster even the slightest amount of power. What have you done? Kakuzu gasped in horror. Nothing, merely cut off your power supply. Shen Yueyu replied casually, as if extinguishing a light. He rose and approached Kakuzu, looking down upon him. Your pursuit of immortality is akin to mending a broken machine by stealing its parts. I can facilitate the evolution of the machine itself. Shen Yueyu's finger pressed against Kakuzu's chest. Golden energies surged in, both gentle and forceful. Puff! The creature adorned with the fire-style mask was forcibly extracted from Kakuzu, emitting a mournful cry as it disintegrated into ash. Puff! 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 The thunder, wind, and water hearts followed suit, each eliminated in turn. Kakuzu's body trembled violently from the loss of power. He felt his life slipping away rapidly. Nearly a century's worth of accumulated life was obliterated within mere seconds. Despair enveloped him. Now, we can discuss a recruitment matter. Shen Yueyu retracted his hand, leaving Kakuzu with his own heart. He snapped his fingers. Snap! A virtual light screen unfurled before Kakuzu, displaying the financial budget for the hidden village for the upcoming year, filled with zeros that pierced through Kakuzu's remaining heart. The hidden village is in need of a financial manager. Shen Yueyu's voice carried an irresistible allure, responsible for managing the village's assets, investments, and overall financial strategy within the ninja realm. I offer you genuine immortality technology in exchange for your financial stewardship. What do you think of this arrangement? Kakuzu's breath grew heavy. Immortality for managing finances. His lifelong pursuit lay before him, presented in a nonchalant manner by this man. He could not refuse. Or rather, every cell within him yearned for this opportunity. Kakuzu rasped, ultimately bowing his proud head. I agree. Shen Yueyu nodded in satisfaction and turned to the utterly dazed Fade One. As for you, Fade One jolted, gripping his scythe tightly. Your god is too weak. Shen Yueyu's words struck a nerve with Fade One. You speak nonsense. The evil god is supreme. Fade-Wan reflexively retorted. A god that can only siphon meager power from self-mutilating followers cannot be deemed supreme, Shinwei scoffed. A true god should command the laws of the universe, compelling the world to move according to his will. He paused, presenting an irresistible bait to Fade-Wan. The old order is on the brink of collapse. A new deity, or rather, a new doctrine, needs someone to propagate and execute it. The Hidden Village will establish a special task force to deal with those who defy the new order. I appoint you as the captain. You may fight, sacrifice, and spread the suffering you understand. However, everything must adhere to my regulations. Use your scythe to uphold the new god's authority. Fade-Wan was taken aback. His mind struggled to process such complex information, yet he comprehended. Endless battles awaited. He could kill and sacrifice with impunity. Moreover, it was in service to a new god far more powerful and real than the evil god. Isn't this the life I have always yearned for? You bastard. Fade-Wan's expression transformed, fervor replacing confusion. This sounds far more exhilarating than my previous endeavors. Though he continued to utter curses, his demeanor had tacitly acquiesced to the outcome. Shin Tsukuyami waved his hand, instructing them to seek out a person named Nagato in the Hidden Rain Village, who would facilitate their employment process. After dismissing the two subordinates, Shin Tsukuyami retrieved another scroll from his robe. It bore the likeness of a red-haired youth, whose eyes conveyed an air of lofty sorrow. Sands of Red Scorpion, an artist who entrusted eternity to puppets. What, then, could penetrate a heart long since entombed in darkness? Shin Tsukuyami's silhouette vanished within the dim confines of the exchange office. Chapter 84. Art is Explosion. At the borders of the Land of Wind, a cavern concealed beneath massive boulders lay silent, devoid of life. The air was saturated with the sterile scent of wood, machine oil, and preservatives. A red-haired youth sat at a workbench, meticulously adjusting the joints of a puppet's arm with delicate tools. Much of his own body had also been replaced with cold, mechanical parts. Sands of Red Scorpion. His movements halted. Someone had breached his barrier, not by mere contact, but by passing straight through, akin to a shadow slipping through walls. The enormous scorpion tail of his puppet, Hiryu, suddenly lifted, aimed at the cave entrance. There stood Shin Tsukuyami, as if he had lingered there for some time, untouched by the dust of the surroundings. Your doorbell is broken, Shin Tsukuyami remarked, shattering the oppressive silence. The scorpion offered no reply. The back of Hiryu's shell opened, releasing a barrage of poisoned senbon, raining down upon Shin Tsukuyami like a tempest. He remained still. The toxic needles halted just an inch from his body, then silently disintegrated into the finest powder, dispersing into the air. To employ poison against a being impervious to toxins is rather narrow-minded. The scorpion's pupils contracted. Hiryu's colossal tail, with a piercing whistle that tore through the air, thrust forward. Yet Shin Tsukuyami did not flinch. He merely raised his hand, pinching the tail's tip between two fingers. Crack! The most lethal stinger was effortlessly crushed. Your hospitality leaves much to be desired, far inferior to the likes of Kankuro. Shin Tsukuyami released his grip, allowing the massive tail to droop listlessly. At least they would inquire about my identity. The shell of Hiryu shattered, revealing the scorpion's true form. For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed the handsome, indifferent visage. Who are you? Here for recruitment, Shin Tsukuyami replied, echoing his earlier words in the exchange office. The scorpion scoffed, as if hearing something absurd, then formed hand seals, unfurling a scroll before him. Puppet technique, human puppet. A black-haired human puppet materialized at his side, exuding an ominous aura. It was once hailed as the strongest wind shadow, the third wind shadow. To withstand my poison does not imply you can endure this. The puppet's mouth opened. Sand iron rang. Countless fine sand iron needles formed a lethal net that enveloped the cavern, converging upon Shin Tsukuyami from all directions. This was 100-fold more dense and deadly than the previous senbon. Finally, Shin Tsukuyami lifted his eyelids. He extended a hand, gently grasping the torrent of sand iron. A peculiar spectacle unfolded. The frenzied, magnetically charged sand iron instantaneously lost control. They ceased their assault on Shin Tsukuyami, instead swirling around him like obedient pets, ultimately coalescing in his palm to form a perfectly rotating black sphere. Your control over sand is rather crude. Shin Tsukuyami weighed the sand iron sphere in his hand, noting the magnetic force diminished the efficiency of chakra to below 70%. The puppet's conduction system exhibited delays, striking 0.13 seconds slower than its original form. The design of the joints was flawed, allowing for a maximum twisting angle of only 120 degrees, restricting the application of at least 17 martial techniques. With every word he uttered, the scorpion's expression darkened further. Silence. The scorpion bellowed, commanding the third wind shadow puppet to launch a more potent attack. Sand iron binding. Under his control, the sand iron morphed into colossal, proliferating spikes that barreled towards Shin Tsukuyomi. He shook his head, and the sand iron sphere instantly dispersed, transforming into an even larger, more formidable wall of sand iron that effortlessly thwarted the onslaught. You see, while you pursue eternal art, your creations are riddled with traces of impermanence and compromise. Shin Tsukuyomi refrained from further aggression, letting the sand iron clatter to the ground. His footsteps echoed distinctly in the cavern's vast emptiness. He did not approach the scorpion, but instead walked directly toward the innermost corner of the workshop. There lay two puppets, a father and a mother, his most cherished and initial creations. Your most perfect works are not the third wind shadow nor yourself, he stated, halting before the two puppets. It is they. The scorpion froze, for this was the tender corner of his heart he had long sought to conceal beneath the guise of eternal art. What do you know? He retorted, his voice tinged with barely detectable tremors. They are merely failures. Is that so? Shin Tsukuyomi turned to face him. What you seek is not the eternal chill, but the eternal warmth that you can never attain. These words pierced through the decades of icy facade the scorpion had crafted with his puppetry. Shin Tsukuyomi remained silent, extending his hands to gently rest upon the shoulders of the two parental puppets. A peculiar energy surged from his palms, not chakra, but a warmth, gentle and teeming with life. It was a unique force, a fusion of the compassion of the holy monk and the vitality of an immortal body. A miracle unfolded. The once rigid wooden joints of the puppets emitted faint sounds akin to sinews stretching. The cold coating on their surfaces appeared to shimmer with a subtle glow. Most astonishing of all were their eyes. The once hollow glass orbs flickered to life, as if infused with a soul. They were no longer mere objects. The father puppet slowly raised its arm, movements no longer dictated by the mechanical programming set by the scorpion, but rather imbued with a vaguely indescribable semblance of humanity. It turned to gaze at the mother puppet, who mirrored the action, lifting her hand. Then, under the scorpion's astonished gaze, they clumsily yet tenderly embraced. Their cores had been implanted with miniature soul circuits that simulated emotion through Shin Tsukuyomi's extraordinary means. This is impossible. The scorpion stood frozen. The art he had devoted his life to, imbuing puppets with life, had been effortlessly achieved by this man before him in a manner he could not comprehend. Staggering forward, he extended his own puppet hand, trembling as he caressed the two puppets that seemed to have come to life. There was no warmth, but the simulated emotional waves emanating from their cores penetrated his perception upon contact. It was a scene he had dreamt of countless times in his childhood. A cold tear slid from the eye socket of his puppet form, the first tear he had shed since becoming the sands of Red Scorpion. Join me. Shin Tsukuyomi's voice resonated behind him. I will open for you a door to the art of creating life. This is merely the most fundamental introduction. The scorpion turned slowly, gazing at the godlike figure before him. His lifelong pride, obsession, and art were shattered in that moment, only to be imbued with a new and loftier significance. Without hesitation, he knelt, one knee upon the ground. I am willing to offer you everything I possess, solely in pursuit of this supreme art. The figure of Kamizuki Yu fades into the swirling sands. Intelligence regarding the next target has already been acquired. A man who perceives art as mere explosions? Kamizuki Yu chuckled. It is time for him to witness what true artistry embodies. Chapter 85, Deidara's Artistic Challenge. The Pinnacle of Transience. At the border between the land of earth and the land of grass, a desolate valley lay torn apart by numerous colossal craters, with charred rocks still emitting wisps of smoke. A golden-haired youth stood at the edge of a cliff, arms crossed, a rapturous expression adorning his face as he admired his masterpiece. This fleeting sublimation, this destructive beauty, this is true art. Deidara's left eye, the mechanical aiming scope, suddenly contracted. He turned around. At the opposite end of the valley stood a dark-haired figure, having appeared unbeknownst to him. That person stood quietly, a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. Hey, old man. This is a restricted area, Deidara called out in a flippant tone, his hands already reaching into his ninja tool pouch. Your level of vandalism requires significant improvement, Kamizuki Yu remarked. Deidara's smile froze. He recognized that voice. In the intelligence reports, that man had subdued Kakuzu and Haiden with such a nonchalant demeanor. "Oh, so you are Kamizuki-yu," Deidara said, his fighting spirit ignited. "Perfect. Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate art." He swiftly shaped two clay owl sculptures, which instantly took flight from two cunning angles, diving toward Kamizuki-yu. "Art is an explosion," Deidara declared, forming a single-handed seal. Boom, boom. A violent explosion erupted at Kamizuki-yu's position, flames soaring, debris scattering. A smirk of triumph graced Deidara's lips. Yet, as the smoke cleared, his expression solidified. Kamizuki-yu remained unscathed, standing perfectly still, even the hem of his clothing undisturbed. An imperceptible energy field distorted and repelled all shockwaves and debris. Too dispersed, Kamizuki-yu shook his head. "Your energy lacks focus. It merely detonates, wasting over 90% of its potential." "How dare you?" Deidara seethed, thoroughly enraged by such a critique. This was more painful than a direct blow to him. It was an affront to his artistry. "Stop pretending to understand," he exclaimed. "The essence of art lies in its ephemeral bloom." He rummaged through his tool pouch for more clay, his mouth moving rapidly as he chewed. "Ingrate, I shall reduce you to ashes with my supreme masterpiece. Behold, this is my super art." Deidara expelled a massive clay puppet, which swiftly expanded into a giant identical to himself, but magnified several times. C4 Karura. Once it explodes, it will unleash countless invisible nanobombs. They will infiltrate every cell of your body and detonate you from within. No escape. Now this is art. The colossal clay figure ascended, resembling a deity surveying mortals, arms outstretched. Destruction was imminent. Too broad, still not concentrated enough. Kamizuki-yu shook his head again, disappointment tinged in his voice. "Art requires absolute focus." He raised his right hand, extending a single finger. A pinpoint of light gathered at his fingertip, not chakra, but a denser form of sage energy. Compressed to its utmost limit, it radiated brilliance surpassing that of the sun, yet it was contained to perfection, releasing no heat whatsoever. Deidara's pupils dilated, utterly consumed by the light. An instinctual fear gripped him, rendering him rigid. Kamizuki-yu flicked his finger. Swish. The high-density energy sphere shot forth, unaccompanied by any terrifying sound. Soaring effortlessly into the sky, it ascended above C4 Karura, then detonated. There was no earth-shattering roar, no cataclysmic shockwave. The world fell silent. The energy sphere exploded, forming a vast, translucent star-like energy entity composed purely of energy. It resembled a colossal starfish suspended in the heavens, slowly rotating, exuding an aura of sacred and solemn beauty. In the next moment, an irresistible gravitational force erupted from the center of that starfish. Deidara's prideful C4 Karura, its massive form, was instantly ensnared by the gravity. It could not even release its nanobombs before being forcibly distorted and drawn towards the celestial energy entity. "No, my art!" Deidara cried out in horror. He desperately attempted to form seals to detonate C4, but the gravitational field disrupted everything, preventing his chakra from transmitting. Not only C4 Karura, but also the shattered rocks, charred trees, and swirling dust. Everything defied the laws of physics, pulled skyward by that gentle yet overpowering force. They were drawn into the massive energy star, compressed and decomposed into the purest energy particles, all in a silent, awe-inspiring spectacle. Power and beauty harmonized flawlessly, perfectly illustrating the essence of transience. At last, when all matter had been consumed, the enormous energy star contracted inward in an instant. All light, all gravitational pull coalesced into a point smaller than a pin's head. Then, silently, it vanished, as if it had never existed. The sky returned to its azure hue, and the valley lay devoid of debris, revealing only the purified, barren earth. Thud! Deidara, utterly drained, fell from the cliff, collapsing on the ground. Ignoring the pain coursing through him, he stared blankly at the sky. His mind was a void. His artistic philosophy, his beliefs, everything shattered before that silent performance. What was that? That was true art. That was the ultimate art. Deidara's body began to tremble, not out of fear, but from an unprecedented, exquisite excitement and fervor. He flipped over, gazing at the man who still stood undisturbed, his hair unruffled. He staggered to his feet, rushed to Kamizuki-yu, and unhesitatingly knelt before him. "Boss, please allow me to follow you." Deidara looked up at Kamizuki-yu. his eyes shifting from disdain and provocation to fervent admiration. Teach me. Please impart to me that ultimate art. Chapter 86. The Ruins of the Craftsmanship Village. Divine Forging Techniques. Kamizuki lowered his gaze upon Deidara, who knelt before him in a posture of utmost reverence. Rise, he commanded, his voice calm and devoid of discernible emotion. Deidara, as if granted immense permission, sprang up abruptly, standing upright with his hands pressed against his trousers, resembling a new recruit awaiting inspection. Boss. A voice, slightly hoarse and impatient, echoed from a short distance away. Scorpion emerged slowly from the shadow of a massive boulder, controlling his crimson tail, which ominously swayed behind him. How unsightly, Dida. Has your art and your conviction been so easily discarded? Scorpion's tone dripped with unabashed sarcasm. To him, Didala's facile betrayal was an affront to the very essence of art. You don't understand, Didala retorted, spinning around with arms outstretched. His face a tempest of madness and enlightenment. That is not abandonment. It is transcendence. Yes, I have witnessed the ultimate form of art. It is the return of all matter to its origin, a sublime fusion of fleeting annihilation and eternal void. He gesticulated passionately, spittle flying. Your eternal beauty of puppetry pales in comparison to this ultimate moment of art. The mechanical jaw of the crimson puppet clicked ominously. Boring. Mistaking destruction for art. You remain so superficial. You. Didala fumed, ready to draw his clay. Enough. The voice of Shingetsu interjected, interrupting their quarrel. He stepped forward, positioning himself between the two S-rank rogue ninjas. Both the fervent Didala and the cold Scorpion instinctively subdued their imposing airs in his presence, a testament to the deterrent power of absolute authority. Art is merely a means to an end. Debating its form is utterly meaningless. Shingetsu's gaze shifted toward Scorpion. Your puppetry is commendable, yet your materials constrain your potential. He then turned to Didala. Your explosive clay is likewise limited. Its power ultimately depends on the nature of chakra and the clay itself. He required more formidable armaments to support his envisioned village of God-esque concealment. Relying solely on his strength was merely the valor of an individual. He sought an army capable of overwhelming the 5 great villages and even confronting the Ōtsutsuki. Scorpion, you have traveled far and wide. Where can one find the most advanced forging techniques or the rarest metals in the shinobi world? The question left Scorpion in contemplative silence as he pondered Shingetsu's intentions. This individual, having displayed enough power to obliterate mountains, was now concerned with materials and technology. An incongruity in logic. Most rare metal veins were tightly controlled by the 5 great nations. As for forging techniques, Scorpion's puppet head turned slightly. There is one place, one that has already been destroyed. Oh, Shingetsu's interest peaked. The village of craftsmen. Scorpion's voice remained unperturbed, referring to a once-renowned small ninja village known for forging divine weapons. They devoted generations of effort attempting to create the so-called ultimate weapon, only to ignite their own demise. The entire village perishing beneath the weight of their own creations. A group of fools consumed by ambition. I know of that place. Didala interjected. I've heard their ultimate weapon could destroy a nation. What a pity it turned out to be a failure. A failure. Yet it encapsulated the pinnacle of shinobi forging craftsmanship, Scorpion corrected. Beneath their ruins, there may still lie valuable remnants, technical blueprints, or unfinished weapon prototypes. In Shingetsu's mind, the system's prompt resounded. A subtle resonance, a directional coordinate, began to mark itself within. The ruins of the village of craftsmen met the conditions for a sign-in. Lead the way. A desolate wasteland greeted them, the remnants of the village of craftsmen. Crumbling walls, charred earth, and rusted weapon remnants lay scattered. The air was thick with a peculiar odor of rust and stale dust, faintly reminiscent of the embers from a great fire years past. The layout of the village revolved around a massive structure resembling a small mountain, a colossal furnace that had long extinguished. Constructed from black rock and an unknown metal, it emanated an indestructible heft even after enduring the ravages of time. One could only imagine the grandeur it once possessed when the furnace blazed with life. This is it. Scorpion halted the crimson puppet at the very heart of the village. All their ambitions and madness originated from this place. Didala surveyed his surroundings, stroking his chin. It doesn't seem like much, Lacks artistic flair. Shingetsu disregarded their banter, advancing step by step towards the enormous furnace. The closer he approached, the clearer the resonance in his mind became. He extended his hand, his icy fingertips brushing against the rough, cold metallic exterior of the furnace. Ding! A crisp notification chimed only in his mind. Key location detected. Core furnace of the village of craftsmen. This site encapsulates centuries of forging art and unyielding ambition in the shinobi world, qualifying for god-level sign-in. Would you like to sign in? Yes. Shingetsu silently affirmed. Ding. Sign in at the ruins of the village of craftsmen successful. Congratulations, host has acquired god-level life skill. God-level forging technique. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind. It was not mere knowledge, but an instinct. From the identification and refining of ores to the proportions of metals, smelting, hammering, quenching, and sharpening, an array of techniques, an abundance of enchanting runes, all imprinted deeply upon his soul, as if he had been born with them. God-level forging technique, capable of forging divine weapons comparable to the six paths, creating special metals with 100 chakra conduction, and inscribing the powers of law, such as space, time, sealing, etc., onto shinobi tools, transforming them into law-based weapons. Shingetsu's palm remained on the furnace, his exterior calm, while a tempest raged within. Law-based tools. He instantly grasped the weight of those four words. To forge a brand new Kusanagi sword for Sasuke, employing metal that conduces 100 chakra, embedding the black flames of Amaterasu as a permanent enchantment, ensuring every slash bore an unquenchable fire. He could even solidify his ocular technique, the heavenly hand power, onto the sword, achieving instantaneous interchange between man and sword. To craft a pair of gauntlets for Naruto, henceforth, the Rasengan would require no more than a thought. The fist summoning a tempest. He could even perfectly compress and mold tailed beast chakra, transforming a punch into a tailed beast bomb. And for himself, the flying thunder god technique, which had been limited by the necessity of prior coordinates. But if he were to forge a batch of special shurikens, or even a blade, inscribing the flying thunder god technique as a law, this would mean that wherever the weapon pointed, there lay the coordinates. He would no longer need any preparatory steps, achieving a truly unrestricted, instantaneous movement. This transcended simple equipment enhancement. It opened the door to the divine realm for the core strength under his command. Boss. Dida-la's voice pulled Shingetsu back from his reverie. Have you discovered some new artistic inspiration while standing before this decrepit furnace? Shingetsu slowly withdrew his hand, turning away without answering Dida-la's question. He retrieved a scroll from his bosom and, with a swift motion, unfurled it upon a relatively flat stone slab. It was a detailed map of the entire ninja world. His finger traversed the vast territories of the land of fire and the land of wind, finally resting on a diminutive nation nestled among the mountains, sandwiched between several great powers, the land of waves. A flicker of data-like light glimmered in the eyes of Scorpion's puppet, a barren nation devoid of a ninja village. It held little of significance aside from a nefarious merchant named Kato. Shinwei gently tapped on that name. No, there lies what we require. He raised his gaze towards his two newly appointed subordinates, Scorpion and Deidara. Our next destination is here. Chapter 87. The Establishment of the Small Nations Alliance. Building a peaceful regional order centered on the hidden village. The expedition to the Land of Waves was merely the first step in establishing a forward base for the hidden village. Although it was impoverished and isolated, it possessed an excellent deep-water port and a populace skilled in shipbuilding and civil engineering. For a burgeoning power, these infrastructural talents were indispensable. More importantly, its remoteness shielded it from the prying eyes of the five great nations, making it an ideal location for discreet development. As Scorpion and Deidara set forth to eliminate Kato and his influence while initiating infrastructure projects in the Land of Waves, Shinwei returned to the nascent site of the hidden village. This had once been the territory of the Land of Whirlpools, but under his release, it had been rejuvenated. Several letters crafted from special chakra-infused paper were dispatched from here, soaring towards those inconspicuous small ninja villages struggling in the interstices on the map: Grass Village, Waterfall Village, and Hot Water Village. In the conference room of Grass Village, the atmosphere was as oppressive as solidified iron. The leader, Kusiyama Nozomi, a middle-aged man bearing a prominent scar across his face, slammed the letter on the table. The hidden village? Who has heard of this name? His voice brimmed with irritation and wariness. An elder trembled as he spoke. The chakra seal on this letter is incredibly potent, imbued with an irresistible will. This is certainly no prank. They invite us to participate in the establishment of some peace and mutual assistance economic alliance? Kusayama Nozomi scoffed, surveying the assembled members. Do you believe in such a thing? When has there ever been peace and mutual assistance in this land? Only the oppression and annexation by the great nations. The plight of Grass Village mirrored that of all small nations. They were like a sandwich cookie, squeezed between the land of earth and the land of fire. Forced to pay exorbitant protection fees to both sides annually, with the village's resources and mission earnings largely filling the coffers of the great powers. The letter claimed that joining the alliance would yield technology, economic assistance, and most crucially, security guarantees. Another senior member whispered the contents of the letter, his voice tinged with an uncontainable yearning. Security guarantees? On what basis? Kusayama Nozomi pounded the table, based solely on a village unheard of until now. This must be a new trap set by some great nation. But leader, a young jonin could not restrain himself. We have no way out. The rock village has raised its protection fees this year, and at this rate, we may soon be unable to afford to raise even our ninjas. Kusayama Nozomi fell silent. His gaze returned to the letter. At its conclusion was a simple yet commanding phrase. Come, witness the dawn of a new era with your own eyes. Otherwise, prepare to be crushed by the old era. This was both a threat and an invitation. Ultimately, he clenched his fist. Prepare the horses. I shall personally visit. I wish to see what this hidden village is truly about. A similar scene unfolded in Waterfall Village and Hot Water Village, where suspicion, vigilance, struggle, and a glimmer of hope amidst desperation propelled them on a journey to the unknown. When the leaders of the three small nations arrived at the hidden village, accompanied by their most elite guards, they were struck dumb by the sight before them. There were no towering walls, no menacing watchtowers. Instead, they beheld well-planned streets and lush fields teeming with vibrant crops they had never seen before. Canals crisscrossed the village, propelled by an unseen force that facilitated the most efficient irrigation. The villagers' faces bore no trace of the numbness and sorrow typical of small nation peasants. Rather, they radiated a genuine sense of peace and satisfaction. Is this all due to wood release? The leader of Waterfall Village, a stout elder, murmured in disbelief. The legendary technique of the first Hokage, capable of pacifying chaotic times, was now employed to enhance the welfare of the populace. Such luxury sent a shiver through them. In the spacious and bright conference hall, they met the initiator of this invitation, Shinryu, a youth who appeared no older than 16 or 17. Kusayama Nozomi's wariness reached its zenith. A boy wielding wood release and commanding an S-rank rogue ninja as a subordinate, the guiding Scorpion and Deidara exerted immense pressure, was an unsettling combination. Shinryu wasted no time on pleasantries, diving straight into the matter at hand. I am well aware of your circumstances. Each year, you pay tribute to the great nations in exchange for hollow promises of safety, while your village continues to wither away. Am I correct? The three leaders exchanged grim glances. Unable to refute him, I propose the establishment of the Hidden Peace Alliance. The purpose is simple. Shinryu extended a finger. Economic interconnection, technological sharing, mutual security. Anyone can make empty declarations, Kusayama Nozomi retorted coldly. Economic? The most valuable lands of our village yield most of their produce to the rock village. Technology? We can barely maintain a decent blacksmith shop. Security? What will you use to guarantee our safety? Your pretty houses? Shinryu remained unfazed, merely clapping his hands lightly. A man clad in an Ōtsutsuki robe, wrapped in bandages except for his glowing green eyes, emerged from the shadows. Bang! A ledger as thick as a brick was slammed onto the table. Kakuzu, the leader of Hot Water Village, leapt from his chair, his face drained of color. The living relic who had fought the first Hokage, the highest bounty hunter in the ninja world. He is here too. Kakuzu spoke in his emotionless, hoarse voice. The hidden village has been established for 3 months. Initial funding was 0. Currently, the quarterly total income amounts to 130 million ryo. Net profit is 98 million ryo. It is estimated that after trade routes are established next quarter, income will triple. The conference hall fell into a profound silence. The combined annual fiscal revenue of the Grass, Waterfall, and Hot Water villages did not even amount to a fraction of that figure. Each of Kakuzu's statements shattered the last remnants of pride within them as leaders. This is economics. Shinryu's tone was as calm as still water. As long as you join, these technologies and trade channels can be shared. The overwhelming prospect of profit rendered the three leaders breathless. Yet Kusayama Nozomi forced himself to maintain his composure. No matter how much money there is, without the strength to protect it, it merely serves to adorn others. Anoki of the Rock Village won to negotiate with us. Strength, Shunwei smiled. He turned to the leader of Waterfall Village. I have heard that your heroic waters have long since run dry, and your village's strongest jonin has lost his weapon, correct? The leader of Waterfall Village's face flushed crimson. For this was their village's greatest pain. The jonin behind him lowered his head in shame, unconsciously resting his hand on the hilt of a broken blade. The blade. Bring it forth. The tone of Kamizuki brooked no dissent. The Takigakure jonin hesitated for a moment before unfastening the broken blade and respectfully presenting it. Kamizuki accepted the two shattered pieces, casually tossing them into the air, where they hovered before him. He did not approach the forge, nor did he employ any tools. With his palm held aloft, a radiant golden light, as resplendent as the sun, emanated from his hand, enveloping the two fragments instantaneously. There was no searing heat, no jarring noise. Under the astonished gaze of the three leaders and their guards, the hardened steel melted silently, akin to wax, transforming into two pools of liquid metal. Impurities evaporated rapidly in the golden glow, leaving only the purest steel. Subsequently, the molten metal began to flow, reorganizing and reshaping itself. Esoteric runes materialized in the air, imprinted into the forming blade. The entire process was tranquil, swift, and imbued with a divine beauty. This transcended mere forging. It was creation. With a crisp sound, a brand new long sword, its blade flowing with rippling patterns, gently landed on the table. The sharp aura emanating from the blade seemed to slice through the surrounding air. Try it. Kamizuki gestured to the now dazed Takigakure jonin. Awakening from his stupor, the jonin trembled as he reached out to grasp the hilt. The moment he infused it with chakra, a violent torrent of water erupted from the blade, forming a roaring water dragon before him. Its power surpassed that of his most formidable water jutsu during his prime by several magnitudes. He found himself utterly unable to control this surge of energy. As the water dragon rampaged through the conference hall, threatening to collide with the walls, Kamizuki merely flicked his finger. Instantly, the water dragon disintegrated into a mist that vanished without a trace. Now, let us discuss matters of security. Kamizuki's gaze swept over each individual. His voice soft yet weighted with gravity. Kusanagi Nozomu fell from his seat, collapsing to his knees. He was not frightened, rather. He was overwhelmed by a reverential awe emanating from the depths of his soul. Kusagakure shall honor Kamizuki as our leader. We join the alliance. Takigakure concurs. Tabikure has no objections. Before the absolute, divine power, all schemes and hesitations appeared ludicrous. Thus, on this day, the alliance was formally established. Kamizuki was unanimously elected as the supreme chairman of the alliance. He stood by the window, observing the departing figures of the three small nation leaders. Their faces alight with the thrill of rebirth. Yet, within Kamizuki's heart, there was not a ripple of emotion. The affairs of the alliance would be managed by Kaku and those beneath him. This power structure, capable of altering the very landscape of the ninja world, was merely a convenient tool for him. His gaze traversed the undulating mountains, focusing on the boundless desert of the Wind Country. There lay a far more intriguing toy. Chapter 88. Exploring the secret realms of the ninja world. The dragon vein of the ancient Lulan kingdom, signing in for spatial traversing. The deserts of the Wind Country were a realm governed by death. The scorching sun transformed the grains of sand into golden brands, the air warped, robbing all life of its moisture. Kamizuki traversed this vast, desolate sea alone. He wore no forehead protector, clad in a simple black outfit that stood in stark contrast to the stark environment. What a disheartening place this was. In comparison, the pastoral beauty of Shinkage Village, where spring reigned eternal, felt akin to paradise. He paused, placing his palm upon the searing sands. Magnet release. An invisible perception radiated from his palm, delving deep into the earth, connecting with the pulse of the planet. He sought not chakra, but anomalies in the flow of the earth's veins. Within a normal magnetic field, any distortion caused by immense energy would be as conspicuous as ink on a pristine white page. Found it. Approximately 30 miles to the northeast. The underground magnetic field exhibited a bizarre, spiral-like disturbance. In a flash, he vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he stood at the center of the aberrant area. This place was no different from any other, with endless yellow sands. Kamizuki raised his hand. Would release. Earth spike. A robust tree root, condensed with densely packed chakra. erupted violently from the sand beneath his feet, plunging straight down like a colossal siege spear. Boom! A deep, resounding noise reverberated from the depths of the earth, causing the dunes beneath him to tremble. Something was there. Wind release, great breakthrough, he uttered casually. A tempestuous gust of wind erupted from his center, sweeping outwards and lifting tons of yellow sand, forming a massive sandstorm vortex. Moments later, as the storm subsided, a colossal pit over 100 meters in diameter emerged at the site. At the bottom of the pit lay a massive stone door, engraved with countless ancient runes, quietly resting there. The runes glimmered with a faint lavender light, forming a complex sealing technique. This seal was directly connected to the underground energy source. Any attempt at forcible destruction would invoke a catastrophic backlash of energy. For an ordinary ninja, this was an insurmountable chasm. Kamizuki, you simply walked down the sandy slope to the stone door. He extended his finger, golden chakra swirling around his fingertip, gently touching a node of the seal. He did not seek to destroy it. Rather, he aimed to analyze its composition, infusing it with his own chakra, which possessed entirely opposing properties. It was akin to implanting a minuscule, yet system-crashing bug into a finely tuned program. Crack, crack, snap. The glow of the seal began to flicker erratically, ultimately extinguishing like a burnt-out bulb. The massive stone door emitted a grating sound as it slowly opened inward, revealing a pitch-black passage that seemed unfathomably deep. A chill, ancient air, tinged with a sense of temporal distortion, assailed him. Kamizuki, you stepped inside. The passage walls were lined with various mechanisms, and countless pressure traps lay hidden beneath the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of poisoned senbon shot out from concealed compartments in the walls, swift as lightning. Kamizuki, you did not alter his pace. A small wooden shield sprouted from his arm, blocking all attacks before retracting beneath his skin. Suddenly, the ground ahead collapsed, revealing a bottomless spike trap. He merely tapped his toes lightly on the edge of the collapse, and his body floated across nearly 10 meters, landing on solid ground opposite. The ingenuity of these mortals was akin to mere childish play before him. The deeper he ventured, the more intense the sensation of temporal distortion became. He retrieved a mundane metal coin from his pocket and tossed it upward. The coin spun in the air, its ascent visibly slowing, as though trapped in thick syrup. When it fell, it accelerated sharply, moving so swiftly that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible. The flow of time here was no longer constant. After traversing a long corridor, the scene before him opened up dramatically. An immense underground cavern lay before him. At the center of the cavern was an indescribably massive energy entity. It was a pure violet, vast and overwhelming, akin to a living, roaring purple dragon. It twisted madly, spiraling and tearing at the surrounding space, creating visible ripples. This was the source of power, the dragon vein of the ancient kingdom of Lulon. A tremendous pressure of time and space enveloped the entire area, capable of shredding any intruding creature into fragments in an instant. The hem of Shun Yue's garment fluttered as it was tugged by an invisible force. He advanced step by step toward the core of the tumultuous energy. With each step, the pressure exerted upon him multiplied geometrically. It was a repulsive force originating from the very fabric of time and space. A golden chakra cloak materialized around his body, forcibly countering the pressure as he approached the dragon vein. At last, he extended his hand and pressed it against the ever-twisting, pure energy. Ding! The long-awaited system notification echoed in his mind. High concentration of unbound time-space energy source detected, initiating sign-in. Lulon Dragon Vein Core sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the rare ability, Time-Space Traversal, Primary Anchor Point. A line of information appeared automatically in his consciousness. This ability would allow him to establish a fixed time-space anchor point. Thereafter, regardless of his location, he could instantaneously return to the anchor point by expending the requisite chakra. An absolute, untraceable path home. Simultaneously, an exceptionally pure dragon vein energy surged into his body through the channel opened by the system. This energy was fundamentally different from his own chakra. It carried the sediment of time and the attributes of space. Shen Yue let out a muffled groan as he felt this power rampaging within him, ultimately being forcibly suppressed, absorbed, and integrated by his sage body. His total chakra surged once more, and more importantly, he sensed his perception of space becoming extraordinarily clear. It was as if he had previously viewed the world through frosted glass, and now that glass had been thoroughly cleaned. With a mere thought, He utilized his newly acquired ability to separate a minuscule strand of golden chakra, imprinted with his soul's mark, from his spiritual essence. This strand of chakra detached from his palm, akin to a drop of ink falling into the ocean, silently merging into the vast core of the dragon vein. The anchor point was set. From this moment forth, this place would serve as his absolute coordinate. A splendid toy indeed. Having accomplished all his objectives for this journey, he turned to leave. At that moment, a small bird, entirely crafted from wood, fluttered its wings and precisely navigated through the distorted space, landing upon his shoulder. This was his wooden creation, designated for emergency communication. The bird opened its beak, emitting the distinctive, hoarse, emotionless voice of Jiao Du, albeit at double the usual speed. Lord Yu, urgent situation. The witch of the land of ghosts, Moreau, has come to seek an audience in the hidden village, accompanied by her daughter, Ziyuan. She claims that the ancient demon, Wuliang, is on the verge of resurrection, threatening to annihilate the world. Her prophecy indicates that the only hope lies with you. Yu halted in his tracks. Wuliang, that ancient demon sealed away for countless years? He had merely intended to seek a time-space marker, unexpectedly, upon arrival. He found himself confronted with a client requiring time-space abilities to resolve their plight. He glanced back at the still-raging purple dragon vein and then raised his hand, reducing the wooden bird on his shoulder to dust. Chapter 89. The Witch of the Land of Ghosts Seeks Help. The crisis of Wuliang's resurrection. Yu's convenient solution. In the conference hall of the hidden village, the atmosphere remained as tranquil as ever. Jiao Du stood nearby, like the most loyal shadow, though the decaying scent of money emanating from him added an air of eeriness to the serenity. In the center of the hall stood 2 weary guests. Leading them was a middle-aged woman clad in an ornate purple robe, her countenance grave, yet a persistent worry clouded her brow. Beside her was a little girl clutching a doll, her eyes, far too insightful for her tender age, curiously surveying this new village. The witch of the land of ghosts, Moreau, and her daughter, Ziyuan. Lord Yu, the situation is as follows, Moreau said, adopting a humble posture while still maintaining the last vestiges of dignity befitting a priestess of her nation. The soul seal of Wuliang is about to fail. Once it reunites with its body, which is sealed elsewhere, the entire world will descend into hell. Yu had just returned from the land of wind, still carrying a hint of the desert's heat. He picked up a teacup from the table and blew away the steam. Wuliang. I believe I've encountered that name in some ancient texts. His tone was flat, devoid of emotion, merely referencing an alleged ancient demon. Miro's body stiffened slightly. She had anticipated skepticism, questioning, and even extortion from the other party, yet she had not foreseen such an almost indifferent attitude. It is not a mere demon, Moreau emphasized. It is immortal. Its army consists of stone golems impervious to physical attacks, and its essence is a pure amalgamation of malevolence that no ninjutsu can eradicate. Standing aside, Jiao Du interjected with his raspy voice. Inability to eradicate means there's no body to exchange for gold. No task reward, just futile effort. Miro's complexion paled. She certainly could not afford to hire a powerhouse of that caliber. All she had to offer were ethereal prophecies and the so-called hope of the world. My prophecy tells me that you are the only hope. Moreau could only repeat this phrase. It was all her bargaining chip. Prophecy. Yu finally set down the teacup and lifted his gaze to her. A rather convenient notion, one that shifts all responsibility onto others. Ziyuan suddenly tugged at her mother's sleeve. Mama, this person is strange. The little girl timidly spoke. I can't see his future. She could foresee Jiao Du counting money, could envision the guards outside training, yet she could not glimpse the fate of this youth. His existence seemed a realm of pure void, impervious to any prophecy. Miro's heart sank, further solidifying her judgment. Yu rose to his feet. A pure negative energy entity, conventional ninjutsu, is ineffective, he murmured to himself. Seemingly evaluating something, sounds like promising experimental material. He extended his hand toward Moreau. Lead the way. Moreau was momentarily taken aback. Just like that? Otherwise, Yu retorted. Should I hold a blessing ceremony for you? I'm quite busy. He still had a plethora of construction plans from the land of waves to review. New agricultural tool improvement applications submitted by Takigakure, and Jiao Du's extensive 20-page quarterly financial report. For him, saving the world did not rank high on his list of priorities. It was merely a matter of convenience. Moreau wished to say more, but Yu had already approached her, and Ziyuan. Grab my shoulders. The mother and daughter instinctively complied. The next moment, the scene before them began to twist violently, as if the entire world had been thrown into a spinning kaleidoscope. The disorienting sensation of torn space made even Moreau, accustomed to grand spectacles, feel a wave of nausea. Flying Thunder God technique, in the blink of an eye. As clarity returned to their vision, an ancient, solemn atmosphere, imbued with a faint whiff of sandalwood, replaced the fresh scents of grass and wood from the hidden village. They found themselves standing before the gates of the ancient temple in the land of ghosts. A group of shrine maidens tasked with guarding the area were initially startled by the sudden appearance of Mithriya and Cheyenne. However, upon noticing the unfamiliar youth beside them, they immediately assumed a defensive stance. Mithriya-sama, who is he? Mithriya raised her hand to halt their inquiries. Internally, she was far more shaken than her expression revealed. The journey from the hidden village to the land of demons, spanning thousands of miles, had transpired in an instant. Such a formidable space-time ninjutsu was truly terrifying. He is our reinforcement. Mithriya's voice trembled slightly, a nuance she herself had not registered. Ignoring the hostility from the guards, Shingetsu raised his gaze to the realm enveloped in a barrier. An imperceptible yet remarkably resilient sealing barrier loomed overhead like a colossal inverted bowl, encompassing the entire nation. This force was unlike any sealing technique he had previously encountered, infused with an ancient power, leaning towards the realm of rules. How intriguing. He stepped deeper into the shrine. Mithriya promptly followed, guiding him through the shadowy corridors to the core area that sealed the malevolent spirits. Before them lay a vast subterranean cavern, dominated by a massive black rock at its center. The rock was marred by a web of cracks, from which ominous purple chakra surged forth like venomous serpents, corrupting everything in its vicinity. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air as a fist-sized fragment broke away from the sealing stone. The malevolent aura in the space intensified exponentially. There's no time. One of the guards shrieked in panic. The seal is about to collapse. Form the array. Prepare to cast the Shadow Maiden sealing technique. Mithriya decisively resolved to sacrifice her life to buy time. Yet, it was already too late. With a deafening roar, an indescribable surge of immense malevolence erupted from the center of the sealing stone, akin to a volcanic explosion. The entire sealing stone disintegrated into dust. A thunderous howl resonated, not through the air, but directly within the depths of every soul present. The purple, malevolent chakra surged, coalescing in midair to form a monstrous visage composed of countless faces wailing in agony, obscuring the cavern's ceiling. The malevolent spirit. Its mere presence rendered the trained guards powerless, collapsing to the ground in trembling fear, devoid of strength to rise. Mithriya summoned all her strength to conjure a protective barrier, shielding herself and Cheyenne. Yet the barrier flickered precariously under the oppressive aura of the spirit, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Despair engulfed her heart. This was the prophesied apocalypse, a divine retribution beyond human resistance. The colossal head of the malevolent spirit, formed from its myriad faces, slowly turned towards the diminutive intruders, sensing the essence of the shrine maiden's bloodline, its most detested aroma. However, amidst the quivering figures, one stood apart. Shingetsu remained motionless, his garments undisturbed. The overwhelming pressure that could crush the spirit of a seasoned shinobi felt to him like a gentle breeze. He gazed at the entity composed purely of resentment and negative energy, a faint expression of interest crossing his face. High density, ownerless pure negative energy cluster detected, meeting sign-in conditions. Commencing sign-in. The malevolent spirit's attack had coalesced into a devastating purple beam aimed at all below. Mithriya closed her eyes, bracing for death. At that moment, a calm voice resonated in her ear. Step back. Shingetsu advanced 2 steps, positioning himself before everyone. Allow me to demonstrate what true purification entails.